Synopsis. All the members of RWBY wake up with a headache. Was it a night of partying? Has the end of the world finally arrived? No, some crazy, deranged jerk kidnapped them to show them videos of alternate versions of themselves. What kind of sick person with that much free time would do that? Chapter 1. A cinema in between the multiverse. The movie theater had not been used for eons. The owner of the establishment was supposed to use the venue as a source of entertainment for people, but had put off the debut of his cinema due to procrastination. However, even his spell of laziness needed to come to an end, as the silent cinema soon exploded in a cacophony of noise. Oof. Ow. Get off me. What just happened? What the hell? Hi. That was the voice of the 8 members of teams RWBY and JNPR, the first of his guests. The 2 teams were jumbled up together in a mess of limbs. After a minute or two, they managed to untangle themselves. Afterwards, they began to take notice of their surroundings. I don't remember there ever being a movie theater at Beacon, John said. That's because there isn't, Weiss replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Oh, do you guys think there's any popcorn here? I'd love a bucket full of it. And then some soda, which you obviously have to throw on the popcorn so it's sweet and salty. Ooh, Ren, do you reckon you can make some popcorn right now? Nora exclaimed. I believe we should try to find out why we woke up here first, Nora. Ren replied calmly. The place seems relatively clean, Yang said as she traced her hands over the seat handles. There's not a single trace of dust. Guys, look, there's somebody else here, Ruby shouted out to the others. She was at the other side of the cinema, pointing towards a person at the back. The person was dressed in an incredibly bizarre manner. They wore an embroidered and elongated bomber jacket, a blanket coat, and gray printed trousers. Their face was blocked by a very spiky face mask that didn't look to have any holes in it. It looked like a bunch of diamonds that covered the person's features. The person was also wearing what appeared to be a gray shirt underneath the coat and jacket that matched the trousers with a gold chain surrounding the neck. The outfit was finished with a pair of red sneakers. The person was reading a newspaper and didn't seem to notice the 8 students. Sensing a chance to ask the person for directions, Yang spoke up. Hello, can you hear us over here? She said, whilst waving her hands up and down. The person proceeded to ignore them, eventually flipping a page from the paper. The weirdly dressed individual continued to read for a few seconds, until they were once again interrupted by Yang. You gonna say anything? Yang said in a louder tone, annoyed that she was ignored. The person finally noticed them, looking away from the paper and gazing at the 8 huntresses and huntsmen in training. Despite the mask not showing the person's face, all 8 of them felt like the person was mad, as if the mystery person was threatening them. The more aggressive members of the group decided to get out their weapons, Yang with Ember Celica and Nora with Magnhild. The rest of the group, seeing that tensions might boil over reluctantly, did the same. We don't want to fight you, just please tell us where we are, mister. Or, Madam, Ruby asked. The person was silent for a few seconds and then spoke. Their voice was robotic and garbled, but ultimately sounded like a guy. You try and fight me, somebody's gonna die. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, John whimpered. Oh yeah, and who will that be? Nora asked. Me, of course, the man said flatly. The group's reaction was varied. Excuse me. Is this man serious? What? Are you trying to rile me up? There's 8 of you and 1 of me, the man replied before going back to read the paper. Yang was about to go over and punch the man, but a hand held her back. Hold up there, Zio Long, Weiss replied. That masked bastard's mocking us, Yang replied. Weiss ignored her reply and stepped forward. Look, sir, there's just a couple of things we need to know. We just need to know where we are and who you are, if that's okay with you. She made sure to say it in the most genial manner possible. The man looked away from the paper and gazed at the 8 huntresses and huntsmen in training. Despite the mask not showing the person's face, all 8 of them felt like the person was annoyed, as if the mystery person was inconveniencing them. You lot have some nerve, he replied, much to their confusion. It's only polite to introduce yourself before asking a question. Does this person not know who I am? Weiss thought. She suppressed those thoughts, however, to maintain a sense of civility. All right, fair enough. I'll go first. My name is. If you must know, my name is Chrono, and I'm the owner of this dear establishment. I'm 27 years old. Gemini. Weiss took out her rapier Miatenuster and had to be held back by Blake and Yang. I'll kill this buffoon, I swear. All right, calm down, Ice Queen. Calm down, you wanted to kill him just a second ago. Amidst Yang and Weiss bickering, Chrono continued his monologue. Whilst your rude behavior makes me disinclined to accommodate your curiosity, he said whilst looking pointedly at a few members of the group, I will say that you are all on my private property. Besides, knowing what happened to you all should be obvious since you were all somewhere else previously. As he finished, a moment of realization washed over the minds of the teams. Chrono couldn't have cared less and went back to reading the paper. So you're saying that we're not at Beacon? Did you kidnap us? RWBY screamed. Wait a second, if we were kidnapped, does that mean you're working with the White Fang and with Torchwick? Answer us, Blake said whilst pointing Gamble's shroud at Chrono. Chrono looked away from the paper and gazed at the 8 huntresses and huntsmen in training. Despite the mask not showing his face, all 8 of them felt like Chrono was annoyed, as if the mystery person was inconveniencing them. Can you stop looking at us like that? The entire group shouted. What's the matter? Have you guys never heard of a running gag? Chrono replied too. That was a running gag. There's a door over there, Chrono replied. The teams looked behind them to where Chrono pointed. A door appeared. Wait a second, we can get out, Weiss shrieked. I swear there was no door there a second ago, John said in confusion. Chrono chuckled at their expense. Go ahead and open the door. Ren obliged the masked man, wanting to leave the establishment. As he opened the door, however, another pile of bodies came from outside the door and proceeded to fall down to the floor. Oof. Ow. Get off me. What just happened? Don't shout too loud, I'm too hungover for this. I can see. I can see even better now. 3. This turn of events somehow managed to confuse the two teams even further. Among the pile of bodies, there were people that members of the team could recognize. Uncle Kiro, Dad. Winter. Son. Professor Osbin. Among the piles were several other people ranging from their teachers, to other students, to fellow family, to even some random people they've never seen before, such as a man in a suit with graying hair and a mustache. As all of these people got up, some of them began to recognize each other and all hell broke loose. Ozpin, a large bearded man who wore green, shouted. He glared at the man in question and proceeded to rip out his jacket. The headmaster of Beacon was still disorientated and down on the floor. Fortunately, his fellow teachers surrounded him to protect him from the enraged man that was Hazel Reynart. As that was happening, the Branwen siblings were busy having a reunion. Hello, brother, Raven said in a mocking manner before her nose scrunched up. You must be drunk again, what are the odds? You must be a bitch, Kiro slurred back. 3 different voices said their hellos in Blake Belladonna. One was full of barely restrained anger, one was full of barely restrained joy, and the last was full of barely restrained shock. Blake looked towards the source and immediately paled. Across her was Adam Taurus, her mother Kali and father Gira, and Ilya Amatola. Adam unsheathed his wilt and blush and made to attack Blake. Ilya, Kali and Gira chased after Adam for differing reasons. Arthur, you're alive, General James Ironwood uttered in shock. Before him was the Adaljan scientist who was supposedly dead. Without reply, Arthur Watts pointed his revolver at the general. Said general pointed his pistols back at alarm the moment he noticed the scientist going for his weapon. Watts was also flanked by Ironwood's protege Winter Schnee and by Penny Polandina. Meanwhile, Cinder Fall was analyzing the scene. Unlike many of the others, she was not asleep when she was transported. She was too busy planning her devious tactics. Now, she's surrounded by friends and foe alike. She ordered her pawns Emerald and Mercury to remain Loki. All of this and more was happening in the span of a minute. The two teams also joined in the chaos, whether it be Yang also confronting her mother, RWBY confronting Torchwick, or Ren and Pyrrha trying to stop chaos from happening, such as when a certain scorpion faunus Tyrian Kalos was beginning to attack a team from Beacon's CRDL. As Chrono witnessed it happen, he sighed in exasperation. I just wanted to read my paper. Before things became way too hectic, Chrono's voice bellowed through the theater. All right, enough is enough, people. The booming declaration made by Chrono was especially brutal for the faunus like Kali and Blake, who covered their cat ears at the expense of their normal ones. All eyes in the cinema have now had their attention at Chrono. Before anyone else could speak, Chrono held one finger up. Let me do just one thing before I answer any questions, please, he said, as he got a notepad out of nowhere. He proceeded to look at every person in the theater before looking down back at the pad. He was listing off names based on who arrived. Almost every single name that he expected was here. Team RWBY, Team JNPR, Team SSSN, Team CFVY, Team CRDL, Penny Polandina, Ospin, Glinda Goodwitch, Bartholomew Ublek, Kiro Branwyn, Taeyong Xiaolong, James Ironwood, Winter Schnee, Roman Torchwick, Neo, Cinder Fall, Emerald Sustrai, Mercury Black, Adam Taurus, Ilya Amatola, The Belladonnas, Raven Branwyn, Arthur Watts, Tyrion Kalos, and Hazel Reynard. It seems that almost everyone I expected is here. I might have forgotten a few people, I'll just add them later when I remember. That being said, there is one major person that I don't see, he murmured to himself. This got a few people in the theater curious. There was meant to be another person. Okay, folks, I'm just waiting for the queen. She should be here soon. This sent alarms to the minds of people in Ospin's group, Cinder, Watts, Hazel, Raven, and even Tyrion. This confused everyone else. You know of her. You worship the goddess too. There's a queen in Remnant. Chrono ignored them all, and after a few seconds a woman appeared in a flash and fell before her. It was the queen of the Grimm herself, Salem. Her appearance immediately shocked almost everyone in the theater. Ospin's eyes widened, and he felt fear at the fact that many people in the theater were going to learn of his existence. Many in Salem's faction were shocked at the presence of their queen. Many who were unaware of the two factions were just shaken in fear. Where am I? What sort of trickery is this? The Grim Queen demanded. It's fate and the gods forcing me to do my job finally, Chrono said boredly behind her. At the mention of gods, Salem felt rage and used her magic on the man behind her. It immediately hit him, but he looked unfazed, much to her surprise. Yeah, attacks don't work on me, or anybody else here to be honest, he said nonchalantly. Testing this claim, Tyrion tried to stab a victim, only for his weapons to go through them without harm. I know you all are either scared, angry, confused, or a mix of those three. To be honest, I'm also not enjoying this. This is very annoying. But apparently, it appears that I'll have to do my job so that we can all part ways from here, Chrono announced. What exactly are we doing here? Winter asked. This is a multiversal movie theater, he replied. This caused murmurs amongst the audience and excitement amongst one particular teacher. Dr. Ublek sped up to Chrono and began to speak. Are you saying that the multiverse theory is in fact correct, mister? Chrono, you can all call me Chrono, he said. And yes, the multiverse is real. Currently, we are in between time and space. Fortunately, time in your specific universe has been paused, but unfortunately it appears that my employers want you to watch different universes, or specifically one universe in particular. Which universe? The universe in which your entire, world is a story. For what felt like the 100th time that day, the people in the audience were once again in disbelief. We're a TV show, or a movie, Nora exclaimed. In one universe, the universe you guys are in is definitely real. But in this one particular universe, you are all actors and actresses who act out the events of your universe. Whoa, that's so cool, Ruby said with stars in her eyes. Yeah, it kind of is, to be honest, Chrono said with a chuckle. The universe I'm showing is basically gonna be shows and movies of your actor and actress selves playing roles. That being said, a lot of you guys have been typecast. Typecast? It means that our actor selves have been usually cast in the same type of role in different films and shows. Surprisingly, it was not Chrono who replied, but a huntsman in training. Neptune Vasilias. The people in the theater looked towards Chrono. Yeah, the nerd is correct. Intellectual. Shut up. I'll give an example. Johnny Boy, for example, is usually typecast as a main character and an archetypal hero, he said as he pointed towards Ark. The said guy in question looked towards him and mouthed, "Me?" This made John feel excited. He was a hero in other universes. Seriously, him, Carden said. Yep, although in the case of your universe story, the actor is playing a reverse role instead of being the main hero. He's the sidekick. Upon hearing that, John immediately deflated, even more so when other people in the theater started laughing at his expense. He was going to see better versions of himself, whilst he was just stuck as himself, as just John 4. Hey, stop laughing, Pyrrha said to the audience. After a bit they did, since their lungs were starting to hurt. Wait, so if we're just watching our acting selves, does that mean those shows are also technically other universes too? Since you know, we're a show in that universe as well, Ilya asked. Yes, nice catch, Ilya, Chrono responded. Also, I know all of your names and history since you guys are characters where I'm from. This was unnerving for all of the people in the cinema, barring Chrono of course. Now, all we need to do is watch your alternate selves in the cinema until my employers are satisfied. It'll take like a few days at most, people, so just buckle up, relax, and enjoy the show. Popcorn's in the room next door, along with a bathroom and other foodstuffs. The host pointed towards a door near the back left of the room. In the span of about 10 minutes, people began to get popcorn and other snacks. The ones who didn't want any simply just chose their seats. All of the people from Beacon and those who were related to them in some ways choose to sit at the front. All of the people with Salem, or who were affiliated in some way, chose to sit at the back. All of the neutrals sit in the middle. What kind of movie do you think we're gonna see, Ren? The weird mask guy did that. John's actor usually played heroes. Ooh, maybe we'll see John be a superhero who beats up baddies, Nora said in her usual fashion. I guess we'll have to see, Nora, Ren replied. These people from Beacon are so nice, Emerald said. I know, right? Mercury drawled. Quiet, you too. Cinder shut her two pawns up. And maybe take down some notes. Perhaps these shows will show some new concepts. Maybe I should have mentioned certain things like the lack of aura in this universe. And Faunus. Meh, I'll mention it when the time comes, Chrono thought as he shrugged. The screen began to play. Chapter 2. Idealism and Pragmatism, for Beginners, Red Dead Redemption 2. The theater quieted down as the screen burst to life. The screen showed a rough-looking man getting off his horse in front of a manor, at the cusp between afternoon and evening. His face featured a brown beard of about medium length, and his short brown hair could barely be seen behind his hat. It was a worn black hat that had brown ropes that served as the band. He wore a tan duster coat that covered most of his body. However, the black shirt and vest he wore was still visible. The shirt's collar was opened. The man also wore black pants and boots. Oh my God, guys, we're gonna be watching cowboys, Nora exclaimed with stars in her eyes. That's Arthur Morgan, a senior gun in the Van der Linde gang. He is the point of view character for this viewing. Watts looked up at the mention of his name. That's so cool, we're gonna be seeing an outlaw, John spoke. His outfit's a bit bland, but the rest of his fit accentuates the coat. Coco observed Arthur's fashion. Based on what Chrono said, I thought that he would look like one of us here, Ren said. Their host did say that they should expect at least one of them to show up in each viewing, especially as the main focus. Perhaps it's another character, Pyrrha hypothesized. Forget that, guys. I want to see if he sounds like a cowboy. Ruby interrupted Pyrrha and Ren's line of thinking. Arthur patted his thoroughbred horse after he got off. The horse had a brindle coat and had a grayish-blue hue. Yeah, that's my girl, he said to his horse. The outlaw walked towards the house and brought up a letter. The words were too small for the audience to see except for an address. Arthur looked for a corresponding one near the manor, but couldn't find one. Eventually, he asked a person walking through nearby. Hey feller, is this address correct? The person looked at the letter and nodded. Thanks, mister, Arthur said before waving goodbye. He totally does, Ruby noted. Arthur walked towards the mansion and knocked on the front door. A younger-looking man wearing a checkered suit, a mustache, and a soul patch came and looked at the outlaw through the transparent door. Yes, he asked. Arthur struggled to articulate his business. The man opened the door regardless. Sorry, I'm looking for the mayor, Arthur said. His uncertain tone raised eyebrows amongst the audience. The mayor, but isn't he an outlaw? Velvet questioned, saying what was on the mind of many people, particularly the young huntsmen and huntresses. Maybe the mayor's a crook, Weiss said. It wouldn't have surprised her. Ooh, is the mayor gonna have Arthur threaten a bunch of people? Nora joined in. Maybe Arthur's gonna give someone an offer he can't refuse, or else he'll make him sleep with the fishes. Nora, that's more of a mafia thing. This looks like a cowboy-related viewing. No, Nora is surprisingly right. I wouldn't put it past some of my father's colleagues to do something like that. Even the ones who weren't in business, but in politics were just as slimy as him, Weiss replied. Guys, we don't even know if the mayor is a crook. Maybe he's gonna put him to justice, Ruby said hopefully. All of the teams looked at her, as if she said something preposterous. What? Yes, please, Mr. Kilgore, or what was it? I forget. Quite. I guess you guys were wrong. It seems that Mr. Morgan has a fake alias. Perhaps the mayor wants him for a bounty, Oobleck noted. Arthur followed the man upstairs. Welcome to government, he said. Democracy, an interesting idea. The man reached a door and called out for the mayor. Monsieur Lemia. Come in, the mayor responded. As Arthur entered the door, the mayor was revealed. It was a familiar sight. Oz, that's you, you're the mayor. Kiro pointed at the screen. The appearance of himself in the viewing was shocking to the headmaster. So I'm the mayor. Lemia wore spectacles like the headmaster, but had a suit with red neckwear and a white flower on his left lapel. Ozma getting tricked by a mere cowboy, what a sight, Salem snarked. Ozpin felt a bit of irritation at her smugness, whilst many of the people from Beacon were confused. Don't you mean Ozpin? One brave soul asked. No. Mayor Lemia got off his seat and went up to greet Arthur. Oh, hello, friend. Hello, Tacitus Kilgore, Arthur greeted, whilst shaking the mayor's hand. Oh, really? Okay, the mayor said in a genial tone. Now, you are not going to rob me again, are you? Arthur robbed him, Blake voiced. Not just that, Ozpin somehow knows as well that he robbed him, Yang noted. Can we please call him Morgan? Watts asked. Nobody listened. No. Lemia stared at him. Arthur sighed, I'm sorry. Laughs were heard amongst the audience. That tends to happen to people who talk with me, Ozpin chuckled. Lemia shrugged the confession off and directed Arthur to sit. Both the mayor and the outlaw sat across from each other, with the mayor's assistant standing behind him. Don't worry about it, but you are not a very popular person. There's all kinds of nasty people want to speak to you, Mr. Tacitus. Am I the only one weirded out by the fact that our headmaster is speaking? That way, Cardin asked. Murmurs of agreement showed that wasn't the case. I know. They won't hear anything about you from me, but... Yeah, there's always a but, Mercury said, before realizing that those words were repeated by Arthur exactly. How about that? Of course, I'm a politician. Arthur sighed in exasperation. Who needs killing? Lemia responded immediately. Nobody, we're not savages, merely Frenchmen. Oh, what a relief, Weiss snidely remarked. Don't be ridiculous, killing, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu, Nora worded out. It means my God in French, the language from the land that the mayor is from, and it's mon Dieu. I got it, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu, sensational, it's always fun to learn other languages, Penny voiced. I just want you to do some favors for me. Consider it payment for the documents you stole. Arthur hummed. I suppose I can do that almost as well as kill. I'm sure you can, now it's all very ethical, the mayor announced. The look of his assistant behind tells otherwise, Raven noted. You see, I've been trying to open a major museum, a place of culture to elevate people's souls. And what do museums need? More entertainment, museums are so boring, Yang stated. Perhaps the mayor wants chances for the public to get engaged with the experience. That could very well increase attendance then, Oobleck replied. Art, Arthur nodded at the mayor, answering the same question he asked in the first place. Oh, well, it's simple when you put it like that, the professor murmured. And how do you buy art? Lemia continued, posing the question to the outlaw. I don't know. I buy art off some nasty little man from Paris, the mayor said as he got up and picked up a painting, selling me some destitute aristocrat's collection of old masters that he might have painted himself. Ouch. Ouch indeed, but these are good paintings. I can't make the difference and I'm French. Only this even nastier little man from New Haven has come to verify my paintings, and he's saying that they are all fake. The mayor handed the painting away to his assistant. Seems like Mayor Oz got ripped off, Kiro stated. How can a person even tell the difference if a painting is authentic or not? That always confused me, RWBY pointed out. Yeah, it's literally just a bunch of paint and lines, Nora said. Different brush strokes perhaps, or the lack of a certain tell that a painter has, Weiss provided an answer. That seems reasonable. I guess you knew about it because of your high society dealings, right, Weiss? RWBY asked. No, I just made an educated guess. Team RBY stared blankly at her. What? I learned how to manipulate people and do business, not look at paintings. So, perhaps he can be persuaded to revise his opinion, but that's not all, of course. Right, he said some favors, Glinda recalled. Education is the most wonderful of things, Lemia began again. All of Beacon's staff and General Ironwood were inclined to agree, especially since it was Osbin technically saying it. But knowing the unethicality of the man with his face on the screen, they felt a sense of uneasiness. It'll raise us higher and higher, make civics and ethics less a work of dirty-minded pragmatists like me, and the calling of higher, better men. The mayor said as he perused a shelf of books near him, picking one out. Pragmatist is one way to put it, Kiro grumbled, not liking what he heard. Oh, but that's the perfect way to put it, dear brother, Raven said, earning a scowl from her twin. What he's doing isn't right. He's sending a criminal to threaten a person trying to do his job, to do his dirty work, Kiro exclaimed. Is that not what Osbin is doing to you, for the greater good? Raven stated back, making a gesture of air quotes with her hands. Kiro glowered, but it was Osbin who replied. Is that what you think of me, Raven? It's what I know you are. Why do you think the mayor has your face? Osbin frowned. Without it, we are savages, but with learning, why in 50 years man will put down his guns and start living a life of relentless purity? This earned snorts from the audience, particularly the side of Salem. Not with the Grimm around, unfortunately, Pyrrha said, slightly frowning. Still, if we are able to learn enough about the Grimm, we could all finally put a stop to it. Now we know there's a queen of the Grimm, John pointed out. He pointed towards Salem. Don't point your finger at my goddess, you wretch, Tyrion shouted at the blonde. Oh, okay, John feebly replied. But the rich can be so very self-absorbed, Lemia said matter-of-factly, putting down the book. Okay, how can I help in this case? You can't, the assistant said, surprising the audience. He hadn't spoken at all for a while. If he can't help, then why would the mayor ask for help? Penny asked. Maybe that's just what the other guy thinks, Penny, RWBY answered. We need all our strengths, that's the point. The mayor replied back to his assistant as he went back to the desk. We've gone over this. Violence is never right, the assistant emphatically declared. Ah, an idealist, the worst enemy of every pragmatist, Roman declared with a chuckle. Neo silently asked him if that was what red was to them. Yep. The mayor clasped his hands. I agree with you, but it's not violence, it's the mere threat of violence. Like that's any better, RWBY said. But it is. At least nobody gets hurt, they just get scared, Mercury said, earning an elbow from Emerald. He was meant to remain quiet. Oh, how boring, Tyrion quietly uttered to himself. Tell that to people who get extorted by criminals, RWBY replied. Oh, okay. Hey person who go, Mercury said as he looked back from his seat. Oh wait, there's nobody like that here. He turned back and smugly smiled at RWBY's glowering face. Arthur buted in the conversation. Against who? Mayor Lemia chuckled as he entered his seat. Against Hector Fellow's worse nature. Convince him to make good on his promise to help finance the library. That's all of the tasks. Convince 2 people to say some paintings are real and to finance a library, Yang said. Of course that's it, sunshine, Roman answered her. Yang glared at him for the nickname. For now at least. What do you mean? Weiss wanted Roman to elaborate. You turn people off immediately if you ask them to commit atrocious acts from the get-go, so you start by making them do more, palatable things. Then you ease them into the more gruesome stuff. Blake grimaced. Is that what Adam did to her? Ease her into the violence? She looked at the white fang leader, who refused to pay attention and simply glowered at all the humans present. Who is here and where do I find him? Arthur asked. He's a newspaper town and he's leaving town later tonight on a coach, heading to his country because he doesn't like your heavy-handed approach. The assistant interrupted the mayor, giving his superior a pointed look. Well, Arthur chuckled as he proceeded to leave. He certainly won't like my heavy-handed approach. The mere threat of violence, what a load of bull, Sun commented. He's gonna maim them, isn't he? Neptune said. Yeah, maybe he'll waterboard them, nearly drown them, Sun remarked, laughing when Neptune glared at him. Not funny, dude. Thank you, now Jean-Marc, perhaps you can take Mr. Arthur, the mayor said. Arthur looked at him in alarm as he got up from his seat. So it appears that the mayor knew who he was. Makes sense seeing as he also knew that Morgan robbed him. Watts mused. His name is Arthur, Tyrion said, enjoying the annoyed face that the good doctor made. Oh, I mean Mr. Tacitus, to meet little Professor Shitface and Mr. Fellows to have a word with him. So that's the guy's name, Jean-Marc, Nora said. Yang chuckled, Shitface. The mayor patted the back of Arthur as he walked out the door. Make sure to come back after both favors for a drink. Saint-Denis welcomes you like a son, sir. Bon chance. That means good luck in French, Chrono said before Nora asked him again. Jean-Marc shook his head in disappointment as he led Arthur out of the estate. So we are clear, I do not approve of this behavior. He and the outlaw went on a carriage and took the reins. It's okay, neither do we, dude, Sun spoke out. Speak for yourself, Roman uttered. The ride to the gallery was mostly skimmed through and was in silence since Jean-Marc did not agree with going through with the action. A man walked out the gallery. There, Mr. Arthur there, Jean-Marc pointed. What's his name again? Shitface. Professor Shiftacker. Arthur nodded and got off the carriage. He proceeded to follow the man until he went into a secluded alley inside the buildings across the gallery. Man, that professor's an idiot, Mercury stated. The guy's just behind him. To be fair, who would expect a person behind them to be following them, especially if it's only been like a minute, Roman reasoned. I wouldn't, neither would anyone else in this room. John shifted uncomfortably. That's because we're trained huntsmen or similar. The schmuck's just a civvy. Professor, excuse me. Arthur adopted a relatively genial tone. Shiftacker turned around. Hello. The mayor asked me to get a preview of your findings here. The outlaw steepled his hands and used other hand gestures while speaking to assuage the professor in case he became paranoid and ran off. It seemed to work. The mayor knows very well what I found. Every painting was a brazen fraud. Once again, how does he know? Arthur pointed at the professor. Now that's a big claim, one that's going to upset a lot of people, me included. I'm afraid that's just hard cheese. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got a train to catch back to New Haven. Arthur's tone immediately became more menacing. Hold on, I see it's gonna take more to convince you. The outlaw stepped towards Shiftacker and revealed his revolvers that were covered by his duster coat. What, is he going to shoot him? Yang exclaimed. She covered Ruby's eyes. Yang. Oh, wait, don't shoot me. The professor got out, stumbling towards the ground. He held his arms in front of him. The professor was lucky. The man threatening was not going to shoot him. Thump. Oh, I guess he just showed it to scare the poor guy. Yang removed her hands from Ruby's face, who grumbled. I got to punch you more to change your mind, Arthur said. Shiftacker was now even more deathly afraid of the man in front of him, but not scared enough. I couldn't, my reputation. Thump. Oof, a kick to the face like that has to be brutal, Roman commented. You gonna think of your reputation when your brain is jelly. I'd never be published again. Oh, okay, maybe I'll just kill you then, make this all go away, Arthur stated, going forwards and grabbing the professor by the scruff of his coat. The professor started to cry. I relent, he sobbed out. Humph, what a coward, it was clearly a bluff, Cinder bluntly pointed out. That's all it took, 2 punches, weak, Raven stated. Maybe Arthur just punches really, really hard, Carden defended the professor. There you go, you see, Professor, an academic reputation is really far less important than a broken nose. The outlaw lessened his grip on the man and let him go. He patted his shoulder. Why, yes, sir, yes, I see that now. The thing is now, people are gonna look at those paintings and love them, so you're helping people really. Sound logic, Yang concluded. Blake snorted at her partner's sarcasm. You know I'm right, Professor. Now please, do not let me get upset with you again. No, sir, you're right. You're very, very right. So you're gonna send the mayor what he needs? Arthur asked. Zerm. Because otherwise, Arthur held his hands forward and glared at the man. I'll be in New Haven. No, we don't want that. Of course we don't, Arthur replied, his genial tone back. He grabbed the professor's arm and dragged him alongside. I'll write my paper this evening, sir. Very good, Professor. He threw Shiftacker towards a path away from where they were. Very good. This feels wrong, John stated. It's just a few books, Nora said, shrugging. It's not like he broke his legs. That's besides the point, Nora. Arthur returned back to Jean-Marc, who was beside the carriage, reading a newspaper. Ah crap, that reminds me. Wasn't I reading one as well? Chrono looked at the seat next to him. Mess, I'll read it later, not bothered right now. So, the outlaw began, all those paintings were real afterwards. Problem solved. Wonderful, but was Professor Shiftacker happy to change his mind? He wasn't initially, but he came round in the end. Jean-Marc let out a sigh and looked downwards. Oh my lord, this is not right. Welp, turns out he chose the wrong guy to work for, Kiro remarked. Trust me, I've done much worse. Well, shall burn in hell for this. Here's hoping. After the mayor's assistant calmed down, he gathered his words and spoke again. Unfortunately, you still have one task left to do, Jean-Marc continued, getting on the carriage. Fellow's coach is leaving right now. I saw it passed here a few minutes ago. You'll see it at the north entrance. It is a red coach and is probably on the road through the bayou as of now. Jean-Marc got some money out of his pocket. And here. Why, thank you. Mercenaries, Weiss glared at the outlaw. He reminded her of the people who worked for security in the SDC, for her father. Arthur whistled for his horse and got on when it arrived a few seconds later. My goodness, that horse is quick, Osbin noted. Heh, does that mean Faunus also respond to whistles? Carden joked, earning sniggers from his teammates. He was about to actually try it, but glares from all the Faunus in the room, and especially from Taurus, shut him up quickly. The horse rode through the city and to the bayou, eventually finding the coach. It stood out with its color, despite it now being the dead of night. The outlaw on his horse went up to the coach. Stop the coach. Who the heck are you? Just hold it, I'm going in. Surprisingly, the carriage driver complied with his commands. Arthur got off his horse and went into the coach. Okay, drive. That's it, no questions asked, Weiss all but shrieked out. Simpler era, I guess, Pyrrha tried to reason. Arthur took a seat and let out a breath of relief. What the hell do you want? Hector Fellows shouted at the cowboy. Wow, Hector must be pretty mad, he bellowed that out. Yang announced to the audience. Collective groans were heard throughout the audience, and some laughter. Got him at Yang. That was so bad. Learn better jokes, Xiaolong. I thought we were past this phase. I think my ears are bleeding. That's pretty funny, Yang. Yang was not amused with the critical reception. Okay, sheesh, fine, I get it. At least you appreciate it, Dad. Mr. Fellows, ain't it? Charity, sir, and an appeal to your better nature. Let this be a lesson, children, Glinda spoke. If a person tries to speak to you like that, be on guard. This is most impudent. Oh no, it's not most impudent, trust me, buddy. I can get a whole lot more impudent, but this is a good cause for a wealthy man such as yourself. a chance to add some dignity to all that wealth. What does that mean? Weiss asked. Winter felt the same. Of course the Schnee asks that. Adam Taurus finally spoke. Both Schnee siblings glared at the man, who returned their venom in full. Dignity. By helping to finance the library in town, think of the prestige, sir. Fellows had enough. Oh, get out of my carriage. But the mayor. The mayor is a crook, the man spat. Arthur went silent. Me too, and I'm a real crook. He kicked open the door and then grabbed Fellows by the shoulders and held him outside the carriage. The only thing preventing the man from falling was the fact that Arthur held his tie. Oh, I'm sorry, was that, yes, I'd like to finance the library for the common good. When he received no response, the outlaw loosened his grip on the tie. Allah. No, I'm pretty sure it was Allah, Nora screamed. Nora, you didn't have to scream just like the man, Ren said, covering his ears. I know, but I wanted to. Ren sighed. I didn't hear you. His grip loosened even further. Allah. What was that? Please, all right, Hector Fellows had relented. Arthur grabbed the man into the carriage, by the tie. There, you see, that wasn't so difficult, the outlaw stated. Fellows didn't reply, massaging his neck. You know, they say it's better to give than receive, and I certainly know that's true in the case of a beating. Now the mayor awaits your check, sir. Arthur tapped the carriage, signaling it to stop. Driver, hold up. When it did, he stepped out. It's been a pleasure. I know there's a good man deep inside you, let him live a little more. He addressed the driver. As you were, drive on. After the carriage left, Arthur whistled for his horse and got on when it arrived. He proceeded to ride back to the city, somewhat brightened by the nightlights. Well, that's both tasks down, Ren stated. Nope, as I said earlier, now the actual task is coming. That's why he's headed back for that drink the mayor offered, Roman announced, making the gesture of air quotes with his hands. The screen cut back to the entrance of the mayor's manor. Arthur came into the scene as he climbed up the steps and knocked on the door. Lemia opened the door, with a look of relief evident on his face. Oh, Arthur, it's you, come on. The outlaw asked the question on everybody's mind. Where's what's-his-name? Lemia scoffed. Jean-Marc, he's, a little histrionic. The mayor waved his hand dismissively, not towards Arthur, but just in general, whilst answering. Histrionic, RWBY asked. It means a person has an overwhelming desire to be noticed, and therefore often behaves dramatically or inappropriately to get attention. Weiss stated the definition. Oh. Since you left the military to spite your daddy, does that make you histrionic, Ice Queen? Carden joked. Why you uncouth buffoon? Weiss defended her sister, amidst a few snickers from others in the theater. All right, I was just kidding, Carden said defensively when most of the people from Beacon glared at him. Sheesh, I don't know why you're laughing so much. He continued, now talking to Torchwick. That eyeliner looks like a call for attention. Wow, that was uncalled for. I'm so hurt, Roman dramatically said in response, and then rolled his eyes. Arthur entered the manor as the mayor continued. I'd offer drinks, but right now I'm worried that he's going to open his mouth and say things that aren't true to those vulgar Puritans in the newspaper. Vulgar Puritans? I'm definitely stealing that the next time someone tries to stop me from drinking, Kuro remarked. Arthur stared at the man in silence. Well, perhaps true, but not the whole truth, the mayor stated, giving the outlaw a knowing look. Arthur nodded in understanding. Look at these books. The mayor changed the subject, pointing towards the pile of them behind Arthur. Magnificent! It will bring the city back to life if it kills me, and it probably shall. Lemia picked up one of them. Yes. Here, please have it. It's worth quite a bit, Lemia mentioned, giving the book to Arthur. Thank you. My pleasure. The mayor allowed the outlaw to stash the book inside his satchel, before continuing what he wanted to say. How did he fit that book into the satchel? It doesn't seem that large, Pyrrha noted. Maybe it's his semblance. He can fit stuff into things, Nora exclaimed. That would have been a useful semblance to have, Roman grumbled, lamenting at his lack of said ability too. Listen, Mr. Arthur. I'm sorry to ask this of you. You've done so much already, but... But what? Jean-Marc, I'm afraid that he's gonna open his mouth and say things. The mayor elaborated. You know, he might say nasty things about the work that you and I have done, for example. He continued when the outlaw didn't respond. Is that my business? Arthur asked. Oh no, no, of course not, the mayor answered. But he also found some unsettling news about you. Oh, of course, there's always a but, Ruby emphatically announced. I'm guessing it's the fact that he's part of an outlaw gang, Wren stated. It's all scurrilous lies, of course, but the mayor was interrupted again. What sort of news? Hook line, Cinder thought. I do not talk about idle gossip. Please, I am a public servant and we are friends. Where do I find him? And sinker. Cinder finished her thoughts, a smile creeping up her lips. It was always nice to see manipulation in play, even if it was from the face of the person she's trying to defeat. Well, he does live over on Rue de Zachary. Rue de Zachary. Arthur went outside the building, with the mayor opening the doors. Thank you, Arthur. Oh ho ho, finally we get to see some killing, Tyrion happily stated. Ah, right, John said, nervously laughing. He didn't want to see the poor assistant get disposed of. The scene changed to Jean-Marc whistling in the night as he went to his house. He was trying to unlock the door when Arthur appeared. Why you wanna go and say those awful things? Arthur said abruptly, startling Jean-Marc. He did not hear the outlaw walk behind him. Straight to the point this time, Winter noted. It must be because his identity is under threat this time, Ironwood mentioned. Jean-Marc's face turned pale when he looked behind and saw Arthur. He tried to run to the side of the house, but tripped over a plant. Horrible time to trip, Roman stated. Oh well, he's screwed. Best not to make a big drama of things. Come on, let's go see your boss, Arthur declared as he walked up towards the man before knocking him out with a single punch. He then proceeded to lift Jean-Marc up and carry him. So he's not gonna kill him, why? John asked. Perhaps the mayor just wanted to scare him, Hazel stated. Tyrion groaned at the lack of bloodshed. The near-deaths of Fellows and Shift-Tacker were slightly amusing at first, but now the viewing was boring to him. Arthur made his way back to the mayor's house. When he nearly made it to the entrance, a lawman appeared on a horse on the road. Oh shit, Son exclaimed. That cop came out of nowhere, Neptune added on. Yeah, I know, right, a jump scare, in this viewing. What do you mean a jump scare? That scared you? No. Arthur immediately went backwards on the path to avoid him and waited until the lawman crossed the street. Afterwards, he carried Jean-Marc to the entrance of the manor. Wow, that was kind of nerve-wracking, Pyrrha stated. The rest of her team nodded in agreement. As Arthur made it to the door, it burst open, with the mayor behind it. The mayor motioned for the outlaw to follow him to the back. Quick, Mr. Arthur, bring him around the back. As they were walking, Lemia made a comment. Oh, Jean-Marc, how I've missed you. Hearing the somewhat devious and mocking tone of the mayor made most of the people from Beacon tense up. Hearing Osbin like that sounds wrong. What silly men we have been, the mayor continued. Yeah, he had a fall, he might be a bit woozy, Arthur sarcastically joined in. Oh, the poor boy, Jean-Marc, can you hear me? Coincidentally, Jean-Marc woke up at that moment. Where am I? Lemia, what have you done? The assistant sounded dazed. You had an accident, Jean-Marc. Thank the Lord our friend was there to find you. And by accident, he means that Arthur's fist accidentally made contact with your face, Yang stated dryly. Not sure you are one to speak, Miss Xiaolong. Did you not have an accident at a nightclub before the beginning of the school year? Glinda Goodwitch stated, sternly looking at the blonde. Yang had the decency to look sheepish. She didn't forget that it was Beacon who had to pay off the damages. 3. Really, I don't remember so well. Oh, Jean-Marc, we had to save you from yourself, don't you see? When they finally reached the back of the house, the mayor instructed Arthur to put him down. Here. As Jean-Marc hit the ground with a thud, the mayor began. My brother, Jean-Marc, well, we've been so, I promise to change. As the mayor was speaking, Arthur brought the assistant up from the ground and patted him on the back. That sounds just like what a person who won't change would say, Kiro snorted. However, Jean-Marc believed him and proceeded to hug Lemia. I know. The mayor reciprocated it. What a silly, silly misunderstanding. You see, the problem is that principles will destroy us all. The good guys of the cast narrowed their eyes at the mayor's remark. Ospen himself frowned at what his lookalike was saying. Raven was chuckling and looked towards the headmaster. Looks like this version of you is saying the quiet part out loud. Can you stop trying to act like Ospen is some manipulative bastard? Kiro growled. Yeah, if anything, the fact that you of all people think he is, makes me think he's a great person. I'm glad to have him as my teacher. RWBY said, being fully aware of how Raven left Yang. All of the Beacon students nodded their heads in agreement. Raven let the subject be dropped with a roll of her eyes. Arthur butted in, sure, as long as you two are friends again. Yes, and you say you've changed, so we will run this city like men of honor like you said. Jean-Marc stated, pointing at the mayor. Of course, the mayor claimed. We will strive to improve the city's moral backbone by any means available to us. Within reason, yes. Yes, within my reason, because I'm the mayor Jean-Marc, and I will save you from yourself. Because it's better to get something done than nothing at all, like you said. Jean-Marc was mortified. Utterly corrupted, Lemia, you've not changed at all. He shook his head and pointed to Arthur. I've been supplanted in your esteem by a wanted murderer. You shame me. That's why you don't trust politicians, kids, Roman snarked. They're just legalized crooks. That's not true. They wouldn't do things like that. Would they? RWBY asked, her voice getting quieter and quieter. I'm afraid so, pipsqueak, Kiro replied. RWBY's stomach dropped, as did John's, since he held a similar worldview to her. People like Lemia were public servants, they weren't meant to be corrupted. Pyrrha grimaced at what the mayor said. She had seen similar things back in Mistral, with politicians trying to curry favor with her due to her status. Some even tried to threaten her family. Weiss felt the same way. Ren and Nora were no strangers to living rough lives due to being orphans, so the idea of a mayor being a crook was not really shocking to them. It was still uncomfortable seeing the man have Ospen's face, though. Blake was furious at the man. It was the corrupt politicians like him that made Faunus' lives horrible, perhaps even more so than the SDC. They were the ones who implemented policies that were disastrous in the first place and let the SDC run rampant. Yang didn't have much of an opinion. It was unsettling to see her headmaster say things like that, but she was also aware that it was his actor technically saying that stuff. It's just a show, she thought. It's not like Ospen thinks like that in real life, right? In response, the mayor chuckled. Hearing Ospen technically chuckle that made many of the teachers and students uneasy. No, sir, you shame me with your vain naivety. The mayor spat out with so much venom in his voice. Oh, how I long for the luxury to have principals such as you, he sneered, but I must actually do things. Jean-Marc was lost for words. So were many of the huntsmen and huntresses in training. Is that true? RWBY asked. What do you mean? Yang questioned her little sister. He said that principles prevent him from doing things. Does that mean we wouldn't be able to do things like save people then? RWBY elaborated. She looked lost. Cinder looked at them and smiled. It seems that this viewing is doing my job for me. The next generation seems to be losing faith in the old man. However, Weiss interjected. Don't think too hard about it, RWBY. That's just the justification that people use so they can sleep at night when they do crooked things. Blake nodded in agreement. The mayor walked up the stairs to his manor. Now, Mr. Arthur, I'm afraid you must kill him. I'll pay you handsomely. The assistant's eyes went wide as he looked at the outlaw. Jean-Marc, I will miss you, I really shall. And with that the mayor entered the manor and closed the door. Arthur got his gun out. Yo, why you're not really gonna kill me, are you? Nah, he's just getting his gun out for dramatic effect, Mercury drawled. Sorry, pal. But all I wanted was to run this city honorably, to make it a better place, to do my duty. Yeah, but you're running your mouth about me, buddy, Arthur replied, pointing at the assistant. That's it, Blake bristled. He wants to help people and you'll kill him simply because he'll talk. Duh, Roman said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He doesn't want to get caught. And you think Lemia won't. He'll betray you just like he betrayed me. Lemia is a foul rat. Arthur pointed his gun at the man but struggled to shoot. He remembered what his mentor, Dutch van der Linde, said. 4. You know, son, is idealism not the goal we should all strive toward? If everyone was like us, living free, then idealism would be the most pragmatic of practices. But because people have allowed corrupt government men in high places, America has become designed to induce apathy in people. Where are you going with this, Dutch? Where I'm going with this, son, is that we should be apathetic no longer. Wow, that's a pretty profound quote, and you should all remember, students, Osborne stated. And just like that, RWBY and the others felt less conflicted and smiled. Whilst the mayor may look like him, Osborne is different. Arthur put the gun. I may be a brute, but I'm no paid killer. Get out of here, boy. Jean-Marc looked at the outlaw in surprise and then ran away. Thank you, sir. You're a good man. I won't tell the law about you. Arthur watched the man run away and then sighed. I hope I haven't made a big mistake. The screen went black. It was relieving for the students and teachers alike to see Arthur not kill the man, even more so knowing that they knew his reasoning. I really thought he would kill the poor guy, Pyrrha uttered. I guess even criminals and killers have a conscience, Weiss remarked. That guy was stupid. He's gonna backstab him, Roman stated. You never leave a witness alive. So he should have just taken the pragmatic approach then, RWBY asked, glaring at the man. That's the way the world works, Red, he replied. People suck. That's only because of people like you, RWBY rebutted. Roman rolled his eyes at her response. Meanwhile, the Faunus were having an argument. As much as I hate humans like him, that mayor is correct, Adam stated. Principles have no place in war. We need to do what we do to win. Quit lying to yourself. We've seen your operations, Sun argued back. This is no war, you just want to kill all humans. Adam's rage peaked. So what, they deserve it. The argument got worse from there. Ironwood was mostly thinking to himself. He knew that his semblance, metal, sometimes made him ultra-pragmatic. Seeing Osborne be the same was unnerving. Am I like that? He thought. While he wanted to keep Atlas safe, he didn't want to resort to such methods like that. Is something wrong, sir? Winter asked, noting the concern on his face. No, Winter, I'm just thinking. The twins were once again arguing. Quit with your bullshit, Ray, Kiro claimed. You're just antagonizing Oz since you're too much of a coward to run away. Raven bristled. Kiro didn't know if it was due to the nickname or the insinuation. I ran away to return to the family, something you never did, traitor. The family is a bunch of killers. And you just joined another one who's willing to throw lives away at a pointless conflict. Salem's group mostly remained quiet, just observing the behavior of the others. The only one who was making noise was Tyrion, who was grumbling about the lack of bloodshed. Finally, Osborne was pondering about the viewing as well. He had accepted that Lemia had his face and understood the implications. But I must actually do things, Osborne sighed. He had those thoughts every once in a lifetime as well. The interesting part for him was Jean-Marc himself, however, so he got to live and offered to not tell anyone of Arthur. Could he be on the path to pragmatism? I hope not. We already have too many of them and not enough idealists. Chrono interrupted them after a few minutes. Chapter 3. The people in the theater went silent as the screen began to play once again. A circular military seal dominated the black screen. It was a seal that consisted of 2 knives in the center. One was pointed downwards, whilst the other was pointed up, with a skull stuck in between the blade. Wings sprouted out of the bottom knife, and a blue wreath was at the bottom of the seal. The blue contrasted with the rest of the things in the seal, which were silver. Beneath the seal were the words, Task Force 141 and SGT, Gary Roach Sanderson. A military show this time? Interesting. It was unsurprising to the rest of the people in the cinema that General Ironwood uttered those words. That being said, many of the Adulsians in the cinema also nodded their heads in agreement. Great, I guess we'll be seeing a lot of people with sticks up their asses, Roman snarked. Nia silently laughed at his remark. Kuro laughed as well, and then proceeded to roll his eyes and take a drink from his flask when Winter glared at him for it. What type of nickname is Roach? Nora asked. Is he called Roach because he runs aways at the first sign of action? Yang joked, earning snickers from the audience. Maybe it's some type of military tradition or something. Hey, Weiss, does your sister have a nickname in the military? She has no nicknames, unless you count Ice Queen. Apparently I'm not the only Schnee who is called that, Weiss replied, looking at Winter's annoyed expression at Kuro. The screen changed to a map that was tracking Roach to the Tian Shan Range, Kazakhstan. The rest of Task Force 141 brought in the ACS, Alan. 2 men brought down an entire base. I ask much more from you now. The screen went black again, but with a new military seal. It was the seal of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. The words were emblazoned at the top of the seal, with the words United States of America at the bottom. The seal consisted of a golden bird atop a white shield with gold outlines, with a golden naval compass inside. Beneath the seal were the words, PFC Joseph Allen. So it's a debriefing, Osbin pointed out. To that Joseph Allen fellow, I presume, Roach was another person on a different mission. Yeah, that makes sense, Oz, Kuro spoke up. But the Tin Man speaking seems to want him to do something more dangerous than taking down a base. Tin Man? Ironwood asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Tin Man, since the guy's probably a general like you, Kuro asked. Plus, he sounds just as robotic as you too. It was safe to say that Ironwood was unamused. The CIA seal morphed into a red star with yellow outlines. Inside the star was the symbol of the Soviet Union, the sickle and hammer. Underneath it were the words, Deep Cover Operation. The name Joseph Allen changed to Alexei Borodin. Yesterday, you were a soldier on the front lines, but today, front lines are history. Front lines being a thing of the past? Oh, how I wish it were, Ironwood thought. This wish is why he had been so adamant on making new models for Adeljan lines to ensure that nobody had to perish in the front lines. It was also why he was part of Osbin's group. He knew that Osbin had the same goals as him. That's why he has become frustrated at Osbin's passivity. He was going to make sure the vital festival would go smoothly once he returned back to Remnant. Uniforms are relics, the war rages everywhere, and there will be casualties. Ah, that did not go the way I expected, Ironwood thought glumly. The map moved from Kazakhstan to Rwanda. There, statistics appeared. The year 1994 popped with a casualty count of 600,000 to 1 million dead. Then it moved from Rwanda to Sierra Leone. The years 1972 present and a casualty count of 87,213 appeared, with the status of active. The final location with a casualty count was Kosovo. There were 6,000 of them, and the conflict was from 1991 to 1996. The status was mine clearing, and there was an ops till 2023. 1 million? Dead, Blake uttered quietly. She wasn't the only one shocked at the numbers. 1 million people dying in a conflict was unfathomable for everyone in the theater. That much casualties would be a considerable amount in Remnant. The idea of extremists causing a genocide made some particular people in the audience very uncomfortable. Could Adam be capable of doing something like this? Would Adam want to do that? Blake thought. When she left him, she had felt some doubt in her heart that he would commit an atrocious act like that. But after seeing the White Fang try to breach Veil, the idea of Adam wanting to commit genocide against humans seemed more likely than ever. She looked towards the Faunus in question. His masked face showed no emotion. Her face paled. The map moved one last time to the city of Moscow, Russia, and zoomed in on it. The screen changed to a newspaper clipped of a man named Makarov with the headline Nuclear-Grade Weapons. Another paper of Makarov, We Will Bomb Again. More headlines popped up, fear grows across Europe. Madman's body count rises. This man, Makarov, is fighting his own war and he has no rules, no boundaries. He doesn't flinch at torture, human trafficking, or genocide. He's not loyal to a flag or a country or any set of ideals. He trades blood for money. All of that blood spilt. And for what? Money, Goodwitch growled. The idea of many committing such evil just to get rich boiled her blood. Many of the other huntresses and huntsmen felt the same. Others were apathetic or even amused. Cinder found Makarov's tactics to be smart. She believed that having enemies fear her was the path to victory. Watts found that his tactics were reckless since it ended up revealing his identity. Tyrion reveled in the bloodshed, the man spilt hoping to see some of the action soon. If this man existed in our world, how much money would it take for him to join me? Salem thought. The papers went away to reveal the face of the man himself. It was Adam's face, but with black hair. Several details of the character he portrayed appeared, such as his discharge from the army to his birth date. Blake's pupils dilated in fear. The audience exploded in a frenzy. Adam is MAKROV, Blake shouted. If you even think of copying his TACTICS, we will stop you, Taurus, Ironwood exclaimed. Even Adam was shocked at the idea that he would go that far. However, the words that came out of the debriefer's mouth shook much of the audience to their core. However, Gira Belladonna noticed one peculiar detail. How come he's not a faunus? He questioned. Faunus don't exist in that world, nor in the main world where you're all actors, Chrono stated matter-of-factly. What? The idea of an entire race not existing was a shock to the audience. The faunus were a part of society and considered to be normal and remnant, even to the racists, who begrudgingly accepted that they were a thing. The collective mind going through the faunus minds were in another world. They're all humans. Blake was speechless. She touched her faunus ears. On one hand, she felt that being human would make her be more accepted. On the other hand, she was proud to be a faunus and didn't want to give it up just to be accepted by society at large as well. Her parents, Ilya and Velvet, were thinking the same. Tyrion didn't care too much, but one thing did bother him. Does that mean I don't have a stinger in that world? That's a shame. After a few seconds, he shrugged. Well, there's always the use of a good old-fashioned knife. I could coat it in poison. Focusing on the key facts is always Kalos, Watts drawled. Adam was furious. So you're telling me that in another world, I'm a god-damned human? He spat out, venom lacing his voice. Whoa, buddy, why are you so mad? You're joining the superior race, Roman snarked. Shut up, human. No. Adam's scowl deepened. Well, if you think about it, it is a different world. Is it so far-fetched to think that certain things in our society and world would be different? Oobleck proposed. The audience was silent for a few seconds, then murmured in general agreement. It's still a bit weird, though, John stated. Yeah, kinda, Nora agreed. And with that, the screening resumed. He's your new best friend. Uh-oh, Ruby gulped. The idea of seeing a universe where one of the leaders of the White Fang committed crimes worse than the Breach was an experience she was dreading. She thought that nothing would be worse than the Breach, but after seeing the statistics of a genocide, she wasn't as sure anymore. Tyrion, on the other hand, was excited. Yes, I wonder what mission our dear bull will force Alan to take. Perhaps he'll force him to torture a man, maybe gouge out his eyes and feed it back to him? Ha-he-ha. The words from Tyrion's mouth made many in the audience even more uneasy. You don't want to know what it's cost already to put you next to him. It will cause you a piece of yourself. It will cost nothing compared to everything you'll save. The screen changed to building plans of what presumably was the area where the mission will take place, before finally going to black. Well, whatever it is that Alan or Borodin apparently has to do, it will at least be for the greater good, Osbin said. The screen remained black, with the sounds of people putting clothes on and guns being loaded. A low beeping sound was repeating every few seconds. Details appeared at the bottom of the screen. No Russian. Day 3084053. PFC Joseph Allen aka Alexei Borodin. Zakhev International Airport. Moscow, Russia. Here we go, Roman announced. The screen then showed several men in an elevator. Among them was Makarov. He appeared to be saying something in a foreign language. It's another language. What language is that? Pyrrha asked Chrono. That language is Russian. Adam, or Makarov, in this case, is reciting something to himself. Many in the audience hummed in understanding. The people in the elevator were all dressed up in identical tactical gear, with similar guns. They proceeded to put on full face helmets to conceal their identities. Remember, no Russian, Makarov said to Alan. Alan nodded just as the elevator opened. The entire group stepped out of the elevator. The screen changed to Alan's point of view. His breath became more and more quick. Alan seems to be getting cold feet, Hef, Mercury said. Alan followed Makarov and the others to the entrance of an airport building and proceeded to point their weapons at the civilians and guards near a security checkpoint. Many eyes in the audience bulged out. Blake cried out, and no, they wouldn't. The soldiers were indiscriminate in their shooting. Many people were immediately gunned down and killed. Many civilians started to run away only to be torn apart by bullets a second later. The airport guards were killed before they had a chance to retaliate and defend the people. Even Alan had started shooting. He had to keep his cover. The screams of people running away, the sound of blood gurgling from the people who were shot but still living, and the tears of frightening civilians combined with the noise of the bullets to form a cacophonic melody. Even though it was another universe, tears began to well up in the eyes of many students. WHWHY, Ruby croaked out, stopping to sniffle. Many of the adults were frozen in fear. To see life be taken away so blatantly was something they did not expect. Osborne was speechless. All those people, Gira said solemnly. Adam himself was surprised at Makarov's actions. Should I do something like that? However, he remembered in key detail. Makarov was shooting down his own people, fellow Russians. Whilst the Faunus wanted humans to fear them, was he willing to shoot his own people to do so? The fact that he didn't immediately say no in mind worried him. The only person who displayed no sense of shock or surprise was Tyrion. To him, this was an experience that he found better than expected. "This is amazing," he exclaimed, making several in the audience glare at him in anger. He ignored them and proceeded to clap. "Absolutely magnificent." After clearing the checkpoint, the group ceased fire and reloaded. They moved past the checkpoint towards the airport proper outright, stepping on the wounded even as they screamed in pain. Alan followed Makarov and noticed the terrorist leader aimed his gun at 3 security guards running from their right. Makarov's aim was true, and he killed them even without looking at them. As Makarov was shooting the guards, the other terrorists were shooting all the citizens who were running up the escalators, succeeding in killing most of them and wounding all. Alan was ordered to execute the remaining people in the bottom level who had raised their hands up in surrender. Alan did so without complaint. "But they surrendered. Why?" Weiss screamed in anger. Many were in agreement. Even Roman was angry at this turn of events. Even professionals had standards. To be forced to kill innocent people, Alan is definitely losing a part of himself, Ironwood stated grimly. "With the amount of life lost, is it even worth it?" Kiro posited. Osborne answered Kiro, "We have to hope so." After the execution, Makarov gave more orders. "Up the stairs, go." As the others went up swiftly, Alan looked back whilst in the middle of the stairs back towards the checkpoint. He saw many of the wounded, carrying on through their pain to try and awaken their loved ones. He saw them cry when the realization that they were gone came through. Despite the scenes, he had to carry on his mission. Alan finally went up and witnessed the others shoot citizens who were running towards the exits. Alan joined in and spotted a person hiding beneath the seats. He pretended to ignore them, but saw one of the terrorists notice and then shoot the person. Makarov saw a person trying to drag another to the exit and promptly shot the man in the head. The group noticed many civilians hiding in the store on the floor and threw grenades, killing a huge majority of them and wounding the others. The store then collapsed from damage and buried the survivors. Osborne noticed the subtitles of what the survivors were saying after the collapse. It intrigued him. They were asking the terrorists as to why they would attack since the war was over. Interesting. Security guards then arrived at the scene and began shooting at the terrorists. In response, Makarov proceeded to take a hostage and throw grenades at the guards whilst shooting back. Many of the terrorists followed suit. One threw a grenade at the nearby glass elevator, making it collapse and fall to the first floor, crushing more people below. Alan threw a grenade at Burger Town, which was being used as a cover by a singular guard. Using hostages, smart choice by Makarov, Watts praised. "Is that all you're focused on?" Blake growled. "How could this man focus on that over the lives being lost?" Of course, with that course of action, they were able to make the guards hesitate and they swiftly took advantage of it. That showed ruthless efficiency. A trait that more huntsmen and huntresses need, Watts drawled, whilst looking pointedly at Ironwood. He knew this would rub them the wrong way, Ironwood especially. He relished at the squawks of indignation. No way, huntresses are meant to be heroes. Innocent people should never be put at risk, Ruby shouted, with nods and sounds of agreement of every hunter in the room. Watts simply scoffed in response before giving a rebut to her claim. It's weakness like that, which has resulted in the Grimm winning for thousands of years, little girl. Let's go, Makarov ordered. The group walked past the elevator and noticed a helicopter fly past the window in front of them. After it went out of sight, Makarov and the others quickened their pace and descended down the escalators to the right. The group began shooting at anybody who was crawling towards safety. The flight chart for departures all changed collectively to delayed. Oh, thank God, the authorities are coming, Winter announced. Many in the audience felt a semblance of relief at the prospect of the terrorists getting caught. This is one time I'm glad the cops are arriving, Roman said. Makarov and his men went through an exit and took cover near another one that led to outside. They all noticed the arrival of cop cars. The cavalry are here, Nora exclaimed. They're right on time. Check your weapons and ammo. Makarov ordered his men. Alan checked his rifle and promptly reloaded. As he reloaded, one of the terrorists spoke up. Whilst the hunters were understandably confused at his statement, Makarov's declaration impressed Cinder. So he planned this a lot better than even I expected. He's a cunning one for sure. If only that idiot Taurus was actually as smart as the one on the screen. I've waited a long time for this, he said. Makarov looked at the man and chuckled in response. Haven't we all? The feelings of anger and disbelief came back with a vengeance among the audience in the theater. Blake and many of the faunists glared at the man, who looked very much like Adam Taurus on the screen. That bastard's enjoying this, Yang snarled, eyes crimson. Ah, a true man of culture, Tyrion said in approval. Many looked at him in disgust. What, a man can't enjoy another's great handiwork? Tyrion asked mockingly. His smirk grew as many scowls deepened. Makarov went out of cover and led the way. He went down the path towards another door on his right and kicked it down. This way, let's go. Osbin then took further notice of the uniforms the men were wearing. His eyes widened. He recognized the insignia on the helmets. This, along with the information he paid attention to earlier, made him come to a startling realization. Makarov's trying to frame the United States. He's trying to pin the blame on the United States for his terrorist attack. That's why he told the group, no Russian. How? Glinda asked. The insignias on the helmets have the United States seal. Some civilians were also asking as to why the terrorists were shooting at them since the war was over. It seems that the United States and Russians had a peace agreement after a conflict. If so, then a terrorist attack that looks like the United States on Russian territory could result in yet another war. Oh no, Kali gasped. A situation like that happening in the kingdoms would be catastrophic, Ironwood said. Cinder smirked to herself knowingly after hearing Ironwood's statement. As the terrorists traversed the darkly lit building, Makarov spoke once again. Go! The building led to the outside once again, with the light of day breaking into the darkness of the buildings inside. As the group went outside, Makarov said for Zakhev. There's no way the authorities can lose, right? Ruby said with uncertainty. It's just like 5 of them and dozens of the good guys. There was just one of you and dozens of Roman's goons, and you still kicked their asses, sis, Yang recalled. But those were bad guys, they're meant to lose, Ruby whined. The Russian terrorist exited the building and saw smoke cover the authorities who were approaching from the other side of an aeroplane. They were top government agents of Russia. FSB, take him out, Makarov ordered. In response, Alan switched to the grenade launcher component of his rifle and fired some grenades at them, killing a few. Afterwards, Alan switched back and fired his rifle, along with the group, and had managed to efficiently dispatch a good amount of FSB agents. This was even despite the fact that many agents had riot shields to defend themselves from the bullet fire. This is so depressing, Sun uttered. Aren't these dudes supposed to be top-secret agents or something? How are they losing? Neptune remarked. That's how you know this is just a show. You wouldn't see a group of terrorists destroy an army of huntsmen, Sage added on. Mercury gave a sly look at the group that they didn't notice, since he was further away from them. Makarov's men had managed to advance further from the building towards the area underneath the aeroplane. Alan had entered the smoke-filled area, and as he did, a grenade was thrown. However, he was able to catch it and throw it back immediately. It detonated and killed several agents. He then picked up a riot shield that was dropped by a now-dead agent and used it to shield himself from fire. Using the smoke to his advantage, he approached several agents and shot at them point-blank with his rifle, killing them all. However, a man on their side was shot down by the agents in the chaos of the smoke. "Man down," one of Makarov's men stated. "Oh, maybe they can defeat them." John's eyes lit up in hope. As the smoke dissipated as he got further, he dropped the shield and noticed several agents with shields retreating back towards a second building. He launched 2 grenades towards them. Most of them died instantly, with the rest being picked off by the other terrorists. John's reaction fell and he looked sullenly at the screen. Neo silently laughed at him. Meanwhile, Makarov focused exclusively on taking out the soldiers who were trying to shoot at them from the top of the second building. With the expertise that a terrorist leader should supposedly have, he took them all out with a single headshot each. Mercury whistled. "Impressive. He might be better than the actual terrorist leader we have. Perhaps being human makes him a better killer." Contrary to the expectations of the audience, Adam did not bristle at Mercury's remark. If anything, it helped him feel better. With the statement, seeing Makarov kill other humans and perform more atrocious made him feel vindicated. Humans are in fact bigger monsters than us, he thought in an effort to cope. Alan and company finally approached the building, just as a van drove to the building full of agents. However, before any agents could come out, the agent in disguise launched a grenade, which set the van on fire and made it explode, resulting in instantaneous, and if not very painful, deaths for all the agents inside. The same exact thing happened with a second van. However, Alan waited until the doors opened before firing at the agents inside the van. Kiro grimaced. "That's gotta hurt." After the explosion, the entire terrorist group ran forward. 30 seconds, go, Makarov stated. "Come on, this way." After going forward past another plane, they went towards the right into another building. It was similar to the other building they went out of earlier, being dark. As they traversed through it, it was apparent that no agents were inside. "Building clear," Makarov declared. Towards the end of it was a single ambulance. Pira gasped. "You don't think they would?" "Kill the people inside, I wouldn't put it past them," Ren stated. What they saw, however, shocked them. The men approached the ambulance and Makarov held a hand out. "Hold your fire." "Oh, so now they choose to spare people," Yang exclaimed. "I doubt it, Sunshine," Roman replied. "Chances are the people driving it are on the inside." "What?" Weiss exclaimed. "Why would ambulance workers work with terrorists?" Roman blankly stared at her. "It's not actual ambulance workers, Ice Queen. It's people posing as them. You've ever watched movies?" Weiss flushed. "Oh no, they're gonna escape," Ruby stated. "Unfortunately so. At least, the military has a man on the inside of the terrorist plot," Osbin said. "But at the cost of global tensions boiling over and the country being accused of massacring a foreign population," James reminded. The ambulance door swung open, revealing another man in armor. "Good, you made it. Get in." As the terrorists got in, the man spoke again. "We sent a strong message with this attack, Makarov." "Unfortunately so," Gira stated, nearly growling it out. The idea of Adam Taurus, the man who essentially corrupted his daughter, succeeding, especially in an alternate universe where he's a human terrorist, wasn't exactly thrilling. Makarov helped Alan up. He replied, "That was no message." "Hi. What does that mean?" "Oh, here we go with the cryptic messages. Who is he?" "Osbin." "Kiro." "What? It's true." Makarov pulled out a pistol and shot Alan in the head. He pointed at the now-dead Alan with his pistol. "This is a message." "You," Kiro finished. The entire theater was shocked into silence. The terrorists closed the ambulance's back door and drove off. However, Makarov's voice could still be heard. "The American thought he could deceive us. When they find that body, all of Russia will cry out for war." The screen turned to black. The silence lasted for half a minute until it was broken by the sound of a single pair of hands clapping. It was Tyrion. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, bravo, Tyrion cheered, too. As the cheering continued on, people began to speak. You better have thought of a plan as good as that, Cinder, Salem stated. Of course I have, Cinder replied. I would never fail you. Is that so? Watts drawled. What about the breach? That was just a distraction. She scoffed at Watts' attempt to get under her skin. The real plan is to use my skills to hack the Adaljan army. Watts interrupted. I know, dear. That's the only way you can succeed after all, with my skill. His smirk grew as she glared at him murderously. I know that it's another reality, but Blake, Kali began to talk to her daughter, is the White Fang becoming like that? She looked at her daughter with concern. Yes, she replied without hesitation, but that's why we stopped them at the breach. When her parents looked at her in slight confusion, she flushed and remembered that they still thought she was part of the White Fang. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm not part of the White Fang anymore. I've left that life. Her parents' eyes widened as she continued. You guys were right. I was so stupid to remain with them. Blake's eyes began to water. I know you guys must hate me, and I know that I'll never be able to fully make it up to you, but... She was interrupted by both parents hugging her. We forgive you. It stunned her into silence, therefore she remained silent whilst clutching her parents tightly. However, just as her parents interrupted her, the family reunion was interrupted as well. Oh, how cute, it's a family of terrorists, Roman snarked. The entire Belladonna family glared at him. We're not terrorists. You're not? I'm terribly sorry then. I couldn't tell. After all the terrorists I've seen have animal ears after all. It's hard to tell the difference. Roman stated in an insincere tone. Not all fun. Oh, shut up, Roman stated. You seriously think I don't know that? Of course I do. Then why act like this? Ruby stated. Because the stupid animals keep talking about how no sane faunus would endorse or agree with the Fang, and then proceed to do nothing. It's absolutely infuriating to see. But I am doing something, that's why I joined Beacon. Good for you, but the population at large, go ahead, I'll wait, tell me. Exactly. Roman, satisfied in winning the argument, started to walk away before Blake spoke up. I thought I didn't care about the faunus. I saw you ridicule us at the docks and at that rally. Roman smirked. I don't, but you do. 3 Torchwick took a puff from his cigar before deciding to further add insult to injury. Now that I think about it, you ran away from the Fang, didn't you? That's another way you've not helped your pack's reputation. You could have changed the organization from the inside, but instead you ran away like a coward. Like you're one to talk. Oh, but I am, Kitty. I own up to the fact that I run away when I have to cut my losses. And what is becoming a huntress gonna achieve in helping the faunus? Roman scoffed. What are you gonna do? Beat up every racist? That won't work. Even I know that there are some problems that you can't just push away with force. Cinder scoffed at that notion. So did Raven. That's a foolish belief, Raven replied. The strong survive and change the world through force, the weak die. Oh, shut up, Ray. You're not fooling anybody with that fake act. You're one to speak about fake acts, Kuro. You can't even see Osbin's fake act. Oh, here we go again. Just because Osbin looked shady in the past vid, Kuro stopped. Wait a second. You don't think these viewings can be related to our world, right? The man stated to nobody in particular. Raven prepared to retort, but then thought about it. So did many in the audience. Was it possible that these viewings had a message to it that they needed to know? It never occurred to them since Chrono said it was just a job for him. Speaking of the man, he spoke up. All right, simmer down, next universe is ready. Chapter 4. The audience stopped their conversations and began to watch the new world. Clad in his blue salvager's diving suit, Rex marveled at the metal interior of the ancient ship he and the rest of the salvagers had hauled out of the cloud sea. The ship was unlike anything he had seen before on All Rest, appearing much more advanced than even the ships of Mor Ardain despite the centuries of corrosion. After seeing a bunch of adults, it's weird seeing a kid get focused on this time, Kiro remarked. As he walked down the massive hallway, Rex was followed by Jin, a masked man with long white hair, Malos, a big stocky man with spiky black hair, and Nia, a small girl with cat ears, as well as Malos and Nia's respective blades, the black reptilian sever and the white tiger drawmark. She kinda looks like you, Blake, Sun noted. Gira and Kali agreed, but with a hairstyle similar to mine, she's smaller though, Kali noted. So there are faunus in the world, Blake stated, noticing something else. Actually, that cat lady is a human, Chrono stated. Blake's eyes widened, so did many in the audience. What? Huh? That makes no sense. But she has animal parts. Mr. Winchester. It's true though. Chrono continued. Anyways, he began, staring pointedly at the people who interrupted him, the Catwoman is Nia, and she's a Gormati, a human from a certain area in that world who developed cat ears. They have equal rights with other humans and are considered the same despite their ears. Blake pondered that information for a second before sighing. Even this current viewing world seems to have a better racial situation than here. Meanwhile, Ruby focused on another aspect. Ooh, what are those weapons? She asked Chrono, as the weapon geek in her rapidly became excited. Those are blades, beings that are born when someone resonates with a core crystal. Basically, when someone does resonate with one, they become the drivers of that blade. Blades and drivers fight together, with the blade providing the driver with a weapon, energy, and support powers, and the driver doing most of the fighting. That's so cool, Ruby exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Right, Penny? Absolutely, friend Ruby. Velvet immediately took more interest and got out her camera. That's not all, though. A driver is also able to pass the weapon back to the blade after the blade has generated enough energy, so the blade can perform powerful blade specials, attacks that can only be done while the weapon is in the hands of the blade. Chrono continued. Blade specials, what, like a video game? John asked. Precisely. So who exactly are these people? Weiss asked. Rex is the kid. He and several other salvagers were hired by members of the organization Torna to haul up an ancient ship. The members of Torna present are Jin, Malos, and Nia. Jin is the one with white hair, Malos is the one with black hair, and the girl is Nia. What is that thing? Rex asked in awe as he ran to the end of the hall, noticing something peculiar up ahead. When Rex reached the room at the end of the hall, he was visibly surprised by what he had found. Sitting at the back of the room were two things he had never expected to find on a savaging run. Embedded in the floor tip first was a red sword with a green, cross-shaped crystal adoring its hilt. Just behind the sword was Pyrrha, sleeping soundly in a glass capsule, her hair in a short bob cut, her hands resting over her chest, as if covering something. Pyrrha, look, it's you, Nora exclaimed. Haha, one of us is the focus this time. Wow, that's great, Pyrrha replied quietly. While she was curious to see how an alternate version of her would look, she didn't want any attention coming towards her like in the past, even if it's only among a few people, with most of them already knowing her. John noticed and squeezed her shoulder to reassure his partner. It's a girl, Rex mused, in awe at both her beauty and the mystery behind her. As he stared at the sleeping girl, Rex's eyes were drawn to an emerald glow coming from below. Tilting his head down, he saw that the sword embedded in the floor, more specifically the crystal in said sword, was glowing brightly. The glow mesmerized him, almost as if it were calling out to him. He could have sworn he was hearing something akin to a heartbeat coming from it. Look, Malos whispered into Jin's ear as they entered the room. Yes, no mistaking it. Jin confirmed in a whisper, that's the Aegis. The Aegis? Nia asked, having only just heard of the concept. Aegis, is that the name of the blade? Weird. Usually a blade wouldn't be named after a type of shield. Watts stated. 1. Did you forget that we named our world's main power source dust? After all the dirt and grime? Hazel mentioned. True, Watts conceded. Drawn in by the sword's glow, Rex reached out to touch it. Really? Doesn't that kid know the first rule of movies? You don't touch artifacts, otherwise you'll get killed, Neptune stated in alarm. What type of movies have you watched? Sun asked. You know, that movie with the explorer, they found an ark. But then the enemies captured them and took it, but when they did, they all melted. Oh, right. Hey brat, don't even think about touching that. Malos threatened. Exactly, the better-looking version of Carden knows what's up, Neptune commented. Excuse me, Carden questioned. He was not amused, too. Huh? Rex said in surprise as he was snapped out of his trance, but not before he touched the sword's crystal. As soon as he did, Rex found himself being surrounded by dozens of moots of emerald light. Reacting quickly, Jin rushed forward at an impossibly fast pace, drawing his sword from his back and stabbing the salvager from behind, right through his heart. Many in the audience's eyes went wide. Turns out you were right, dude. He touched it and died. Sun deadpanned. Neptune stared at his friend. WI? Rex asked weakly as his vision blurred, gawking in disbelief at the blade that ran through him. Don't take it personally. It's an act of mercy, Jin answered. At least you won't be alive to see what's coming. PFT, yeah right, Yang scoffed. Removing his sword from Rex's body, Jin let the salvager drop dead while he flicked the blood off his blade. Once clean, Jin slashed his own sword against the red one embedded in the floor, shattering the mysterious weapon into shards which scattered around the dead Rex. What a waste of time, Malos sighed. Jin, Nia asked in outrage as Jin exited the chamber, why did you kill him? What did Rex ever do to you? Jin. Jin gave no response, continuing his stride without missing a beat. I bet that's how Kitty Cat reacted when you helped turn the White Fang to murder, right, Taurus? Roman asked the masked man. Taurus didn't answer, but Blake did. Is that such a bad thing? She growled. Humph, you really do live up to your faunus type. Not funny. I beg to differ. Let's ship out the Aegis. Malos ordered as he walked into the chamber towards Pyrrha's capsule. Nia, call the Monoceros. All Nia could do was clench her fist in confusion as she watched Jin walk out of the ancient ship after committing murder. I feel you, Blake thought. Rex woke up to the sound of a church bell. Picking himself off the ground, he looked around to see a blue sky and green meadow, a far cry from the ancient ship he was in previously. Is that the afterlife? If so, it looks pretty tranquil, Kiro stated. It looks boring. When I die, I hope the afterlife is full of blood and gore, Tyrion stated, feeling bored again. So basically, hell, you want to go to hell. Up ahead, he saw a hill with a single tree, and standing under that tree was Pyrrha. With no real clue where he was or how he got there, the salvager trekked up the hill to ask the girl for answers. Wow, how convenient, Raven stated. Excuse me, Rex called out as the church bells continued to toll. It's such a mournful sound, Pyrrha mused. Huh? He asked in confusion. It hasn't stopped, Pyrrha continued, not in all these years. Hasn't stopped? Rex asked in confusion as he approached the top of the hill. You mean that bell sound? Is the Praetorium somewhere nearby? Where are we? This is Elysium, Pyrrha explained, the land where long ago mankind lived in harmony with their creator. It's where we were born. Get out, he exclaimed upon reaching the top of the hill. Really? So the kid goes back to where mankind lived with their creators. Oobleck reiterated. That would make sense for an afterlife. From the top of the hill, Rex could see what could only be described as a paradise. At the base of the hill was a massive lake with clear, crystal blue water. Just across from the lake was a sizable, rural town, so peaceful you would think nobody was home. The sky was clear with barely any clouds, and the landscape was covered with green fields and lush trees, all while the air was filled with birdsong. It really did look like a paradise of legend. Whoa, it's so pretty, Yang stated. Once he had taken in the scenery, he turned his attention to the girl standing beside him under the tree. Once he did, the first thing that caught the young man's attention was the girl's chest, specifically the emerald, cross-shaped crystal resting just above her breasts. Is that a core crystal? You're a blade, Rex deduced. My name is Pyrrha, Pyrrha introduced herself. Team RWBY, and the other members of Team JNPR chuckled. Heth, I guess even in another show, your name is similar, John stated. Yeah, Pyrrha quietly replied back. And you're a blade, that's so cool. RWBY mentioned the most important part. Her name is pronounced differently. How is it spelled? Ren asked their host. Pyra. So Pyrrha is pronounced Pyrrha whilst Pyrrha is pronounced Pyrrha. That's cool to know, Nora spoke. 3. What? Oh, right, Rex stammered, mine is. I know you, you're Rex, right? Pyrrha interrupted. How did you know my name? The salvager asked, bewildered. Just now when we came in contact, Pyrrha explained. Wow, that's freaky. Does that mean he's now a driver? Ruby asked. That would be the logical assumption, Weiss added on. Just now, Rex mused, sorry I can't seem to remember how I got here. You were killed, Pyrrha revealed, stabbed through the heart by Jin. Jin, the salvager mused, through the. Rex placed his hand over where his heart would be as he tried to think back about what Pyrrha told him. Slowly, the memories became clearer until he nearly heeled over trying to suppress a gag. I remember now, that bastard stabbed me. He cried in realization, aw man, this is bad. Everyone in the guild is in danger. It took that long to remember, Mercury asked. Give him a break, the guy literally died, Emerald responded. Worried for his guildmates, the salvager immediately started running down the hill in an attempt to get back and deliver a warning regarding their employers. However, he quickly came to a stop on his knees when he remembered a very crucial detail. No, wait, I can't do anything if I'm dead. Rex yelled in frustration, punching the ground, Titan's foot. If I wasn't dead, I'd kick that guy's ass. Mercury and Roman laughed at his plight. After seeing some in the audience glare, Roman defended himself. All right, my bad. It's just that it's funny that he keeps forgetting. Titan's foot, Pyrrha questioned. Perhaps that's a saying in that world, Ren claimed. Seeing the frustrated salvager angrily punch the ground, Pyrrha approached the young salvager. Rex, I have a request, Pyrrha said, earning his attention. Can you take me to Elysium? Elysium? Rex asked in confusion, but isn't that here? Yeah, what he said. This world is merely a memory, Pyrrha elaborated, an ancient, half-forgotten memory of what once was. The real Elysium lies in your world, atop the world tree that rises from the heart of all rest. Osbin focused on the reference to the tree. Interesting, that tree sounds similar to the one in the fairy tale with Alex. 4. Memory, so it's like an illusion, he deduced, but there's no way, I'm dead, remember? How can I help if I'm not breathing? I will give you half of my life force, Pyrrha offered, caressing her core crystal. That way, you can be revived, as my driver, as the driver of the Aegis. I don't know about you guys, but this sounds more useful than aura, Kuro stated. When he got weird looks, he continued. I mean, these blades can resurrect the dead. I don't think we should tamper with the balance of life and death, Kuro. Osbin responded, remembering the consequences that occurred when Salem did just that. The driver of the Aegis, the salvager asked, not entirely sure what the term Aegis could mean. W at the. What will you do, Rex? Pyrrha cut him off. Is this place really your home? Rex asked. It is, Pyrrha nodded. And it really exists, the salvager asked hopefully. Rex, I know what you're thinking and you are correct, Pyrrha explained. By coming to this place, you can save the world, save it from the slow demise that is its fate. That sounds ominous. What does that mean, Chrono? Coco asked. Exposition time again? Chrono thought. He sighed and began to speak. I'll summarize every important thing that I haven't said so far. The world of all rest is an endless sea of clouds with the world tree at its center. At the top of the world tree lies Elysium, where mankind once lived with the architect before they were cast out. Swimming in the cloud sea are massive creatures called Titans, who act as the land masses on which mankind lives on. However, the world is facing a crisis as the Titans are gradually dying off. That is what Pyrrha meant by the world's slow demise. The audience was stunned. RWBY spoke and said the thing that was everybody's mind. So, people in all rest live on top of giants that are dying off. Yes. Tgth, that's absurd. Who comes up with this kind of tripe? Weiss cried out. Chrono shrugged. Don't know, don't care. We wouldn't have to live in fear, Rex said as a smirk grew on his face. Then there's only one choice. A revived pep in his step, he ran up the hill to meet Pyrrha, face to face. I'm in, let's go to Elysium, the salvager declared. I'll take you there myself. Thank you, Rex, Pyrrha said with a smile as she removed her hand from her chest, presenting her core crystal. Now place your hand on my chest. What? You sure? Rex backpedaled, his mind briefly wandering to the wrong conclusion. Blushes crept up on most of the students' cheeks. "Oh, John stated. "Wow, that's kinda intimate," Yang noted. "Yang," Ruby exclaimed. "What?" "Oh, I thought you said something else." Again, who came up with this?" Weiss reiterated. Once he got his mind back on the right track, Rex's eyes locked onto the core crystal on Pyrrha's chest. Much like with the sword on the ship, the core crystal seemed to call out to him with its brilliant glow and subtle heartbeat. Tentatively, he reached out and placed 2 figures on the center of the crystal. As soon as he did, he felt a rush of power flow through him from it. Wisps of green light poured out of the core crystal on Pyrrha's chest and coalesced on an identical spot on his own chest. Within seconds, both were completely enveloped in an emerald glow. "Seems simple enough. It's like activating another's aura. I wonder if it's as taxing as activating aura, however," Osbin said. Back on the ancient ship, Rex lazily got back on his feet as he was surrounded by moots of emerald light. In his right hand, a copy of Pyrrha's core crystal appeared, which quickly expanded into a copy of the sword that Jin smashed. With a quick swing, the 2 edges of the sword parted, igniting a blade of pure flames. Glowing just as brilliantly on Rex's chest was an X-shaped potion of Pyrrha's core crystal. The new driver of Pyrrha had been resurrected. "Okay, that's pretty badass," Yang stated. "Seems like it's time for a fight scene." On the top deck of the ancient ship, Malos, Sever, Nia, and Dramark exited the ship's interior with the black-haired man carrying the sleeping Pyrrha's capsule over his shoulder. As they did so, several of the salvagers socializing on the top deck, human and Nappan alike, took notice of the girl in the capsule, each of them curious as to where she came from and why she was on the ship they just hauled up. "Whoa, who are those fuzzy little people? They look so cute," Nora said. She and Yang proceed to coo over the Nappans. "Nappans." "Nia, end them," Malos ordered. "End?" Nia asked in confusion. "Like what?" "The price for their lives has already been paid in full," he explained. "Now that we have finally obtained the Aegis, the fewer living souls know about it, the better." "Smart, leave no witnesses alive," Roman complimented Malos' pragmatism. I can't do that," Nia refused. "These people haven't done anything wrong." Roman sighed. "She sounds just as annoying as the cat girl in here." "I don't understand you," Malos questioned. Now, have you forgotten why you came here to begin with, Nia?" "No, but..." Blake paled at those words. They reminded the faunus of her time in the White Fang. Hearing Adam say similar things and the familiar response of Nia made her uneasy. "Oh, for the love of..." he grumbled. "Fine, I'll handle it myself." However, he would never get the chance. Still carrying the capsule on his shoulder, the tube in which Pyrrha slept suddenly ignited into flames. "What the..." Malos yelled as he tossed Pyrrha capsule aside. Moments later, the capsule exploded in a pillar of flames. From the capsule, a ball of fire flew up and arced through the sky before landing on the ancient ship's bridge in a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, there stood Pyrrha, wide awake with an X-shaped portion of her core crystal missing. Shortly after, a portion of the top deck began to glow red-hot before exploding in yet another pillar of flames. Leaping out of the resulting hole was Rex, now wielding the flaming Aegis sword, which he slammed on the floor upon landing, panting to catch his breath. Click, click. Velvet started to take some photos at a rapid pace, annoying a lot of people in the theater. "Do you mind?" The rabbit faunus realized how loud she was being and quickly flushed. "Sorry," she said sheepishly. "Rex," Nia yelled in surprise, having just seen him get killed. "You and that sword can't be," Malos screamed in outrage. "Yeah, that's payback for murdering him, you jerk," Ruby exclaimed. "Yeah. That's right. Vax. Yeah, Ren, say something." "Yeah." Spotting Jin standing behind Malos, Rex rose to his feet and pointed his newly acquired sword at the man that just killed him. "It's kind of low to stab a man in the back, you bloody psychopath," he yelled. "Pyrrha." "Here," Pyrrha responded. "Cover me," Rex requested. "Got it," Pyrrha complied as she jumped from her perch, and the blue-clad salvager charged ahead. John smiled a little and looked towards Pyrrha, who was also looking back at him. Both of them were thinking the same thing. That routine seems familiar. Anticipating a fight, Jin reached for his sword, but stopped when Malos called out to him. "Jin, leave them to me. the black-haired man instructed. Whoa, we got a badass over here, Kiro snarked, cueing some laughs in the cinema. Who is he trying to impress? Just as Rex reached him, Malos pulled out Sever's sword Tonfa, catching Rex's blade with his own. Using his superior physical strength, he threw the salvager into the air, prompting the salvager to do a graceful backflip and land in a crouched position, ready to strike again. Sorry, kid, I can't let the likes of you just claim her power for yourself. Malos apologized in a mocking tone. This is as far as it goes. As was standard for a driver and blade, Pyrrha rushed to join Rex's side in combat. However, she was cut off by Malos' own blade, Sever, who slashed at her with his claws. She thankfully managed to dodge, backflipping away from the reptilian blade. Aegis, over here, Sever taunted, blocking Pyrrha's path to her driver. Dividing them, smart, Watts gave some praise. Just leave it out, Rex demanded as he and his opponent traded blows with their respective weapons. Give it a rest, Malos, Nia demanded. Can't you see he's just a child? The other guy literally just killed him, and he did nothing. Evidently he doesn't care, Catgirl, Mercury shouted towards the screen. A child, don't make me laugh, this kid has made himself the Aegis's driver, Malos screamed as he continued to wail on Rex. The Aegis's driver, Nia said in bewilderment. Rex is. Although his opponent was pretty handy with a sword, Malos was still the superior of the two in terms of brute strength. It did not take long for the larger man to throw the salvager towards the bow of the ancient ship, and this time he wasn't able to land very gracefully. Some of the audience winced in sympathy. Smirking at the opening, Malos threw the sword Tonfa into the air, which Sever promptly caught. You're done, Sever cried as he launched a deadly divide, a cutting blade of wind ether. Damn, that's cool, Yang said. Coco whistled. That's pretty neat, you taking a photo of that technique, bun. Click click. I thought so. Such an attack would have surely torn Rex to shreds. Thankfully, now that she was no longer preoccupied by Sever, Pyrrha was able to rush in and defend him with a standard blade force field. Thanks, Pyrrha, Rex said gratefully. You're welcome, Pyrrha replied. Now don't let up. That was a big-ass explosion, Kiro stated. Yeah, Rex cheered as he and Pyrrha charged in for another attack. With their opponents charging in, Sever unleashed another 2 slashes of wind ether, albeit much weaker than the first attack. Like before, Pyrrha took the lead to defend them from the blasts. Once the attacks had been deflected, he rushed ahead and forced Malos and Sever back with several wild swings of the Aegis sword. Don't swing like that in battle, Pyrrha advised her partner. John thought back to how he swung wildly to kill that one Ursa during the breach and chuckled nervously. Yep, got it, Purr. Everybody, go now, quick. Rex called out to the non-combatant salvagers, who promptly evacuated to their moored Titan ship, the Maelstrom. Malos here, Sever called out to his driver as he passed the weapon. Leaping into the air, Malos caught the sword Tonfa and perched himself on top of the ancient ship's bridge. I don't think so, he growled as he took aim at the still evacuating crew of the Maelstrom. Hey, you big bully, over here, the salvager yelled as he shot a fire blast from the Aegis sword. Raven snorted. Big bully, how old is he? 12, she said. He's actually 15. Ruby perked up at the mention of Rex's age. Another fighter who's my age? So cool, I wish I could spar with him. Seeing the incoming attack, Malos was forced to abandon his own attack on the fleeing salvagers to defend himself and block the blast. Unfortunately, said maneuver also blinded him with a smokescreen. When the smoke cleared, he saw Rex and Pyrrha leap high into the air above him, side by side. They were both enveloped in a golden aura, and both had a hand gripping the handle of the Aegis sword. Acting as one, the driver and blade pair raised their weapon over their heads as it was engulfed in a massive pillar of flames. Cinder scoffed at the scene. What was that? Some kind of power of friendship ability. Hey now, don't underestimate the power of friendship, Ruby stated. Don't be too hard on her, Rubes, Yang stated. She does spend a lot of time in her dorm room, maybe she just has no friends. Hearing that pissed Cinder off, Mercury's laugh made her angrier. Burning, sword, the two cried out as they brought the blade down on Malos. No, actually announced their attacks, Roman said with absolutely incredulity. That's so cool, Ruby exclaimed. More like lame, Neo signed out. John was in deep thought, thinking about the team move he had with Pyrrha in preparation for the vital festival. Should I rename Arcos into Burning Sword? That move mostly has to do with our shields, though. Maybe I'll just make a new move and name it that. The resulting explosion shook the ancient ship and left all onlookers completely awestruck. When the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Sever had managed to return to Malo's side, helping him to defend against the powerful attack. The four combatants were now locked in a standstill, their weapons clashing and grinding against one another. Wow, color me impressed, Kiro stated. You brat, Malo said with the most unimpressed face ever. Neo silently snickered at his unamused face. How can a nobody like you? He growled, before noticing something in Rex's eyes. Ah, but with those eyes. I guess I should have been more wary from the start. What do you mean? Rex inquired. A smoky amethyst light collected in Malo's free hand. Like I'd tell you, Malo scoffed as he tried to swipe his opponent with the strange light. Thank you, I hate it when people say they're evil plans, Roman stated. But you literally did just that during the White Fang rally, Sun replied. Yeah, because I wanted to hire more animals for the cause. Idiot. However, Pyrrha saw the attack coming and pulled her driver away from Malo's reach, breaking the blade lock. As the two driver blade pairs landed on opposite sides of the ancient ship's deck, the maelstrom pulled away, carrying its crew to safety. All the while, the four combatants prepared for another bout, drivers in the vanguard and blades in the rearguard. Man, the battlefield looks so cool. The dark atmosphere since it's night, the contrast with the fires in the background. The Neptune was interrupted. Yeah, we get it, nerd. It looks good, Scarlet stated. Rude. Holding out their hands towards their respective drivers, Pyrrha and Sever both projected the literal symbol of the bond between driver and blade, the golden affinity bond. As the golden thread of ether transferred power from blade to driver, both drivers were now enveloped in a golden aura that enhanced their individual capabilities. Now powered up by their blades, the two drivers charge. I guess that's the power-up that blades give drivers, Osbin thought. Taking the initiative, Rex struck first, flipping forward in the air before smashing his sword on the ground, releasing a wave of flames in front of him. That wave of flames forced Malos back slightly, but it did not completely deter him. Not one to let his opponent get the better of him, the black-haired man countered by spinning around so fast that the winds he generated blew away the residual flames. At the same time, each rotation resulted in a successive strike to Rex's Aegis sword from Malo's sword Tonfa, knocking the new driver off balance. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Malos brought his weapon down on Rex, knocking him off his feet and on his butt. However, before he hit the ground, he passed the Aegis sword to Pyrrha. The kid is outmatched, he can't compete with the man, Hazel surmised. Now in control of the weapon, Pyrrha used her connection to the weapon to telekinetically swing it around her, forcing Malos to defend as it swung by. At the same time, she released a wave of flames all around her that forced the opposing driver and blade on the defensive, with Sever needing to deploy his force field to protect them. All the while, Rex used the opportunity to get behind their opponents, staying low to avoid the blast Pyrrha released. Once he was behind Malos and Sever, Pyrrha passed the sword back to Rex, who promptly used it to stab at Malos' back. Unfortunately, Sever was quick to protect his driver, deflecting Rex's attack with his force field. Fortunately for the kid, Pyrrha is there to pick up the slack, Watts continued. It was unlucky that he couldn't capitulate on that opportunity, however, noting how his attack was deflected. Now that Pyrrha was without a weapon and separated from her driver, Malos was quick to take the opportunity to strike at her. However, he found himself unable to do so. Before he could attack, Rex used his wrist-mounted anchor to catch Malos' weapon arm, stopping him in his tracks. With the enemy temporarily immobilized, Pyrrha rejoined Rex's side while the salvager attempted to slash Malos' back, only to once again be deflected by Sever. Once he managed to shake free of Rex's anchor, Malos used Sever's sword Tonfa to unleash a burst of wind ether, forcing their opponents away from him and Sever. The two drive blade pairs once again found themselves several feet apart, only now they stood on the opposite side of the ancient ship they started on. The fight has been a standstill so far, Glinda noted. You're good, kid, Malos admitted as Rex charged at him again. It's no simple feat to control the Aegis like that, however. Haha, he's not even listening and just outright charging. Mercury laughed as Rex was charging during the monologue. That idiot is going to get himself killed, Weiss stated, noticing Malos prepare that amethyst light once again. Once Rex reached Malos, he leaped into the air and prepared an overhead slash. However, he managed to catch the sword in his free hand, once again cloaked in that strange amethyst light. Now that he had the salvager in his literal grasp, Malos brought the salvager in close and delivered a powerful punch to his gut before violently throwing him across the deck of the ancient ship, the Aegis sword clattering further down the deck. Well, that's the end of him, Roman drawled. The kid got himself killed. Rex, Pyrrha cried as she dodged Sever's consecutive claw swipes. Don't get cocky, you little shit, Malos yelled as he went in for the kill. He might be crass, but I agree with the man's words, Ozpin stated. Remember, students, do not get overly confident, even if you have an ability that is as powerful as the Aegis. Dramark, Nia called out to her blade. Understood, the white tiger complied, allowing his driver on his back. As Malos rushed in to finish Rex off, Dramark fired his signature wild roar attack, unleashing a massive stream of water ether right at Malos. It was only thanks to Sever's timely intervention that the black-haired man came out of it unharmed. Once Malos had been stopped in his tracks, Dramark leaped across the battlefield, placing himself and his driver between Malos and the recovering Rex. Blake tensed, Adam grit his teeth, Roman laughed. Ha 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 ha, of course the cat girl decides to betray at that very moment. Roman clapped. Art imitates life. Get out of the way, Nia, have you gone mad? Malos demanded. You're the one who's off your nut, wailing on a child, Nia fired back. Nia, I don't think you quite comprehend your position, he growled. I get it, but, Nia argued. Evidently not, Salem stated, getting sounds of agreement with the rest of her faction. You're starting to piss me off, he screamed. Welp, Catgirl's dead, got herself killed to save a kid, Roman announced. What a shitty way to go, Mercury replied. Distracted by Nia's mutiny, Malos failed to notice Pyrrha rush in and reclaim the discarded Aegis sword. With the sword in hand, she made a break for Malos. Although Sever tried to intercept her, Pyrrha avoided interaction with the blade by leaping over him and going for an overhead strike on Malos. Left on his own to defend himself, Malos brought the sword Tonfa up to meet the Aegis sword's edge, catching Pyrrha in midair. Using the weapons as a springboard, Pyrrha somersaulted over Malos, who proceeded to give chase. Once she was back on her feet, Pyrrha found herself on the receiving end of a slew of slash from Malos, all of which Pyrrha expertly parried away. When Malos started spinning, Pyrrha saw fit to quickly backflip away so as to not get caught up in the literal whirlwind of slashes. Once her opponent broke his spin, Pyrrha fired a volley of fireballs from her sword, which the black-haired man deflected with his sword Tonfa as he charged at her. However, deflecting the fireballs caused them to explode in a haze of flames, which Pyrrha used as a cover to get the jump on Malos. Bursting from the wall of flames, Pyrrha locked blades with Malos, neither giving in to the other. Cinder was somewhat impressed by the redhead's fighting prowess. That version of the invincible girl is pretty skilled. No matter, she thought, she's still inferior. You're pretty sharp for someone who's only just woken up, Malos noted. Pyrrha, Rex called out as he got up, still feeling the punch to his gut. Takes me back to 500 years ago, he reminisced. What's the deal with that appearance? I'm guessing your goal is Elysium. 500 years ago, Salem thought. Is that man also immortal, or does he just age differently? The Queen of the Grimm sat up to look at Ozpin to see his gauge, noticing a small sense of alarm on his face that not even the closest in his circle was able to see. That is our dream, Pyrrha declared. Then I have no choice but to stop you, Malos declared in turn, forcing Pyrrha away and breaking the sword lock. His free hand once again enveloped in an amethyst light, Malos swiped at his opponent, only for Pyrrha to somersault away. Once she landed, she took a sword stance, completely unaware of the non-Titan ship pulling up behind her, its missile launchers armed. Oh, Pyrrha, watch out, Rex warned. Looking behind her, Pyrrha was only barely able to bring up her force field before the new ship, the Monoceros, opened fire on her. However, the rapid fire of the ship broke Pyrrha's shield, sending her tumbling across the ancient ship's deck. Damn, I guess even force fields can't handle heavy artillery, Kiro noted. Of course, Ironwood stated. Pyrrha, Rex called out as he ran to his blade's side, you all right? More or less, Pyrrha replied. Stop this, Nia demanded as she and Dramark hoped between the downed driver blade pair and the Monoceros. What is her deal? She could be on the winning side, and yet she's protecting those too, Roman said, unable to comprehend her behavior. It's because it's the right thing to do, Ruby stated, glaring at the master criminal. They were clearly friends, based on her reaction to him being killed. Roman rolled his eyes. Seemingly ignoring her demands, the Monoceros opened fire once again, forcing Dramark to deploy his own force field to defend everyone. However, the ship's constant fire eventually broke through Dramark's shields, the last blast knocking Nia unconscious and sending her flying towards the edge of the ancient ship. Nia, Rex cried out as he ran after her. What did that idiot expect? It broke through Pyrrha's shields, it was obviously gonna break through hers, Mercury stated. As Nia fell overboard, Rex jumped after her, barely managing to grab her hand. Once he did, he fired his anchor upward, latching on to the edge of the ancient ship. This left him and Nia dangling by a literal thread, unable to move. You're a tough one, kid, but there's only one way this could end, Malos declared as the Monoceros trained its turrets on Rex and Nia. Oh, Rex began a curse, only for the turrets to spontaneously explode. Saved by the bell, or explosion in this case, Yang stated. Enough with the poo, Weiss replied, and then glowered upon seeing Yang's smile. What? You're the one who thought that, not me. What's that? Malos yelled in outrage, seeing something in the distance. Looking towards the stern of the ancient ship, Rex noticed what exactly Malos saw in the distance. Emerging from the shadows of the night was a white draconic titan with a metal shed on its shoulders and a crane on its tail. It was Rex's home and grandfather figure, Azurda. What the? By the brothers. Is that a monster? Gramps, Rex cheered as the titan flew between the ancient ship and Monoceros. The audience collectively said the same thing, GRAMPS. Chrono explained. That is the titan in which the kid, Rex, lives on. His name is Azurda and Rex affectionately calls him Gramps. Flying up and around for another pass, Azurda was able to get a good look at who was responsible for putting his charge through so much grief. Jin, still you persist, Azurda mused, and is that, Malos? Azurda, Jin whispered to himself, recognizing the titan. They all really recognize each other. What is this, a family reunion? Kiro joked. As he swooped down, Azurda fired a volley of fireballs from his mouth, creating cover for his rescue. However, one fireball, which was headed for Jin, was utterly destroyed with a single sword swing. A gigantic creature that can breathe fire. Reminds me of some Grimm we've studied, John stated. Salem went into thought. Should I make some new Grimm types based off that titan? Rex, get on, Azurda cried as he slid across the side of the ancient ship. Seeing the opportunity, Pyrrha hopped on Dramark's back, who promptly ran along the side of the ancient ship with Azurda. Got it, Rex called out. Rex, Pyrrha cried as the blades approached their drivers. Once they met, Dramark caught the still unconscious Nia in his mouth, while Pyrrha pulled Rex onto Dramark's back. Once everyone was together, Dramark leaped off the side of the ancient ship and was promptly caught by Azurda. Nice, the entire crew is there, Yang noted. Great, now they can all die together, Blake replied, calling back to what Yang said in initiation. We're going, hold on tight, Azurda yelled as he took off. Stop them, open fire, Malos ordered. Deploying more turrets, the Monoceros opened fire on Azurda, bombarding him with missiles. The attack utterly destroyed the living quarters on his back, but it did not stop Azurda from flying. Ruby gasped, oh no, the poor home. At least they're alive, Weiss reminded her partner. Turn her around, Malos screamed, ready the cannon. It's no use, they're out of range, Jin lamented as he watched the Titan escape. Damn it, he growled, They gave us the slip. Turn around, Jin ordered, making his way to the Monoceros. We're not chasing them, Malos questioned. The Aegis has awakened, that's enough for now. Jin replied, I'll have Akos hunt them down. That'll have to do. Malos relented, staring off into the horizon the Aegis escaped over. The screen turned to black. Well, that was something. As per the usual routine, the entire group of characters proceeded to talk about the universe they just saw. Man, that was so cool. Rex was Haya, and then Malo was I don't think so. RWBY animatedly recounted the story. Yeah, I know, we watched the same thing, Rubes. Yang reminded her dear sister. It was cool, but it was weird seeing my hair like that, Pyrrha stated. I kinda liked it, John replied. Yeah, I agree, it was a good haircut. Pyrrha immediately backtracked on her statement. Whilst the rest of her team continued to chat with Team RWBY about the viewing, Pyrrha pondered about it instead. Seeing herself as a heroine whose goal was to save the world, to save all rest, it helped reaffirm her belief. It is my destiny to help protect others, to protect the world. Kuro continued the same argument he had with Raven after the previous viewing. Well then, Ray, I don't see how any of that could relate to what's happening on Remnant. Remember what Chrono said, that everybody there were basically humans. That can apply to our world, since a lot of people consider humans and Faunus to be different. True. Meanwhile, the criminals were mocking the show. Man, that was so corny, who would like that type of stuff, Roman said. Neo signed to her partner, Little Red liked it. That's even more of a reason to dislike it then. Watts, I want you to hack into that Faunus girl's camera and get any photos of the Titan or animals that she took. Salem ordered the scientist. I need it so I can make them into new types of Grimm. Of course, ma'am. After a bit, Chrono got their attention. Okay guys, next one is ready, and it's a special case. Chapter 5. After hours till dawn, the WEKND. Different how, Osbin asked. Well, this viewing will not show one of your actors or actresses in a role. Instead, it'll show one of them outside of it. Chrono clarified. How will that work? Pyrrha questioned. Easy, you guys are going to listen to one of yourselves sing. Many pairs of eyes widened at Chrono's words. Seriously? Why? Man, it better be good. Weiss, maybe it's your actress. That would be fun to see. It's not you, Chrono revealed. It's technically none of them, but I'll just say it's one of them. He thought, one. What? How about I just show you all? Chrono went down the cinema all the way to another room and motioned for the audience to come follow him. Well, this is weird, John commented. Yeah, I thought we're watching stuff, Nora questioned. Not this time. Chrono led the entire group to a room that was spacious. All that was in the room was a single table that had a vinyl record player, a bunch of wires that connected the player to a bunch of speakers in the room, and a bunch of vinyl record covers that were shelved. It only showed the names. They were titled WEKND ALBUMS. Yang read them out loud. Beauty Behind the Madness, Starby, My Dear Melancholy, After Hours. All amazing records, especially After Hours, but that's not the one we're listening to. 2. Chrono held up one specific vinyl cover. It featured a glass stairway leading to a transparent skull alien head amidst a background of the sky and clouds during a sunrise. Atop the record cover were the words Dawn FM. 3. Dawn FM, Yang asked. That's the album name, Chrono said. Technically, John's actor is singing this, by the way, the host lied. John perked up at the mention of his name. No way, seriously. Seriously? Weiss questioned. She had heard the blonde singing during his attempts to woo her, and he was not impressed. Come on, Weiss, it's a different him, so he can't be that bad. RWBY reasoned with her partner. True. Chrono got out the vinyl and put it into the record. The entire group listened. The initial song began out very quietly and got louder and louder. This part I do alone. I'll take my lead on this road. I need something to hold. Make me believe and make believes. Cause after the light, is it dark all alone? All alone. What does that mean? Pyrrha asked. Don't ask me, I don't even know, John replied. Maybe it's just music that is meant for fun. Most of the audience accepted that explanation. However, some like Pyrrha and Osbin still kept an open mind just in case. The music faded out, and a radio host began to speak. You are now listening to 103.5 Dawn FM. You've been in the dark for way too long. It's time to walk into the light and accept your fate with open arms. Fate ominous, Ren said. More like dramatic, Weiss stated. Scared, don't worry. We'll be there to hold your hand and guide you through this painless transition. Well, now I'm scared, Roman joked. But what's the rush? Just relax and enjoy another hour of commercial-free yourself music on 103.5 Dawn FM. Stay tuned. Osbin noticed the host's speech change slightly, with him saying free yourself instead of free. That was weird. 103.5 Dawn FM. Wow, it's like an actual radio channel, Ruby said excitedly. I guess that's why it's called Dawn FM, Blake replied. A new song began, just like with a radio. It featured a lot of synth and had a retro sound. I was born in a city where the winter nights don't ever sleep. So this life's always with me. The ice inside my veins will never bleed. My ooh. My ooh. Ooh, this sounds like the music we had when we grew up, right, hun? Kali said to her husband. She began to move to the groove. 4. Gira and many of the adults agreed. Yeah, this does sound like an old-school song, Kiro said, nodding his head to the beat. Every time you try to fix me. I know you'll never find that missing piece. When you cry and say you miss me, I lie and tell you that I'll never leave, but I sacrificed. Your love for more of the night. I try to put up a fight. Can't tie me down. I don't want to sacrifice. For your love I try. I don't want to sacrifice. But I love my time, yeah. My ooh. I don't know if I should be happy for you or concerned, Weiss stated to John. What do you mean? He asked. Well, this song has you singing that you don't want to sacrifice any time to be with the girl you're in this relationship with. John agreed, yeah, that sounds kinda bad. However, at the same time, if you don't want to be tied down and compromise yourself, I can respect that. The huntress in training stated, she knew more than most about that type of stuff, to want to be oneself. I hold you through the toughest parts. When you feel like, yeah, it's the end. Cause life is still worth living. Yeah, this life is still worth living. True, life is always worth living and protecting, Glinda commented. I can break you down and pick you up. And FCK like we're friends. But don't be catchin' feelings. Don't be out here catchin' feelings cuz. Glinda blushed at the language used, even though she did like the music. I sacrificed. Your love for more of the night. I try to put up a fight. Can't tie me down. I don't want to sacrifice. For your love I try. I don't want to sacrifice. But I love my time. I don't want to sacrifice. For your love, I try. I don't want to sacrifice. But I love my times, my ooh. Oh, baby. I hope you know that I tried. Oh, baby. I hope you know I love my time, oh. I don't want to sacrifice. I don't wanna, I try, hey. I don't want to sacrifice. But I love my time. My ooh. The song ended. Pretty solid song, Roman complimented. Junior should play songs like that in his club. Yang found herself agreeing. The same voice of the host came up once again and began to speak before playing a new track. 5. That was the track Sacrifice, and now A Tale by Quincy. A new voice that was much older took over, with a somber tone playing in the background. That's it. Looking back now, I didn't know what it was supposed to be. And it's like raising kids, man. If you weren't raised, you don't know how to raise, you know. I just did the best that I could with them because they know FC Kin, well, I love them. But I didn't do the best I could. I didn't know what the FCK I was doing. I didn't. Taeyong nodded silently. He knew more than most parents on this type of stuff, especially when Raven left her and Summer disappeared. The Branwen didn't show, but they were uncomfortable, and Raven especially glanced towards her former husband. I will never forget watching my mother get put in a straitjacket and taken out of my home when I was only 7 years old. She was diagnosed with dementia precox and put in a mental institution, leaving my daddy alone with me and my little brother Lloyd. That got dark quickly, Nora stated. Man growing up without a mother, I can't imagine, John added on. Most of the audience were the same. Almost none of them had grown up without a mother. That is, except for a few. Ilya thought back to not just her mother, but to both of her parents and how they died in the mine accident. Sadness washed over her. Yar had an evil stepmother, who Yar cemented the idea that I didn't need a mother. Growing up without one had long-lasting influence I didn't fully understand, until much later in life. It bled into my relationships with family, and those I had become romantically involved with. Whenever I got too close to a woman, I would cut her off. Part of that was vindictive and partially based on fear. But it was also totally subconscious. Looking back as a bitch, isn't it? The voice gave a small chuckle before the speech ended. Yeah, it's a shame, Ironwood stated. Many people end up with issues like that, where traumatic events can shape their relationships. The general was able to see this in many soldiers under his command. Of course, it wasn't simply related to women, but to civilians, and the inability for both soldiers and civilians to understand each other. A new song began, and it had a city pop-oriented sound. 6. The last few months, I've been working on me, baby. There's so much trauma in my life. I've been so cold to the ones who loved me, baby. I look back now and I realize. So this song immediately relates to the previous one. Nice moment of self-awareness, Blake commented. Yeah, if only more people were self-aware like that, Sun replied, pointedly looking at Adam. Adam glared back. And I remember when I held you. You begged me with your drowning eyes to stay. And I regret I didn't tell you. Now I can't keep you from loving him. You made up your mind. Wow, that's rough, buddy, Nora stated. She looked at Ren. She bit her lip. She hoped a similar situation wouldn't happen with her, losing him to another girl. She wanted to get the courage to tell him how she left, but it was so hard. Say I love you, girl, but I'm out of time. Say I'm there for you, but I'm out of time. Say that I'll care for you, but I'm out of time. Said I'm too late to make you mine, out of time, ah. Out of time. Many of the audience were singing that phrase by the third time it was sung. I love that tone that your actor is using, John, Velvet said. What type of tone is that? Neptune replied, it's falsetto, it's a male singing voice that's unusually high. 6. Oh, cool. If he mess up just a little. Baby, you know my lines. If you don't trust him a little. Then come right back, girl, come right back. Give me one chance, just a little. Baby, I'll treat you right. And I'll love you like I shoulda loved you all the time. Ty heard the lyrics and chuckled. Kuro looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Thinking about the good old days, the Q of Team SDRQ asked. Yep, I was just thinking of how these types of songs would have you build up the courage to ask girls out. I'd encourage you, even though I know you'd fail. Ty replied, laughing at the end. Kuro grumbled. You were always that like seeing me fail and laughing for your own amusement. Ty chuckled. Yeah, those were the days. And I remember when I held you, baby. You begged me with your drowning eyes to stay. Never again, baby. And I regret I didn't tell you, hey. Now I can't keep you from loving him. You made up your mind, Say I love you, girl, but I'm out of time. Say I'm there for you, but I'm out of time, no. Say that I'll care for you, but I'm out of time, hey. Said I'm too late to make you mine, out of time, ah. Ooh, singin', out of time. Said I had you to myself, but I'm out of time. Say that I'll care for you, but I'm out of time. But I'm too late to make you mine, out of time, Out of time. Out of time. The music faded, and the host returned. Don't you dare touch that dial. Because like the song says, you are out of time. There's that guy again, Osmond thought. Is the radio station some type of metaphor? You're almost there, but don't panic. There's still more music to come. Before you're completely engulfed in the blissful embrace of that little light you see. In the distance. The light, does it mean the afterlife? Osbin questioned himself. Soon you'll be healed, forgiven, and refreshed. Free from all trauma, pain, guilt, and shame. You may even forget your own name. But before you dwell in that house, forever. Yeah, this is seeming more and more like a metaphor for the afterlife, Osbin concluded in his mind. Here's 30 minutes of easy listening to some slow tracks. On 103.5 Dawn FM. Dawn FM radio. The host faded out and a new song began. I know that you're hiding something from me. That's been close to your heart. Ooh, even more relationship problems, Yang joked in a sing-song voice. And I felt it creepin' up every day. Baby, right from the start. I know that look you give when we're fighting. We're fighting. 'Cause I used to be the one who was lying. Oh, lying. Many eyes widened. Wow, that's a lot of honesty, Yang admitted. Oh, is there someone else or not? 'Cause I want to keep you close. I don't want to lose my spot. 'Cause I need to know if you're hurting him or you're hurting me. If I ain't with you, I don't want to be. Is there someone else or not? Ooh, or not. Situations like that suck, Blake said. Have you been in one like that before? Weiss asked. No, but to have someone be disloyal, it can be a terrible experience, she replied. Adam wanted to retort, thinking it was about him, but he held his tongue. She had her opinion and he had his. I don't deserve someone loyal to me. Don't you think I see? And I don't want to be a prisoner to who I used to be. Pyrrha frowned at the lyrics. She didn't like hearing the supposed voice of her partner degrade himself like that. I swear I changed my ways for the better. 'Cause I want to be with you forever. Mercury scoffed, that's what they all say. Oh, is there someone else or not? 'Cause I want to keep you close, I don't want to lose my spot. 'Cause I need to know if you're hurting him, or you're hurting me. If I ain't with you, I don't want to be. Is there someone else or not? Ooh, or not. Unbeknownst to the audience, the song seamlessly transitioned to the next track. I only met you in my dreams before. When I was young and alone in the world. You were there when I needed someone to call my girl. And now you're my reality. And I want to feel you close. But you're defeated, baby. Broken, hurtin', suffering from a shattered soul. Oh, whoa, a shattered soul. Oh. So somehow he sees himself in her, he thinks they're both broken, Ren noted. Maybe that's why they're together, they bonded together over their trauma. Nora said, uncharacteristically serious for once. She was building up her courage. Let me be there. Let me be there for your heart. Let me be there. I can be there till you're whole. You weren't touched by a man in so long. 'Cause the last time, it was way too strong. Nora began to approach Ren and was starting to reach out to him. Let me be there. Let me be there for your heart. Let me love you. Let me love you like you need. And I'll make it my responsibility. I'll be there every step of the way. I'll get you back on your feet. Let me love you. Let me love you like you need. She reached out. And you can kick me. Kick me to the curb. It's okay, baby. Nora got distracted by the words, so did many others. What? Whoa, that sounds kind of wrong. How is that okay? By the time she refocused, Ren went away to somewhere else, and the courage drained from her. I promise that I felt worse. Back then I was starry-eyed. And now I'm so cynical. Baby, break me. Kick me to the curb. Osbin frowned. It always pained him to see people become cynical, to lose hope. Hearing a person, supposedly his student, sing about how physical pain is less worse than losing his optimism was disheartening, but not unexpected. He'd seen it all before. Oh wow. The song ended, and a new one began. The new track was a lot more upbeat. Remember I was your hero, yet. I'd wear your heart like a symbol. I couldn't save you from my darkest truth of all. I know. I'll always be less than zero. Oh, yeah. You tried your best with me, I know. I couldn't face you with my darkest truth of all. Oh. Team RWBY and JNPR began to frown. You don't think of yourself like that, right? Ruby said to John. No, of course not, John said. It was not convincing. Ruby went up to him and stared at him. You're going to be a great huntsman. Always remember that. We're going to be the best 2 teams in the world. He took the words in. John closed his eyes and nodded before opening them again. I know, Ruby, I know, I hope. 'Cause I can't get it out of my head. No, I can't shake this feeling that crawls in my bed. I try to hide it, but I know you know me. I try to fight it, but I'd rather be free. Oh, man, this song sounds way too happy to have lyrics this sad, Sun stated. Oh yeah. Can we meet in the middle? Oh yeah. 'Cause you were just like me before. Now you'd rather leave me than to watch me die in your arms. Oh. Damn, some dark imagery there, sheesh, Neptune remarked. But I can't get it out of my head. No, I can't shake this feeling that crawls in my bed. I try to hide it, but I know you know me. I try to fight it, but I'd rather be free. Oh wow, oh. The vocals became faded, with an audience singing it in the distance from the mic. I can't get it out of my head. No, I can't shake this feeling that crawls in my bed. I try. The main singer returned. I can't get it out of my head. No, I can't shake this feeling that crawls in my bed. I try to hide it, but I know you know me. I try to fight it, but I'd rather be free. Yeah. I'll always be less than 0. You tried your best with me, I know. That was sad, Ruby noted. The music faded, and the host returned, for the last time with a melancholic beat. You're tuned to Dawn FM. The middle of nowhere on your dial. So sit back and unpack. You may be here a while. Now that all future plans have been postponed. And it's time to look back on the things you thought you owned. Do you remember them well? Were you high or just stoned? Who is this talking about? Weiss questioned. Maybe it's just people in general, Blake replied. And how many grudges did you take to your grave? Adam looked at Blake and all of the faunus in the room. When you weren't liked or followed, how did you behave? Was it often a dissonant chord you were strumming? Were you ever in tune with the song life was humming? I don't think there's been a better asked question, Kiro remarked. The huntsman wondered if he ever was in tune with himself. Probably not, since his curse has managed to screw up most of his life. If pain's living on when your body's long gone, and your phantom regret hasn't let it go yet, you may not have died in the way that you must. All specters are haunted by their own lack of trust. Wait a second, what death? Ruby asked. You didn't know, MS Rose, the radio host is a metaphor for purgatory, Osbin clarified. Oh my gods, this makes so much more sense now, Yang stated. When you're all out of time, there's nothing but space. No hunting, no gathering, no nations, no race. And heaven is closer than those tears on your face. When the purple rain falls, we're all bathed in its grace. Heaven's for those who let go of regret. And you have to wait here when you're not all there yet. That seems so bleak, Pyrrha pointed out. The beat became more hopeful at this point. But you could be there by the end of this song. Where the weekend's so good, and he plays all week long. Bang a gong, get it on. I'd like to hear more of this music, Sun stated. Neptune and the rest of Team SSSN agreed. And if your broken heart's heavy when you step on the scale, you'll be lighter than air when they pull back the veil. I guess going through the veil to the afterlife can heal anything. It can get rid of all the weight and pressure surrounding life, Ty stated. Yeah, because you'd be dead. You can't be hurt if you're dead, Raven replied. Consider the flowers, they don't try to look right. They just open their petals and turn to the light. Profound, you just have to be yourself and be comfortable with who you are sometimes, students, Glinda stated. Sometimes, that's all that is needed to get past the darkness. Are you listening real close? Heaven's not that, it's this. It's the depth of this moment, we don't reach for bliss. God knows life is chaos, but he made one thing true. You gotta unwind your mind, train your soul to align. And dance till you find that divine boogaloo. Even at this point, there's still hope, Osbin stated, a smile adorning his face. Yep, you just gotta find your divine boogaloo, Kiro joked. The radio host seems like he was born to say that. 8. In other words, you gotta be heaven to see heaven. Truer words have never been spoken, Ironwood said. Many in the audience agreed with him. May peace be with you. The last tune ended. Chrono could tell that many in the audience had liked the music and had thoughts on it. So, did you guys like it? He was curious, especially since they technically did not listen to any version of themselves at all. Yeah. The songs were nice. It was kind of sad, though. I mean, it did get more hopeful at the end, though. True. Many of the students and hunters in training had voiced their opinions immediately. A lot of the others kept their opinions to themselves, but some of the people on Osbin's side and Salem's side had differing viewpoints on what the songs meant, especially regarding the whole afterlife part. While Kuro had cracked a joke at the end, his mind was actually considering the message at the end. Train my soul to align. Summer always told me about this law. Maybe I could look at my semblance differently, see it less as a curse and more of a solution. 9. Meanwhile, Mercury considered the message to be absurd. The entire concept of finding oneself just like that was stupid. The world wouldn't allow that. However, that tale earlier had really irked him for some reason. That doesn't apply to me. He had mommy issues, female issues, I didn't. Somehow, that didn't seem to make the assassin feel better. Emerald looked at Mercury and rolled her eyes, so unaware. Adam was considering his purpose. He wanted to make the world a better place for Faunus. Or am I just lying to myself? For the first time in a while, he felt unsure of his mission. And it all took was for an entity like Chrono to intervene. Am I just holding a grudge? No, the humans did this to me. Adam thought as took off his mask and put his hand over his scar. Remembering and feeling the rough flesh over his eye made him more resolute, if only for a bit. Unbeknownst to the White Fang leader, Winter Schnee saw his scar and her eyes widened. So people were right. Why am I so shocked? She asked herself. However, before she could further contemplate this new bit of information, Chrono spoke up. Chapter 6. What type of universe will we see? Weiss asked their host. The Prime Universe. After a few seconds, many of the people who heard Chrono's reply expressed their shock. The Prime Universe. There's a Prime Universe. So cool. So why is this universe so important? Sun asked out loud. Because this is the universe where you guys are a TV show. Oh, that makes sense. To clarify my point, what you will all see is a skit. Chrono told the audience as most had now returned back to their seats and were now ready to watch the apparent skit. Since we're a TV show in this Prime Universe, and what we're watching is a skit, then I assume we'll be seeing parody versions of ourselves then? Oobleck deduced and asked. Chrono nodded. The doctor had hit the nail on the head. Fascinating. I'm curious to see what this universe considers to be funny about our universe. What do you mean, Prof? I mean, Dr. Oobleck, John asked. Well, my boy, in parodies or skits of TV shows, some aspects of the show, such as plot elements or lore, are magnified upon, based on the viewpoints of people in that universe. Some things we see as perfectly logical here might be viewed as nonsensical over there. There were many audible ahs and ohs, and now I get it, and that makes sense throughout the cinema. With the people understanding the viewing, Chrono had it begin. The screen turned to life to show two people inside what appeared to be a dormitory in Beacon. One of them was evidently Lai Ren, but the other looked like an older man who was wearing a blonde wig, trying to pass himself off as John Ark. Nora's eyes widened at the fake Ren and began to get excited. Look, Ren, it's you, she said as she shook Ren whilst pointing at the screen. I can see him, Nora. Meanwhile, John was getting teased by Yang. Oh wow, Vomit Boy, I had no idea you were wearing a wig the entire time. John groaned. Why am I the one who's being parodied? Hey, Ren. Yes, John. Why are all of the women in this school so hot? Many of the female huntresses in trainings, eyes widened upon hearing that statement. Some of the more shy students, like Pyrrha, Velvet, and Ruby, felt their cheeks heat up. John was mortified to hear himself, even in a parody, say something like that. I don't think that, he said without thinking. Yang narrowed her on him, as did many of the female students. What is that supposed to mean? She asked. No, I meant that. You girls are beautiful, I mean very pretty, but I don't see you guys like that. Many were confused. I mean that I see you guys as friends, not as eye candy. Eye candy? Mercury asked in amusement, seeing the blonde huntsman struggling to say what he wanted to say. I don't see you guys are just pretty faces, okay? John clarified. I understand what you mean, John, Pyrrha replied with a smile. Ren looked up from his book, blinked, and then looked over to John, sitting on his bed with an earnest expression on his face, and asked, What? Like, all of the women in this school. They're hot. Even Miss Goodwitch, he paused and then rubbed his chin, I mean, especially Miss Goodwitch. Mr. Ark, you don't need to explain what a parody version of yourself is saying. It was unnecessary a moment ago, and it's unnecessary now, Ms. Goodwitch said to John. She looked very composed, but if a person were to look closer, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She may have been aware of the fantasies that some of her students had, but it was awkward nonetheless. Ren arched an eyebrow, your point. Yeah, why are they all so hot? As an attractive. Well, for lack of a subtler understanding of it, yes. Roman rolled his eyes. Wow, thanks for clearing it up. The R in JNPR blinked again, and then asked, May I ask as to what spurs this question? Oh sure, go ahead. A few chuckles were heard, as well as a few jokes. My goodness, Blondie, are you this dense as well? Considering the fact that he felt the need to clear up something obvious earlier, I'd say so. Some of the villains had begun to gang up on poor John. John glowered. Hey, come on, no need to be mean, he said. Yeah, that's enough, Ruby said, coming up to John's defense. Besides, it's probably just played up for laughs, Blake said. What John's supposed idiocy, what's so funny about that? Him not knowing certain social cues? Weiss scoffed. Oh wait, you mean right? He rubbed the back of his head. Well, I was just thinking back to before I got on the airship to Beacon. The one in which you threw up on Yang's shoes. Oh no, that was before wait, how did you know about that? Yang. I still haven't gotten fully over that vomit boy, Yang said, narrowing her eyes on him. Again, I'm really sorry, Yang, John apologized. Yang sighed. I won't ask you to not vomit if you have motion sickness, but maybe get some pills for it, or at least aim into a bin, Right, Ren gestured to him to continue. Right, well, I was just thinking back to before I got onto the airship, and I had to ask the flight attendant there if that was actually the airship to Beacon. And why is that? Because I thought that it was an airship to a school of supermodels. I see. Oh, Ren sees it too, Neptune asked, smirking at Nora's partner. Ren did not entertain him. Did you really ask that? Sun asked his fellow blonde huntsman. No, I know what huntsmen are, John exclaimed. I assume this is what the Prime Universe finds funny or amusing about the academies, Osbin surmised. Yep, the skit points out how many women in the academy look very good. But that doesn't even make sense, sir, Penny said. I see a lot of other girls outside the academies who look around the same, and even all over Vale. 1. Maybe all of Remnant is just full of supermodels then, Ruby said. Ren, John's face grew serious, which was amusing because he was talking about a not-so-serious subject. Seriously, have you noticed how all of the women in this school are supermodels? I mean, seriously, don't tell me you haven't noticed how all of the outfits that the girls wear seem to be specifically designed to express their feminine features, like their hips and butts and stuff. Ruby's doesn't. Ren, it's Ruby. Ren nodded, point taken. And I'm glad for that, Yang said, hugging Ruby very tightly. Yang, let me go, Ruby said, growing mortified by the public display of hugging. Many of the students in Beacon looked on in amusement. Strangely enough, what he was saying made sense. A lot of sense now that he thought about it. Aside from Nora, he had never really paid attention to the feminine aspects of the women around him, but now that he really gave it some thought, now that I think about it, a lot of the women around us are exceedingly attractive. Exactly, why is that? I mean, with Pyrrha I can understand, since she's apparently a celebrity or something, or whatever, but why everybody else? I mean, there's Nora. Okay, I'll back off. He held his hands up in surrender at Ren's sudden glare. Okay. But then there's Yang, which practically hugs her and shows off her chest, thighs, and waist. And then there's Coco with her fashionista look, And then there's Velvet, what with her cuteness personified look, and then there's Blake, to which I needn't say any more. Ren nodded in turn. Just everything about Blake's attire oozed sexuality, so much so that just saying her name gave you enough of a mental image to work with. The girls mentioned by Ren and John had reactions. Blake, Pyrrha, and Velvet all flushed, whilst Coco and Yang looked like they were aware of what they were saying. Nora looked shocked at Ren's glare, and some hope blossomed in her chest. Does he actually like me? Oh, who I am kidding. He probably just sees me as a sister. What do you mean by oozing sexuality? Blake screamed, pointing at Ren. Before Ren could answer, Mercury decided to speak up. I mean, he is right, you kinda dress up like a stripper. If looks could kill, Mercury would be dead twice over. Blake glowered at him, but Mercury just laughed it off since her cheeks were as red as Ruby's cloak. Hey, don't call him a stripper, you bastard, Yang said. It's, Mercury said in between laughs, true though. As Yang and many others looked like they were going to fight, Mercury, Emerald just looked at the assassin in annoyance. What an idiot, he's blowing our cover. My point is that even the lesser hot girls in this academy are still able to beat out a traditional supermodel on an average Tuesday. John threw up his hands in exasperation at it all. I mean, I don't think I've seen one less than average, or even one average attractive woman in this entire school. Like, seriously, is that another part of a huntress training, that they need to be super hot models? Ren paused. That might actually be possible. Snickers came from the part of the audience that weren't currently pissed off at Mercury. It's cute that the Prime Universe thinks that the students look like supermodels, Kiro said. Well, we can't really say anything about their looks, since it'd be weird, Taeyong replied. That's true too. And another thing, John threw up a finger in exclamation, why aren't there any traces of muscle on these women? Come again. Like you've seen Nora, right? Right. Is she really buff under that skirt or something? Nora blushed. I'm not answering that, Ren said. In all seriousness though, all of this can be explained. The no muscles is due to aura, Neptune said. That is true, but this skit is meant to be comedic. Facts are second to laughs in this case. Do I have to answer this question? No, it was meant to be rhetorical. John coughed awkwardly, sorry, and then recovered herself and went. But if you did answer that question, then the answer would be no, because I do not see a trace of muscle on her. She wields that giant hammer around for fun, and yet her arms look like twigs. She should be built like a brick house. Ren invoked that image in his head, and then banished it before his blood could rush to his nose. Why did Ren get a nosebleed? Penny asked, confused. It's a common trope in anime. It basically happens whenever a person finds another person attractive. John answered, since he was knowledgeable on that subject. 2. Does that mean Ren finds Nora attractive? Penny surmised. Nora heard what Penny said, and her eyes widened as she went to look at Ren and gauge his reaction. Ren's face was devoid of color. I'm so glad I can still use my semblance. Nora, knowing of his semblance, was disheartened. He used his semblance, which must mean that doesn't want to show his emotion. Does he not want me to know that he might like me? Meanwhile, Penny was asked John more questions. How does that make sense, though? What happens if the character loses too much blood? Is it meant to be humorous? If so, why is it considered funny? Penny, even I don't know why, I just know it's a trope, John replied. And shouldn't Yang's arms be really muscular as well? Because she's a brawler. Her arms should be covered in muscle, and she should have a six-pack on her waist. But do you see one? No. Exactly. Hey, I have a six-pack, Yang said, offended. Ren thought about this and realized that John raised another point. Why did none of the girls here have any muscle on them? Coco's minigun folded into her purse, so for her to be able to carry all of that mass pressed into a small purse meant that she must have incredible upper body strength, and yet there was not a hint of visible muscle on her, despite the fact that her arms should be covered in muscles. Hell, even RWBY should have muscles on her, considering that she wields a weapon such as Crescent Rose all of the time, and yet he was certain that he could pick her up and wave her around no problem. Again, that's because of our aura, Adam said. This skit was becoming tiresome for him to watch now. And then, John continued, On top of that, why does nobody else here wear armor? Come again, again. Like, come on, John sighed out. No one else here is wearing armor. Armor? Like, this stuff. He tapped his armored chest. The stuff that stops you from getting shot. Or stabbed and stuff. I mean, it's like they think that they're not going to get shot to stabbed sometime in their career. They're huntsmen and huntresses, for God's sake, not supermodels. You'd think that they'd have at least Kevlar underneath their outfits or something. Why have armor when aura is better? Ruby asked. Well, we do have aura, John. Exactly. Yeah, but that isn't going to protect us all of the time. I mean, I'm the only one out of the 8 of us in JNPR and RWBY that wears armor. I mean, so does Team CRDL, I guess, but they're not exactly the best examples, so... Yeah. John, you're not even wearing a full set. At least it's better than nothing. Actually, he does make a good point, Ironwood said. That's why the soldiers in Atlas all wear armor. There is nothing wrong with having too much defense. That being said, that is this Kevlar, Osbin asked. Kevlar is a heat-resistant and strong synthetic fiber that is also bullet and ballistic resistant. It is also used to stop knives, and is used by armies in the world, of the Prime universe, of course. Interesting. Is there a way to replicate this in Remnant? The headmaster of Atlas asked. 3. Not wanting to explain it all, Chrono just gave him a pamphlet, which Ironwood accepted with gratitude. He supposed that he had a point. Still though, I think it's all about different fighting styles, I suppose. If I wore armor, then it would probably weigh me down, since I'm a fast-paced attacker. That is a good point as well, Osbin said. Kevlar can help with that, I assume, Ironwood replied, holding up the pamphlet. Then get Kevlar, Ren gave him a look, or at least something lightweight. Just saying, I'd rather not you get shot and die at some point. He plopped down into his seat. Dang it, why do all of the girls wear such impractical outfits? Ren moved back to reading his book. Maybe you should ask them. Nope. One time I asked my older sister Saffron about her outfits, and she threatened to punt me across the room if I did so ever again. All I asked was why she wore such a short skirt. I still don't know what I did wrong. That's actually kinda accurate, John said. Minus the threat, she just glared at me and told me to leave. Ren shook his head. Women are a strange beast unto themselves, John. Of course there's a comment like that in these skits, Weiss said, rolling her eyes. Many of the other women did the same. His team leader sighed. True. He rubbed his head and then came out with, I'm just saying, one of these days, a huntsman or huntress or hunter or whatever is going to come across us, take one look at our outfits, and think that we're all supermodels and not huntsmen and huntresses. Ren smiled. Well, I'm sure that will never happen. Let me guess, Watts said. That's gonna happen in the next scene. The scene then changed to Ren and John walking outside Beacon, with the rest of Team JNPR and Team RWBY. Like Ren, all of them looked older than the real versions of themselves, and they were wearing poorly fitting wigs and cheap cosplay outfits. 4. Many in the audience found the costumes hilarious. Roman was laughing loudly, Mercury was chuckling, Cinder found herself smiling in amusement, Kuro and Tai were guffawing. The only people not laughing were RWBY and JNPR themselves. Oh come on, why is hair not that long? Yang whined, seeing her parody version have hair that goes down all the way to the floor. Why am I barely wearing anything? Blake screamed. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious to see, especially Red, Roman exclaimed through his laughter. Ruby was mortified to see herself on the screen. It was a child wearing a red cape and having a gardening scythe by her side. It wasn't even a model. I thought they were supposed to be models, Kuro asked in amusement. Well, they embellished some parts and made Ruby a kid, but other than that, they look similar, Tai said. The guys mentioned earlier that Ruby was an exception too. All right then, huntsmen and where are all of the huntsmen and huntresses? That voice came from a short man wearing the armor of a knight, who was walking alongside a taller woman who was wearing chainmail and a Viking's helmet. The man wielded a short sword, whilst the woman had an axe. 5. They don't even look like huntsmen and HUNTSSES, they look like LARPERS. Sun said out loud before breaking into laughter. Team RWBY and JNPR looked over each other, and then one of them said, "Here." The huntsman and huntress before them, both of them completely covered in full sets of armor, looked to each other, and then looked back. "Where?" "In front of you." "I don't see any huntsmen and huntresses, no wait, there's one. There's one right there, he's got armor on." The huntsman then patted John on the shoulder and said, "Come on, kid, let's go kill some Grimm." "Oh, cool." Weiss snorted, "I guess looks can be deceiving." The huntsman began to lead John away, and the rest of RWBY and JNPR began to follow, but the armored huntress stopped them and pointed a thumb in the opposite direction. "Hey, the fashion show is that way." "Excuse me," Weiss asked. "You heard me, lady. This is no place for civilians, much less supermodels." "Hey, we're not supermodels," Yang called out in indignation. "We might look like supermodels, but we're huntresses like." "Oh, goddammit, all of the goddamn time you're not even wearing any armor. You're not wearing anything to stop you from getting stabbed or shot. Why is it that you supermodels are always trying to join us? Is there like a dare going on or something?" "Well, we have to wear these clothes," Pyrrha said in her defense. "One of the reasons we look like this is so people immediately that we're huntresses and huntsmen." 6. "We know, Pyrrha, but I don't think screaming at the screen will let the people who made the skit know," Ren said. "You have to dress up like a stripper," Mercury asked Blake. "Not like a stripper," Blake said. "I dress like this because it's open and allows for movement. Is that so hard to understand?" "I bet your crazy ex gave you that because he liked it," Mercury said, smirking. Blake went wide-eyed, whilst Adam narrowed his eyes at Mercury. What a bad joke. If I gave her that, then she wouldn't be wearing it anymore. Actually, she shouldn't be wearing it at all. It's the same damn outfit she wore when we attacked that train. 7. "Hey, we are huntresses." "And huntsmen," Ren added. "As much as you," Ruby protested, "and we are going with you wherever you like it or not." "Yeah, you tell them, Kid Ruby," Cardin mockingly said. He and his team's laughter were interrupted by Yang throwing something at them, and it phased through them since attacks were not allowed in the cinema. The huntress then looked at them, quirked an eyebrow, and then turned to the side, "Security." And then the 7 of them were punted off of the premises. "And stay out, freakin' supermodels, all of the goddamn time." Yang looked up off of the floor and then blinked. Did we just get cock-blocked from killing Grimm? Huh, Ren thought to himself, I guess it did happen after all. The screen then went to black with the words on the screen being, "Don't pretend that you haven't thought about it." "And that's it for the skit. What did you guys think about it?" Chrono announced. As expected, the reactions were mixed. "That was a horrible skit. It just tried to objectify us," Blake exclaimed, being on the side that dislikes the skit. "That was hilarious," Mercury said, being on the side that likes the skit. "I thought it was interesting to see what aspects of the show were focused on in a comedic manner, even if I did not find the humor myself," Oobleck announced, showing a very nuanced take. Not feeling interested in voicing out his opinion, Ironwood was looking at the pamphlet that provided instructions on how to create Kevlar. The production of Kevlar fibers is similar to the production of nylon. The first step in the production process is to produce the basic chemical. 8. This is very complicated, Ironwood thought to himself. Luckily, Atlas Science is the best in the world. Hopefully they can make this. 9. As the students and younger people, plus Oobleck and Port, felt the need to voice their opinions, Salem was thinking about the skit and what it told her. She knew that at the end of the day, it was just comedy, but what the others, specifically the Nico's girl, said in defense of their outfits were interesting. Salem knew that the huntsmen and huntresses were supposed to be heroes, but she never really considered the idea that their outfits were meant to convey that too. Sure, she knew about the color rule and the need for individuality, but she assumed that it was just Ozma speaking nonsense and drivel once again, like he did all those millennia ago. Perhaps she should learn more about the modern remnant. She seemed out of touch. It's like not she didn't have any time to lose after all. She had all the time in the world. Osbin took a glance at Salem and narrowed his eyes when she saw her and thought, "She's plotting something," he concluded. What could she possibly gain from this skit, however? Chrono saw both of their thoughts or just laughed inwards. Ever paranoid, Oz? He thought, not that he didn't blame him. With the discussion having taken a few minutes, Chrono decided that enough time had passed, especially when he saw Mercury get on the nerves of a few too many students at Beacon, and Cinder for jeopardizing their mission. "Okay, let's move on to the next universe," he announced to the audience. Chapter 7. "So we're not watching another skit then?" Watts asked. "Not for a while. I decided to go back to showing other shows." The audience nodded in understanding and got ready to watch. However, a few decided to ask some questions beforehand. "So what universe are we seeing this time?" Ruby asked, curious to know more about it. Hearing the word universe too many times has kinda been annoying for me if I'm being honest. You guys can just say show or movie, that's perfectly fine. "Oh, okay." The show, Chrono intoned emphasis on the word show, is about a champion hero who seeks to defeat an evil villain and save a princess. Fantasy stuff, but no sci-fi like the show with Pyrrha. Well, at least not a lot of sci-fi. The people who were interested in the fantasy genre were excited to hear about that. These include people like John and Ruby, who loved hearing fairy tales as children, and Ospen, who usually experienced or created said fairy tales. "This will be an interesting watch," Ospen stated. Wearing the blue champion's tunic awarded to him a century ago, Link approached his good Rito friend Cass as night fell over Rito Village. The Rito musician had wanted to speak with the knight, but the pair had to wait for nightfall since it was the only time the bard wasn't being swamped by his 5 daughters. "I wonder what Cass wanted to talk to me about. Another ancient song, maybe?" Link thought to himself, recalling the multiple songs Cass sung him that ultimately lead to Sheikah shrines and a healthy stockpile of rupees. "Awesome, you're an elf," Ruby exclaimed in amazement to John. Her best male friend looked just like one of these elves in the stories she read as a child. 1. "That's amazing, John, you're the hero this time," Pyrrha said. "I had no idea blue looked so good on you, Blondie," Coco said, eyeing the fashion that the John on screen, Link, wore. "Maybe you should add that to your outfit." "A ponytail though, interesting choice. It looks great though, fearless leader," Nora added on. "Yeah, I did always want a warrior's wolf tail, so I guess this shows that it can look good on me," John replied. 2. "Ah, we meet again," Cass greeted, noticing the traveling knight. "Hey Cass," Link greeted in turn, "what are you up to?" "I'm taking a moment's rest from my tireless search for the ancient songs to perform in my hometown," Cass explained. "By the by, I've something I must ask of you. I've a song that I need you to hear. I wish to speak with you, so this will take some time. Is that all right?" "That's fine," Link replied. "Explain away." "Thank you ever so much," Cass said. "I wanted to talk to you about my teacher. My teacher was of the Sheikah tribe. He was the court poet for the Hyrulean royal family. At the time, there was a beautiful princess in the royal family, quite close to my teacher in age, apparently. Though he must have known it was doomed to be unrequited, my teacher fell in love with her." "Ah, unrequited love. You seem to know that well, right?" Tai said in a teasing manner to Kuro. "Buzz off," Kuro growled back before breaking into a smile. It was nice to talk with Tai again, especially since his semblance wouldn't be able to harm him or others due to Chrono's influence. "Is that so?" Link mused. "Most would think someone like that would be out of their league." "Indeed," Cass agreed, but the princess herself only had eyes for her escort, her own knight attendant. Link barely managed to keep a gasp from escaping his lips, knowing full well that he was that knight attendant. While the memories he recovered showed that the two of them were quite close, and as he was now felt a strong affinity for her, he never would have imagined that she was in love with him. "Ooh, Johnny has a girl who likes him tilde," Nora teased, before taking a slight glance at Pyrrha, who blushed and hid her face away from John. "Well, Chrono did say that he was to rescue a princess," Ren pointed out. "But how does that make sense? The guy he's talking to looks so much older, and the princess is supposed to be older too?" Ren questioned. "Link, or the John on the screen, is a man out of time. So is the princess. He was stuck in a coma for 100 years and time passed them both by." With that new bit of information, many in the audience understood Link's reaction. "So he's technically like 100 years old then? Cool," Sun said. "My teacher was consumed with jealousy," Cass continued. "He fumed that the knight was neither nobility nor royalty himself. And then the calamity struck. Taking a moment to adjust his bandoneon, the Rito bard turned to face the landscape before continuing. My teacher believed a hero would appear to beat back the calamity. He poured that belief into a song. Cass continued, and that song is what I need you to hear. Playing a melody on his bandoneon that Link found vaguely familiar despite never hearing it before, Cass began to sing the song his teacher left him. An ancient hero, a calamity appears, now resurrected after 10,000 years. Her appointed knight gives his life, shields her figure, and pays the price. The princess's love for her fallen knight awakens her power. And within the castle, the calamity is forced to cower. But the knight survives. In the shrine of resurrection he sleeps, until from his healing dream he leaps. For fierce and deadly trials await. To regain his strength, fulfill his fate. To become a hero once again. To wrest the princess from evil's den. The hero, the princess, hand in hand, must bring the light back to this land. When his song was finished, Cass relaxed his stance but did not turning to face Link again. That was an interesting song, MS Goodwitch stated simply. 3. Ozpin hummed appreciatively. He remembered when the accordion was made and all the songs he heard with it as the main instrument. As time went on, it fell out of use, but he had fond memories of listening to it. My teacher fled the calamity and returned to his hometown of Kakariko village. Cass explained, but on his way, he witnessed the princess's knight sacrifice himself to protect the princess. The elder of Kakariko village, Impa, explained these circumstances to him, and his mind was made up. He would seek the songs of the hero who sealed the calamity away in an age past so they could be passed on to the knight once he returned, also that the princess might be saved. Those were my teacher's last words, passed on now through me. It was only now that the circumstances behind the song's creation were explained that Cass turned to face Link again. So, appointed knight, will you accept this song from my departed teacher? Cass asked, revealing the nugget of knowledge he had been hiding the entire time the two knew each other. With such a purpose behind the song's creation, Link knew she only had one possible answer. Yes, the knight nodded. Thank you so much, Cass cheered gratefully. I knew you would, I was sure of it. My teacher would often speak of the princess's beauty. I would love to meet her and craft a song worthy of her. Thank you for spending this time with me. With the song received, Link had yet another reason to ensure Princess Zelda's safety. That's nice and all, but what can a song do exactly? Roman said boredly. Songs are cool. The spirit behind it can help motivate a person, Ruby replied, annoyed by Roman's pessimism. That song gave Link another reason to save the princess, and that was more than enough. Roman scoffed. Good grief, Red, give it a rest. The world doesn't care about spirit. Ready for the final battle, Link trekked up the hazardous road through the ruined Hyrule Castle. The journey was by no means an easy one. There were corrupted Guardian turrets around every corner and on every watchtower, and Guardian Skywatchers patrolled the castle grounds from the skies above. Not to mention the multitude of monsters that stalked the castle's halls. The grand structure that once housed the royal family had truly become the epicenter of the calamity's power. However, Link was well prepared. Armed with his faithful Master Sword and newly acquired Hylian shield, as well as his custom-made bow of ancient Sheikah tech and a quiver of ancient arrows, Link made short work of the monsters that dared to challenge him. Combine that with his Sheikah slate loaded with powerful ruins and a stockpile of extra weapons and emergency food, as well as the powers of the other champions, and not even the Lynels guarding the main road to the castle's sanctum posed much of a threat. Coco whistled in appreciation. Wow, that version of you has some skills, she said to John. John smiled and nodded back at Coco. He knew that with Pyrrha's help, he could eventually reach that level. He made short work of them, Watts commented. Hazel grunted in agreement. Cinder looked unimpressed. I could do that easily with the maiden's powers, maybe even quicker than him. Mercury saw Cinder's face and rolled his eyes. Is she seriously thinking about that right now? Emerald saw Mercury and glared at him. Now, after facing many trials to get to this point, Link stepped into his final destination, Hyrule Castle's sanctum. Even with his mostly incomplete memories, Link could tell that the sanctum had seen better days. The carpet was torn in multiple places, the stonework had crumbled significantly, and the golden emblem that hung radiantly behind the throne had become stained with ash and soot. However, most glaring of all was the giant black and red bulb that hung from the high ceiling, pulsing like a bleeding heart. "Well, that's disgusting," Link grimaced upon seeing the bulb. "What the hell is that?" Kiro said, slightly disturbed by the sight. It reminded him of the grim pools he saw when scouting for Ozpin. Chrono replied, "It's a substance similar to those grim liquids you saw while scouting Salem. However, outside of hurting people, it can also corrupt them as well. The name of it will be revealed later." "Huh, cool. Wait," Kiro said. "He knows of my scouting." "It's kinda obvious. I'm omnipotent. I'm gonna know a lot," Chrono said mentally to Kiro. Kiro heard and nodded uneasily. "Interesting, so the Branwen huntsman knows how I can make Grim," Salem thought. "Mesh, what can he do about it? And Ozma knows too." Shortly after entering the sanctum, the bulb on the ceiling started to radiate a golden light, one that Link recognized from the many times he saw a flare from outside the castle. "NK," a nearly inaudible voice whispered in Link's mind. "Princess," Link gasped, recognizing the voice. "Link," the voice called out again, clearer. "Princess Zelda," Link called in reply. "Where are you?" "Link, I'm sorry, but my power isn't strong enough. I can't hold him," Zelda apologized, her voice growing quiet towards the end. "Well, that's not good," Ilya stated. 4. When Zelda's voice fell into silence, a blue Sheikah laser erupted from the pulsating bulb. The laser swung wildly, leaving deep cuts along the wall and floor of the sanctum. Link was lucky enough to have not been in the laser's direct path, but it did come close enough for him to feel the heat. Once the laser stopped, the bulb shone several smaller blue lights before bursting and dropping something massive onto the ground. Unfortunately, said ground was rendered completely unstable by the recent laser bombardment, causing it to give way and break at the cuts the moment the enormous mass hit it, sending both the mass and Link plummeting into the depths of Hyrule Castle's main tower. "Rest in peace, John," Sun jokingly said to Blake. "You're hilarious. You should do stand up," Blake deadpanned to the monkey Faunus. Sun, either not getting the sarcasm or simply not caring, just grinned at her response. She rolled her eyes but found it funny. Before long, Link found himself in the deepest part of the castle, the Astral Observatory. Pulling out his paraglider to slow his descent, Link was able to get a good look at what had burst from the bulb. It appeared to be a conglomerate of malice and guardian parts. Its body was like that of a spider, with some of its legs being those of guardian stalkers, while others were made of pure malice. Several other limbs were tipped with various weapons made from ancient Sheikah technology, including a cannon made from a guardian eye, a massive blue spear, a pair of scissors with guardian swords for blades, a clawed hand with guardian swords for claws, a guardian longsword, and a massive flaming guardian greatsword. When Link landed on the ground of the observatory, the mass of malice and guardian parts turned to face him, revealing something akin to a man's face with a wild red mane and beard not dissimilar to the hair of the Gerudo. This was the scourge of Hyrule Castle, Calamity Ganon. "Is that the bad guy John has to beat?" RWBY asked, looking at the monstrosity. "Yes, that is Calamity Ganon." "Okay, I know he's a bad guy, but that sounds so badass. Calamity as an epithet, so cool," Neptune said. Cinder scoffed. "Names like that are unnecessary. The victor needs no epithet." 5. Atop a perch over Rito Village in the northwestern corner of Hyrule was the bird-like mechanical wonder that was Divine Beast Vametto. Perched atop its head was the spirit of its deceased pilot, the Master Archer Rito champion, Revali. "Now my moment has finally come," Revali boasted. "Brace yourself, Ganon, for the sting of my revenge." "That's the second bird person we've seen," Gira stated. "Are they a type of race?" he asked. "Yes, those are the Rito, a race of people with avian forms, and before you ask, no, they are not discriminated against due to their looks. At least I don't think so." 6. "Interesting," Gira stated, though he inwardly scowled. "Great. Another world where people with animal features are not discriminated against. Are we the only planet where it happens?" On Revali's command, Vametto trained its sights on Hyrule Castle and fired a massive blue laser. In the southeastern corner of Hyrule, atop the cliffs surrounding Zora's domain, was the giant mechanical elephant that was divine beast Vah Ruta. Standing atop it was the spirit of its former pilot, the beloved princess of the Zora and master healer, the Zora champion Mipha. "This will be our final opportunity," Mipha declared. "We will not fail." "That is the Zora race, a race with amphibian fish features," Chrono said before any questions popped off. "I will state all the races since a few more will appear shortly. So you got fish people like the Zora, bird people like the Rito, elves, and that Ganon guy in black and red like the Grimm. Seems weirdly similar to our world so far," Yang stated. "Perhaps our show has a root in fantasy," Ms. Zio Long, Ublek stated. On her command, Vah Ruta trained its sights on Hyrule Castle and fired a massive blue laser. In the northeastern corner of Hyrule, atop the scorching volcano of Death Mountain, stood the reptilian mechanical marvel that was divine beast Vah Rudania. Standing proudly on its back was the machine's former pilot, tough as stone Goron champion Daruk. "Let's go, little guy," Daruk called out to Link, sensing that his good friend was in for the fight of his life. "Now, open up wide, Ganon." With a pump of his massive fists, Daruk commanded Vah Rudania to fire, propelling a massive blue laser right at Hyrule Castle. "Those are the Goron rock people." "Rock people, that's new. You don't really see that in fantasy stories," Blake said. "That's weird, Blake. I didn't take you to be the type of person to read those types of fantasy books," Yang said with a knowing smirk on her face. You mean that filth she reads, right, Yang?" Ruby said, disgusted. Blake went red. "It's not filth, it's literature." Weiss rolled her eyes. "Sure, let's call it that," she stated sarcastically. In the southwestern corner of Hyrule, atop the mountain range known as Spectacle Rock, just outside the Gerudo Desert, sat the mechanical camel known as Divine Beast Von Aboris. Standing atop the beast's head was the spirit of its former pilot, the powerful yet graceful former chief of the Gerudo champion Urbosa. "100 years in the making," Urbosa mused. "Hold on, princess, our moment has arrived." With a snap of her fingers, Urbos commanded Von Naboris to fire. Its sights trained on Hyrule Castle. "Those are the Gerudo, a group of sand people, all of them women, except their king, who is Ganon." "Ganon was their king," Ozpin said, surprised. "Yes, before he was covered in malice, he was a warlord who tried to lead the Gerudo tribe against the Kingdom of Hyrule, the kingdom that Link and Zelda were part of. But he failed, since the two, the hero and the princess, were blessed by the goddesses of that world." Ozpin grimaced. It sounded similar to what Salem did against the gods. Salem thought the same, and decided that she wanted to see Ganon win. In central Hyrule, the blasts from all 4 divine beasts converged on Hyrule Castle, funneling 4 different tunnels on the exterior of the castle before meeting in the shaft of the central tower. The energy from the blasts collected built up before plummeting down the central tower's shaft into the astral observatory, coming right down on Calamity Ganon. The monster was pinned to the ground as he was struck with a continuous bombardment of concussive blasts, screaming in pain all the while. This went on for 5 agonizing seconds straight before the energy was finally exhausted, finishing off with one final explosion. "Damn, that had to leave a mark," Yang exclaimed. "That was awesome," Nora said, excited by the explosion. That wasn't enough, Ozpin thought. He had experience in trying to take down a person like Ganon. When the smoke cleared, Link could tell that the fight was far from over. Although battered and weakened, Ganon was able to pick himself up on his feet, still ready to fight. More than ready to take on the challenge in front of him, Link wordlessly drew the Master Sword from his back, its blade flaring with divine light. With the sword that seals the darkness in hand, Link rushed forward for the final battle. With his sword drawn, Link charged straight at Calamity Ganon's face, ready to deliver a flurry of slashes. However, the knight momentarily backpedaled when he noticed Ganon go for a wide swing with his flaming greatsword. Stopping on a dime, Link performed a backflip and barely avoided the incoming blade. As he did so, time appeared to slow down for him. As soon as he landed back on his feet, he leaped forward to come face to face with Ganon, unleashing a flurry rush of strikes to the monster's face at a rate far beyond what one would think possible. "Damn, that's some impressive speed," Kuro commented. He doubted that even he could match up with that, even with the amount of aura he has as a veteran huntsman. Agreed, it's truly impressive, Ironwood stated as well. Adam looked on with interest. While he did not like the Arc Boy on the basis of him being human, he could appreciate the swordplay of Link as a fellow swordsman. Plus, Link was technically an elf. Once Link had exhausted himself with how many times he could swing his sword within a second, time once again moved at a normal pace for him. Now that it was not being repeatedly slashed in the face, Ganon took the opportunity to counterattack, lifting his upper body into the air before slamming itself back down on the ground, releasing a powerful shockwave. Link was thankfully able to backflip away from the attack and avoid it, but it also put him a fair distance away from his opponent. Now that there was some distance between them, Ganon took the opportunity to make a strategic retreat, using his spider-like body to climb up the walls of the observatory, well out of Link's sword reach. Now a safe distance away, Ganon prepared its cannon arm and fired 3 shots, each one generating a violent tornado that would tear anyone to shreds. With no way of outrunning the attack, Link chose to stand his ground. Link better have another trick up his sleeve, Ren stated. Of course he would, silly, Nora stated. We saw him use a bunch of gadgets already, like that glider. Ren thought about it and agreed with his partner. That does make sense. Daruk's protection, Link cried, slamming his fists together. In response to his words, Link channeled the power of his fallen friend to generate a sphere of orange, crystallized light around him. This was Daruk's protection, a power that could create the most impenetrable of barriers. Thanks to Daruk's power, Link was able to get through all 3 tornadoes without a scratch. Unfortunately, impenetrable did not mean indestructible. By the time all the tornadoes had been dealt with, the barrier had broken, and it would be some time before Link could use the power again. Told ya, Nora said, grinning. Ren just smiled. Yeah, you did. Focusing on the fight at hand, Link crouched down and called upon the power of another of the fallen champions, one who used a veil of confidence to mask his own self-doubt. Although this particular champion was difficult to get along with, Link now considered him a compatriot and friend. Rivali's Gale, Link called out as he leaped from his crouching position. On his command, a powerful updraft formed under his feet. Pulling out his paraglider, Link rode the updraft all the way up to the highest ceiling of the observatory, well above the altitude that Calamity Ganon had climbed up to. Once he was at the apex of his flight, Link stowed away his paraglider and pulled out his ancient bow, its solid light bowstring manifesting as soon as it was fully deployed. Although he was now in freefall, time slowed down for Link as he used every bit of his stamina to concentrate on his task. Pulling out an ancient arrow from his quiver, Link notched the augmented arrow and pulled back the bowstring, causing the arrow tip to fold open and reveal a blue, hard light arrow tip. Taking aim at Ganon's face, Link released the bowstring and let the arrow fly. Thanks to the advanced ancient Sheikah technology used to construct the ancient bow, the arc in which arrows were fired was so negligible they practically fired in a straight line. As such, Link's shot hit Ganon's face flawlessly, detonating in an implosion that would completely eviscerate most other targets. The entire time Link fell, he repeated the firing process, nailing Ganon with ancient arrow after ancient arrow until his ancient bow shattered in his hands from the stress. And that was my last bow. Link grumbled as he pulled out his paraglider, gliding back down safely while Ganon crashed onto the floor. RWBY looked at the fight starstruck. She then turned to John. John, next time I'm in the workshop, you're joining me, she declared. John looked at her in confusion. What? Why? Because I'm making you a jetpack and a bow, duh. RWBY, I can't just use a jetpack and bow with my sword, the bow just broke on the screen. And why a jetpack? Link used a glider. We'll make it work, and a jetpack is more practical. Have some faith in my sis, John, Yang said. She's like a genius when it comes to making stuff. John nodded. He was both excited and nervous, excited for new weapons, but nervous that he might mess it up and disappoint RWBY. But remembering that it was technically him doing that made him more confident. Once Link was back on the ground, Ganon picked himself up and seemed even angrier than before, if that was even possible. With a monstrous roar, the scourge of Hyrule Castle exploded in energy, coating itself in a familiar orange aura. And now it's mimicking Daruk's protection. Great! Link groaned as he drew his sword and shield again. Ozpin had a slight frown watching Ganon mimic Link. It once again reminded him of his fight with Salem in the castle millennia ago. It was tough to fight an opponent who not only knew you intimately, but could copy your magical techniques as well. That, and her immortality, ultimately cost him the battle. Now protected with a nearly impenetrable aura, Calamity Ganon prepared its cannon and fired a guardian laser straight at Link. However, Link was very well experienced with dealing with such attacks. With expert timing, Link bashed at the laser with his shield, reflecting it back at Calamity Ganon's face. Since the attack was his own and far more powerful than anything Link could reasonably carry with him in the form of equipment, the Guardian laser was able to penetrate the monster's aura, dealing a hefty amount of damage and stunning him, giving Link the perfect opportunity to rush in and deliver even more slashes to the face. Struggling to take control of the situation, Ganon thrashed around to try and get Link away from him. The monster got a lucky swing in and managed to bat the hero away with his spear, sending him flying across the observatory and into a wall. Such a blow would normally be fatal had it not been for the power of a certain champion whose unfortunately unrequited love for the knight fueled her gift. "Thank Hylia for Mipha's grace," Link said with a half-hearted laugh as Mipha's power brought him back to full health and beyond after nearly succumbing to a fatal blow. "Gods, how many tricks does this kid have?" Roman asked with incredulity. "If I had that many, I wouldn't be in my current situation right now," he thought, shaking his head. Neo told him something. So he's like a video game character, I could see that. Seeing that his opponent was still not dead after that fatal blow, Calamity Ganon charged in to finish the job. However, Link would not give it the chance. As Ganon charged at him, Link drew his sword and took a battle stance. Charging up as much strength into his next swing as possible, he called upon the last of the champion's powers, one whose combination of power and grace were second to none. "Feel the wrath of Urbosa's fury," Link yelled as he launched a powerful spin attack. "Calling out attacks like that, definitely like an anime," John said. "Still kinda cool though." "It's like those old stories for warriors with their battle cries," RWBY exclaimed. With that one swing, Link was enveloped in a massive sphere of lightning that could temporarily paralyze anything that got too close. This was the unfortunate case for Calamity Ganon, as he could do nothing but watch in horror as Link drew the Master Sword once again. With a mighty yell, Link leaped into the air and brought the Master Sword down with a full body-weighted slash. The attack cleaved right through Calamity Ganon's face and forced him to his knees before he collapsed under his own weight. Desperately trying to get back up, Calamity Ganon could only scream in agony as his physical form began to give way. Liquid malice poured out of every orifice, leaking out at an alarming rate. Before long, Ganon's body completely disintegrated, exploding into a cloud of black and pink smoke. Its physical body gone, the remains of Calamity Ganon retreated, flying up the shaft of the astral observatory. "Yeah, you won," Nora shouted out in excitement, hugging John. "Something tells me this isn't over." Link mumbled to himself as he watched the smoke retreat before he himself was enveloped in a golden light. "Oh, come on," Nora said. When the light faded, Link found himself in the middle of Hyrule Field, facing the castle with his trusty steed Epona by his side. Although the fields looked peaceful, he could feel something was very wrong. The air felt tainted, the winds that blew were harsh and unforgiving, like they were filled with death and destruction. "Ganon," Link heard the princess whisper in his mind. Link and Epona turned around to see a massive cloud of pure malice swirling behind them. "Ganon," the princess whispered again, louder. The cloud of malice got thicker by the second, until it started to form solid shapes. Ganon was born out of a dark past. Zelda finally managed to voice out to Link, "He is a pure embodiment of the ancient evil that is reborn time and time again. Evil never dies, it's just passed on and learnt time and time again," Ozpin said in a sad tone. "Indeed," Oobleck replied, agreeing with what the headmaster said. RWBY heard them and frowned, but then remembered something. "At least we're here. Bad guys may come up and appear, but good guys like us will always fight them." The mass of malice became more defined, forming hooves, tusks, and a mane of pink flames. He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form. Zelda continued. If set free upon our world, the destruction will be unlike anything ever seen before. When the cloud of malice cleared, Link could see just how dire the situation had become. He stood before a beast unlike any he had ever seen, a massive boar that radiated with power and dwarfed the 4 divine beasts he had previously commandeered. It was hatred and malice incarnate, Dark Beast Ganon. That's one ugly boar, Fox quipped. Yeah, you got this, John. Cook that pig, Nora said, unfazed by Ganon's ultimate form. I entrust you with the Bow of Light, a powerful weapon in the face of evil. Zelda's voice rang out in Link's head. Looking up and ahead, Link saw a beautiful golden bow descend from the heavens. It radiated a purifying light that made Link feel safer just staring at it. As if being carried by a goddess, the bow gently floated just above the ground, a few dozen paces in front of Link. Recognizing what he had to do, Link rushed over to his trusty steed and mounted Epona, the horse reeling with vigor. Looks like you're fighting this one with me, girl, Link said as he lifted himself up onto the horse. Cool upgrade, but where did she come from? Sun said. He was confused by the random fields. I have a better question. Why didn't the bow just go directly to Link? Weiss questioned. Dramatic tension, duh. He's probably gonna have to get through an obstacle, Yang answered. Link, you may not yet be at a point where you have fully recovered your power or all of our memories, but courage need not be remembered, Zelda declared, for it is never forgot. With a powerful crack of the reins, Link urged Epona forward, gunning it for the Bow of Light. However, Ganon had other plans and released a powerful beam of energy down Link's intended path. The attack scorched the land it tore through, leaving pink flames that burned hotter than any other. Seeing that he was directly in the beam's path, Link veered Epona to the left, abandoning his objective of retrieving the bow and narrowly avoiding Ganon's attack. Although the Bow of Light was not damaged by the Dark Beast's attack, Link would have to forego retrieving it for the time being. Great, Link groaned as he circled the monster on Epona to avoid another attack. Now how am I supposed to attack this thing? Master Link, a voice resonated in Link's head. What? Link gasped in surprise. He hears voices in his head. He's like me, Tyrion exclaimed. He knew it. He wasn't crazy. Watts looked at his companion in exasperation. Great, now that idiot is all riled up. Cinder looked at Tyrion for a second before shaking her head and rolling her eyes. The voice was distinctly female, but it was definitely not Zelda. Link doubted she would ever refer to him as Master. It was a new voice, yet at the same time it felt familiar. It was almost as if he was hearing the voice of an old friend from a past life. Raise your sword skyward, the voice told him. Glancing at the sword on his back, Link noticed that the hilt of the Master Sword was glowing in a rhythmic pattern, like a heartbeat. It couldn't be, Link whispered as he drew the sword, recalling the legend Zelda had told him of the voice within the Master Sword. Raise your sword skyward, Master Link, the voice repeated. Doing as he was instructed, Link lifted the sword so the tip of the blade pointed skyward. Instantly, the sword's blade started to glow more brilliantly than ever before. So what type of magic is that? Blake asked. It's not a type of magic, Blakey, Yang said. It's solar power that comes from, she pointed towards the monkey faunus next to Blake, the sun. The entire theater looked at her. Well, how was it? She asked, expecting praise. I'm sorry, but that's the stupidest pun I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot from you. Bahahaha, what, seriously? How old are you? That was great. Annoying that only one person, her dad, liked it, Yang huffed and sat down. I thought that pointing to sun would make the pun more effective. These guys don't know true comedy. Now strike, the voice instructed. Instinctually performing the action, as if he had done so hundreds of times before. Link swung the sword as if he were throwing it while keeping his grip firm. To his surprise, the light that hand enveloped the blade was shot forward, flying towards Dark Beast Ganon as a spinning blade of divine light. Although the beast didn't appear affected by the attack, Link could tell the attack radiated divine power. That is the skyward strike. The familiar yet familiar voice in Link's head elaborated, use it in lieu of the Bow of Light. This will work. Link smirked as he continued to circle the titanic monster, his grip on the Master Sword growing ever firmer. I guess the bow was useless then, if he could just use the sword, Neptune said. Dude, he's using the strike to get to the sword, Sun told him. But if they can do the same thing, what's the point? Neptune replied. That's a stupid reason. That's like saying we shouldn't have more forms for our weapons since they all do the same function anyways. That's not true at all. There are different forms for short range and long range. But Link's Skyward Strike can basically shoot out light anyways. Yeah, well, you can never have too many weapons, okay. The energy covering Ganon's body is called malice. Zelda explained in Link's head, none of your attacks will get through as he now is. So that's what it's called, Kiro exclaimed. Finally, I got the answer. Overcome with rage, Ganon rotated his stance and fired another beam attack from his mouth. It was only thanks to Epona's speed that Link was able to barely avoid the attack. I will hold the malice back as much as I can, but my power is waning. Attack any glowing points that you see, Zelda instructed. May you be victorious. Damn, the princess must be strong if she can hold it back, Yang said. Teamwork makes the dream work, RWBY exclaimed the evergreen saying. Making sure to pace Epona so she didn't get winded, Link kept an eye on Ganon to make sure he stayed ahead of the monster's attacks. Thankfully, Epona was just fast enough to stay ahead, slowly outpacing how quickly Ganon could adjust his position given how massive he was. Before long, 3 massive golden circles depicting the Triforce appeared across Ganon's right side. With the Master Sword in hand, Link steered Epona closer to the monster so he could get a clear shot. Once he was in range, Link unleashed 3 skyward strikes in rapid succession as if he had been doing so his entire journey. All 3 blades of divine light struck their targets dead on, prompting a pained roar from Dark Beast Ganon. Ganon's power is weakening, Zelda cheered in disbelief. What's the symbol? Kiro asked, pointing at the circles. That would be the Triforce, an artifact that provides powers, and is separated into 3 pieces, hence the name. Each piece is the essence of one of the 3 goddesses in the world, and represents power, wisdom, and courage. And since the Ark Kid and the princess are main characters, I'm assuming they hold 2 pieces. Correct. Link has the Triforce of Courage, Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom, and Ganon has the Triforce of Power. Further enraged by having been attacked, Ganon's anger started to affect the weather around him, bringing further a heavy downpour. Determined to end the hero that struck him, the beast quickly swung his head around and haphazardly fired another beam towards his right. It was only by circling around Ganon's rear that Link and Epona managed to avoid the onslaught. Quickly now, Zelda instructed as 3 more glowing targets appeared on Ganon's left side. Circling back towards Ganon's front, Link and Epona raced along the monster's right, flawlessly landing skyward strikes on each target as they passed. Once again struck with the collective power of the goddesses residing within the sword that seals the darkness, Ganon stumbled, growing slower and clumsier with his attacks. It's working, Zelda cheered in amazement. It's over, Adam commented. The storm grew worse with Ganon's rage. Lightning started to arc between the clouds and thunder roared across Hyrule Field. Occasionally, lightning would strike the field itself, leaving Link to grow concerned with the possibility that all the metal sword and shield he currently carried with him would turn him into a lightning rod. Hit the glowing area, Zelda ordered as another target appeared on Ganon's body, this time on his underbelly. Steering Epona straight at the beast, Link rose the Master Sword skyward to prepare a skyward strike for when he passed under Ganon. But just as Link feared, the act of doing so turned him into a lightning rod, drawing the lightning towards his raised blade. However, to the knight's pleasant surprise, the lightning did not fry him and his horse. Rather, the Master Sword caught the lightning in its blade, further enhancing the charge of its next skyward strike. Taking advantage of the stroke of good luck, Link threw the enhanced skyward strike right into the target, dealing a massive blow to Ganon. We're so close, Zelda urged on, the hope in her voice ringing loudly. Cool it with the commentary, princess. We can tell, Mercury snarked. How about you cool it with your sarcasm, buddy? Yang said. You're ruining the vibe with your attitude. Says the chick who tells horrible puns. What did you say? Stop it, both of you. Wait until the end of the viewing before fighting. Wait, so we can hit each other in between viewings, Mercury asked. Oh nah, I just meant you guys can shout all you want after the show is finished. Pushed to his breaking point, the storm generated by Ganon's rage reached new heights of power. The clouds became the sickly black, red, and pink of Ganon's malice, as did the lightning that arced between them. The air became dry and scorching, making it difficult to breathe. Despite this, Link rode on, determined to finish the fight. "Link, look up there." Zelda rang out in Link's head as he circled towards Ganon's front. Looking up towards the demon boar's face, Link saw a massive eye periodically peek out from a slit in Ganon's forehead. "That is the very core of Ganon's being. Do what you must, Link," Zelda urged on. "Why doesn't Ganon just, close that eye?" Weiss questioned. "Whose side are you on?" Ruby asked. "I'm just trying to be logical here." "Master Link," the voice within the sword interrupted, "I calculate a 0.01% chance of your skyward strike reaching your target. Your best course of action would be to retrieve the bow of light Her Grace had entrusted to you, so you may deal the final blow using the light arrows the bow of light provides." And here I thought I wasn't going to need it. Link sighed, disappointed that things have grown more complicated. "I told you so," Sun said to Neptune with a grin on his face, recalling their earlier argument. All right, you won," Neptune said, holding his arms up in mock surrender. Scouting the field, Link was able to spot the bow of light. Unfortunately, it was directly in Ganon's line of fire, making retrieving it without being blasted into the next century difficult. It was clear that the monster was guarding the weapon, fully realizing that it was the only way the hero had of defeating him. However, Link had an idea that was just crazy enough to work. Reaching into his pouch, Link pulled out the sand seal harness and cord he used when sand surfing through the Gerudo Desert. While there were no sand seals within miles of Hyrule Field, the hooks used to latch onto them were more than compatible with horse saddles. Attaching one end of the harness to his belt and the other to Epona's saddle, Link steered his steed right towards the bow of light such that they would run perpendicular to Ganon line of fire. Once Epona was galloping at top speed, Link jumped off the saddle and landed on the Hylian shield on his back, letting himself get dragged across the field by his own horse. Shit, good thinking by the kid. Kuro couldn't help but compliment Link's quick thinking. More huntsmen that could think like that in the academies, and we would be in a better place, Ironwood added. Osbin nodded in agreement. Whilst teams like RWBY, JNPR, and CFVY were great in his school, it didn't bode well that most of his upper-year teams were not favored to make it past those 3 teams in the upcoming Vital Festival. 7. As Epona ran through Ganon's line of fire, Link grabbed the bow of light and disconnected his end of the harness, allowing his steed to get to safety while he skid to a halt in front of Dark Beast Ganon. With his target now in his sights, Ganon prepared to blow the hero away with a powerful blast, but Link was faster. As he called upon the one champion's power that would help him end the fight, Link couldn't help but smirk at the irony of the situation. This champion sought to prove his worth by being the one to defeat Ganon, instead of the goddess Hylia's chosen hero reborn. And now, his power was the key to allowing Hylia's chosen hero victory. Rivali's Gale, Link yelled as he leaped into the air and pulled out his paraglider. Once he had reached the apex of his climb, Link pulled out the bow of light and pulled back on the bowstring. The moment it was fully pulled back, an arrow of light materialized in between Link's fingers. "Now, Link," Zelda cried. With precision aim, Link let the arrow fly, striking Ganon's core head-on. Ganon roared in pain and agony as Link gently glided back safely to the ground. As Ganon wreathed in pain, a golden light flew out from where Link's arrow had landed. In the center of that light was a young woman with long golden blonde hair, dressed in sandals, golden jewelry, and a white dress befitting of a goddess. Although her dress was stained with ash and mud from a century ago, her natural beauty was not tainted. This beautiful young woman was she who carried the blood of the goddess Hylia, Princess Zelda. "Whoa, is that the princess?" Russell asked. Cardin had a stupid grin on his face. "That's the girl who likes Link, John. Nice." Weiss scoffed at his expression and words. Gently landing on the ground in front of the severely weakened Ganon, she stared down the fallen beast as she radiated divine golden power. Without a word, the princess let her power flare, reducing Dark Beast Ganon to merely a cloud of malice. Refusing to be defeated, the cloudy demon boar attempted a final desperate attack on the princess, only to be met with a brilliant sphere of divine golden power generated by Zelda herself. Although he tried to flee, Ganon couldn't hope to escape as the sphere quickly expanded before enveloping him entirely. Quicker than it expanded, the sphere of power collapsed in on itself, sealing Ganon away in another realm without a trace. With Ganon sealed away, the influences of his power quickly faded. The lights of the ancient Sheikah tech corrupted by Ganon's malice changed from pink to blue before fading entirely. The pools of malice across Hyrule dissipated, and the storm over Hyrule Field subsided. With the fight finally over, Link slowly walked up to the now-free Princess Zelda as the sun rose on a new day for Hyrule. "I've been keeping watch over you all this time," Zelda said as Link approached. "I've witnessed your struggles to return to us as well as your trials in battle. I always believed that you would find a way to defeat Ganon. I never lost faith in you over these many years." The princess turned to face Link, her hands clasped over her chest. "Thank you, Link," Zelda said with a hopeful smile, "the hero of Hyrule. May I ask, do you really remember me?" Link answered the only way he could. "As if I could forget a smile like yours, princess." Link replied, a warm smile spread across his own face. Hearing this, Zelda couldn't help but let out tears of joy, relieved that her appointed knight's memories of her were still intact. "Aw, just hurry up and kiss already," Yang cheered the princess on. Blake and Weiss looked at their teammate in shock. Weiss looked at RWBY, who answered their unspoken question. "She actually loves romance," RWBY told them. "This is so cute," Yang thought, smiling. "This is gonna make me nauseous," Emerald thought, scowling. As noon approached on the first day without calamity Ganon, Link and Zelda spared one last look at the ruins of the princess's former home and prison. They had spent the morning following their victory, collecting anything they could salvage from among Zelda's personal items. All that was left for them was to give a moment of silence to those they could not save 100 years ago. Once they were both ready, the princess and her knight exchanged a nod before turning to leave the Hyrule Castle behind them. As they did so, 5 spirits watched them from the castle's sanctum. Those spirits were those of the 4 fallen champions and Zelda's father, King Rome. Giving the hero and the princess one final farewell, the 5 spirits disappeared one by one to the next world, the king being the last to leave. Once the spirits were gone, Link and Zelda momentarily stopped in their tracks, each having sworn to have heard something. The pair gave the castle one last look, both sensing that there was some truth to their odd shared experience. "They avenged the dead," Ozpin stated simply. "Yes, now they can rest," Glinda pointed out as well. The next day, Link and Zelda stood on a hill on the southern edge of Hyrule Field, overlooking the entirety of what remains of the kingdom. Zelda was now dressed in her personal traveling attire, a blue tunic that matched Link's own champion's tunic paired with a set of black leggings and hiking boots. With the Sheikah slate in hand, Zelda examined Link's map of Hyrule and plotted their route. "We'll make our way to Zora's domain," Zelda said. "Divine Beast Varuda looks like it stopped working. Let's investigate the situation." "Sounds like a plan to me," Link agreed before noticing a sullen look on Zelda's face. "Hey, is something wrong?" "Mipha's father," Zelda explained. "I believe he would like to hear more about her. The least we can do is visit him and offer him some closure. Although Ganon is gone for now, there is still so much more for us to do, and so many painful memories that we must bear. But I believe in my heart that if all of us work together, we can restore Hyrule to its former glory, perhaps even beyond, but it must start with us." "I know we will," Link said reassuringly. "But to do that, first we have to get you up to date on how Hyrule is now. A lot can change in 100 years. You can't hope to reclaim the throne of a fallen kingdom if you know nothing about its remnants. 100 years is quite a long time. The advancements Hyrule had must have been momentous," Penny stated, excited to see more. "I doubt it. It's a fantasy setting, so things probably remain the same. Maybe even worse since Ganon might have ruined things during those years," Weiss noted. "Quite right." Zelda nodded in agreement before heading to where they left their horses to graze. "Let's be off." However, before she even got close to mounting her horse, Zelda stopped in her tracks, as if distracted by something. "Something else on your mind?" Link asked in concern. I can no longer hear the voice inside the sword, Zelda admitted. Really? Link asked, eyeing the Master Sword strapped to his back. Now that I think about it, I haven't heard it either since Ganon was sealed away. The knight thought to himself. I supposed it would make sense if my power had dwindled over the past 100 years, the princess deduced. So the Triforce is dwindling. How does a goddess' powers decrease? Maybe she just got tired after over 100 years. But wasn't she in a coma? Usually they take it away, both Ozpin and Salem thought. The princess turned to look back at her knight, before breaking out into a radiant smile. I'm surprised to admit it, but I can accept that, Zelda said, her smile growing ever brighter and more radiant. Breaking into a smile himself, Link ran up to join Zelda at her side, gently clasping her hand in his own. Come on, Link encouraged as he led her to their horses as hundreds of silent princess petals fell around them. Let's go see the world together. The screen turned to black. And that's it for the show. Go ahead and voice your opinions now, Chrono announced. That was so cool, Ruby said, loving the fantasy show. John, I am so going to help you reach that level. By the time we graduate, you're gonna be just as great as Link. First, we just need to train you on how to ride a horse and then teach you archery and then, Ruby went on, raving enthusiastically. How about I learn how to use a sword first with Pyrrha, if that's okay, Ruby? John said, with Pyrrha nodding beside him. You can multi-mask. But surely one at a time is more effective, right? Sorry, Vomit Boy, but you're stuck with her teaching you too now. John groaned. Damn, these guys talking about their plans nearly makes me sad about what Cinder will do to them. Watts thought, whatever, I don't care that much. Ozpin was thinking about Link using the powers of the goddesses to defeat Ganon, and thought that perhaps he should use the powers of the relics too. But I already asked Jin if I could defeat her, and she said no. But then again, maybe she meant I couldn't beat her at the time. But she's been around for over 1,000 years now, and even Ganon comes back. Ozpin shook his head. Meanwhile, the rest of the audience were discussing details about the viewing. Team CRDL and Team SSSN were separately talking about Zelda, with Weiss being disgusted with CRDL. Ren and Nora were now joining the conversation that Pyrrha, Yang, and Ruby were having with John regarding his new training. Team CFVY, by virtue of Coco, also joined in wanting to design John's new outfit based on Link's looks. Taeyong and Kuro were cracking jokes about the show, so were Roman and Neo on the other side. Glinda and Ironwood noticed Ozpin's look of dismay and tried to ask him why he was feeling that way. Naturally, he did not answer. Winter and Penny were discussing with Ironwood the pamphlet given to them in the last viewing before this, and Kali were catching up with Blake. Adam and Ilya stayed separated from the rest, same with Salem's circle. They did not care for the viewing, as well as Raven. 8. After a bit, the audience's host spoke up once again. Okay, let's move on to the next show, Chrono announced to the people from Remnant. Chapter 8. Dark Justice, One Piece. What's this next show about, Chrono? Pyrrha asked. It's a show about pirates, Chrono answered. Pirates, ooh, are we going to see one with a peg leg, or a pirate with an eye patch? Are they gonna walk the plank? Nora had a bombardment of questions. No, this pirate show is a lot more unconventional, Chrono said. This raised a few eyebrows. Unconventional how? Roman asked. Well, this viewing won't focus completely on just pirates, but on the Navy and government as well. You'll see, Chrono said. The screen sprang to life, showing a marine ship in the ocean overlooking the chaos of a battle at a nearby bridge connecting to NI's lobby. The ship was full of marine personnel, many of them wearing the distinctive white garb of the world government's forces. However, one of them was wearing a very eye-catching red marine coat. This man has 4 X-shaped scars on his face and 2 on his neck, a split, curling mustache and brown flowing hair reaching down to his shoulders. He has no pupil in his left eye. This was Vice Admiral Doberman, the leader of the ship, and one of 5 vice admirals called to NI's lobby via the buster call. Whoa, that island is floating, Nora finished John's sentence. Many looked shocked at the floating island of NI's lobby, except for the people of Atlas. Living on a floating island made them used to the sight. What island is that? Ironwood asked Chrono. That would be the judicial island of NSFW. It is one of the 3 major strongholds of the world government. A world government? Interesting, Osborne mused. He considered the idea of a singular form of government when he ended the Great War back when he was king of Vale, but ultimately decided against it. 1. But why is it floating, and why a name like NSFW? Nobody knows, Chrono said, and imagine if they hear other island names and organizations if NSFW weirded them out. Like Thriller Bark, Baroque Works, Punk Hazard and... You said one of the 3 major strongholds. What are the other 3? Glinda asked. Those would be Marine Headquarters, the home of the Navy, and the underwater prison of Impel Down. First NSFW and now Impel Down. What weird names, Pyrrha murmured quietly. Vice Admiral, sir, what should we do to capture Nico Robin? She's right there at the Bridge of Hesitation, one of Doberman's subordinates said. Just leave her, the Vice Admiral replied. The subordinate was shocked, but... As Doberman continued to look at the bridge being destroyed, he continued, It's been 10 years now, too. The scene abruptly changed to show a castle at night. The text 10 years ago appeared on screen. Ooh, a flashback, Sun said, excited. A fight was occurring, with silhouettes of people fighting with sabers in fire. Among the fight were the bodies of downed fighters strewn throughout the ground. In the midst of the chaos, a person's shout was heard. Don't hold back, guys, go wild. The person was a pirate. Kill anybody who resists, show mercy, he had a feral grin on his face. Pirates, Weiss said, scoffing at the degenerates on the screen. Carden heard those words and felt a surge of anger. He still remembered those same exact words being uttered by the White Fang. Those animals. What they did to Bishop, Carden thought. The huntsman in training thought back to that moment and swore once again to become a great huntsman, not to just kill Grimm, but to get rid of those filthy faunus who claimed to be freedom fighters. More like a bunch of terrorists. Are you good, Card? Sky asked in concern. Carden looked and saw all of his teammates with the same look as Sky. Both Russell and Dove also wanted to help. Carden felt slightly better at having them for teammates. Just thinking about stuff, Carden responded. Right, well, just know we're here for you, bro. The people the pirates were fighting looked to be guards. Don't flinch, we must protect our country from these pirates, one of them said, as he was locked in a sword fight with one of the said scoundrels. Doberman's voice reappeared. There was a kingdom which was fighting pirates. They put up an unrelenting resistance, the Vice Admiral said, as the screen proceeded to show more guards protecting the castle. So they have numbers. That's good, Winter said, noticing that if the kingdom could spare guards to defend the castle, they must have been outnumbering the pirates. However, a cannonball then flew and hit the castle's top, causing a massive explosion. The guards looked up in horror and anger. Those damn pirates, one of the same exclaimed, saying what was on each guard's minds. More cannons were fired and were hitting the guards. The tide of the battle was turning. Many were hit and their bodies were pushed back. Many of them screamed in pain. The cannons were being controlled and wielded by the pirates. One guard was struggling to get up and looked in horror at the line of pirates handling cannons. TR trench mortars. The lead pirate, the captain, saw his expression and laughed. He had red hair and a crooked mustache. His skin was yellow and sickly as well. This is it. If you don't want to die, just give up and surrender. After all, you see these cannons, we can just kill you with them. Ha ha ha. That's all it took, a few cannons, Ilya said. We've faced worse. The show is probably set in a less technologically advanced time. Mortars back then were like aura now, Adam said to his subordinate. But wouldn't a kingdom have cannons too? Not necessarily. Who's to say those pirates didn't kill and thieve their way into them? Carden interrupted, glaring at the red-haired leader of the White Fang. Perhaps in a time before arriving at the theater would Adam have responded. Instead, he simply glared back. The guard on the ground grit his teeth and pounded the floor with his teeth. However, many guards proceeded to drop their swords and fall to their knees. The pirate captain laughed in triumph and then gave orders to his men. Put 'em in a warehouse, fellas. They're gonna be our hostages. The soldiers were forced to surrender and became hostages, Doberman said. In exchange for the lives of the soldiers, the pirates demanded the throne of the king. The kingdom considered it and was about to surrender. What? What type of king would do that? Surrendering to pirates? That's absurd. The reaction was instantaneous. Many thought the idea of surrender was preposterous. The king was seen agonizing over his choice on his throne. He had a hand on his head. His advisors were before him, doing his job. Your Majesty, for the sake of the citizens, refuse the demands of those despicable pirates, one of them said. He's right, said the other. With the power of our military and of the imperial guards, we have nothing to fear against those scum. The king did not answer, still mulling over his decision. Your Majesty. He can't seriously be considering it, Coco said. One of the major lessons she learned in Beacon was not to look weak, and surrendering like that to people would make you look ineffectual. Grim were a different matter, of course, with retreat being possible, but when facing crooks, you had to show no mercy. The king looked up and gave his answer. Those soldiers, however, they fought and were risking their lives. Those soldiers are also my people. I cannot leave them there. I can't just sit back and let them die. The advisors were shocked, but the king would not be moved, however. Even if this throne is taken away, it's possible to gain it back, but you can't gain back the lives of people. The advisors looked shocked. Your Majesty, one said. Ghira's eyes widened. As chieftain of Menagerie, he felt very much the same way. It was why he tried to appease the White Fang in Cuaquana even after he left. Was it possible that this king was also tired of bloodshed? Kali saw her husband and went up against him, hugging him to ease his mind, as she was sensing his conflict. I get that, but I doubt these pirates play fair, Weiss exclaimed. Even if we accepted the pirates' demands, the other continued, I highly doubt they will keep their end of the bargain, he reasoned. Exactly, Weiss felt vindicated. It was clear that there was no easy way out. However, a courier burst into the throne room. The king and his advisors looked at him in shock. Your Majesty, an emissary from the world government just arrived, he announced. The advisors looked at each other in joy. Perhaps the government can help them. Is that right? The king said, clearly eager to see the emissary. Let him in immediately. Before the courier could answer back, a man in a suit walked ahead of him and entered the room. He wore a black suit. He was tall and slim, yet muscular, and had arched eyebrows and a close-shaved goatee. Ruby's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Uncle QROW, she screamed out, making many in the audience cover their ears. Wow, Yang said, also shocked. Raven looked on in surprise. So my brother's in one of these. About time one of us got some shine, right? Taeyong said to Kuro, who dropped the can of beer he was drinking. Me, working for the government? He said in surprise. He couldn't see it. He wasn't a government man. I agree, you certainly do not fit, Winter said. I concur. If Mr. Branwyn were one of my men, I'd have him shot, Ironwood said. That seemed to knock Kuro out of his stupor. Oh yeah, if I were one of your men, I'd shoot myself, he jabbed back. Both glared at each other, which raised concerns with Winter, Weiss, Ruby, and Yang before. Hey ha ha ha, that's a good one, Jim, Kuro said. Hey, yours were better, Ironwood responded. Taeyong smiled at the familiar sight. 3. I'm so confused right now. Me too, Weiss. However, the world government proceeded to send a young man to the kingdom to help with their concerns over the hostages. Doberman continued. The king looked shocked at the man. A young man, he's just a teenager. Damn the world government, how insulting, sending a boy, one of the advisors clearly not pleased. Oh right, now I notice it, Kuro said, focusing back onto the screen. I do look like I'm back in my Beacon days. Yeah, you're right, Tai replied. So that's what you looked like when you were in Beacon, Uncle Kuro? Ruby asked. Yep, Kuro answered, fishing out a photo from his pocket and showing it to Ruby. That's Team SDRQ, you already know all the members. Ruby looked at it and felt a bit sad seeing her mom. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be a great huntress just like you. The young man was fazed and continued to look until he was just a bit away from the throne. Where is the prey? He asked. Eyebrows were raised. Okay, I did not expect that. Wow, Kuro, are you some type of edgelord in this show? Yang quipped. I don't know, but I would definitely never say something like that. Kuro said, "That sounds like something someone from the tribe would have said. I guess it goes to show how good my actor must be because he sold that line." "That suit also helps him pull off the line. The dark and sleek suit fits," Coco said, liking the outfit. "Always with fashion," Fox said telepathically to this team. "Yeah, you could focus on other stuff, Coco," Yatsuhashi said. "I agree with them," Velvet said. Coco sighed dramatically and proceeded to talk to Yang. "You don't get it, girl. Being surrounded by people who don't care about how they look." "I know, right?" Yang said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Blake asked. "You know what it means, stripper, ice queen." "I don't dress like a stripper," Blake exploded. "Why does everyone call me that?" Weiss exclaimed. As Yang was laughing, the people not from Beacon were asking themselves one major question. Who the hell was that big guy talking to initially? The king was caught off guard by the man's choice of words. "Why you mean pirates, right? They're occupying the western harbor and making it their hideout," he told the emissary. "Okay then, leave the rest to me," the man promptly told the king before walking away. "Wait, please give the highest priorities to the lives of the hostages," the king said as he got up from his throne. The man heard the king's plea and turned back. He stared at the king with cold, narrowed eyes. "Are you trying to tell the world government what to do?" he asked. The king looked intimidated. The man then continued to walk away as the king slumped back into his seat. Kuro grimaced at the response. Nia wrote on a sign before showing it to the rest of the people in the theater. "Well, that was alarming." "I agree, Neo. I'm sorry to say this, Red, but your uncle in this show might be a nutjob," Roman said. "Yeah, I might have to agree," Ruby said, seemingly disturbed. At the Western Harbor, the pirates were celebrated. "Good job today, guys. Have a good time tonight. Eat and drink to your heart's content," the captain said to his crew. Drinks were shared, food was eaten, music was played. The pirates were discussing how big a deal getting the kingdom was and how it would all be theirs. "Hooray for the boss," one of them said, clearly happy for their captain. "Idiot, he's gonna be the new king." "Oh yeah, that's right, ha. She knew this was a show, but seeing criminals celebrate obnoxiously on any medium got on her nerves. Weiss gritted her teeth. "I know they're bad guys and all, but you kinda want to join the party." "Yep. Same." "Are you too serious?" Sage said, finding Neptune and Sun's conversation to be absurd. "They're dead serious, you know how they are," Scarlet replied. Sage sighed, "Yeah, I know." As the celebrations were continuing on the boat, the young emissary walked up to the boat. As the pirates were drinking booze, some of their attention was stolen by the young man. "Hello there." "Hi." "Your captain, where is he?" "Wow, how subtle," Mercury deadpanned. Cinder, however, noticed how the man was carrying himself. "He carries himself like me, confident in his strength. Perhaps that is why he abandoned subtlety," she thought. After all, she did the same with the White Fang and with Roman. This got a lot more interesting. Cinder smiled. The captain, hearing the emissary, stopped his celebrations and sat up from his chair. "Who are you?" "I've been sent from the world government. I'm here to arrest you all," the man said simply. The captain looked at the emissary in shock before breaking out into laughter. All of the other pirates did the same. However, the young man, judging from his face, was dead serious. "Arrest me? A brat like him thinks that he can arrest me," the captain said to his men, who voiced their agreement through fits of laughter. Wow, the government must really be desperate. Seriously, though, that was a good joke. What can one kid like you do? The young man simply closed his eyes and clenched his fists, taking the ridicule, as he was fully surrounded by pirates. "Why is he not fighting back?" John asked, confused. "He's trying to maintain his composure. Though based on his demeanor, it's clear that the insults are bothering him," Pyrrha concluded. "You never did like getting called a brat, brother," Raven said to Kuro. Kuro frowned at the memories. "I went through worse than those old guys back when I was at the tribe, so yeah, being called a kid didn't exactly make me happy." He took a sip from his flask before grimacing. "So I can't get drunk in this cinema? Seriously. If you wanna pretend to be some government big shot, do it somewhere else." The captain proceeded to glare. "So beat it, I have no time to play games with some brat. Opening his eyes, the emissary tried to walk forward to meet the captain, but stopped when two other pirates brandished their swords against his face. Yeah, beat it. Get out of here, brat. You're in my way, move, the emissary told the two pirates coldly. Mercury touched his back. Yeesh, I just felt chills from that threat. Emerald looked unamused. Stop it. Oh, shut up, they said as they prepared to attack him. However, the young man did not move and seemed to hold his breath in and clench his fists before taking the hit. He said a certain word in his mind before the attack connected. Tekai. 4. The swords connected with his body, but broke. The two pirates looked at the young man in shock. WHY, what the hell? He must have used some weird technique. Was that like the show's version of Aura? Sun asked. Power system, the show's power system, Neptune stated. Sun rolled his eyes. Nobody cares what the term is, Neptune. Yeah, Neptune, stop being such a nerd. Mercury added on. Why are you putting in? You don't even know me. The N of Team SSSN exclaimed. Chrono chose that moment to interject. Yes, that is one of the power systems. You'll see another one later. The power system displayed right now is called Rokushiki. It is used by agents such as him. What was that technique? Blake asked. That technique is called Tekai, or iron body. It involves the user hardening their muscles to the level of iron in order to nullify damage taken from attacks. That's possible, Weiss seemed skeptical. First of all, it's a show like yours. Second of all, to me it's just as fantastical as a place that uses soul magic like Remnant. Oh, right. Just remember to suspend your disbelief from time to time, people. The captain looked momentarily shocked, but soon steeled his features. I see, he said with a grin on his face. So you are from the government. Just to let you know, though, if you do any more weird moves, I cannot guarantee the safety of the hostages. He pointed out in a mocking manner. The young man maintained a deadpan expression, not responding, even with the pirates' pointed guns at his face. Just obey us and you'll stay alive, as a hostage, of course, the captain exclaimed before laughing at his supposed. The young emissary looked on as the captain continued to celebrate. Now we have a hostage from the world government. They won't dare to try anything with us now. Throw that brat in with the others, he ordered his crew. Hearing that order, the man showed emotion for the first time. It was a chilling smirk. Kuro did not like that look. It reminded him too much of his younger days. Back when I was just a lowly bandit, Kuro shook his head. That's the past now. Beacon changed me. I'm no longer a killer. No longer just some bad luck charm. The young man was then escorted to the building where the other hostages were being kept. As the entrance was opened and he entered, he took on the guards. What's a kid doing here? One of the hostages asked. Some emissary from the world government, one of the pirates escorting the man said. He was supposed to rescue you guys, he added, before laughing at the guards' incredulous faces. All right, you guys, try to get along. One of the pirates said mockingly before they locked the entrance once again, their laughs echoing in the distance. Those guys are such jerks, nothing like pirates at all, Nora huffed angrily. I hope the agent guy beats them up. That agent is technically Ruby's uncle, Nora, and also those are usually how pirates act, Ren said to his partner. Nora looked at Ren. I'm hungry, I want some pancakes. Ren just sighed, you just had some, Nora. 5. The man simply sat down where he was for a few minutes. He was observing and listening to the guards. 6. Damn, now they have a kid locked in with us too. I still think we should have fought back. We had no choice. It was either dying pointless or waiting out for a rescue. And what good did that do? The government sent some random guy. That's exactly why we should have fought until the end. Man, I couldn't just do that. I have kids and a wife. I can't just leave them behind. This is exactly why the people who join up to fight for their country are saps, Roman said. And how are they saps? Surely it's not as stupid as being a crook who commits crimes and gets arrested, Ruby retorted. She was getting tired of the criminal's cynicism. They're saps because they risk their lives for strangers. 7. Many guards murmured in agreement with the last one's remark. Upon hearing that, the emissary spoke up. So let me verify one thing. What? The last guard said. You all surrendered willingly and chose to be hostages, the man asked. Pretty much, the guard replied. The battle was already lost, no point in dying needlessly, he added in a morose tone. I see. He sees what? Hazel asked. What could he have possibly garnered from some guards muttering? The young man then tensed up and said another word in his mind. Sorrow, and seemingly transported to the guard and said another word as he brought up a finger. Shigan. The finger went up to the man's neck and pierced it, immediately, killing him. The guards all looked at the suited man in shock, but before they could react, the man continued using lethal kicks and finger techniques to kill them all. What the hell? Why's he attacking them? Holy shit. The reactions were immediate. Many of the Beacon students were shocked by the agent's actions. Kuro looked at the scene and immediately got angry. Why the hell would he do that? The criminals and villains became a lot more intrigued. Attacking hostages, interesting course of action, Salem thought. What technique is being used by the agent? Cinder asked Chrono. She already suspected such a thing would happen and really only cared for the powerful techniques. The first technique is called Sorrow. It allows the user to move at extremely high speeds that look akin to teleporting in order to avoid attacks, as well as to attack at higher speeds and with greater power, by kicking off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. The second technique is Shigan, or the finger pistol. It is a close-quarter combat technique in which the user pushes their finger into a certain target at a very high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. Seeing a huge bunch of guards at the back, the emissary did a large kick and said another word in his mind. Rankiaku. The kick resulted in a gust of wind appearing and piercing the armor and bodies of all the guards. The massacre continued, and blood started to pool on the floors, all as the pirates were still celebrating. As the last guard fell, a look of horror etched on his face, Doberman's voice reappeared. The man sneaked into the pirates' hideout and obliterated all the hostages, all 500 of them being guards of the kingdom. Why? Blake asked. She was angered, but she managed to temper her reaction compared to the previous viewing that focused on Adam. They were just hostages, Kuro said. He was the angriest of them all, because it was his face on the screen that was slaughtering all those civilians. Finally, more bloodshed, Tyrion said in elation. Whilst other viewings had violence and blood spilt, nothing excited him more than cold-blooded murder. Of course he's happy with it, Weiss scoffed, glaring at the scorpion faunus. The scene changed back to the Navy ship, with many of the Marines looking at the Vice Admiral in horror. He K-killed, all of them, one of them exclaimed in alarm. That can't be right, is that even permissible? One of them said, seemingly angered and shocked. Even if it's for the world government, even if it's for. The man was cut off by Doberman's glare, and he lost all sense of anger with fear replacing it. Pardon me, sir? The Marine said, saluting. They condone this, Glinda said in horror. It was one thing for a secret agent to do atrocious actions like that. She was aware of how governments could do such things, but for men in service to be okay with it. It was hard for her to grasp. Unbelievable, Ironwood growled. You need to learn that upholding order isn't all honor and glory. This includes everybody on the ship too, Doberman said, looking at the Marines, who promptly saluted. Winter looked sick at what the man was saying. Osbin scowled at the words that Doberman said. That doesn't excuse the senseless taking of life. The scene switched back, with one of the pirates frantically running back to the ship. Boss, BOSSS, he said, calling for his captain in a hysterical manner. As he reached the ship, the captain heard him. Whoa, pipe down, what's the matter? He asked. The pirate paused briefly to capture his breath before responding. The brat is going on a rampage in the lockup. He's killing all of the hostages. What? Yep, we all had the same reaction. Yang stated darkly. Despite her being quiet, she was also getting mad at the justification that the world government was using. The pirates all arrived at the building with their weapons and opened the door. To their horror, they saw the young man from the world government. He had his back turned on them, but he was on top of a mountain of bodies. What the hell? The pirate captain shouted out. How dare you? You killed them all? he said, with a tone that belied not only anger but disgust as well. It appeared that the captain, despite being a pirate, was repulsed by the man's actions. They committed a crime, so I executed them in the name of justice. A crime, the captain said disbelievingly. What fucking crime? Is he serious? What a load of shit. The students were in an uproar again. Settle down, children, I feel the same way, but screaming at the screen won't change anything, Glinda said. This government sounds like a real piece of work, Tai said. Summary executions, all the kingdoms banned that after the Great War, Oobleck noted. They were soldiers sworn to defend their kingdom, and yet they surrendered. They surrendered to evil and subjected the kingdom to crisis. They showed weakness, and weakness, the man, fists clenched, is a sin. They didn't deserve to live. The man glared at the captain. They deserved to die. That's so fucked, Kiro hissed. Raven heard what the agent said and felt conflict, especially since it was his brother's face saying, Why? Why couldn't you understand that as well? She thought, regarding Kiro. The captain glared back with hatred. You fucking bastard, and you call yourself an official of the world government. The man scoffed at the captain's remark. Of course, justice never surrenders to evil. I've heard enough, fellas, shoot him down, the captain ordered. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the pirate dude now, Nora said. Ren just nodded in agreement. What the emissary did was terrible. The entire crew brought out their cannons and aimed them at the man on top of a mountain of corpses, and fired. That serves him right, the brat, the captain said, showing no remorse. However, when the explosion stopped out from the fire, came the man, with his suit torn and his back showing wounds from cannon fire. Other than that, he appeared unharmed. Impossible. How could he survive that? Osbin sighed. Of course, he must have used one of the Rokushiki techniques. The man then used his Saru technique to get to the captain and grabbed a hold of his face. Then, he proceeded to fill his body with holes using the Shigan before beheading the captain. The pirates looked on in abject horror. Boss. He's a monster. Run for your lives. I can't even blame them for running, he really is a monster, Yang stated. Filling him with holes and then cutting off his head. He's a sicko, Sun added on. I've seen some shit back in Vacuo, but never like that. Going back to what I was saying earlier, the pirates soon learned of what he did and got angry. They fired bullets and cannons at him, but he simply got up, killed the captain, and settled the incident. Doberman said, as the screen showed the man killing the entire pirate crew, who was running away with ruthless efficiency. The scene changed back to the ship. The man I am talking about is the one who will stop at nothing to achieve justice. That mission I mentioned was his first one as a CP9 agent, all at the age of 18. With his dark mantra of justice, he works in the shadow to serve the light. I do not disagree with what people say about him being a cruel, mass-murdering machine, but he is also the strongest agent in CP9's history. That is Rob Lucci. Doberman concluded his tale. Rob Lucci, now I think about it, that's the first time we heard his name, Pyrrha realized. Well, that Rob dude is messed up, Ruby said. Lucci, in the show, the naming conventions are different. It's the family name first, then the given name last. So like some ancient Mistrali customs, Oobleck asked. Correct. He did all that at 18, and most of us were only recruited into the Navy at that age, one subordinate said. Lucci will accomplish his mission. All we have to do is destroy everything except the bridge. One of the buildings near the bridge then exploded, and a figure flew out and hit the deck of the ship. Well, damn, I wasn't expecting that, Roman said. Neo then wrote something and showed it to Roman. How much do you want to bet that the person is Lucci? Roman chuckled, that'd be too easy of a bet. What was that? Was that a man? Do you think he's okay? He could be one of the straw hats. Aim your weapons at him. The soldiers complied with the captain's orders. The man who appeared on the deck got up. He had a very odd appearance, taking on the look of a half-man, half-leopard. He must have eaten a devil fruit. A devil fruit? Ilya asked. What does a fruit have to do with making a human look like a leopard? In the show, devil fruits are mysterious and distinctive fruits scattered throughout the world. which are known for granting their eaters permanent superhuman powers, however at the cost of the inability to swim. Why would they lose the ability to swim? That's where the name comes say that the devil fruits were enchanted by sea devils. Whoever eats it gets amazing powers, but the seas turn against them. I see. There are 3 major types of devil fruits. The first is a zoan-type fruit. That fruit offers the power for a person to turn into and take on the characteristics of an animal. Lucci ate a zoan fruit. Interesting, Adam noted. The second is a logia-type fruit. That fruit offers the power for a person to turn into and take on the characters of an element, be it fire, ice, magma, or even gas. That sounds cool, Yang stated. The final type is a paramecia-type fruit. That fruit offers the power that does not fit in with the logia or zoan-type classification. These can include powers such as control space, creating earthquakes, bending your body like rubber, or making things levitate. Those fruits sound the most similar to our semblances, to be honest, Pyrrha noted. The man got up and changed forms, back into looking like a human. It was RWBY. This alarmed the soldiers, who demanded answers. Who are you? Answer me. Enough, put your weapons down, that is RWBY, Doberman shouted at his soldiers. Hearing his name, many of the Marines in the ship looked at Lucci in horror, and the Navy soldiers aiming guns at him immediately dropped their weapons. We were terribly sorry, sir, please don't kill us. Shut up, your whining is hurting my ears. Geez, what a dick, Yang said. Sorry, Uncle Kuro. It's fine, I agree. Lucci then said another technique in his mind as he tensed up. Jeppo, he then proceeded to walk on the air, much to the shock of the people on the ship. He's flying. But how? Lucci flew back to the building, ready to complete his mission and uphold justice. No matter the cost. What technique was that? Cinder asked again. Jeppo, or the moonwalk skywalk. It is a technique that allows users to push themselves off the air itself with superhumanly strong kicks, allowing them to travel through and remain in midair for extended periods in what effectively resembles flight. So that jerk can fly, so unfair, Nora whined in despair. As he was heading back to the building, another Marine ship was overlooking the building. The feathered cap-wearing vice admiral on the ship, Anagumo, looked on as he saw Marines fighting and struggling to get out of it. However, he also saw a boy with a straw hat inside the building getting ready to fight Lucci. It must have been Straw Hat Luffy. 8. Who was that? John asked, seeing the straw hat-wearing pirate. That is Straw Hat Luffy, a pirate and the main character of the series. Wait, so we weren't even focusing on the main character this entire time, Coco exclaimed. Yes. Why? Not every viewing will have the person of interest be a main character. Not every actor or actress has the starring role. Sometimes they're a supporting character or even a villain. Seeing him, Anagumo made a call. Men, ready the artillery and aim it at the building and take out Straw Hat. But sir, Lucci is heading towards Straw Hat, and there are still thousands of men still running out of the building. Bang! The Marine who said that was silenced immediately by a gunshot. He slumped down to the floor of the ship, dead. The other soldiers looked at the person who shot him in fear, Anagumo. How can you hope to protect the future from brutal criminals if you hesitate? If we kill those men, then it was a necessary sacrifice. Besides, I'm sure that Lucci won't die. Fire. Unbelievable, they're literally team killing, Neptune said in exasperation. Yeah, but they're defeating evil though, Sun added, making quotation marks with his hands. The men complied, and readied the building became littered with explosions shortly afterwards. The screen turned to black. So how was the show? Chrono asked. What do you think? Kuro scoffed. Oh yeah, it was great knowing that there's a psychotic government agent that looks just like me. Yeah, but it's just a show, Uncle Kuro, Ruby said. It's not like you were a savage killer or something in the past, right? Kuro shifted uncomfortably. Ruby looked concerned. Right. Kuro decided to respond after a few long seconds. Look, Ruby, there's Soam. Your uncle was a massive bandit and a great killer back in the day. Oh, young silver-eyed maiden, Tyrion exclaimed. Both Ruby and Kuro looked shocked. Raven and Yang already knew, but was surprised that the scorpion Faunus knew. Meanwhile, the hunters in training were also shocked at the bombshell announcement. "That's not true," Ruby said, refusing to believe it. "There's no way my uncle would do things like that." Kiro's expression said otherwise. "Oh, but he did, Tilda," Tyrion replied in a sing-song manner. "He was brutal on the battlefield and on raids, one of the best." He continued on, wistfully. It was almost as if he admired the huntsman for being a bandit. "How would you know?" the leader of Team RWBY asked. "Well, everyone in Mistral has heard of the Branwen tribe, a vicious band of outlaws who lived with a simple but effective code. The strong live, the weak die." Tyrion went up from his seat and approached Raven. "I have to say, I'm a big believer of that philosophy of yours. Too bad you're actually a coward when it comes to using it, of course." Raven glared at the Faunus, who simply smirked. "That's behind me now. I don't follow those ways anymore. I'm a changed man," Kiro responded. Tyrion sighed. "Yes, and for the worse, unfortunately." "What's that supposed to mean?" Kiro stated, narrowing his eyes. "Well, I just find it sad that you stumbled upon the perfect worldview to take on the world, and exchanged it for something as tiresome as civility." Tyrion's expression was one of disgust as he said his last word. "What's wrong with being civil? Being civil means you help others, treating people with respect and kindness. Civilization is what has kept the kingdoms from falling to the grim." "Wrong. What has kept the kingdoms from falling is their determination and capacity for war. For hurting and killing the grim, Tyrion had a wide smile. For killing others." "What are you implying?" the veteran huntsman spat. "I'm saying," Tyrion intoned, "that the only way to live life on this planet is take and take and take. To take the lives of others, to take the dust that has been in the ground for centuries with all your strength, or destroy what you cannot take. That's how life is, and that is why I have dedicated my life to the service of my goddess," Tyrion said, bowing in the direction of Salem. "For what better way can I live than to follow destruction and strength incarnate? That's barbaric. The lives of others should never be taken away, especially from a psycho like you." Tyrion smiled. "Pretty words from a hypocrite, after all. Who's to say you aren't like Lucci? Every viewing has had the person on screen have similar personalities to the person here. Who's to say you won't take lives in the name of justice, of defeating evil, like Ironwood?" Ironwood scowled at his mention. He was nothing like Lucci. Kiro simply dropped the subject, refusing to entertain the servant of Salem. "We're done here." "If you say so, pal," Tyrion replied in a sing-song manner. The rest of the audience had remained silent and had simply watched the argument. Some were concerned, like Ruby, whilst others were indifferent like Cinder or excited like Neo. In the end, Chrono decided that the conversation was long enough for the next viewing to be shown. "Well, now that you two settled it, it's time for the next viewing," Chrono said. Chapter 9. Once Upon a Time, Inglorious Bastards. This next movie is a war film. I would say a historical war film, but it takes liberties with some parts of history, Chrono said to the audience, giving them information about the movie they are about to watch. "I see. I assume this war film focuses on a past conflict not from Remnant, but from the Prime Universe then?" Oobleck deduced. "Correct, it is a film about the Second World War," Chrono clarified. "The Second World War. What type of people would fight 2 world wars? That's horrible." It was safe to say that most of the audience as a whole were appalled at the idea of not just one, but 2 worldwide conflicts. "Why would they fight each other when the Grimm exist? It makes no sense," Ruby pointed out. "Well, there was the Great War, which was about Grimm in a way. Mantle wanted to stifle emotion to prevent Grimm attacks," Weiss answered. "Yeah, but they only fought once. They never did it again," Ruby answered back. "Maybe the losing side of the First War wanted payback," John said. "Perhaps there is a lack of Grimm in that world," Osbin stated. "After all, that skit we watched a bit back did seem to insinuate that concepts such as aura were kind of out there, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to assume the same thing for the Grimm." That would make sense," Ironwood agreed. "But shouldn't there be peace then?" Ruby pointed out. Kuro let out a sigh. "Unfortunately, the world doesn't always work that way, kiddo. I wouldn't be surprised if the lack of an entity like Grimm meant that countries ended up fighting against each other. Right, Chrono? Indeed, however, this viewing will not focus on the battlefields of the conflict itself, but on a more unsavory part of the war. Unsavory how? You'll see. Before I play it, however, I should clarify, this viewing actually shows two of you guys this time. Didn't we see two people just a few viewings ago? Sun asked. The skit doesn't count, only Ren really appeared, John grumbled, not liking that he was portrayed by another actor in that skit. Precisely. I should note that whilst this viewing mostly focuses on the first one of the two to appear, the viewing is very slow at first, so there is not much action. However, once the second person appears, things will ramp up. Just stating this so I know this is boring, rants from some of you. Chrono added. The audience nodded at the information. All right, let's begin. The screen sprang to life. A faraway shot showed a small farmhouse amid some plains. Next to it was a farmer chopping up wood on a stump, with a woman putting up some laundry a bit further away from him. As the man was hard at work, hacking away at the tree stump with his axe, the woman heard some rumbling in the distance and looked from behind the white blanket she just put up on the clothesline. She noticed a car and a few motorcycles in the distance. Ominous but non-diegetic music proceeded to begin to play. 1. What a quaint little place, Osbin mused. It saddened him that not many homesteads like that were in remnant due to the Grimm. I wonder who the people in those vehicles are, Pyrrha asked. Perhaps they're bad guys, especially with the evil music, Nora guessed. Nora, classical music isn't evil, Ren told his partner. Well, it sounds ominous. Immediately alarmed, the woman turned around and got the attention of the farmer. Papa, she called out. Right in the midst of another swing, the man stopped and looked at his daughter, and then also took note of the approaching vehicles. Putting the axe away but swinging it firmly on the wood so it stayed attached, he then looked behind him and noticed two more of his daughters coming out. He pointed at them and spoke in French too. Go back inside and shut the door. Oobleck looked positively thrilled. Another language, how thrilling. That language is French, spoken by the people of France, Chrono informed the audience. How interesting, especially since we only speak the language of basic, Oobleck muttered to himself. 3. I'm just glad there's always subtitles, so we can still understand, Weiss stated. After hearing him, both of them went inside again. The father then asked his last daughter for help as he proceeded to sit down on the stump. Julie, get me some water for my wash-up, then get inside with your sisters. Julie went away from the clothesline and ran towards the tap at the other side of the house, and proceeded to put water into a bowl. As she was doing that, her father proceeded to wipe his face of sweat in trepidation, whilst looking at the approaching vehicles. The task done, Julie ran towards the house and put the bowl just outside one of the windowsills. Ready, Papa, she said, to get her attention. His face now clean, the father put away his cloth, took one last worried look at the vehicles, and then got up and went towards the bowl. Thank you, my darling. Now you go inside with your sisters. Julie complied and almost ran back, but her father told her, Don't run. She proceeded to slow down to a slow walk. The music ended. I get it, you have to look like you're not scared, Yang noted. Doubt it will do much though, they only appear to be civvies, Kiro added on. Maybe the dad's a secret butt kicker, Ruby said. Butt kicker, Mercury scoffed. You can just say badass like a normal person. Ruby blushed, I'd rather not. Now at the windowsill, the father took a deep breath and then proceeded to wash himself. He grabbed the water with his hands and used it to scrub himself as clean as he could be. What, they don't have showers there, Roman said with an eyebrow raised. Well, the house does look very small, so perhaps not. Plus, it's a historical film, Neptune noted. Man, I don't even care, I was just making a joke, Roman exclaimed to the blue-haired huntsman. Whilst he was doing that, the vehicles stopped, and it became clear to the audience what they were. The vehicles were military. The drivers of the motorcycles were up and holding guns while looking back at the car. Meanwhile, the driver was up and saluting the man at the back and speaking to him in German. The man, his superior, was getting up from his seat and holding a suitcase. The superior gave thanks to his driver. As he approached the house, the superior spoke out to the farmer. Is this the property of Lapadite? He asked. The farmer nodded and spoke back, I am Lapadite. The military officer held out his hand to Mr. Lapadite. It is a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Lapadite. I am Colonel Hans Landa of the SS, the now-named Hans Landa said with a genial smile. Wow, even in another universe, you're still a military man, Osbin noted. The man who was portraying Hans Landa was none other than the headmaster of Atlas. Indeed, he knew it was possible, but his widened eyes made it visible that Ironwood was shocked at him being in a viewing. Gotta say, Jimmy, it seems weird that you're a colonel and not a general, Kiro added. A colonel meeting with a farmer? How odd, Ironwood also noted. He couldn't think of any reason for a colonel to visit such a person. Of course, he did think to himself that the SS may not follow the same rules as the Adaljan military. Not particularly fond of the uniform, Winter said. Something about it just seemed off-putting to her, especially with her boss technically wearing it. Lapadite accepted the handshake and immediately got to business. What can I do for you? I was hoping you could invite me inside your home, and we may have a discussion. Certainly, after you, the farmer said and gestured towards his home. Well, the colonel seems nice so far, Penny said. Maybe they were just being worried for no reason, Blake pointed out, or maybe guilty of something, she mused. Both men entered the house, and Landa was introduced to Lapadite's family. Colonel Landa, this is my family. There were 3 women. The one in the middle was Julie, who was wearing an apron. The one to Julie's left was Suzanne, and she was wearing a brown jacket. The one to Julie's right was Charlotte, and she looked different from the others, having blonde hair and blue eyes. Landa took a glance at the others and made his way up to Charlotte. Colonel Hans Landa of the SS, Mademoiselle, at your service, he said, as he took her hand and gave it a kiss. The girl looked scared. Well, that was kinda rude, Nora said. She just skipped the other 2. And I think he's creeping her out. Who kisses a person's hand like that? Emerald exclaimed. That's actually normal in some areas of the world, Pyrrha noted. But she does seem scared. Maybe it's because of the same reason the rest of the family were terrified. Still holding her hand, Landa continued. The rumors I have heard about your family are all true. The girl looked tense. I guess there's bad rumors about them, Ren stated. Landa took a step back whilst continuing to speak. Mr. Lapadite, each one of your daughters is more lovely than the last, he complimented. 4. Thank you, the farmer simply replied. Please, he then gestured to his table, have a seat. Or not, still rude, however, you were right, Nora. Of course I was. Landa nodded in thanks and proceeded to put his hat on the table and sit down. As that was happening, Mr. Lapadite told Susan to get the colonel some wine. However, Landa objected. Thank you very much, Mr. Lapadite, but no wine. This being a dairy farm, one would be safe in assuming you have milk, he asked Susan. Yes. Then milk is what I prefer. Very well. Okay, he just seems a bit too nice now, Kiro stated. Ironwood frowned. It's always good to keep citizens calm. Ignore him, James. He's probably just annoyed that you didn't decide to have wine, Glinda snarked. Hey. As Susan went to get milk, Mr. Lapadite asked Julie to close the window. Julie proceeded to go to the window showing the soldiers and closed it. Colonel Landa then got his glass of milk, resulting in a smile from him. Thank you. He then promptly finished the entire glass and told the farmer, Monsieur, to both your family and your cows. He gestured to Julie and the glass respectively before putting it down. I say, bravo, whilst making an okay gesture with his hand. Thank you. His compliments could use some work, Sun said. I know, right? That is so not how you compliment a beautiful lady, Neptune agreed. Comparing them to cows, preposterous. Landa then said to the farmer whilst gesturing once again, Please, join me at your table. Very well, Lapadite replied, before walking to the table and taking a seat. The SS colonel went forward to Lapadite. Monsieur Lapadite, what we have to discuss would be better discussed in private. You'll notice I left my men outdoors. If it wouldn't offend them, could you ask your lovely ladies to step outside? You are right, the farmer agreed. Charlotte, would you take the girls outside? The colonel and I need to have a few words. All the daughters followed their father and got out of the house, with Charlotte closing the door. "I guess he's going to show his real self now," Nora declared, "now that there's no one else for him to be super nice to." Afterwards, Landa began to remove his gloves, whilst beginning a private conversation with Lapadite. "Monsieur Lapadite, I regret to inform you that I've exhausted the extent of my French. To continue to speak it so inadequately would only serve to embarrass me," Landa continued, saying the sentence in perfect French. 5. "I can't speak on behalf of the French people, but it sounds like he nailed it," Mercury said. "Just saying." Many nodded in agreement. "However, I've been led to believe that you speak English quite well." "Yes," the farmer said, confirming what the colonel thought. "Well, it just so happens I do as well, this being your house." The colonel said, "I ask your permission to switch to English for the remainder of the conversation." "By all means," Mr. Lapadite said, giving his permission. Landa took immediate advantage. "Well, I'm very familiar with you and your family, but I've no way of knowing if you're familiar with who I am. Are you aware of my existence?" the colonel asked. "Yes." "He switched so easily," Ruby said, shocked. "And English is our language, basic. Since I can speak basic, I guess it makes sense that he can speak English if the languages are truly the same," Ironwood uttered. "It seems logical that basic would have another name if other languages are spoken in that world," Oobleck noted. "What land does the English language originate from, Chrono?" "England." "That seems appropriate." "This is good," Landa said. "Now, are you aware of the job I've been ordered to carry out in France?" Yes." "Please tell me what you've heard," Landa gestured. "I've heard that the Furas put you in charge of rounding up the Jews left in France, who are either hiding or passing for Gentile." "Rounding up the Jews." "Hiding? What's a Jew? What does Gentile mean? What's a Fura?" Murmurs and questions were heard throughout the audience. Chrono answered them all. "Jews are a group of people and a cultural community whose traditional religion is Judaism, and who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people who came from the land of Israel. They are being rounded up on orders of the Fura leader, who the SS answered to. Revealing any more of the reason will result in spoilers, but you can infer later in the viewing. Because of them being rounded up, many chose to hide to avoid getting arrested, and Gentile refers to any person who is not Jewish. So it's followers of a religion," Oobleck noted. "And people from that Israel place," Kiro added, simplifying what the host said. "So they're targeted for who they are," Adam said darkly. "And they're either hiding or pretending not to be Jewish to avoid being captured," Blake said morosely, as she remembered the cat ears that she had been hiding. Regardless, now having their answers, the audience began to pay attention to the viewing again. Landa gave the table a light smack. The Fura couldn't have said it better himself. Getting his suitcase, proceed to bring stuff out of it, whilst Lapadite then asked the colonel his own question. "But, the meaning of your visit, pleasant though it is, mysterious to me. The Germans looked through my house 9 months ago for hiding Jews and found nothing." As Landa finished getting the things out of his suitcase, which included some files and some ink, he nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm aware of that. I've read the reports of this area. But like any enterprise, when under new management, there's always a slight duplication of efforts. Most of it being a complete waste of time." Landa flashed a genial smile to Lapadite to put him at ease, "but it needs to be done nevertheless. While my character does seem shady, he does make a good point," Ironwood noted. "That's right, students. If you ever take over a mission regarding Grimm from another team which covered an area, it does not hurt to circle back to place they've already covered," Glinda told all the hunters in training. "Yep. Got it, Teach." "Yes, ma'am." As Landa got a pen out from his jacket and filled it with ink, he added on, "I just have a few questions, Monsieur Lapadite. If you can assist me with the answers, my department can close the file on your family." The farmer had crossed his arms, showing signs of slight distress, regardless. "Way to not act cool," Nora said. "Nora, remember he's just a civilian," John said. I know. Opening his file, Landa began to ask questions. Now, before the occupation, there were 4 Jewish families in this area, all dairy farmers like yourself. Dolrex, Rollins, the Lovitts, and the Dreyfuses. Is that correct? Lapadite nodded. To my knowledge, those were the Jewish families among the dairy farmers. After answering the question, the farmer then asked, Herr Colonel, would it disturb you if I smoke my pipe? The colonel gave a chuckle and gestured towards the farmer. Oh please, Monsieur Lapadite, this is your house, make yourself comfortable. What a power statement, Neptune noted. What do you mean? Sun asked. Even though it's his home, the colonel is giving him permission to be comfortable. A good subtle choice of dialogue, in my opinion, to convey the power he holds, Neptune said. He was getting looks. I thought we established that I'm an intellectual. As the farmer got up to get his pipe, Landa asked another question as he perused through the files he brought. Now, according to these papers, all the Jewish families in this area have been accounted for except, Landa turned a page, the Dreyfuses. As Lapadite sat back down with his pipe, Landa continued. Somewhere in the last year it would appear they vanished, which leads me to the conclusion that they've either made good their escape or someone is very successfully hiding them. What have you heard about the Dreyfuses, Monsieur Lapadite? He makes it sound like Lapadite is hiding them, Osbin noted. Well, they do seem kind of suspicious, with them looking uneasy, Glinda noted. I think anyone would be uneasy if Jimmy wanted to look around your house, Kiro chuckled. Only rumors. I love rumors, the SS colonel exclaimed. Facts could be so misleading, where rumors, true or false, are often revealing. So, Monsieur Lapadite, what rumors have you heard regarding the Dreyfuses? That's great advice as well, Kiro noted. All right, kiddos, just like what the witch said about looking back at things, rumors are a good way to find out the true story. Got that? Kiro was satisfied with the nods he got, and he smirked when he saw Glinda's glare targeting him. Do not call me a witch. But you're a good witch. Good one, Uncle Kiro. Thanks, Yang. Oh, come on, when I said that, you said it was lame. Yeah, but I said it this time as the cool uncle, not lame dad tie. Chew whatever. As he proceeded to light his pipe, the farmer cleared his throat and responded. Again, this is just a rumor, but, we heard the Dreyfuses had made their way into Spain. Having said his answer, Lapadite lit his pipe. So the rumors you've heard have been of escape. Yes. The farmer responded first in French and then English. Having never met the Dreyfuses, would you confirm for me the exact members of the household and their names? As Lapadite prepared to answer, Landa perused the files further to find the right page to take down the farmer's answers. There were 5 of them. The father, Jacob. Landa looked at the page, nodded, and ticked the name off. Wife, Miriam. Another nod and tick. And her brother, Bob. Landa looked at the page and struggled for a short bit to find the name before seeing it. Another nod and tick. I guess Bob was hard to find on the page, Yang chuckled. How old is Bob? The colonel asked. Lapadite took a second to answer, as he was thinking. 30-31. Landa took note. He gestured for Lapadite to go on, continue. And the children, Amos and Shisana. Another 2 ticks. Ages of the children. Lapadite sighed, trying to think of their ages. Landa gestured with his pen as if to say, well, do you know? The farmer then answered. Well, Amos was, 9 or 10. Landa took note. That's not right, Ironwood said, going after kids. Adam bit back a snarl. Now he cares when they're humans. What about the faunest children who suffered under his hand? And Shisana. And Shisana was, 18 or 19, I'm not really sure. Landa took note of the final member's age. As he did, the camera panned down to below the table and eventually below the floorboards. Underneath the floorboards was a young girl and other people. That was Shisana and the other Dreyfuses. Shisana had covered her mouth, presumably to prevent herself from being heard. Oh shit, Kiro said. The entire theater pretty much felt the same way. Well, this just got interesting, Cinder noted. Blake's one of the Dreyfuses in hiding? Ruby exclaimed. Shisana was being portrayed by Blake. She looked weird since Blake has amber eyes and black hair, not blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh my god, it is her, but her hair's different, her eyes too, Yang noted. Blake and many of the Faunus were most shocked. I should have guessed, Blake thought. I can see the parallels in this viewing with how Faunus were historically targeted. and Ironwood being the colonel just lays it on thick. Adam was clenching the seats of his chair. He knew that she left him, but seeing her in that position, especially with that Jean, colonel looking for her, he better not put a hand on her, he thought. Some part of him still considered Blake Belladonna to be his darling. Kali let out a gasp in shock, and Gira squeezed her shoulder to comfort her. The image of Blake being forced to hide her heritage in that manner reminded them too much of the past, before the revolution. Well, I guess that should do it, Landa concluded. The view still showing Shosanna, only the zipping of Landa's suitcase was heard. However, before I go, could I have another glass of your delicious milk? Mercury let out a false sigh. Phew, they might have just gotten away scot-free. Are you serious? They just showed her. Clearly she's not going to be fine. Yeah, you might have jinxed it. Yeah, bastard. The assassin rolled his eyes at the Beacon students. I was clearly just joking. Well, find better jokes, you moron. Going back up to the house, the eyes of the other Dreyfuses could be seen peering up from the floorboards. But of course, probably not the best idea, Oobleck stated. If Landa looks down, he can see their eyes. As Lapadite went up to get the milk, Landa spoke up again to ask a question. Monsieur Lapadite, are you aware of the nickname the people of France have given me? As the farmer began to pour the glass, he gave out a sigh and answered. I have no interest in such things. But you are aware of what they call me. I'm aware. What are you aware of? Landa asked, as Lapadite sat back down. Before answering, the farmer grabbed hold of his pipe and slid the glass to Landa, who promptly gave thanks in French, merci. That they call you, the Jew hunter. Well, that sounds horrifying, Weiss stated. I don't think hunting down a group of people like that should result in a title, John pointed out. Maybe others gave it to him, Pyrrha added on. Precisely, Landa said with a smile on his face. He leaned against his seat and added on, I understand your trepidation in repeating it. Heydrich apparently hates the moniker the good people of Prague have bestowed on him. Landa chuckled. Actually, why he would hate the name the hangman is baffling to me. It would appear he has done everything in his power to earn it. Now I, on the other hand, love my unofficial title, precisely because I've earned it. Ironwood growled and got up. How can you be proud of something like that? James, you have to relax, it's technically not you. Osbin tried to calm his friend. Ironwood realized and promptly sat down. Yo, you're right, sorry, what was said just reminded me of the more zealous soldiers who I fought with back in the day. Like Lagun, that man loved to hunt down Faunus, and it cost him his life. The fool. Continuing on, Landa stated, the feature that makes me such an effective hunter of the Jews is, as opposed to most German soldiers, I can think like a Jew where they can only think like a German. He chuckled again. More precisely, a German soldier. Before taking a gulp of milk. The scene cut swiftly to Shosanna once again, still in her position, before showing Lapadite, still smoking his pipe. And he's disrespectful to his own troops as well. Ironwood thought darkly. He did not enjoy the fact that his face was saying those types of things. He's nothing at all like you, Kiro noted. Now, if one were to determine what attribute the German people share with a beast, it would be the cunning and the predatory instinct of a hawk. But if one were to determine what attributes the Jews share with a beast, it would be that of a rat. Landa added on, the Führer's and Goebbels' propaganda have pretty much said the same thing, but where our conclusions differ is I don't consider the comparison an insult. Interesting, Osbin said with an eyebrow raised. Usually, an officer would not be saying those types of things to the people they're interrogating, Glinda noted. Agreed, but that's not what I meant. Let's see what he means. The SS colonel gave his explanation. Consider, for a moment, the world a rat lives in. It's a hostile world indeed. If a rat were to scamper through your front door right now, would you greet it with hostility? The colonel said whilst gesturing towards the front door of the Lapadite farmhouse. I suppose I would, the farmer conceded. I think I see where this is going, Osbin said. Has a rat ever done anything to you to create this animosity you feel towards them? Landa asked. Rats spread diseases, they bite people, the farmer answered. Rats were the cause of the bubonic plague, but that's some time ago. I propose to you, any disease a rat could spread, a squirrel could equally carry. Would you agree? Oui, Lapatite agreed in French. Yet I assume you don't share the same animosity with squirrels that you do with rats, do you? No. But they're both rodents, are they not? And except for the tail, they even rather look alike, don't they? It's an interesting thought, Herr Colonel, Lapatite admitted. That's a great analogy. Perhaps I should use that in my classes regarding the faunus, Oobleck noted. It could certainly help people like Mr. Winchester be more open-minded, especially with his past. What a load of crap, Roman said with a scoff. In that case, it's a false equivalency. Faunus aren't actually animals. But you like to call them animals, don't you, Torchwick? Ruby pointed out with a glare. Just to get on their nerves, Red. Meanwhile, both Adam and Carden were looking at the screen with wide eyes. Little they did know, they were having similar thoughts, but on opposite ends of the spectrum. Adam put his left hand over his scarred eye. Yes, the SDC had scarred him, but it was a while ago. And the SDC doesn't represent all of humanity. Carden thought back to the White Fang attacking his family. Yes, it had scarred him, but that was in the past. And the White Fang don't represent all of Faunaskind. Can I let go of my hate? Should I? Adam thought. No, this isn't some disease that can be cured. I can't ever forgive them. And besides, it's like what? That eyeliner-wearing crook said, what's the population at large doing? Nothing. They might as well be complicit, Carden thought. Ha, the colonel exclaimed before pointing to the table. However interesting as the thought may be, it makes not one bit of difference to how you feel. Landa gestured to the door again. If a rat were to walk in here right now, as I'm talking, would you greet it with a saucer of your delicious milk? The colonel said that whilst sliding the glass of milk towards the farmer. Probably not. I didn't think so. You don't like them. You don't really know why you don't like them. All you know is you find them repulsive. Landa had made his point. And I guess those Germans thought the same thing regarding the Jews, Osbin said whilst shaking his head. Despicable. However, he wasn't done. Consequently, a German soldier conducts a search of a house suspected of hiding Jews. Where does the hawk look? He looks in the barn, he looks in the attic, he looks in the cellar, he looks everywhere he would hide. But there's so many places it would never occur to a hawk to hide. However, the reason the Fahra has brought me off my Alps in Austria and placed me in French cow country today is because it does occur to me. Because I'm aware what tremendous feats human beings are capable of once they abandon dignity. Oh no, Ruby said quietly. You don't think? He knows, probably. Kuro finished the statement for Yang and answered him. Dang it, I don't want him to find Blake. Me neither, kiddo. There was a pause. May I smoke my pipe as well? Landa asked the farmer. Please, Herr Colonel, make yourself at home. Landa brought out his pipe, which was much bigger and more ornate than Lapatite's. The colonel then took some of the farmer's matches and used it to light his pipe. Of course that jerk has a bigger pipe, John grumbled. Maybe he's compensating for something, Nora joked. Or he's trying to show his superiority. Ren thought and voiced out, reading into Landa's actions. Now, my job dictates that I must have my men enter your home and conduct a thorough search before I can officially cross your family's name off my list. And if there are any irregularities to be found, rest assured they will be. That is unless you have something to tell me that makes the conducting of a search unnecessary. I might add also that any information that makes the performance of my duty easier will not be met with punishment. Actually, quite the contrary. It will be met with reward. The colonel then told Lapatite said reward. And that reward will be, your family will cease to be harassed in any way by the German military during the rest of our occupation of your country. The farmer looked stricken. Blake's eyes widened. He's going to sell out the family. She said it as if it was a fact, like it was definitely going to happen. I can't even blame him. His family was being harassed, of course he'd want it to stop, Weiss grumbled. Damn, this sucks, Sun stated. As Lapatite seemed to lose composure, the face of the colonel went from a genial smile to a cold, stern gaze. You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not? The farmer looked like he was about to cry. Yes. You're sheltering them underneath your floorboards, aren't you? Yes, the farmer said, with hints of emotion behind it. Yeesh, John said. The colonel switching from his false, happy facade to a cold look gave his chills. You could see his face change in real time. Neptune pointed out. Point out to me the areas where they're hiding. Lapatite closed his eyes, as a few tears escaped his eyes, as he pointed out the area where the Dreyfuses were hiding. It was the area right beside the table. Landa got up from his seat, went to the area pointed out, and pointed with his pipe, the location of the Dreyfuses for clarification. Lapatite nodded. Since I haven't heard any disturbance, I assume, while they're listening, they don't speak English. Yes, the farmer said whilst trembling. Oh no, Kali said. Gira gripped her tighter. Landa put away his pipe. I'm going to switch back to French now, and I want you to follow my masquerade. Is that clear? The farmer glared at the colonel. Yes. Oh, so now he gets mad, Mercury said. Too late now. Hey, there's not much he can do, but he can still be mad at something so obviously terrible. RWBY defended the farmer. Switching back, the colonel once again adopted a false tone of geniality. Monsieur Lapatite? He got his hat, his gloves, the suitcase, and some of Lapatite's matches. I thank you for the milk and your hospitality. I do believe our business here is done. As the masquerade was occurring, non-diegetic, suspenseful music began to play. As Landa opened the door, the view only showed his boots, as he looked out and greeted the daughters of Lapatite. Ah, ladies, the colonel greeted, as he made a way for the daughters. However, the daughters did not step into the house, rather, it was the soldiers under Landa's command. Wait a second. No way. They wouldn't. Are you serious? The members of the audience seemed to understand what the soldiers were going to do when they started to enter the house with their guns. I thank you for your time, Landa said, as he gestured for the soldiers to come in and pointed to the area where the family was. We shan't be bothering your family any longer. As the soldiers went to the area, the farmer began to lose his composure once again. So, Monsieur, Mademoiselle, I bid farewell to you and say adieu. As he said the final word, it appeared that it was a signal from Landa. The music swelled to a crescendo as the soldiers began to shoot down at the floorboards. Many of the hunters in training felt sick. There was a kid in there, RWBY said weakly. I know we saw worse in that airport viewing, but this still sucks, Sun added. What type of soldiers would do that? Penny asked. She was angry, but mostly confused and saddened. Terrible ones. No, they're good soldiers regardless, but terrible people, Blake corrected Weiss. Weiss felt slightly offended at that. It seemed targeted at Adeljan soldiers. But she let it go, she knew her teammates passed. As the music clashed with the loud gunshots, Lapatite took cover behind his table and covered his ears, as bits of wood flew everywhere. When the shooting subsided, Landa told his subordinates to remain quiet, shushing them, as he wanted to hear if there were any survivors. As he walked towards the end of the house, he looked down at the floorboards and saw movement. A person was leaving the house. He pointed out and said, "It's the girl." Gira swore loudly. At least she survived, Kali pointed. But now they've discovered her. Simon, escape, 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 Ilya muttered quietly to herself. Shisana nudged aside a cover in the house and crawled out of the cellar of the Lapatite household. She was seen running towards the planes from the front door of the house, in a straight line. Landa stepped out of the door, putting down his suitcase. As he looked at the girl, he brought out his pistol and squinted as he aimed at the last surviving Dreyfus. Kali, Sun, Gira, and Ilya all covered their eyes. They did not want to see Shisana get shot. Even Adam held his breath. On the contrary, Blake couldn't look away. Her eyes were wide open. Meanwhile, Shisana was openly sobbing as she was covered in the blood of her family. A few tears welled up in the eyes of Blake's parents upon hearing her cries. Hearing it wrenched their hearts. The colonel exclaimed and said, "Oopsie," as stopped aiming the pistol suddenly, with the music abruptly stopping as well. As Shisana proceeded to escape, Hans Landa bid his farewell to the young girl. "Au revoir, Shisana," he said, with a grin on his face. Shisana running away from the household was seen, until the screen turned to black. "So how was it?" Chrono asked. Uncovering her eyes, Kali answered. "You already know the answer," she growled. "You think I enjoyed seeing my daughter have her family get killed in front of her, being targeted and crying." "I did," Tyrion said. "Shut up," many in the audience said in response. mostly faunus and hunters in training, along with Kali. Noted, perhaps I should quit asking and just let you all speak for yourselves then. With that in mind, I do find the analogy with rats interesting. It really can apply to our world. Osbin noted. Yeah, I get that, Kiro added. Too many people dislike one another without truly knowing. They don't know any better, Ruby said sadly. And you can't just punch it out of them, Yang pointed out. Blake started to look at Adam and wondered if it could change him. Probably not, he's too far gone. Unbeknownst to her, Adam had just tried to justify his hatred earlier. It didn't seem to work. Seeing the grimace on his face, Blake started to hope that perhaps he could find the light. But she promptly stopped. I can't think like that. He could be thinking of something else. I can't allow myself to have that type of hope. Trying to distract herself, she got up and went to hug her mom and dad, and tell them that she's fine here, she would be fine, as long as Team RWBY were all with her. Meanwhile, Team CRDL was having a talk. You know, you can talk to us if you want, bro, Dove stated to their leader. I know that, Cardin growled, but I'm fine. You don't seem fine, you seem angry. I'm not angry. I'm going to be angry if you keep saying I'm angry, though. Why are you being like this? Just talk to us. No. Do you think that's gonna be enough? Dove said. What do you mean? Cardin asked, confused. What Dove means, Sky intervened in their argument, is that your shouting isn't going to stop us. When you want to talk, and you will, we'll be here. Cardin was shocked. All right, it's time for the show to go on, Chrono said. Chapter 10. Operation Strix, Spy X Family. I seriously hope this one is more lighthearted, John said. The last two worlds they were shown focused on very cruel and evil people. Fortunately for you, this one is, Chrono stated, making John and many in the audience feel slightly easy. Nice, what's it about? Yang asked. The show that is coming up is about family and spies. Spies cool, Ruby said with stars in her eyes. How does family relate to that, however? Penny questioned, confused. Well, if I explained it more, it'd ruin the viewing, since the context is explained. Oh. Anyways, I'm starting the viewing. The audience began to pay attention to the screen. The screen sprang to life. On the highway in a city, a diplomat's car was in a hurry to get into the meeting in Ostania regarding further peace talks. The diplomat implored his driver to be faster. I need to be at the embassy, ASAP. I should have you be there in 20 minutes, sir, the driver replied, before driving even faster. However, he noticed they were on the bend. He let go of the gas and tried to press on the brakes, but he noticed they weren't slowing down. He then mashed his foot on the brake pedal again, but nothing worked. The brakes aren't, what? The driver's comments alarmed the diplomat. What's going on? Hold on, driver, keep your eyes on the damn road, he said. The driver looked forward in fear when he noticed they were close to the bend, and even if he turned, they would smash into the concrete. The car smashed through the barricade that had once covered the bend and fell 30 feet down onto the streets below. As it landed, the car exploded. Many in the audience either winced or gasped at the accident, except for the people in Salem's group and the criminals. Oh my, those poor people, Kali said. Damn, RIP to those two, Neptune stated. That must have hurt, Kiro commented. Damn, Raven added on. I thought this was a fun viewing, Nora questioned. What a bad time for the brakes to not work. That car must have been a bad product, Weiss concluded. Osbin thought otherwise. Perhaps it was sabotaged. After all, it had a diplomat. The car shouldn't have been faulty. This could explain why spies are in this particular viewing. Apparently, one of our diplomats in Ostania has died in a car accident. In a prestigious room filled with top intelligence individuals of Westalis sat in a meeting to discuss what had occurred. The one at the front of the table, who just spoke, sighed. Though, we suspect he was assassinated by the East's far-right political party. Osbin let out a hum. It seems I was right. That makes more sense now that I think about it, Weiss said. So I guess those guys at the table are enemies with Ostania, Nora asked. Probably, Ren said. Why else would they assassinate a diplomat? The large television screen flashed to the countries of Westalis and Ostania being landlocked, with only the remnants of a large wall separating the two, dividing these two. It's becoming clearer by the day that they're trying to push us into an all-out war. To protect the people of Westalis, we need to know exactly what their plan is." In response, one of the others on the table gave a suggestion to the head at the table. "Let's put HIM on the job. With stakes these high, we need to use the best agent on our roster." Twilight. "Why would they want a war?" Ruby asked. "Two reasons, hatred or money," Kiro said, growling out the second word. Money. There was a lot of lien to earn in military contracts back in the day, before the academies. That's partially why the academies were made, to prevent war from becoming an industry. Otherwise, you'd be seeing a lot more for-profit companies not willing to save villages because they were poor. Too bad it failed in some ways, Winter thought, scowling as she remembered her father having a monopoly on dust, and therefore the ammunition of weapons as an extension. As the meeting was taking place, the scene shifted to a dark alley. In the alley, an informant was meeting with a top leading government official named Edgar. In Edgar's hand were photographs. "Just as promised," the informant said as he gave a folder of photos to Edgar, photographic proof that the Minister of Foreign Affairs wears a wig, including the negatives. After receiving it, Edgar chuckled evilly and smiled like a shark finding fresh blood in the water. "Very nicely done. With these, he'll be forced to resign." "Seriously, a toupee would cause a resignation," Mercury said with a scoff. "In some places, lying like that can be the cause for a scandal. People can be fickle like that," Cinder pointed out. "Well, until next time." Edgar waved goodbye and then walked back into the alley, getting back into his car and quickly driving off. As the informant was walking away, he heard a voice call out to him. "Hey." Upon seeing the person whose voice belonged to, the informant was shocked, with his eyes widening. Edgar was right back in front of him whilst being flanked by two bodyguards, much to his confusion. Edgar had his arm forward as if he expected to be handed down something. "So how about you hand over those goods you promised me?" Edgar asked the informant, much to the latter's shock. "What?" "Huh. I might have drunk too much. Time to put away the flask." "But thou." "It's a joke, man. Don't overthink it." Many were confused by what just happened, except for one. "Oh my God," Ruby said. "Oh no." Yang recognized what her sister was about to do and covered his ears. "Was the first guy thespian made a face conceal his identity, headed it oh my gosh that's awful," Ruby squealed. "Sheesh, Red, don't they teach you to speak clearly in preschool?" Roman snarked, annoyed by her outburst. Ruby wasn't listening, however. She just realized that she saw a spy in action. The informant, dumbfounded, pointed to the car that was leaving and to Edgar, who was still standing in front of him. But you were just..." Then it clicked. The informant put a hand over his face to stifle a scream of frustration. "He set me up." Emerald snickered at the informant's groan of despair. "I wonder how many people I stole from had the same exact reaction." She never liked having to scrounge about to survive, which is why she was thankful for Cinder, but stealing from the people who looked down at her back when she was a street rat, that always put a smile on her face. Meanwhile, in the car, the other Edgar removed his disguise by pulling out the face mask. It revealed a blonde man with disheveled hair and a nonchalant expression. The man then put on glasses and styled his hair to be sleek and straight. A narrator then voiced over the scene. Codename, Twilight, a spy of the highest caliber. While the nations of the world waged a fierce war of information in the shadows, this master of disguise, man of 100 faces, survived only by the skills he's honed. Ruby let out an even louder squeal. She immediately went to Taeyong and grabbed his arm. "Dad, it's you, you're a spy." She pointed to the screen, which was showing Twilight driving in the car. Tai was shocked. Wow, yeah, I am." "That's pretty cool, Dad. You got into one of these before any of us," Yang pointed out. "Of course, your dad is pretty cool." "Not as cool as me, I appeared first," Kiro joked. "You were evil, though," Tai responded, taking the winds off Kiro's sails. The scene then cut to a fancy restaurant. Twilight was now at a table across from a woman who was talking to him. The woman wore a small red headband, a pink dress, had several jewelry on, and had blonde hair. They were having dinner together. Daddy's been in such a foul mood lately because someone stole his toupee pics or something. I mean, honestly, what a bore, she told him. This was Karen, the daughter of the Edgar man who Twilight impersonated. No way, he dated the dude's daughter just to get those photos, Neptune said in shock. Damn, that's pretty rad, Mr. X, Sun commented, complimenting Tai. Taeyong puffed out his chest in pride. It kinda is, isn't it? Back in Beacon, people joke that I was. Too much information. For God's sake, shut up. Both Kuro and Raven were frantic in stopping Tai. If he told those two about the rumors of him having a harem with the entire team, Kuro thought. 1. As Twilight took a bite of the meal he ordered, the woman spoke again. Robert, are you listening? Robert nodded lightly, keeping up with his fake identity. Yes, how unfortunate. After he spoke, they were interrupted by the sounds of clapping. At a nearby table across from them, people were celebrating a man proposing to his girlfriend. Oh, would you look at that? Could that be us one day? She asked Robert whilst looking at the scene dreamily. Karen, let's break up. Raven snorted. That's a bit blunt, especially from you, she joked to Tai. Hey, I can be blunt. She's right, you'd be a lot more gentle, Kuro pointed out. Yang narrowed her eyes when she saw Raven and Tai conversing like they were old friends. She thinks she can just go back to talking after what she did. Huh? Karen looked at Robert in dismay and shock. Wiping his mouth with a cloth now that he was done with his meal, he continued. I'm afraid you're just not that intelligent. Her astonished face already said what he expected as a response, and so Robert quickly picked up his coat and left. Bye, best of luck now. Most of the audience openly laughed at Twilight's lack of tact. Ha 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 ha, he said that so casually, Roman said in between laughs. And after she was talking about marriage too, Mercury added. Ah, this is gold, Roman commented, wiping a tear from his face. Robert, Karen also got up and shouted at him. Hey, you can't just walk out on me, the woman exclaimed. Seeing the scene, the people celebrating and the newly engaged couple looked on, feeling awkward. Come back here. That's rough, buddy, Neptune said. In front of all those people too, Pyrrha said, feeling bad for Karen. Now in an alleyway after having left the restaurant and wearing his coat and hat, Twilight had looked at the file he had gotten that contained Edgar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, most damning secret. Sorry, Karen, but I have no further use of you, or your father. As of tonight, I'm also done with Robert. Dreams of marriage and a normal happy life, I threw those away the day I became a spy, along with my true identity. He took off his glasses and threw them into a flaming garbage bin, along with the photos. So he has no real name, Glinda said, surprised by that revelation. Damn, that's hardcore, Coco commented. Ruby felt conflicted. On one hand, she was happy to see her dad play a spy. But to throw away a normal life, I don't know. But then again, is the life of Huntress normal? And besides, it's not actually Dad. Doesn't make him saying that they're that much easier to hear though. Her thoughts were interrupted by Yang and Tai. Both of them squeezed her shoulders in reassurance. Thanks, she whispered to both of them. They flashed her a smile in response, which said anytime. In the next scene, it was now a new day, as seen with the sky of day appearing in the glass roofs of a train station. The station had a train heading for departure, with the location being Berlin. At the station, Twilight arrived, now wearing a brown trench coat and hat, and sat down on a wooden bench next to an old man who was reading the newspaper. The spy was also carrying a paper, as well as a suitcase and some coffee. As the spy put down his paper on the bench, the old man folded his and put it over the other one. Both then grabbed the other, in exchange. Meow, the old man said, as he took off with the new paper. As the spy sat down, he realized the code. It was new orders from Westali's. Must be Cipher C too. So they use ciphers, Blake said, just like back in the White Fang. But how did he get that from that? John exclaimed. No idea. It's not like I know what spies are taught. Really? I thought you of all people would know. Becow. Because you're so sneaky, of course, Yang interrupted John before giving her a glare. John laughed sheepishly. It was the library all over again. I keep nearly spilling out Blake's secret. I thought her telling her parents and Roman saying the entire family were terrorists got the secret out, but now that I think about it, most people think he was just being racist. The train bound for Berlin is now departing on track 5. It was an announcement from the train station. Now on the train, Twilight was reading the newspaper using the cipher to get the message. The newspaper had headlines such as Tensions and Cold War. Good day or perhaps good evening, Twilight. Excellent work on your last assignment. For the good of our country, the minister lived to see another day, all thanks to you. Now then, here is your next mission. As Twilight turned to the back of the newspaper, he saw a prominent figure in Ostania and took a sip of the coffee he had. Your target is the head of the National Unity Party, Donovan Desmond, a grave threat to the truce between East and West. You'll need to get close and probe for any seditious activity. In order to achieve this, you must get married and have a child. Upon reading that last part, the spy spat out his coffee and started coughing. Fortunately, his message was not destroyed from this. Say what? Many in the audience let out laughs again at the irony of the situation, and Twilight's reaction. What are the odds, especially after what he said earlier? Kiro said jokingly. That sounds hilarious. Hey, we need you to infiltrate and spy on this guy, so get married and make a baby. Stat. Sun said, imitating an executive as well. That'd take 9 months though, and the child would need to be at least 6 years old to go to school, Weiss exclaimed. Oh, maybe he can adopt. In spite of what he read, Twilight continued to read using the cipher. Due to his suspicious nature, Desmond is almost a complete recluse. His only social appearances are at events held at the elite private school his son attends. The screen briefly changed to show the gates of the school Eden Academy. They serve as informal get-togethers for the upper echelon, politicians and industrial leaders. You will have your child enroll in this school and infiltrate one of these social gatherings. However, the enrollment deadline is drawing near. Of course it is, Nora grumbled. Yep, Twilight will need to adopt then, Sun concluded. Putting down his cup of coffee now that he took another sip, Twilight proceeded to read further. In 1 week to be precise. Upon that last part, the spy tore the paper in anger. I'm supposed to have a kid in 7 days. While many of the hunters in training were chuckling at the display, Goodwitch facepalmed. Maybe don't exclaim your mission out in public, and so loudly, she said in an exasperated tone. However, when Twilight saw all the worried or scared glances directed towards him due to his outburst, he decided to alleviate their alarmed states. Sorry. Twilight continued to read the cipher. We are calling it Operation SDRIX. It's the key to maintaining peace between East and West, and perhaps the entire world. You're the type of hero who casts no shadow, your great deeds never seeing the light of day. Twilight narrowed his eyes as he read more. Although you won't receive any medals or public fanfare, don't forget that your blood, sweat, and tears make everybody else's day-to-day lives possible. The camera shot showed a family adjacent to the seat of Twilight in the train. Those words resonated with many of the hunters in training. They weren't in it for fame, but for saving people and helping lives. Yes, this is why I became a huntress, to fulfill my destiny, Pyrrha thought. Meanwhile, Roman just scoffed at that entire notion. What's the point of helping others then? What type of idiot risks their lives for strangers? Now finished with the paper, Twilight let out a sigh and looked out the window. All right, I threw away my identity when I became Twilight, so I'll take on the role of father if it means the world will be a safer place. As the camera panned out to show the train heading to Berlin, title cards appeared. Mission 1, Operation SDRIX. Operation Strix, weird name, Ruby commented. What's a Strix? John asked. A type of owl. Ah, and since owls are nocturnal and come out in twilight, I'm assuming it relates to the spy himself, Oobleck concluded. Probably. Now at Berlin, Twilight was now looking to buy a house for himself and his new family. This is one of our single-family apartments. The unit comes furnished, has central heat and air, and sir. The spy was looking around different corners and spaces throughout the living room, much to the confusion of the housing agent. No wiretaps, securable escape routes. Twilight thought to himself as he looked outside a window in the home. He smiled as he looked at the housing agent. I believe I'll take it. He's efficient and smart in considering that immediately, Glinda complimented. But wouldn't that be kinda suspicious? Not at all, MS Rose. He can just say he was checking the house for cracks or something. Roman laughed in his head. He learned to do the exact same thing whenever he bought safe houses for his operations. Excellent, Mr. Forger. Now if you'd sign these documents. As Twilight proceeded to sign the documents, he thought about his new identity. Lloyd Forger, occupation, psychiatrist. That's the role I'll be playing, a man with a loving family and a happy home. His new signature was shown as he wrote it. That's a weird way to spell Lloyd. It's usually Lloyd, John stated. Oh, you're one to talk, Weiss retorted. Shouldn't your name be John? I'm sure you and your family will love it here, the friendly real estate agent stated to the man now known as Lloyd Forger. So tell me, do you have a boy or a girl? Guess I'll be deciding that soon. Hi. It all sounds like a real burden for a spy. Heh, sounds like those jokes we saw on the CCT last week, right? Neptune said to Sun. Oh yeah. What joke? Blake asked. Oh, it's kinda dark. It goes like this. At a playground, a woman asks a man which kid is yours. The man replies, haven't decided yet. Blake snorted, an abduction joke, how droll. A doorbell rang as the scene transitioned to the front door of a building. It was soon opened to show an old balding man with a mustache. His cheeks were red, denoting his drunkenness. So, you wanna adopt, do ya? Hiccup. Indeed I do. I heard that your orphanage was looking for families, Lloyd replied. You see my wife and I. Yeah, just grab whichever one you want. Lloyd was shocked by his unconcerned expression and actions. Wah. Right this way. The drunk opened the door and led him into where most of the children were. How appalling, Weiss stated, glaring at the screen. All those children in conditions like that. Typical for humans to treat their own like that, Adam thought, looking at the state of the orphanage. Cinder felt some old memories from her past pop into her mind. The days at the orphanage, having to fight older kids for them to stop picking on her, getting punished for fighting back. She gripped the arm of her chair tightly. Upon seeing the environment of the orphanage by walking through it, Twilight was shocked. What a horrible environment. But a place this shady is more likely to have incomplete records. It'll be easier to come up with a backstory. I'll make this mission work, even if it involves a child. I would have preferred to handle it on my own, but no matter how skilled I may be, disguising myself as a child is out of my range. I should mention I'd like a child who can read and write, if that's possible. I hate to admit it, but he's right, Kiro said. It would be easier. Probably why that hag chose me, Cinder thought, thinking back to her past again and growling internally. The drunk stopped walking to respond. Yeah, I gotcha. Anya here is the smartest one we've got. A small girl with pink hair, wearing a simple black dress and 2 hair ornaments on the side of her head was shown. That was Anya. She was sitting on the floor, holding a pink chimera doll and looking at the 2 men in fascination. She don't talk much, but she's a good kid. Oh my god, she's so cute, Yang cooed at the young girl on the screen. Anya had awoken something inside the blonde huntress that only Ruby and Ty had seen. Oh no, Ty said. She's doing it again, Ruby said, groaning. She used to do that to me all the time. I can't lie, she is pretty adorable, John added. What type of doll is that though? Ren pointed out. I dunno, it looks like a pink manticore with horns, Pyrrha said. A manticore? Nora asked. We learnt in Grimm Studies. Professor Port took down a pack of those in one of his stories, unless he faked it. I'd love to get this weird, creepy little brat out of my hair once and for all. The drunk's thoughts were heard, as he looked at Anya in a sneering manner, betraying his spoken words. Come on, Anya, say hi. Yang growled, what a prick. I know, Weiss agreed. How could you think that? She added on incredulously. Maybe he just doesn't like kids. Mercury tried to give an answer. Then why is he working in an orphanage? Yang, Weiss, and many others said at the same time. Wow, so angry. I had no idea Schnees liked kids that much. I thought you were all cold-hearted. Mercury joked. Weiss rolled her eyes in response. As Anya got up from sitting on the floor, Lloyd voiced his concerns. Excuse me. Eden College only accepts students aged 6 and up. This girl looks no older than 4 or 5. The spy thought as he looked at the young orphan. 6. Anya's sudden exclamation of her age confused Lloyd. He only thought of it. He did not say it out loud. I'm 6. Even the drunk was surprised. You're 6 years old, huh? Weird, Roman said. It's almost like she read his thoughts, Cinder said. That's because she did, Watts said. When the others looked at him confused, he explained himself. Obviously, we can hear the thoughts of the man, but there was a small sound effect that was heard when the girl looked at him. This obviously implies that she can hear him, therefore meaning he has some kind of telepathy. Well damn, that'll make the spy mission harder, Coco concluded. Many agreed. They couldn't really argue against Watts' conclusion. Lloyd was still skeptical. She's quite small for that age. As if she heard that, Anya decided to stand on her tippy toes to look taller. Afterwards, Anya quickly went to the nearby table, put down her doll, and grabbed the newspaper, showing Lloyd the crossword section. The newspaper, I thought the crossword puzzle would be too difficult for a child. Of course for me, it's more like child's play. Loud proceeded to look at Anya working on the puzzle. One down is homeostasis, one across is casual closure. The one below that is symplectomorphism. Symplecto what now? John asked, confused. Watts sighed and explained. A symplectomorphism transformation of phase space that is volume-preserving and preserves the symplectic structure of phase space. When John looked at him in confusion, Watts dumbed it down for him and spoke slowly. Math, stuff, relates to space, features, transforming, and structure, so concepts that are too complicated for you. John glared at the scientist due to his condescending explanation. Hey, no need to be so rude. Don't be an idiot then, Watts retorted. To Lloyd's surprise, she had scribbled down and completed it really quickly while proudly showing it to him, much to his astonishment. She completed it. With that kind of intellect, Eden's entrance exam will be a breeze. Emerald snorted, he's getting duped. To be fair, you don't expect some random kid to be a telepath, Mercury pointed out. He turned back to the drunk whilst gesturing towards Anya. Sir, I'll take her, about the paperwork. Don't sweat it, just take her home already. As the drunk said that reply, Anya put down the paper and took back her doll. Lloyd was concerned by the response as he looked back down towards Anya and got down to face her. As a spy, getting that part of the mission done so easily worries me. So, is this okay with you? He asked Anya. That orphanage owner is SOOO shady. Nora said, annoyed that a man like him is technically the caretaker of all those kids. On the bright side though, no need for paperwork, John said, trying to make her feel better. Yeah, you're right, it worked. Anya looked at Lloyd and her thoughts were heard. A spy, on a mission, so cool Tilda. She looked at him in amazement as her cheeks reddened and her eyes brightened. Watts smirked, he was on the money. Cinder growled, call her petty, but she wanted him to be wrong just so she could rub it in. She must have heard everything, Ironwood said. That's not ideal for Twilight, Osbin added. The narrator's voice appeared once again. This little girl is a telepath. Test subject 7. She possesses the ability to read people's minds. This gift was accidentally created in an experiment by a certain organization. Since fleeing them, she's been without a place to truly call home. Excuse me. What did he just say? A test subject. Oh, and a kid. They experimented on a child. Many of the adults and the hunters in training expressed their outrage over the fact that Anya was essentially a lab rat. She's like 4, that's so messed up, Sun added. Even Salem felt a twinge of sympathy for the child. Despite living for millennia, she remembered being locked up in that tower for all her life until Ozma freed her. So she was glad that Anya managed to escape, especially without the help of somebody like her ex-husband. The newly formed father and daughter left the orphanage, with both of them saying goodbye to the other kids by waving at them. Now, at their new place, Lloyd decided to give Anya instructions. Listen, little girl. Anya. Listen, Anya, Lloyd corrected himself. Starting today, you will be my daughter. If anyone asks, you've always been my daughter. You understand? Yep. So please make sure you address me as father, Lloyd added. Papa, Anya said with a smile. Close enough. Oh, Matilda, I remember when you guys called me Papa, Tai said, hugging Ruby and Yang. Yang reciprocated the hug, but Ruby went red and tried to get off. Dad, stop it, I'm not a kid anymore. You'll always be a kid to us, Rubes, Yang responded. No, I'm a big girl now, I drink milk. Huh, is that so? Taeyong said. He let them go and pretend to cry. Oh, how they grow up so fast. Yeah, if Ruby is so big now, you must be ancient old man, Yang retorted. Yeah, hey. Yang snickered. Taeyong sighed, as Kiro chuckled at his family's antics. Raven felt a bit of melancholy, before stifling it down and letting out a scoff. Now inside, an older lady greeted the newfound family. Hello there, young lady. Aren't you the most precious young thing? She cooed. Lloyd introduced himself. We're the Forgers, and we've just moved in. He greeted her by tipping his hat. I'm Anya. I've always been Papa's daughter. Oh, didn't need to say that. Lloyd had internally said that in his mind when the old lady looked confused at what Anya had just told her. Come on, let's go inside. The audience laughed at Anya taking Lloyd's orders so literally. Aw man, I used to do the same thing, Sun said in between laughs. Really? Blake asked. Yep, back when I lived in Vacuo, my cousin Star told me to bring a plate after a training session at her dojo. Imagine her shock when I actually brought a plate, a fork, and a spoon. She meant for me to bring food from the house. Blake chuckled. Oh my God, how did you mess that up? I was 5, okay? I had no idea. He opened the door to their new home and turned on the lights. Anya immediately went inside and was shell-shocked. Is this my house now? It is. The young girl immediately went towards one object in particular, a TV. As Lloyd closed the door and put away his hat and gloves, he told her that she could turn it on if she wanted to. Turning it on, the television broadcasted a cartoon of a spy wearing a mask, a brown raincoat, and a top hat with a silencer pistol in his hand. She pointed at the screen to the spy and then sat down to watch. I really like this show. The show was called Spy Wars. Lloyd looked at the cartoon. Coincidence. Her eyes brightened. So cool. So that's how she knows about spies, Kiro commented. I doubt that she just learned about it from reading Lloyd's thoughts. Lloyd then thought of his next plan of action. I'll secure everything we need, which includes a forged ID for her. The spy then began walking to the door. I'm heading out for a bit. Just sit tight and watch your show. Tai raised an eyebrow in alarm. Other self, that's not a good idea. That's bad parenting. He can't hear you, Tai. Taeyong sighed and agreed with Kiro. I know. Kiro patted his back. Besides, I'm sure he's just awkward about it since he's a spy and all. Twilight probably doesn't know anything about kids. What like you when I first did Yang, Tai said with a smirk. Oh, for the last time, how was I supposed to know that beer isn't a substitute for milk? I had it back in the tribe. Shit, maybe Tai and Summer had a point. Anya got excited and stood up, as she thought that he might be doing his mission, which will be exciting. An adventure, she exclaimed, as he went towards Lloyd and attached herself to his leg. She squeezed even harder when he tried to kick her off in response. It's not an adventure, it's a shopping trip, Lloyd exclaimed. John smiled. I remember back when I thought shopping trips were adventures. You thought they were adventures? Pyrrha asked. Yeah, plus, my mom always told me that it was my mission to get certain stuff from the groceries. I didn't figure out it was a trick until I was 10. I had so much fun though anyways. Pyrrha found his story amusing. The scene switched to the marketplace of Berlin. Both father and daughter were heading on the trip, with Anya excitedly walking. Papa, I want a pistol with a silencer, she asked, looking back at him in anticipation. Sure, if there's one on sale, he said offhandedly. The old if there's one on sale trick, Taeyong said. Weird, you always do the same to me whenever I ask for stuff from Weapon magazine. Wait a sec, hey. Taeyong chuckled at his youngest daughter, getting mad at him. Daadd, why would you do that? She said, pouting. To be a master spy, one must act normally and not draw any attention. Today, we're a regular inconspicuous family. Papa, please save me, Anya exclaimed. Lloyd looked around in alarm. That's not inconspicuous. The spy-turned father went forward to get her, but an old lady beat him to it. Maybe don't focus less on your inner monologue and more on paying attention to your kid, pal, Roman said, earning chuckles from some of the audience. Now, sweetie, make sure you've got a good hold on your daddy's hand, okay? The lady told Anya as she picked her up and carried her back to Lloyd. As the two continued walking after that, an awkward silence descended onto the two as he held her hand with his left. Lloyd had gone into thinking about this new development, now knowing he had to hold his daughter's hand when walking. Having one hand tied up will make it tough to counter an enemy ambush, but I can manage. Anya looked at her father in shock. She came to a conclusion. An enemy. She promptly let go of his hand, which confused Lloyd. And then she looked around for something before going to hide under a board sign for a nearby cafe. What are you doing? Lloyd asked. I'm hiding. Neptune's eyes widened as he realized something. Oh, I saw how this is going to go. Anya is going to hear all of his thoughts, and since she's a kid, she's going to react to them in weird ways. Genius. Everybody looked at him in confusion. You just figured that out. You'd think an intellectual would get that sooner. Neptune deflated. You guys are jerks. Utterly bewildered and alarmed by her actions, Lloyd began to think again. Did I do something to make her hide from me? Maybe I held her hand too early. Does she hate me? This is bad. I need to maintain a good relationship with her until the mission is over. A certain sound effect was heard, signaling that Anya had now begun listening to Lloyd's thoughts. Basic diplomacy dictates that I know more about her. Understanding the other party is the first step towards peace. Anya totally understood what he meant. Understanding me means we'll have world peace. She was shocked at this completely logical revelation. Therefore, the young girl got up from hiding and approached him. I really like to eat peanuts, but carrots are, gross. Hey, kids are so stupid, Nora said, smiling at Anya's antics. Peanuts, though, when almonds are right there. She is right about the carrots, though. Bleg, John said. What are you talking about, John? Carrots are great. They're very nutritious. Man, all you care about is nutrition. That's why you think those smoothies of yours and those energy bars are good. It's like you were born without taste buds. Yeah, Nora agreed. Ren sighed. They'll learn eventually. Seeing his confusion from what she was trying to accomplish, Anya tried to show off her intelligence again. She looked at a bakery and pointed at it. Bacon from Bacon Rye. Seeing the sign, Lloyd responded by staring at her and with a flat look. A bakery? I'm afraid they don't sell bacon. Anya, shocked by this, flushed in embarrassment. Then, the young girl was shown, paying for a poster with a single coin. That costs a dalk, a 10-pence coin isn't enough, Lloyd told her. She flushed again in embarrassment, since Lloyd had to pay for it. I wish a bakery had bacon, Yatsuhashi said. I wish posters were that cheap. Our room needs more fashion, Coco exclaimed. No, the rest of her team replied. We already have 100 posters all over the walls, Fox telepathically told their leader. And that's not enough. He then cupped his chin and stared long and hard at Anya. Maybe the crossword puzzle was a fluke. She honestly doesn't seem all that bright. I wonder if I can trade her in for. No, Papa, don't leave me. Anya began to sob and shout. This put a stop to Lloyd's thoughts. What is wrong with you? Lloyd exclaimed at the girl. He was getting annoyed by her behavior. He then subsequently panicked when he noticed the attention they were getting due to her outburst. As she continued to cry, Lloyd growled in frustration. Whoa, Ruby said. I get her reaction. She might be scared of going back to the orphanage, especially with that brute running it, Weiss pointed out. Indeed, and the thoughts must have made her paranoid of it, Penny added. He facepalmed. Now what? Then it clicked. I'll get you peanuts if you stop crying, he said to Anya. This managed to work as Anya immediately stopped. I love peanuts, she stated with a smile. Works like a charm, Ty remarked. Whenever Ruby cries, just buy her cookies. At least that's how it used to work. After having bought peanuts and other groceries and walking, Anya then began to get tired. Lloyd then his back turned away from her when she said, Papa, I feel so tired I can't walk anymore. Lloyd turned back to look at her. Huh. With Lloyd now holding her, Anya was fast asleep while gripping his suit. Lloyd was holding her with one arm while the other was holding onto the groceries. The spy looked like he was done. It's not working. I don't understand why she behaves like this. I think I'll need some sort of instruction manual. Adam burst out in laughter, much to the shock of the rest of the theater. Sorry, I just found his face hilarious. He looks so dead inside. The White Fang leader got annoyed at the silence and glared at everybody. What do you want from me? He growled. Coming to this conclusion, the scene fast-forwarded to Lloyd now leaving a library with books, groceries, and Anya. Now back at home, the spy was in his casual attire and sat on the couch as he began to read the stack of books and guides on the table. He opened one and began to look at the pages. Meanwhile, Anya was in her room, asleep. The door was left open so Lloyd could watch over her. The key factor in child raising is trust. Rather than scolding them, look at things from their perspective. Children have trouble putting how they're feeling into words. Try to understand them. Lloyd finished the book and began to read another. No interrogation tactics, he said in exasperation. Are all the parents out there always on such difficult missions? The parents in the room snorted at Twilight's words. Sometimes, Gira said. Blake's cat ears went down in embarrassment. Oh, don't worry, honey. The good outweighs the bad, Kali reassured her. Nurture their self-esteem to give them a better future. By giving them the ability to think for themselves, their lives will. He then stopped reading the book as he stared at the still asleep Anya and sighed. Soon as the mission is over, I'm sending her back to the orphanage. That's how far our future goes. Cold, Sun remarked, many nodding in agreement. I guess Anya annoyed him too much, John mused. The next day at the Forger residence, Lloyd and Anya were having a chat. No, Papa, I don't wanna. Make ME study, Anya shouted out hysterically. Nora let out a whoop. Yeah, you tell him. MS Valkyrie. Sorry, MS Goodwitch, but a 4-year-old studying is just a bit excessive. Lloyd was holding a booklet and looking at Anya. I need to accurately measure your intelligence before you take the entrance exam. The spy said his reasoning to the young girl. But I don't need to study to take some stupid old test. I'll just read people's. I'll read their minds. Thinking that Anya would read people's answers, Lloyd responded with a stern gaze. I hope you're not planning on cheating. Listen, if you don't get into this school then, my mission fails. Probably shouldn't tell him that, Emerald said. She's a kid, she's bound to say stuff like that, Mercury pointed out. He put down the booklet, but Lloyd continued to look at Anya, but it didn't last for long. Okay. Lloyd then walked away, much to Anya's confusion, and then put on his coat and hat. I'm stepping out. He then pointed at her. And you're staying right here, you're not coming with me, not today. Anya looked shocked. After he finished what he said, Lloyd opened and closed the door. Immediately after that, however, Anya went forward and began to open the door. Lloyd, who was walking down the stairs in front of the apartment's entrance, heard her and looked back. Hey. He then went back towards the door, startling Anya. I said stay put. Could have just, locked the door, Neptune said. Hey, maybe he did, Sun argued. I didn't hear a click to indicate a locking of the door, so I doubt it, Neptune pointed out. So, maybe you just don't have good ears like me. Oh, come off it, you have a tail, not extra ears. Hey. And if you did hear the lock, you wouldn't have said maybe. True, but maybe he locked it without us hearing. And if so, maybe Anya was smart enough to unlock it. Neptune almost conceded, but he had another point. With that key, though. Fine, you win. However, a short montage soon appeared of Anya following Lloyd throughout the building. Anya tried to hide behind a green container, but Lloyd saw her. I see you. You think you can hide from me. Then she tried to hide behind the stairs and failed there, as well as an entranceway in the ceiling, which also failed there. After seeing him notice her again, Anya once again had sparkles in her eyes. Papa's so good at hide and seek. This is fun. The montage ended with a shot of the apartment building and Lloyd triumphing. Ha ha ha, try to get out of that. Oh God, did he put her in a trap or something? Pyrrha asked. Maybe, Twilight does seem new to the dad thing, so he might have not known that a thing like that would look bad, Ren pointed out. Now at the place he was meant to be, Twilight was asked a question. Wow, so that's why you're late? A man with an afro and glasses said as he just stared at Twilight. That man was Twilight's associate, Frankie Franklin. I ended up putting a barricade in front of the door and trapping her inside. The spy explained, as a visual depicting exactly that appeared. Anya trying to get out could be heard. Hopefully, you don't get busted for child abuse. Ty crossed his fingers. He sure hoped his other self wouldn't be busted too. A barricade? That's a bit overboard. He could have just locked the door, Weiss said. Neptune and Sun overheard her, but chose to stay quiet. Twilight put down his hat and began to vent, crossing his arms. How could anyone know what children are thinking? And the whole tactic of crying until they get their way is maddening. I hate to break it to you, pal, but crying's like their job. Frankie then got out an envelope and gave it to the spy. Anywho, here's what you wanted. An application exam appointment and a copy of the test. I went through hell getting these. Twilight put the cheat sheet away on his person. I appreciate it, Frankie. If she can memorize the answers, we'll have a real shot of passing. So after all that talk of not looking at others' answers, he resorts to having her cheat anyways, Glinda scowled. His mission is to get her into the school, not for her to necessarily succeed. A bit callous on his part to prioritize the mission over her education, but expected, Osbin pointed out. And besides, I'm pretty sure Twilight was worried about her getting caught, not actually cheating. Unfortunately. Frankie then gave Twilight another document. Got some intel on the girl, dug up the records, stuff the orphanage didn't have. Twilight then looked at the document whilst Frankie continued to mention details. Not a thing about her birth, though, or her real age or parents either. It's strictly from the last year. The documents corroborated what the informant was saying. It listed her age and parents both as unknown. However, there was one major detail that caught both of their attention. It says that she's been adopted and returned 4 times now. She's on her 3rd orphanage, Frankie concluded. Anya Williams, Anya Levsky, Anya Roch. Twilight read out all of her names. Damn, a past like that would definitely give her abandonment issues, Kiro muttered. Hearing what his uncle said, Yang's heart ached for Anya. Sucks you have to know that feeling too. She hoped that Twilight would have a change of heart, whilst she would normally be mad. Having her dad be the spy made her uneasy instead. Emerald also felt a bit bad for the girl. She remembered being unwanted in orphanages as well. It got so terrible that she just ran away and resorted to scrounging around poor districts. That bastard better take care of her or else, she thought. Changes names like you guys are a perfect match, Frankie joked. Twilight gave him a glare. Relax, I'm just kidding. Just focus on your mission. She may be a cute little kid, but watch that you don't get too attached to her, you know. Twilight put away the document and picked up his hat as left. Your concern is touching. However, Frankie wasn't done. What the hey? Frankie then sighed as Twilight was already gone. Stiffed me. Forget kids, who in the hell knows what spies are thinking? Deciding to stop thinking depressing thoughts, Yang decided to pounce on a golden opportunity. Anya does, she said, resulting in many of the hunters in training laughing at her jokes. Yang smirked, heh, they liked that one. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Anya was laying on the couch. She looked bored, as the ticking of the clock could be heard due to how silent it was. As she looked at the Spy Wars poster that Lloyd bought for her, she could only think of one thing. This is boring. I thought spies were a whole lot cooler, like we'd be looking for bombs and stuff. Yeah, there's barely been any action, Mercury said, complaining. And I thought the last viewing was kinda boring. Hopefully some action arrives at the end like last time, Roman added. Nia nodded in agreement. Then Anya remembered last night. She overheard Lloyd while he was doing the dishes. I can't have her messing with my spy equipment, so I'll have to lock it all up. The code is 6110, Anya remembered. Ruby paled as she thought of something. Weiss noticed and asked her about it. What's wrong? Oh, nothing really, Ruby replied. I'm just glad that nobody in Beacon has a mind-reading semblance. Many of the hunters in training immediately voiced their agreement. Oh my gods, yes. Thank goodness there's nobody like that here. Phew. Meanwhile, Salem was thinking about what Ruby just said. I've been alive for 1,000 years, and I've still never met a person with that semblance. They'd be so useful for espionage. She then rummaged through Lloyd's room, humming a tune, pum pum pum, pum pum, before eventually finding a case and using the code on it. When she opened the case, she gasped in delight. A spy radio. She began to play with it, pretending to be a spy, sending secret messages. Oh no, Kiro said. Ty facepalmed. Well, this isn't good. Meanwhile, the scene switched to show a building containing Austanian intelligence. It appeared to have men looking for signals. Boss, we've intercepted a new transmission. The boss then answered, it was Edgar, using the West cipher. No, doesn't seem to be. The man responded, looking away from the radio and towards his boss. However, he looked back when he heard a message. Wait, it's saying this is Twilight here. Hang on, Twilight? This is the frequency Western intelligence uses. Upon hearing that, Edgar seethed in rage, but his subordinate wasn't done. Hang on, there's more, catch me if you can. Get a location on the source, stat. Cinder scoffed. This is preposterous. How could some brat know how to use that kind of technology? Watts looked at her like she was an idiot. Are you daft? Excuse me. You heard what I said. Cinder growled and was about to retort before Watts interrupted her. Hush, if you actually bothered to pay attention, you would have noticed that Anya is actually pretty smart. After all, she was able to complete the crossword earlier. So what? She just heard what that spy said. So hearing him means she is able to spell symplectomorphism all of a sudden. Watts fired back with a raised eyebrow. Cinder sputtered before coming up with a reply. Well, she mistook a bakery for having bacon. That's very stupid. Probably because the concept of a bakery is new to her. She isn't stupid for the sake of being stupid. She's stupid due to lack of experience. She's only 4, Watts explained. Unlike you, you're remained as incompetent as you've always been. That's why your plan is going to fail. You're trying to defeat an unbeatable enemy whilst not changing. Cinder glared murderously at the scientist. Why do you even care anyway? I couldn't care less, but idiocy such as yours irritates me. Now done playing, Anya closed the case and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She was satisfied with her work. However, she then looked around the mess she made in the room and paled immediately. Her thoughts went to Twilight. Now that you know I'm a spy, I'll have to make you disappear. Thinking that her father may take care of her for what she did, Anya panicked and began to frantically put everything away. Afterwards, she sighed. If he finds out I do telepathy, he'll make me leave, Anya said morosely. I doubt Twilight would do something that drastic. Right, Nora said whilst chuckling nervously. I hope so, he doesn't seem that cold, John added. The young girl then thought back to her past. Anya, you can't tell anyone about your power, remember? The flashback was visualized, with a younger version of Anya looking at 3 scientists. It's time for you to study again, Anya, the one with blonde hair announced. But I want to draw. The other scientist with black hair gave her a cold glare. Don't concern yourself with childish things. We need to figure out how to use your special powers for world peace. When she heard that, tears began to well up in Anya's eyes. As she began to whimper, the scientist continued. There's no time for tears. Playtime's over and you need to study. Thinking back on that memory made Anya start to cry in present time as well, as she began to wipe her tears whilst in Lloyd's room. So that's why she hates studying, Yang said, feeling even sadder for the girl. Because it reminds her of her past, Weiss added. She felt sympathy for the young girl. Her past back in Atlas was very rough as well. She may have had riches and servants, but it didn't stop her from being isolated and lonely. Sure, winter was there, but having her father stop her from having fun and being a child in order to learn proper decorum ended up with a miserable childhood. And that decorum rubbed off on me even if I didn't want it to. I was so haughty when I arrived at Beacon, I even expected Pyrrha to be happy to be my partner. Oh, how arrogant of me, the heiress thought with a frown. After a bit, Twilight got back, bringing more groceries and coming out of a cab. As he walked towards the apartment, Lloyd could only think of one thing. I hope she hasn't trashed the apartment. The spy then noticed that the barrier he had placed in the front door. He then realized, oh yeah, gotta move this. However, Twilight then noticed something peculiar. His eyes narrowed. Oh shit, someone went into the apartment, Kiro said, immediately alert. How do you know? John asked. The rope is gone. I thought it was weird for a rope to be there, but now I get that it's like a seal in medicine containers to see if it was tampered. In this case, Twilight now knows that someone moved the barrier. Oh, John said in realization, that never really occurred to him. That being said, the lack of rope means that the people inside weren't good at covering their tracks. Overall, Anya trying to follow Twilight might have helped him in the end, in realizing that the apartment was compromised. Yeah, although, it was. Probably compromised because of Anya. Probably compromised because of Anya, yeah, right, Kiro said after John said the same thing. Inside the apartment, the barrier could be heard being moved, and the door began to open. Twilight opened the door fully and the apartment was shown. Two men could be seen, one hiding behind the front door and another behind one of the couches in the living room. As the spy took a step inside, the man behind the door then made this attack. He tried to stick Twilight in the head, but the spy ducked, making the man only hit his hat. Twilight responded by punching the man with an uppercut since he left himself wide open with the swing he did. The other man then got out of his cover behind the couch and tried to shoot the spy, but Twilight used his groceries as cover, getting out a can and throwing at the shooter right as he dodged to the side. The can ended up hitting the shooter square in the face, disorientating. Before the man could recover, Twilight had already gotten a chair from the dining room table and smashed it on the man's head, knocking him out. Finally, some action, Roman cheered. Damn, he's got some moves, Coco said, showing approval at Twilight's fighting skills. Immediately using the groceries as cover and getting a chair whilst the second guy was distracted. A simple but effective strategy, Goodwitch noted. Indeed, Ironwood agreed. All in the span of a few seconds to think, he has great decision-making skills. Not many soldiers in Atlas can do that. Who the hell are these guys? Twilight said. After dropping the remnants of the chair, Lloyd rushed to Anya's room whilst calling out her name. Anya, Anya. The spy looked through the entire place, from room to no avail. Eventually, he found the Chimera doll dropped on the ground in his room. Kidnapped, he concluded. He then looked back to the men he knocked out, gritting his teeth in anger. Who sent these thugs here, and why? I gotta find her. All right, calm down. Twilight put a hand on his chin whilst thinking, walking into his room. He saw his spy equipment strewn about. Obviously, this location's been compromised, so first off, I need to secure somewhere safe. As for Anya, there's a lot of other children out there. We just have to start over from square one. The rest of Twilight's thoughts were not heard since one of the men woke up and swung a weapon at the back of an unaware Twilight. A whack was heard, and then darkness. The audience was silent. Twilight was just winning, and he immediately let his guard down. Are you kidding me? Yang exclaimed in incredulity. Why would you let your guard down? Weiss shouted at the screen. Glinda, who just complimented the spy, rubbed her forehead in annoyance. Students, please don't let your guard down. That's simple stuff. Yes, Ms. Goodwitch, many students voiced back. Meanwhile, Kiro looked at Tai and spoke. You do the same, wouldn't ya? Tai chuckled nervously. Heh, yeah, probably. If Yang or RWBY were in a situation like that, I'd probably be more shocked than him. Who the hell's the brat anyway? Edgar asked. He was looking at a shopping cart that contained a tied-up Anya, whose mouth was covered with tape. She looked to be on the verge of tears. Is it Twilight's kid or something? One of his men responded. We have no clue. She was where that message came from, so we nabbed her. So the secret message, Anya thought, coming to a realization. The henchman continued to explain. She was holed up in the apartment with a barricade up in front. Do you know why? Beats me. After the explanation, Edgar seemed indifferent. No matter. I think she still might prove useful to us as a hostage. We could force Twilight to steal the foreign ministers to pay off his head. Yang and Tai were glaring at the man. She bastard, Taeyong spat. Could be worse. What if he wanted to kill her? Don't even say that. John held up his hands defensively. All right, I got it, mister. Zio Long, Rose 3. Fortunately, Taeyong looked away before John finished, so he just let his sentence fade away. Boss, maybe we should ditch the whole to pay thin. Before one of his men could finish what he was saying, Edgar coldly shot him in the face. As the other men looked in shock, Edgar explained himself. Transparency is essential in government, so toupees are a no-go. Anya's face paled when she saw the murder. Despite that, she could only think of one thing: Edgar's gun. Pistol with a silencer. Edgar then put away his gun. Besides, the minister is a traitor who has been secretly backing the West. He then lit a cigarette, and anyone who takes a traitor's side must be a traitor too. Anya came to a conclusion. He's gotta be a real bad guy. I mean, I can't fault her deduction skills, Yang joked, trying to diffuse the tension. Still though, shooting him, do bad guys always treat their henchmen so badly? Ruby asked. Watts looked at Cinder pointedly. He was aware of her antics. A van screeched to a halt outside of the building, and one of Edgar's men informed the boss. Boss, looks like Wen and his crew are back from the apartment. 4. Now inside the building, Wen tossed a captured and hooded Twilight to the ground. We got him. Nicely done, Edgar said, pleased. This dude sure as hell moves like a pro, Wen said, massaging his chin and neck in pain. He's the real deal. Get yourself together, man, Edgar chastised him, before turning his attention to Twilight with Anya looking at them all. Now that I have your attention, Twilight, Edgar said as he leaned down towards the captured spy with a smirk, why don't you return those photographs you stole from me? Edgar then took off the hood covering Twilight to reveal. When? Edgar exclaimed, shocked. Oh. Stupid, why didn't I think of that? Well, I'll be damned, he didn't get knocked out. Color me shocked. Many in the audience who were shocked that Twilight got knocked out were immediately feeling happier, now that he was actually not. Did he switch places with the other guy then? Coco asked. Only seems logical, Velvet surmised. Wen was also massaging his head and neck in pain. It seems that Twilight did get hit, but still managed to fend off the attackers. Osbin deduced. Impressive. The man wearing Twilight's suit was not the spy, but rather Wen himself. Due to his gag, the man was unable to speak. The other men gasped in shock upon seeing his face. What's going on? One of the men said. He then looked at the cart. The kid's gone too. Meanwhile, Edgar was once again seething in rage. He got me again. Roman chuckled. Yeah, he did. Meanwhile, the fake Wen was carrying a now untied Anya, as he closed and locked an exit in the building. As he escaped, the man was gritting his teeth. This was a mistake. Going into enemy territory put the mission in jeopardy. I'm not fit to be a spy. As Anya sniffled in distress, the thoughts she heard made her realize that the fake Wen was actually Lloyd. After hearing her father's thoughts on this particularly dangerous action for him, she left even more distressed. Papa. Anya started bawling out, which shocked Lloyd. However, he was still wearing the mask of Wen and responded accordingly with a glower. Shut up, kid. You're okay. I'm not gonna hurt ya. You don't have to be scared. Instead, she cried even more and even held onto his shirt. Papa. I get she's a kid, but wouldn't Twilight find that weird? Ruby asked. Not really, sis. A kid crying and calling for their pops isn't weird at all. It's actually pretty normal, Yang pointed out. I know that, Ruby said with a pout. I mean, if she's pretty smart, wouldn't she suspect Twilight of finding that suspicious due to his spy thinking skills thingy? When you put it like that. The spy's glower deepened due to this. This is why kids suck. Yeah, I guess I know why the sound of them crying makes my blood run cold. As Twilight was running, a flashback began to visualize. Because it reminds me of my own rotten childhood. A younger Twilight was shown, crying amidst a pile of rubble in a ruined city. The destroyed cars and buildings made the scene look desolate. Not a single person out there ever tried to save me. I was completely alone and powerless in the world. The only thing I could do was cry. I thought I left all that baggage behind, but I guess you can't do that forever. Something's going to trigger those memories. Many eyes widened, and a lot of the teachers and hunters in training felt sympathy for the spy. Even a lot of the Faunus, and Adam felt bad too. He unconsciously touched his scar once again. Mercury felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Twilight's memories. He didn't know why. As the two got out of the building, Twilight, still as fake Wen, kneeled down to put down Anya and got out a piece of paper. He then scribbled down information and instructions for the girl to follow. Now listen to me, little girl. Anya. So listen, Anya. Me and my pals there were all pro tag players. When we see someone who looks like they can play, we challenge them to a game. Twilight was crafting an alibi. However, Anya knew the truth. Papa is a liar. The spy then pointed with his pen to a straight road on their left. Look, if you start heading down this street and turn right, you'll find the police station. Twilight then held up the paper he was writing on to Anya. If you can hand this paper over to the police officers, you win the game. You got that. Ah, the game technique. It was fun to use for a while, until you two got smarter. Tai said whilst ruffling Ruby's hair and avoiding that for Yang, since she'd get angry. Dad. John smiled at the scene. I guess every kid goes through the game technique. If she shows them this, she'll be put in a better orphanage. I can't have a kid be mixed up in this mission. Gotta rework the whole plan. Anya accepted the paper, but when she heard the second part of Lloyd's thoughts, she looked scared again. She was about to protest, but Twilight interrupted her as he got back up. All right, now run, he told her, pointing towards the street. Anya then ran towards the station. Lloyd saw her run as he went back to thinking. I'm not cut out to be a spy. No, I just should have never put this kid in danger. How could I forget that I'm working to create the kind of world where kids won't have to cry like that? That's why I'm a spy. He turned back to the direction of the abandoned building as he scraped off the mask of Wen and threw it aside. Meanwhile, Anya had turned around and heard his thoughts. The young girl's eyes widened in amazement. So cool, Nora said. John looked at the man in awe. That was the type of person he wanted to be. Many of the teachers were smiling at the man's thoughts. Twilight was a good man. Taeyong was smiling widely, especially since it was technically him. However, Mercury found that uncomfortable feeling turning into annoyance. Seriously, what a shitty reason. Emerald saw Mercury scowl and smirked. Why do you look so mad? I'm not mad, what are you talking about? He snarked. Oh, come on, you disliked what Twilight was thinking, right? Of course I do. The world treats you like that, and you decide to do some goody-goody bullshit. He scoffed. And why is that girl looking at him like that? It's annoying. Mercury's eyes then widened. Was he bitter? Bitter that Anya might have a better father than he did. That Twilight chose to be a good person despite a bad past, unlike his shitty old man. Yeah, right, I'm just overthinking it. His stomach continued to make him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, back inside the building, the door that Twilight locked was busted open, and out came a bunch of Edgar's henchmen. Edgar shouted out his orders in a rage. Don't let him get away. One of his henchmen told the others, we're gonna drag him out of here and show his face to the hole. The man did not finish his sentence as he set off a wire trap, and the entire area became surrounded with flour that went up and covered the room. Okay, where the hell did that come from? Roman said. No way he had enough time to set that off. Oi, don't underestimate the skills of Twilight, Ruby said to the crook. Roman rolled his eyes but had a smile. Yeah, whatever you say, Red. It's a trap. When did he? All of the henchmen and Edgar tensed up, expecting Twilight to strike amidst the chaos. One of the men coughed, is this flour or? His question was interrupted as he was knocked out. Another man heard that and aimed a gun in the area where the strike came from. Is that Twilight? Don't shoot, it'll blow, another man warned the other. However, the other guy had his gun grabbed, before getting knocked out by a palm strike to the face. Twilight then methodically took out the rest of the henchmen, leaving only Edgar, who was still trying to find him. Smart tactic to choose flour since it's flammable, Penny pointed out. What in the? Edgar said in shock. The dust from the flour cleared, showing all of his men down and groaning in pain. You're kidding me. A gun was then pointed at the back of his head. Edgar put his hands up in surrender. Turn around and you're dead, Twilight said. He looked irate, and his blue eyes were hardened like chips of ice. Damn, he looks serious, Sun said. I'm kinda scared, to be honest. Raven saw how Twilight looked and felt a bit sad. Why couldn't Tai be like that? If he was, he could've. Twilight, Edgar growled. Good day, or perhaps good evening, Edgar. Tell me, how's Karen doing? Edgar's face became even pale at the mention of his daughter. How do you know my daughter's name? It's my job, that's what spies do. I know her height, weight, shoe size, favorite food, and the location of every mole on her body. She's got nothing on your rap sheet, but I know all the time she's broken the law. That's absurd, my Karen would never. That's what all parents say about their kids, Kiro said with a roll of his eyes, although, he looked at Yang. Said person sighed, you're never going to forget that, huh? Oh, I will, if you can control your temper. Edgar. The single utterance of his name stopped the retort. I also know how much you care about your daughter, so listen. He pressed the gun even more onto Edgar's head as the spy began to shake in rage. If you want your precious girl to have any kind of a normal life, then you will leave me the hell alone. To accentuate his point, Twilight shot the gun that was next to Edgar's foot, making it clatter further to the side. Edgar looked at the gun in shock. If you want that, go home, now. I'd cut my losses and just leave him alone if I were him, Roman said. That's all I'm gonna say. Now outside the building, and carrying his jacket in his hand, Lloyd was walking to the station when he noticed Anya down on the sidewalk playing with a colony of ants. Anya. Papa, she ran to him and immediately hugged his leg, holding him tightly. Papa. You're still here, I mean, what are you doing outside of the house? I, just came down here to do a little shopping, Lloyd said, trying to keep his cover. But I guess they're out of business. Papa's a big-time liar, Anya thought as she was still hugging Lloyd. So she stayed behind, Gira uttered. Yeah, it made sense. She wasn't going to leave after she heard his thoughts, Kali said. I was just out playing tag with some old guy, she said, looking up at the spy now. Oh, did you have fun? She went back to hugging his leg. It was kinda scary. I want to go home, back to our place, Papa. This shocked Lloyd as his eyes widened at Anya's statement. You do, you're sure. If you leave me behind, I'm gonna cry. At that point, Lloyd remembered reading Anya's document from Frankie. Anya Williams, Anya Levski, Anya Roch. I see, okay, well let's get home then. He patted her head. In response, she looked up at him in shock with tears welling up in her eyes. Despite that, she was happy. Many in the audience felt happy to see Twilight accept his role as a father. All of their thoughts could be encapsulated by the words of a certain blonde huntress in training. Aw, they're so cute, I love it. Though we should move out of that dangerous apartment, Lloyd added. I actually saw a venomous snake there. I don't like snakes. Now in a cable car, Anya smiled at her father. Papa might be the world's biggest liar, but he's a cool liar. I want to live in a castle, Anya enthusiastically stated, giving her proposed place of living. Sure, if there's one for rent, but once we're there, you've got to study, Lloyd reminded Anya. The girl groaned in response. As long as you memorize all the responses, it'll be fine, easy enough, he assured her. The screen turned to black. So, you guys enjoyed this one? Chrono asked. Yeah, it was so wholesome and fun, unlike the last two, Nora said. Pretty much everyone was in agreement. It was okay, Mercury said. Since there was no real discussion this time, Chrono continued. All right, well then, it's time for the next viewing, Chrono announced before grinning widely. And this one, it'll be good. Osbin didn't like the smile on their host's face. How exactly? Because this time, I'm showing you all a potential future Tilda. Chapter 11. The future, Salem asked. Yes, Chrono answered, and the near future at that. The near future, like the Vital Festival, Ruby questioned. Upon seeing their host nod his head, Cinder and her team got a bit nervous. He must be showing our plan. What if it failed? What if it worked? If it worked, then that just means everybody here will know it, Cinder thought with a frown. Osbin and his group were tense as well. Ironwood was on edge, and Kuro was apprehensive. What if this viewing reveals too much? The maidens, the true history. After all, I was just thinking of asking Miss Nikos to take on the mantle, Osbin thought. Pyrrha also had a question to ask. Why are you so excited, though, especially compared to other viewings? Pyrrha questioned. Well, that's just because seeing a group of people react to their future selves is more interesting than seeing them react to other shows. Chrono replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Meanwhile, the rest of the people from Remnant were also voicing their thoughts. The Vital Festival, I hope I win. Yeah, right, we're clearly gonna beat everyone. I just hope I don't get out in the first round. Still don't get why the tournament's a thing. More useful stuff could be getting done instead. After about a minute, the thoughts of both Osbin and Cinder, as well as any murmurs from the audience, were silenced as Chrono spoke once again. Anyways, time for the show to start. The screen sprang to life. The scene opens with the clanks of turning gears found over the headmaster's office, with Professor Osbin himself walking back to his desk and pouring himself a drink from his teapot as he watches the Vital Festival Tournament's roulette system deciding the next match. All right, it's now time to begin the randomization process for our next fight. Oobleck broadcasts through an announcement. It looks like our first contender is Penny Polandina from Atlas, and her opponent will be Pira Nikos from Beacon, Port says. Whoa, we're watching the 1v1 rounds already, John asked. And Pira's there, that means we made it all the way, Nora exclaimed happily. Ruby congratulated Team JNPR and Penny too. I can't believe you made it too, Penny, that's so cool. Penny was confused. Why would you not believe it? 1. Ruby's eyes widened as she realized Penny's problem with picking up social cues. Oh, I meant that it's just a figure of speech. How? While Ruby was sputtering for an answer, Weiss explained what she meant to Penny. It's used to emphasize a statement. Ooh, Penny said. Now that I searched it up in my database, that makes sense. Osbin seats himself behind his desk and takes a sip from his cup as he stares at the randomized fight to be. Down in the arena of Amity Coliseum, Pira is still looking hesitant and distracted, while Penny politely salutes her opponent. Salutations, Pira Nikos. Penny holds her hands on her hips in excitement. It's an honor to finally meet you. The troubled Pira doesn't respond, looking at her hands as she clenches them in attempted determination. This is going to be so much fun. Penny doesn't notice Pira's reluctance. Why do you look so worried, Pira? John asked in concern. I don't know. Nothing happened after the breach. Not at all. John sighed, so something must have happened before your match. Oh no, Nora said. This might be bad, Ren stated. Team RWBY heard them and were concerned as well. I must have told her about the maidens, Osbin deduced. He and Glinda shared a look, too. Now we know. Piling this on her may put too much pressure on the poor girl, Glinda thought. In the same structure behind closed doors, Ruby is still facing down an uphandstanding Mercury Black, who's smugly smiling at the younger girl's confusion. Mercury, what are you doing? You were hurt. Why? Ruby narrows her eyes in suspicion. What's going on? Aw shit, they immediately show it, huh? Mercury said. Mercury, are you a bad guy? Ruby asked. No, why would you ask? Mercury said. Oh, okay then. Dolt, he was clearly lying. What, Mercury, you fiend? I don't get it though. Why would you be hurt and why would you be fighting Ruby? Yang said with a glare. She didn't like Mercury's face on screen. Mercury, already accepting that he was outed, just shrugged. I guess we'll see. Mercury, Emerald said, be serious. Oh, come off it. The screen's already going to show it anyways. What's the point? Cinder, can you believe? Yes, we really have no choice here. Emerald dropped it, deciding that Cinder was right. Mercury doesn't answer, still grinning with malice. Fine, Ruby says, if you're not going to tell me. She attempts to move around him, but he blocks her path, then does it again when she sidesteps. Fighters, are you ready? Oobleck announces over the system, drawing Ruby's attention away. Mercury smirks. Mercury had a similar smile. Sorry, Red, the assassin said, stealing Roman's line, you won't beat me without a scythe. I don't need to beat you, I just need to get past you. You don't think I'd have planned for that? Ruby had no answer. Penny beams widely in anticipation, but Pira is still looking around as if in a daze, though she manages a small scowl at her opponent, her weapons already in hand. 3, 2, 1? Oobleck counts down as General Ironwood calmly sits to observe the fight. Nora and Ren cheer for their teammate while John simply watches anxiously, and Emerald leans forward with a glare. Begin. Emerald grimaced. This viewing really is going to show our entire plan. Kuro had an epiphany. Oh my god, she was one of the people who attacked Amber. I remember seeing a girl who looked like her as I was running to help her. He promptly whispered his revelation to Osbin, whose eyes widened. I see. Suddenly, Penny is surrounded by her swords, gesturing them around to her command before launching a volley of them at Pyrrha, who runs towards them and leaps though or deflects each aimed blade. The swords fly into the air until they turn around and come back to the fight. Very interesting techniques. I can see why you made it all the way to the finals, MS Polandina. Oobleck complimented. Thank you, Doctor. Mercury looks back at RWBY. Showtime. He goes forward, blocking Ruby's path with his arms outstretched, restraining her movements no matter where she moves. Panicked, she grimaces and spins forward, becoming a blur of red and petals rocketing toward Mercury, only for the villain to kick her mid-dash and knock her to the ground. Mercury advances on her just as RWBY gets out her scroll, about to push the button to call for help, when a bullet shatters the device into several shards. Mercury lowers his leg from its kick. Let's just keep this between us, friends. He moves towards her. RWBY growled at the scene. Always wanted to use that line. Mercury grinned. Emerald, now accepting the nature of the viewing, just rolled her eyes in response. Pyrrha, now having returned the shield to her back, twirls the javelin to block each sword swipe of Penny's, dropping her weapon when she needs to somersault away after being hit by a slash, only to magnetically return it to her hand as Penny readies another wave of blades. My word, what a tremendous display by Miss Polandina, Port says. Fully glowering, Pyrrha rushes forward and jumps on an incoming sword, swinging down on Penny, only to have the assault halted by a collection of blades, though she leaps away from the retaliatory slice as Penny backs away as well. She tries to defend against the multitude of swords with the length of her weapon, but is forced back regardless, prompting Pyrrha to roll the shield from her back onto her arm with her polarity. Woo, yeah, ghoul Pyrrha. Nora cheers with her arms wide alongside a fist-pumping Ren and a worried John. Despite the cheers, Pyrrha isn't doing well, looking down to see her semblance's black energy bend the weapons in her hands unnaturally for a split second. Emerald narrows her gaze further, continuing to concentrate on Pyrrha. So that's your semblance, I knew you were hiding something, Neptune exclaimed. Really? Sun asked. Of course, dude. No way was she not using a secret semblance. It's something all the best hunters do. However, Pyrrha ignored them. She was focused on Emerald. What's she doing? Some mind semblance. Is that what's causing me to bend my weapons like that? Is she making me lose focus? RWBY attempts to block a kick from Mercury with her arms, but gets a face full of boots. Next, he fires a shot, but she manages to duck, then barely misses his downward kick and leaps over his leg, spiraling past him, this time getting much farther down the corridor. She kicks off of the wall and falls to the ground, pumping her arms as she runs for the exit. Yeah, get past him, Rubes, Yang exclaimed. Meanwhile, back at the Colosseum grounds, Pyrrha spins wildly as she deflects and dodges each sword, until she gets close enough to Penny to deliver a few slashes with the spear, sending her flying back as Pyrrha bats aside the blades called to their wielder's aid. Penny slides to a stop and makes a new series of motions, the weapons folding up until she's circled by several laser rifles, a few of which open fire on the approaching champion. Pyrrha avoids the blasts and fights off the remaining swords with her blade until she slides into position to charge at Penny and knock her back. Pyrrha straightens with a victorious grin that disappears into dizziness, just as she sees Penny rocketing forward, weapons firing behind her like a jetpack so she can leap into the air, then come down as an energized meteor on her opponent. Rolling back to her feet, Pyrrha doesn't expect it as a sword to knock her shield off, then another to do the same for her blade. She tries to get the latter back with her magnetism, but has to use the power to send a flying sword back at Penny's side. It disappears behind Penny, only for her to grin and raise her arms as several appear above her, aimed to strike. Damn, this is a decent fight. Not gonna lie, Roman said nonchalantly. Neo agreed and got up a sign that read 1010. With Emerald still squinting down on the arena, the sharp sound of her semblance is heard as Penny's 8 swords double, then triple, multiplying into an unreal thicket of blades. At the sight of this, Pyrrha unsteadily steps back, both in reality where the 8 swords are ready to go forth and in the hallucinated world, where the cloud of weapons thicken to even block the crowds around her. Penny sends the swords forward, few in reality and hundreds strong in Pyrrha's mind, who is left with no choice but to spread her arms and send out a magnetized shockwave. As the shockwave passes, the fake swords disappear and the real ones are quickly sent back as the whole world moves in slow motion. An illusion semblance. Then that means, whilst the people fully aware of Penny's condition, such as Ironwood and Osbin, knew instantly and voiced out their concerns, both Ruby and Penny were just silently watching in shock. "Ruby, are you okay?" Blake asked, concerned. "I don't get it though. What would the illusion really do?" Yang questioned, confused by Emerald's actions. Emerald and Cinder, meanwhile, just gave the other a knowing glance. Watt smirked. "That old buffoon's child is going to die. Oh, how sweet." The wires of Penny's swords pull her back, and you can hear her surprise at what's happening. A wire wraps around Penny's left arm, crumpling it as the loop is completed. A wire wraps around Penny's waist, making her thinner and thinner, until it will eventually give way. Ruby's eyes went impossibly wide, and her mouth opened to let out a silent scream. Penny's wires went frayed. Mercury and Cinder had satisfied smiles on their faces. Emerald saw Cinder's face and was content knowing that Cinder's plan succeeded, and that she did her part. There is a moment of darkness, until a wire cuts through metal and cables, electric sparks appearing as Pyrrha is seen through the dissected body parts. A piece of fabric flutters to the arena floor, only to be pinned by the point of a falling blade, away from the torn pieces of Penny Polandina. Pyrrha stares in abject horror, eyes wide and mouth agape. The invincible girl in the cinema had the same exact reaction. At that moment, the theater erupted in a cacophony of noise. Yang had gotten up from her seat and tried to attack the illusionist of Cinder's group, with Blake and Sun trying to stop her. Ruby covered her mouth to try and stifle a sob, which failed. John went up to comfort Pyrrha, whilst Weiss did the same for her partner. Osbin stared at the scene in silence, with Goodwitch and Kuro talking with Ironwood, lamenting on the possible yet catastrophic future. Winter went to Penny and tried her best to console the android, who was still in shock. However, the villains remained unmoved, simply waiting for the rest of the scene, waiting for their parts to be revealed. Except for one. Ha, yes, the scorpion faunus cheered. No, Port straightens in shock at the revelation alongside Oobleck, and with Osbin standing up from his chair back at Beacon. While the remains of Penny's missing arm spark with electricity from the exposed wiring inside, her big green irises, now looking like camera shutters, slowly expand so her dark, lifeless pupils take up most of her eyes with the sound of a machine shutting down. In another location, a balding, white-bearded man watches Atlas News, a live feed of the events at Amity Coliseum, his hand gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. Watt's smirk became wider. Penny's metal heart broke. The crowds are still terrified by the sight, and miles away in Mountain Glen, Grim of all kinds turn toward the Coliseum and begin to charge. Finally, Ruby turns a corner and emerges from the service tunnel, only to see with her own eyes that she is far too late. Ruby falls to her knees. Penny, she begins to cry, the tears fall as she sobs miserably. The levitating arena is lowered back into place under the spotlights, and Mercury appears behind the weeping Ruby, grinning widely at his success in delaying her before stepping back into the Coliseum's maintenance area. Ruby tenses slightly as she hears his footsteps, but slumps forward once again as the door noisily swings shut. Knowing the glares he was receiving, Mercury spoke up. "It really wasn't personal. I was probably just happy my job was done." "What job, allowing a person to die?" Ruby exclaimed hysterically. "I mean, does she really count as a person thou?" Mercury stopped as he felt a person go through him. Looking behind him, he saw the little red huntress stumbling to the ground, but then getting up and glaring at him. Aw shit, she just tried to kill me. Oobleck puts a hand up to his ear. Broadcast, what are you doing? Kill the feed. Something's wrong, the broadcast op replies over the earpiece. We don't have control of the cameras, we can't even stop the broadcast. What? How is that possible? Oobleck asks. Oobleck agreed with himself on the screen, albeit in a less frenzied tone. Now's not the time to overreact, especially with the perpetrators here with us, and with answers most likely being revealed soon. In answer, the background behind the two teachers changes to the video feed of the site before them, tinted an ominous bright red with a black queen chess piece hovering over the scene. They turn back to the arena as a familiar voice rings out throughout the Colosseum and the rest of the world watching these events. This is not a tragedy, this was not an accident, Cinder says. This is what happens when you hand over your trust, your safety, your children, to men who claim to be our guardians, but are, in reality, nothing more than men. Several audience members look uneasy at this, while John is seen mouth agape in shock. So it's really you, Ironwood said, coldly looking at Cinder. 3. Cinder didn't even attempt to hide it. Yes, it was me. Kuro just glared at her group, wishing that he had stopped them sooner. I have to say, Cinder, good job. Salem commended her minion. Too bad you'll have to change it once this is done. Cinder sighed, knowing that this future will most likely not happen anymore. Cinder is shown standing on a Vale rooftop, speaking into her scroll. Our academy's headmasters wield more power than most armies, and one was audacious enough to control both. Ironwood, realizing who she's talking about, grimaces and rises from his seat, marching up the steps. They cling to this power in the name of peace, and yet, what do we have here? Cinder asks. One nation's attempt at a synthetic army, mercilessly torn apart by another's star pupil. What need would Atlas have for a soldier disguised as an innocent little girl? I don't think the Grimm can tell the difference. She's not just a soldier, Ruby defended Penny. And if she is, so what? That just means we're soldiers too. The other hunters in training murmured in agreement. Fair enough, you are all soldiers, Cinder acquiesced before smiling, in a war you cannot win. Pyrrha continues to stare at the remains of Penny in dread and guilt. Lips parting as she raises a hand to cover her mouth, eyes watering, a single tear falling. Back in the fairgrounds, a gaping Weiss and Blake watch the hacked screen of the shopkeep's stall, as the latter's expression becomes a glare before they look at each other. And what, I ask you, is Osbin teaching his students? Cinder says. First a dismemberment, now this. Huntsmen and huntresses should carry themselves with honor and mercy, yet I have witnessed neither. Osbin's head leaned back against his seat. Of course, she's making my students look terrible. If this happens, the whole of Remnant will think we're raising a generation of psychopaths, Oobleck muttered. The two teammates share a look before the last member of RWBY, Yang, is seen hunching over her windowsill, listening to the speech, before she straightens and turns as Zwei barks behind her. Perhaps Osbin felt as though defeating Atlas in the tournament would help people forget his colossal failure to protect Vale when the Grimm invaded its streets. Cinder says, or perhaps this was his message to the tyrannical dictator that has occupied an unsuspecting kingdom with armed forces. Honestly, I haven't the slightest clue as to who is right and who is wrong. But I know the existence of peace is fragile, and the leaders of our kingdoms conduct their business with iron gloves. Osbin watches the screen intently, the cane at his side and Adaljan airships hovering beyond his window. Amid the silence over the Colosseum as they absorb the revolutionary words, no one notices Emerald exit the stadium. Ironwood and Osbin both looked at each and grimaced, coming to the same conclusion. We got played. As someone who hails from Mistral, I can assure you the situation there is equally undesirable, Cinder says. Our kingdoms are on the brink of war, yet we, the citizens, are left in the dark, Cinder says. Two blue Atlas soldiers patrolling the border watch the message on their scroll, not noticing the wave of Grimm coming out of the mist-shrouded tree line until they hear growling. Both turn and open fire the best they can, shooting down a few, but many more rush past them. So I ask you, when the first shots are fired, who do you think you can trust? Cinder gives her final line with a malevolent smile, and with that, the broadcast shuts down. Is Mistral really that bad? Blake asked. Nah, that Cinder chick's just fanning the flames, Sun said, initially happy and then getting more serious when Cinder was brought up. Cinder just smiled. I was actually telling that truth there, she thought as she remembered her past as an orphan from Mistral. The feeds are all jammed, we can't get a message out, Oobleck says to Port. Will somebody tell me what in the world is happening? Port asks the people working behind the scenes. The question is answered with the sound of a wailing alarm throughout the structure, with people looking up in alarm at the orange flashing screens reading caution. Alert, incoming grim attack. Threat level 9, please seek shelter in a calm and orderly manner. The warning system sounds. Watts smiled, knowing his tech had them baffled. Tyrion laughed, knowing that people were about to die. The crowds begin to flee, panicked and chaotically, through the exit tunnels. Sun stands up in alarm along with Coco, and Nevermore. How did it get past the kingdom's defenses? Coco lowers her sunglasses. Ren rises up beside them. It wasn't alone. Ruby remembered that she and Oobleck saw back in Mountain Glen. Is that Horde? Oh no. In the headmaster's office, Osbin is gripping his cane tight, watching the city come under attack with a horrified expression. Oz, Kiro runs in with Professor Goodwitch. Osbin turns to them, get to the city. But Kiro complains. Now, Osbin yells resolutely. Kiro and Goodwitch exchange a look before going back the way they came. Protect the citizens, I get it, Kiro muttered. And the Colosseum still has hunters there, Glinda added. Meanwhile, Mountain Glen is almost silent, as every monster lurking there from Beowulfs to Borbatusks, Ursai and Nevermores, and even lumbering Goliaths with wide red eyes rush forward. Back at the Colosseum, Ironwood watches the Nevermore attack the shields until he answers his scroll, stammering. Osbin, the girl, I can explain. You brought your army to my kingdom, James, Osbin says gravely. Use it. Ironwood's worry turns to determination. The general saw his face on the screen and groaned. He was being played for a fool. Yes, please do, James, Watts exclaimed in triumph. Ironwood's fleet of ships are being attacked by even more giant Nevermores, though to minimal effect. Soldiers scrambling to enter commands inside the bridge around their commanding officer. Damn it, an Atlas ship captain speaks into his scroll as he turns to the screen of data. This is Blue 4. Blues 2 and 3 fall into a defensive position. Roger, Blue 3 in position, someone replies. Blue 2, what's your status? The Atlas ship captain asks. Blue 2, come in. He doesn't know that the bridge of the last ship is wrecked, computers sparking and men down as a pair of high boots walk through the destruction. Someone answer me, damn it. Dressed in an Atlas uniform and holding her umbrella, Neo opens the door of a familiar-looking cell with a devious grin. Well, it's about time. Torchwick leans out of the shadows and into the light. Blake had a look of despair on her face. Even the one win we had wasn't even really a win. Cut to outside the airships, where the furthest craft suddenly turns towards its allies and fires several bright red lasers at the engine of the one closest to it. The aircraft is barely able to send out, we're hit. What's going before the flaming ship crashes into another in a series of explosions and sends both of them tumbling toward the waters below. Torchwick laughs manically at the controls as Neo watches from the side. Woohoo-ha-ha-ha, ooh, it is good to be back. Winter grit her teeth, seeing her fellow men and soldiers get killed at the hands of the crook. Meanwhile, Roman had a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, I got out afterwards. He hugged Neo. We did it, pal, we got out. Finally, at Beacon's cliffside landing platforms, 3 bullheads arrive, the middle one opening its hatch to reveal 4 members of the White Fang and their leader. Bring them to their knees, Adam orders. Adam looked at the screen and felt that he should have seen himself leading the Faunus into a better tomorrow, but instead, he felt empty inside. Ilya looked conflicted. Kali and Gira looked stricken. Blake was horrified at her ex's orders. Another bullhead opens its door, this time with several creatures of Grimm inside. A growling Ursa jumps from it and lands on Academy grounds. The foreboding scene darkens as the Ursa's roar echoes, leaving only the burning red eyes of the monster until they too disappear. The screen turned to black. That's it, Chrono announced once the viewing ended. Upon hearing his words, the audience continued to be silent. Some were still processing what they saw, some were just happy at the turn of events, but most were just stricken by what they just watched. "Why," Ruby said, breaking the silence, "out of everything, why would you show us that?" Chrono pondered the question, seeing the truly anguished face on the huntress, before finally saying something. "Don't worry too much, it's really just a potential future. What I'm showing you all is not set in stone," the host reassured her. 4. "Especially since some of you guys seem to be having a potential change of heart," Chrono thought, as he was aware of the changing mindsets of a few people in the audience. Of course, this didn't comfort her. Not one bit. "You didn't answer my question," she exclaimed. "Why?" "No comment." Before Ruby could respond, Chrono continued speaking. "Look, I understand that for a lot of you folks, the shit you just watched is going to take some time for you all to process. So, I'm giving you guys a break. An intermission, if you will." Chrono clapped his hands, and a few doors appeared to the back of the cinema. Pointing to the doors, he proceeded to explain what they led to. The two most left doors lead to bathrooms, the middle 4 doors lead to exact copies of the dorms of the teams here, with the team names on the respective doors. The doors on the right all lead to other types of entertainment, if you will, punching bags to let out steam, break rooms to just talk, and, well, you'll see, I can't remember it all. So, enjoy. And just like that, the cinema slowly emptied, as members of the audience went out to kill time and try to process not only the most recent viewing, but the others too. However, Chrono was confronted by a person before the room fully emptied. "You're a bastard, you know that?" Yang Xiao Long said to her host before leaving. It was only after she left that he replied. "I know." Chapter 12. Watts winced in pain as he nursed his burnt tongue. The coffee was overly hot. Cinder had poured herself a regular hot cup, but had used her semblance to superheat his. What a child, he mentally scoffed. The coffee had come from the machine in this supposed break room they were in. The only people inside were him and the other servants of Salem, and one of Cinder's 2 subordinates for some reason, the girl with green hair who follows her like a puppy. That being said, the girl looked horrified in the presence of Salem. So, that just happened. Emerald talking about the viewings they saw. 1. "Yes, well, I think what we all saw was very interesting," Salem said, with a small smile on her face. "Some of them were very fun to watch, especially that airport and pirate ones," Tyrion said, recalling the viewings where Adam Taurus and Kuro Branwyn had killed a lot of people in cold blood. The thought of it made his blood rush. Cinder rolled her eyes at Tyrion's predictable comments. "I found the first one to be interesting. You were right, mistress. He is arrogant, and if that showing was accurate in regards to our world, then I believe Ozpin has the same line of thoughts." Hazel grunted in agreement. "His arrogance and lies caused Gretchen's death, when I get my hands on him." Salem actually laughed lightly before responding. "I would say dear Ozma is more like Jean-Marc, since he has what did Lemia say? Oh yes, vain naivety." Cinder was confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean that Ozma actually believes and values his men. That's what makes his incompetence all the more amusing. He sees the value in life, but not of a single life. He is willing to sacrifice some pawns, but hesitates with others." Salem shook her head slightly as she thought of her ex-husband. "In all honesty, it's not my immortality that's giving me the upper hand, but his inability to adapt, even after all these years. It's why he won't win." 2. Watts thought of Ironwood and his tendencies. As for James, it's the exact opposite. His ability to adapt and react too quickly will be his downfall. "Where's Kuro?" Winter asked. "He went after his sister," Ozpin answered. "With all due respect, why would you let him, sir? We have to talk about what we just saw." "It's fine," Ironwood interrupted the huntress. "But sir, he has every reason to talk to a family member, Winter. In all honesty, you should go as well." Winter closed her mouth and decided to leave the room. When she left, Ironwood let out a sigh and rubbed his forehead in frustration. "So, are we gonna talk about this, or not?" Oobleck asked the people in the room. The only people with him were Ozpin, Ironwood, and Glinda. The place they were in was a quaint little area that looked like a study room. "I mean, what was that, and what exactly did that woman accuse you of?" Oobleck continued. As Glinda and Ozpin tried to explain themselves to the doctor, Ironwood remained silent. He was lamenting on how his decisions were used against him. I thought that by ignoring my emotions and focusing purely on the logical course of action would have kept people safe. Especially after the breach, he grimaced. But it seems that Salem expected that. He thought back to the viewing of him being an SS colonel. That look in my eyes, when Landa went from genial to cold. Is that how people view me when I use metal? Is that what happens when my semblance activates? He had never given it much thought before. But the idea of his semblance being used in that manner and it being a disadvantage worried him. I used metal to will myself to bring the troops to Vale, despite it being a potentially dangerous choice, and it looks like it backfired. Ironwood sighed, perhaps I need to rethink. Now tuning back into the discussion, Ironwood was shocked to hear what Ozpin said. So, are you fine with joining us? Not exactly, but it's not like I have much choice in the matter. The general spoke up. Ozpin, what did you do? I've decided to include Bart in our group, and I fear that everybody in the cinema, barring Salem's circle of course, may have to join as well, if not only to contain this information. The rhythmic sound of the punching bag in front of her being punched continuously permeated the entire room. Or at least, that's what Yang thought. All she was focused on was letting off some steam after what they just saw. NG. Ang. The blonde huntress thought she heard something, but decided to disregard it. She was so close to breaking the stupid ba. Who just grabbed my hand? Yang, that's enough. It was her father. Oh. I'm okay, Dad. She might have had anger issues, but she knew better than to shout back after Tai had raised his voice like that. She awkwardly looked towards everybody else in the room and noticed that it was mostly her fellow peers and some of their family. Weiss and Blake, as well as Blake's parents, were in a corner looking at her in equal amounts of awkwardness. Team JNPR were in another corner without Pyrrha. Now that I think about it, where is RWBY? And Penny as well? Yang thought. Team CFVY were talking amongst themselves too, with Team SSSN there as well. Team CRDL were also using the gym machines in the room as well. She had no idea why all of these people followed her to the gym, but oh well. Look, Yang, I understand your frustration, but this isn't healthy, Taeyong said, interrupting her thoughts. Yang ultimately knew that he was right. She sighed. I know, Dad. She let her arm be grabbed by Tai, who proceeded to lead her to a nearby bench. You might not know this since you were young, but I did the same thing back when I was in Beacon. Really? Yeah, I'd just get so angry at times, and I'd feel the need to punch something. Usually because of Kuro, Tai joked. Yang chuckled. Yeah, that makes sense. But what ultimately helped me was my team. We had our spats and we all lost control at times, but we'd come through, especially with the help of Summer. Even Raven, Yang pointed out, apprehensive. Yeah, Taeyong responded. Yang looked thoughtful as she looked down, but they left, she said softly. I mean Kuro is her. You know what I mean. Yeah, I know. She felt a hand on her shoulder as the side of her body touched her dad's in a hug, but it's like what Agent Twilight said. He said something about working to create a world where children don't have to cry. What does that have to do with me? Well, that's why I became a huntsman. Yang's eyes widened. Before I had you guys or my team, I was in a similar rough patch. It was tough back in Vacuo. Because of that, I wanted to make sure that nobody else I was with felt the same type of loneliness I had. Yes, I've been burnt by people in the past due to this. Yes, I've stumbled and failed in doing what I just said. But I've learned from it, and we can learn from what we've watched. Right, Yang replied. The video only showed one part, and now we know who the culprits are, and Penny and Pyrrha now know what will happen. We can stop them. That's right, Tai said with a smile. That being said, it was pretty obvious. Yang sputtered and blushed. Yeah, well, I didn't think of that at first, okay. Tai simply laughed. It's okay, sometimes we need a talk to see the simple things. After all, it's like when I woke up this morning. It was an eye-opening experience. An eye-opening experience, yeah, exactly, hee. 3. As father and daughter were laughing, Cardin was continuing to strike away at another punching bag nearby, much to his teammates' worry. Dude, can you stop that for 1 second and listen to us? Honestly, Card, this is getting tiresome. As Team CRDL were trying to get their leader to stop, it got the attention of a blonde huntsman. Man, he's really going at it, huh? John said, commenting on Cardin's workout. Meh, I can hit it harder, Nora exclaimed. Like kapow. True, John responded with a chuckle. Anyways, Pyrrha's been gone a while, maybe I should check on her. She said she went to bathroom, so you probably shouldn't go, Ren pointed out. Damn, yeah, you're right. The leader of Team JNPR deflated as he was reminded of the fact. Man, I can't even do anything to help my partner, if only I were like Link. He thought, as he remembered seeing himself be a competent hero. I'm nowhere near as good as him. I can't even properly think of tactics for the tournament either. And that's the one good trait I have as a huntsman. I'm so useless, I literally contribute nothing to the team. John thought as he spiraled into a mental self-flagellation, and then remembered one of the songs he was singing a few viewings back, Less Than Zero. He let out a mirthless laugh in his mind. Yep, that's exactly what I am. Hearing John's earlier suggestion regarding Pyrrha, Weiss thought of going to find RWBY. However, she was in a bit of an awkward situation. So, this is one of your team members? Yes, sister. And she was a former White Fang member. I see. Oh goodness, why did Winter have to come now? Especially with Blake being here with her parents. Blake was thinking something similar. Why did she come here? Coming to terms that I'm friends with a Schnee was confusing enough, but another. So, you're telling me they're not as bad as they seem? Kali said to Blake loud enough for both Weiss and Winter, greeting both Schnee sisters with a saccharine smile. Kali, Gira exclaimed to his wife, she didn't mean that. Both Blake and Weiss wanted to get out of the room. Why isn't this working? Pyrrha thought as she continued to splash her face with water from the bathroom. This technique always worked calming her down, back in the past before a Big Mac. No. I can't. Why did I think of TH? Shutting off her thoughts, the invincible girl sighed as she looked at herself in the mirror. She wanted to sink into the floor. Pyrrha, a voice said behind her. Turning slowly, she was greeted to the faces of Ruby Rose and... She stifled a sob. It was Penny. Oh, hello there, Pyrrha responded, chuckling nervously. Ruby gave her friend a sad smile and spoke. Look, purr. However, Pyrrha then lost composure and started to sob. Ruby, Penny, she began before she started to cry again with her eyes welling up. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed. Ruby forlornly answered back, me too, but it wasn't your fault. She's right, Penny said. She walked over to Pyrrha and clasped her hands. Cinder was the one that did this, and we have to make sure they don't do that in the future. 4. Pyrrha looked at the two other huntresses in training in shock. All she could see were determined expressions on their faces. All of a sudden her tears stopped. Yeah, you're right, she said as she got up. Thanks, I needed that. Anytime, Purr, Ruby said with a smile. What she said, friend Pyrrha. Adam felt uncomfortable, but not angry, at the people he was in a room in. Aside from Ilya, who was staying by his side, purely out of familiarity, there was the duo of crooks he was forced to work with, Roman and Neo, the two hunters with black hair and red eyes, Raven and Kuro, and Mercury. As he continued to sit on the couch of the apparent living room they were all in, the White Fang leader felt weird at the fact that his hatred was no longer as strong as it was when he first entered this weird place. It's all that stupid video's fault. Adam mentally said in his head. Why did that have to appear? I wouldn't do something like that. I'm not a terrorist. I'm a freedom fighter. You okay? Ilya asked. You know, you haven't done anything bad like that, and I can help not reach that level in the future. I get that, Adam growled. Don't worry, I won't become like Makarov, I'm fine. Mercury heard what the Faunus had said though, and laughed. Quit lying to yourself, Taurus. You're clearly rattled from that shit. Adam simply sneered at the assassin's response. And I could easily say the same for you. I saw your expressions during the stuff with the spy. I had no idea a stone-cold killer like you would be jealous of a child. Mercury immediately got up from his seat and glared at the Faunus. Adam returned it back with a single eye. You fool. Geez, you need to give it a rest, Roman exclaimed. Both the assassin and the terrorist groaned at Roman's interjection. Hey, what do you want, Torchwick? Adam said. I want to give you two a pep talk. Mercury scoffed at the thief's audacity. Roman went up to Mercury and patted the assassin's head before he went, and he plopped down on the couch where Mercury was sitting before. Nia followed him. All right, so, Torchwick began. You guys were perfectly fine being terrible people before all of this shit, right? No response, tough crowd, Roman quipped. Anyways, I'll take that as a yes. So you guys were fine with what you were, in that case. Just keep doing that you're doing. Who cares what the videos show? Kuro, immediately hearing what Roman said, looked at Raven. Ignore what he said. That's terrible advice. Raven rolled her eyes. I'm not a child. I know bad advice when I see it. Hey, I give great advice. Just look at how far Neo has come with all the advice I've given her. Neo preened at the praise Roman gave her. Raven just blankly stared at the crook. He does realize that she ran away when I encountered her, right? Oh, who am I kidding? His advice was probably for her to run away from stronger people. Ray, please just come back and join us again. You saw what Salem's group is planning, and we know her next steps. We can stop her. Kuro implored the urgency of his request to her. Will you do whatever it takes to stop her? She asked. Kuro looked confused. Of course, Salem wants to kill everybody and needs to be stopped. You're sounding like Lucci right now, Raven said. Kuro sighed in frustration. Are you seriously bringing that up right now? Wanting to calm down, Kuro took a swig of alcohol from his flask. This is different. It's not like I'm going to kill a bunch of random people to stop her. And how am I supposed to know you won't go that far? You already betrayed me. Kuro looked dumbfounded. You can't be serious. You left our team. If anybody betrayed anyone, it was you. I stayed with the tribe. You left your family, your daughter. You don't think I wanted to bring her? Raven exclaimed, much to her twin's shock. What? Kuro thought. Well, this just got spicy, Tilda, Roman said. Both twins glared at him and moved out of the room to continue their talk. I wanted to raise her to bring her up in the tribe, Raven continued. It's just. What? Kuro got over his shock and realized. You were afraid. Raven scowled. No, I'm never afraid. Kuro just gave a flat look in response. There's no shame in being scared, sis. You don't think I'm scared too? You know my semblance. And yet I'm still willing to fight and to be there for my nieces. He put a hand on her shoulder, and you can still be there too. Raven could see it in his eyes. Despite everything, he still wanted her as a sister. Come back, please. And despite all of that, she still felt too fearful to go back. It made her sick. Whistling to himself as he used a sweep to clean the cinema, Chrono thought of what he could show the audience next. What should I choose? A more light-hearted one? I did just show them something traumatic. There were still so many potential universes to explore. After all, the possibilities are endless. Then it came to him. Of course, alternative timelines. Perhaps I can show them other versions of themselves, acted on by other people or the same actors and actresses, but with different scripts. 5. As Chrono finished cleaning and put away his sweep, he continued to ponder this line of thought. Although, should I show them one such universe immediately after this? However, the host was interrupted as people began to come back to the cinema. Around a half hour had passed after all, or so it seemed. As people began to retake their seats, Chrono noticed the changed expressions of some of the audience members. Pyrrha looks like she was crying, and Yang looks less angry. Adam, Raven, and Ironwood look more conflicted than ever, and Penny and Ruby seem to be looking better. Interesting. I think I know what to show them now. Chrono went back to the front of the audience, ready to show them another universe. Chapter 13. I hope you all had a nice break, Chrono stated to the audience. Yeah, it was okay, Yang replied with a thumbs up. Many agreed with Yang, but some remained silent like Adam and Cardin. Indeed, we had a lot of interesting things to talk about, Cinder added. This got a raised eyebrow by many, especially Osbin and Ublek. Well, that's good to hear. So, with the break done, I figured out the viewing for all of you to watch. What is it? Pyrrha asked. I'll just let you all know in advance. It's a bit of weird viewing, at least compared to what you guys have been seeing so far. Like the one with me singing, John pointed out. Kind of, Chrono admitted. No need to move though, guys. The host added as people began to get out of their seats. This is still something that can be watched, it's just not a show. It's more of a video essay. What, like a documentary? Lame, Mercury stated. Just give it a chance. Some of you guys might find some interesting links between the video and your experiences. After all, is that not what some of you guys have pointed out before? Some in the audience perked up at this mention. He does have a point. Okay, I'll give it a chance. Kuro and many others thought. Just one last question, Chrono, Ironwood asked. What is the documentary about? I assume it's about something not from Remnant. Correct, it's about a video game series called Kirby, a kid-friendly game. It mostly mentions its themes. I'm assuming the themes somehow relate to our stories then, many in the audience thought. With that in mind, all were satisfied with Chrono's explanation. If that's all then, folks, let the show begin, Chrono exclaimed as the screen began to play the next video. The screen goes to life. It opens up on a field of rolling green hills with Kirby plopping a squat on top of one of them and pulling out an apple. When he accidentally dropped the apple, he ran after it, quickly tripping and rolling down the hill himself, though he appeared to be enjoying himself. Kirby is kind of the best, isn't he? Adorable and cool, simple but fascinating. Utterly broken for his genre, yet a joy to play. There's hardly anything to hate about the little guy. As such, despite my absolute love of the Kirby series, it makes talking about him beyond what he offers at an introductory level really difficult. As the video opened up, there were several reactions. A few of them are visceral, some are muted. Ruby's eyes widened, as did Yang's when they saw the pink hero Kirby. Oh my gosh, he's so cute, Yang squealed. Sheesh, keep it down, will ya? It just started. Roman growled, covering his ears. Keep it in. Stay composed, Winter repeated in her head, trying not to do the same thing as Yang. She found Kirby adorable, of course, but she didn't want to make sense as well. She wanted to remain professional. Unbeknownst to her, Weiss was also doing the same thing, but with less success. You realize you're murmuring your thoughts right now, right? Blake said to Weiss. What? I am not. Maybe it's just your faunus ears hearing stuff. Weiss stammered and retorted back weakly. Blake snorted. My extra set of ears doesn't allow me to hear your thoughts. Meanwhile, Osbin's eyes widened slightly. It appears that I am narrating this video essay. I wonder why. I guess I'll just have to see. Osbin taking interest in a children's game? Salem thought. While she wanted to find comedy in her ex-husband taking interest in something so trivial, all it did was remind her how, when he was Ozma, he would always play games with their children more than her. The thought of it just made her scowl. Kirby's good, you know he's good. It's obvious what makes him good. Go play Planet Robobot, it's like the best power fantasy game. It doesn't deserve to be locked in 3DS jail with Kid Icarus and SMT4. Set them free, please. A clip from an old commercial showing Kirby being knocked around like a pinball played. This was followed by a clip of another commercial, where Kirby was having a joyful good time with an oversized human finger. What's a 3DS? Neo asked Roman. No idea, probably a gaming device, he replied back. Adam heard the name Icarus and was reminded of something. Icarus? Like Icarus Aquila? Adam thought, I remember him, one of the heroes of the Faunus Revolution. He used his eagle wing traits in battle against the humans and was crucial to the Faunus victory early on. But he got too ambitious and tried to continue to push against the enemy lines. He ended up dying in the battle and was thrown into the sea. I wonder why there was a video game made about him in that world. 1. New Kirby games tend to just showcase different gimmicks and unique ways to play with Kirby, rather than creating some kind of deeper innovation. To punctuate the point, the image of a stack of panties with Kirby's face printed on them was shown. Why is there panty merchandise of Kirby? Nora asked. Probably to make profits, Weiss answered. But why? Nora asked again, but in a whisper, still bewildered. 2. Weiss tried to answer again, but Ren stopped her. She's just muttering to herself and making up her own conclusions, he stated. Kirby is like a childhood friend. When you go over to his house, you already know your favorite game and that you're going to play it together. But sometimes, he'll throw in a brand new toy to add to the fun. Outside of the dark matter games being focused on environmental puzzles and those following Superstar's design focusing more on beat-em-up action, Kirby's mainline series is just a cozy escape into pure playfulness. And that's great. Kirby doesn't need to be anything more than a friend. To punctuate the point, Kirby jumps to the front and center of the screen with a happy, "Hi." "All right, he is pretty cute," Raven admitted. Even her heart melted a little bit from that adorable little greeting. However, there is one aspect of Kirby that has evolved in recent years: its lore. Perhaps more than any other Nintendo franchise, save for Smash, Kirby adores celebrating its history, bringing back past bosses and friends, giving them new forms or attacks to show off all the cool stuff that can be imagined with the passing of time. On top of that, it's no secret that Kirby games start nice and cheery, but end with a confrontation with a nightmarish, extra-dimensional being with reality-shattering power. To show the contrast, the opening scene and final boss of Kirby 64 was shown, showing Kirby and Ribbon running off into the sunrise to start their adventure, followed by then fighting two in the skies of Dark Star. "Kirby has lore?" Mercury asked, confused. "What type of lore does a game like that even need?" "Maybe if you finish the video, we'll know, jackass," Emerald snarked. Mercury responded by flipping her off. John saw that one of the gaming franchises that was also made by the same company as Kirby was The Legend of Zelda, and started to think to himself, so the same universe where I'm a true hero is made by the same people who created this pink guy? That's cool. Meanwhile, Ilya was just confused by the final boss of Kirby. A nightmarish being, extra-dimensional stuff, reality-shattering power. It's just an eye with wings. All of these thoughts came out in one poignant word. What? For a while, a final boss at the end was all they were. As cool as the Nightmare Wizard and Marks and 2 are, they're ultimately just terrifying foils to the pink puffball. You'd get a hint of a post-apocalyptic Earth here, a demonic possession there, but these guys are just in the way to show how good Kirby is, that no matter how tough and scary it gets, a smile, optimism, and boundless potential will see you through. They're a nifty talking point when discussing the series, and I will love Marks forever, but not something to really take with you outside of the assuredly amazing final boss theme. Salem was suddenly reminded of that talk she had all those years ago with Ozpin. What was it that Ozpin said all those years ago? "Victory is within a simple soul, I believe." Well, he's mistaken if he thinks a hunter with Kirby's disposition will stop me. Ozpin smiled sadly at the screen. "Oh, how I wish that were true," he thought as he took a quick glance at the students watching the video. "But nowadays, I'm not too sure. Perhaps James is right, these children cannot win a war." That is, until Shinya Kumazaki became director of the Kirby series. Starting with Kirby Superstar Ultra, a great deal more focus was given to the overall continuity of the Kirby series. Marks would revive, his dark soul reanimating his defeated body for one final showdown. The most loyal Waddle Dee in King Deddede's army was given a bandana to distinguish him that would carry on the future installments. Meta Knight would go on his own journey and use the power of Nova to wish to fight the strongest warrior in the universe. All of these great, yet simple additions to Superstar's plot gave it just a bit more character. But it was Kumazaki's first original Kirby game, Return to Dreamland, where the series would gain a significantly more grandiose presentation. The days of Kirby getting a cake stolen leading to oops, accidentally release the ancient evil eyeball man? We're gone. Now, Magaller alludes to the ancients of the universe as he tricks Kirby into slaying a space hydra to gain ultimate power. King Dedede is considered the strongest warrior of his planet, and is kidnapped to prevent his resistance against alien invaders who wish to drain Popstar dry. An evil, galactic corporation wants to mechanize the whole of the planet to increase its corporate influence, because its CEO has been driven mad with greed and power. Yo, Star Allies, is that a death cult? Cool. Wait, so the premise of these games originally was that Kirby had cake stolen from him, leading him to beating people up, Mercury stated. Sounds stupid, Emerald scoffed. That sounds hilarious. Now I want to play that game, Mercury continued. How in the world would you trick a person who only cares about cake into slaying a space hydra? John asked. Aren't you paying attention, fearless leader? You steal their cake of course and frame it on the Hydra. Obviously, Dia, Nora answered. Oh yeah, I guess that can work. Damn, even Kirby's world has evil CEOs. I guess jerks like Jacques Schnee exist everywhere, Kiro stated. Winter wanted to retort, but even she couldn't disagree with him. Needless to say, the lore of Kirby became a much deeper part of its overall narrative. Later bosses weren't just obstacles, they were intrinsic parts of Kirby's universe. Star allies featured brainwashed friends with new super forms as area bosses before moving on to the mysterious Mage Sisters, who all get their personalities and religious devotion to the Jamba Heart well established before their fights. Planet Robobot takes this a step further, taking Kirby's enemies and twisting them into mutated and assimilated versions of themselves, while the higher-ups at Haltman Enterprises analyzed the weird, pink ball in their own way. The plot wasn't just an excuse to move Kirby from Ice Cream Island to Butter Building, or to make King Deaded body horror again. A stylized picture of King Deaded, with a dark matter eye in a fang-filled mouth in his stomach, was briefly shown. By the brothers, there are even religious nuts in the world of Kirby. What's next? Twisted Expury, oh. Kali stated, before seeing the video mention Haltman Enterprises. Damn, this is some complex stuff for a kid's game to mention, don't you guys think? Sun asked his team. I guess, Scarlet agreed. Not really, Neptune disagreed. Many games and media can disguise these themes. Half of the time you play a game, you won't notice it until you really look. Ice Cream Island, Butter Building, weird. What's Kirby's power, eating or something? Yang asked. Yes, actually. Seriously. He can swallow and eat almost anything, and copy the powers and properties of it. Wow, that can be both either the coolest and most useful, or the most disgusting power ever. Depends on what is eaten, I guess. Kirby had a story, characters and arcs, and those arcs didn't always have the happiest endings. And what added to that, perhaps more than anything else, was the pause screens. Just as a fight with parallel twin Krakow was about to start, the game immediately paused. A pause screen, Ren said skeptically. Last time I checked, most people don't care to learn about a game's characters through pause screens, but rather through gameplay. No, really. This might sound a bit ridiculous at first pass, but a majority of Kirby's deeper mythology is tucked away in the pause menu. During boss fights, the descriptive text explaining Kirby's ability will change into a brief description of the boss. At first, this is just a little bit of flavor that can be seen easily in the story. Oh no, King Deaded would never steal all the food in Dreamland. Perish the thought. As this was said, the box for Kirby's Dreamland crept into frame from the bottom right corner. Oh, the ancient text read that the snake's weakness is its head. Cute. Oh, so it's just some fun facts, I see. But as time goes on, these descriptions stop being purely flavorful and start being charged with backstory and an odd emptiness. Villains in the later half of Kirby games stop being goofy apple trees and Mr. Duder. They start showing their failings, their tragedies. Some played before the camera, but most tucked away. While you can see the madness of President Haltman play out in front of you, his regrets, his pain, his motivation for living. All of these are tucked away to be discovered, only there if you truly want it. But then what's the point if you have to look for it? Surely a good story would tell it to you exactly, Neptune thought. I mean, it is a game, bro, and in games you can play, interact, and look at stuff. The guy did say it's only there if you truly want it. Some people might just want to play for fun and not for story reasons, I guess. Sun noted. And plus, you think a character like Kirby cares about that stuff? It's probably just dressing for a simple plot. A good point. It wouldn't work in TV shows, though. Oh, of course. Imagine how stupid it'd be if a show that to reveal its lore and world in small videos, since their episodes are too small. That'd be so trash, Sun said with a laugh. 3. Those who oppose Kirby are tragic souls, perhaps entirely possessed by power. Perhaps forces naturally driven to do harm. Perhaps fulfilling their heart's mission that has turned dark and twisted. Like Salem, Osbin thought. The headmaster thought to himself these facts several times in the past, trying to justify not attacking her, usually during the times he lost the will to continue the conflict. It's just the grim blood in her. The old Salem wouldn't have done this. but he knew ever since the god of light gave him this mission that he was just lying to himself. But they all add so much to Kirby's world and their stories that I can't do them justice just discussing them. Truly, they speak for themselves. The speaker of the video then allowed other people to voice over the dialogue of the pause menu entries. A sad shell possessed by the limitless power of the Master Crown, no more than a manifestation of the crown itself. It has the look and voice of King Deded, but not his soul. Some things can't be cloned. Some of the trial models were only interested in food, some were fearful of a certain insect, and all were imperfect. Penny heard that entry and was immediately thankful for her dad. The soul she has ensures that she wasn't just some piece of machinery. "Thank you, Dad. I won't die at Amity. I'll make you proud," she thought with determination. All worlds, whether in another dimension or some far-flung galaxy, are bound by earth and sky. And where there is sky, there is Krakow. Made of fallen tears and the scattered mists of his enemies, Krakow roars with dark power. His full name is Max Prophet Haltman. Ever since losing his only child in an accident long ago, he's dedicated his life to the company. However, his only wish is to see his daughter once again. So this Haltman guy is not exactly like father. Weiss thought. She immediately felt a little bitter about how Haltman's daughter was still cared for even after she died. Would father even care if I died? Or would he just be mad that I could no longer take over the company after him? Why did I reactivate such a terrible machine? Oh, I remember, I wanted to see her just one last time. How foolish. I should have known that no machine could make such a dream come true. That determination began to falter slightly for Penny. No, Dad already said that his dream came true when I was activated. I'm a real girl. Definitely, no, not a replacement, she thought. Her mind and databases went back to the files of her father, however. Pietro Polandina, scientist, originally had a daughter who died at the age of 17. Said child would form the basis and serve as the inspiration for the PNNY proj. No, I'm not just a replacement, Penny thought. She didn't truly believe it though, and now she felt sadder than ever. 4. Ruby looked at her friend in worry. Taranza's final words and offerings can no longer reach her ears. The former queen has become a pitiable husk in the throes of madness after losing everything. She has consumed the world, and all she has left to cling to is her vanity. Kuro heard that and glanced at Osbin to gauge his reaction, just in case. That might have hit a bit too close to home. That Taranza person sounds a bit like Mommy Salami. But there's one that stands out above all else. Kirby's had his fair share of demons, a dark planet desiring nothing but assimilation, beings of pure nightmare reveling in torment. Onion Girl. 6. Onion Girl, Pyrrha asked. Maybe she makes Kirby cry, John said. Making people cry on command does sound nightmarish, to be honest, Ren stated. Although, that might be just because we're used to negative emotions meaning grim. But none compare, in both world-building and scope, to perhaps the greatest and most terrifying being ever written into Kirby's mythos. For the entirety of Kirby Star allies, shards of the mysterious Jamba heart gathered, pulled out of friend and foe alike, intoxicated by their corrupting influence. Kirby must free his friends by battling through the mysterious Jambastion, a religious order dedicated to collecting their hearts for a dark ritual. Eventually, Kirby is able to defeat the Order's generals, the 3 mage sisters, and their high priest, Lord Highness, in an attempt to stop whatever mean thing they happen to be doing. The Jamba heart nearly completes, his body giving out Highness does the only thing he is capable of, sacrificing his own life and the lives of his generals in order to complete his cruel machinations. The essence of chaos, a godly being foretold by books of legend, revives, and the negativity and hatred gathered grant it a form equal in destructive power to its violent emotions. Summoned forth is the true destroyer of worlds, a deity with the sole purpose to crush all opposition. Hatred, obsession, jealousy, greed, and chaos made manifest, it is the end of all. Rise, O dark lord of despair, crush the stars, lay waste to care, rise and cover the land in sorrows, may your symphony of emptiness bring the end of all tomorrows. Rise, O dark lord of despair, crush the stars, lay waste to care. Upon your wing dark judgment brings, may your symphony of tragedy bring the end of everything. Void Termina. Void Termina let out an echo roar as it did battle with Kirby and his friends on the Star Allies Sparkler. The behemoth attacked widely, releasing powerful shock waves with every strike, manifesting powerful weapons imbued with elemental magic, and firing barrages of lasers from freshly made master crowns. "All right, he might be a villain, but that was cool as hell," Yang exclaimed. "Void Termina, that sounds awesome, and that chant, chills on my back. And he looks like a Grim too. Ooh, maybe we can crush his legs, with Kirby's help," Nora stated. "Nora, Void Termina is not real. Ren mentioned that fact to Nora. In my dreams, he'll be real though. I'm gonna lucid dream about it when we get out of her, and we'll beat him together. Ooh, do you think people can multiplayer dream?" "Nora, you couldn't lucid dream last time. I doubt it'll work next time." "Oh, ye of little faith, Rennie, ye of little faith." "Damn, I feel bad for that cult who sacrificed themselves," Roman said. "Why?" Neo asked. "Because they went through all that effort, and Void Termina's gonna get his ass kicked by a pink puffball anyways," Roman exclaimed with a laugh. "Like how you went through all that effort to steal dust and get beat by Red," Mercury interjected with a smirk. Roman was not amused. "And the craziest thing about this boss is introducing a suicide doomsday cult with universally apocalyptic consequences to Kirby isn't enough for it. Not only can it freely create master crowns to use as a tool, an artifact that nearly destroyed the universe on its own in Return to Dreamland, but within the hulking monstrosity, there is its purest essence. As Kirby fights the Eater of Worlds, plunges into the belly of the beast, knocks away the corpse of the corrupted highness, fueling it with hatred, the core takes notice of the pink puffball, and it reacts. He has begun to feel, to desire, to think, within the void there lurks a soul. And when that soul becomes manifest, it takes the form of a friend. The very core of Void Termina's being revealed itself to be a predominantly violet sphere with a couple of dark indentations swirling across its surface. When the dark patches held still, they took the form of a familiar face, one that belonged to a certain pink puffball. "Hi," Void Termina's soul said in a warped version of Kirby's own voice. "Wait, so let me get this straight. Void Termina becomes similar to Kirby once the cult is taken out of him?" Weiss asked. I think that's what's being said. I'm not fully sure though," Pyrrha replied. "So what, deep down, Void Termina is basically just a corrupted version of Kirby?" This asks and answers so many questions, and the deeper the player goes, the more they fight, the harder they make it on themselves, the more the game answers. The screen shows the increasing difficulty setting of the ultimate choice, along with the image of Kirby progressively adding more and more hot sauce to his curry. Facing the dark force in story mode, it begins laughing, almost playing as it fights, having strong overtones of Kirby's first melody, Green Greens, mixed into its boss theme. Slowly, it begins using attacks familiar to other bosses in the series, before morphing into a form any Kirby fan would know, Dark Matter. Yep, it looks like your theory is right, Weiss. It seems that despite being the darkest, most evil creature in the game, Voidy's just a reflection of the main character," Blake said. "That seems a bit dumb," Yang said. "Oh, not at all, there's a common technique in literature," Blake defended. "What, like in Ninja of Love?" Yang teased back, knowing that it would get a reaction out of Blake. Unamused, Blake glared at her partner. "Can you quit it?" No, I get it. Surely you just read that book for the metaphors, like the big, hard Caton." "I get it," Blake said with a reddened face. "Can we continue to watch now, please?" The indentations that made Void Termina's eyes shrunk to the point of disappearing, while the indentation that made its mouth expanded until it was the shape of a massive eye, a pupil forming in the center of it. Kirby's friend Gooey possessed a similar copy ability to the Star Warrior, and always had a connection to the dark matter species, but never before was such a possible link created directly to Kirby. If you fought on the soul melter difficulty of the ultimate choice, the hardest challenge in Star Allies before the DLC came in, Kirby now wore an evil expression as he poured way too much hot sauce into his curry. "Void Soul shall appear." Delving into the pause screen presents a further reward detailing the existence of Void. Then another person voiced over the new pause screen information on the screen. No telling if it's true, but according to the ancient scrolls, void termina may rise again in other forms depending on whether positive or negative energy is gathered. It seems this being of darkness will wander the galaxy until one day he is reborn into a new existence. When he returns, hopefully it will be as a friend. So cute, Taeyong thought, the voiceover reminding him of RWBY. Now back to the normal narrator, he continued. But nothing is quite as strong as the clash with the hardest foe possible. Added at the end of Star Ally's life cycle was Soul Melter X, the greatest challenge possible. Kirby now had a blank, practically dead expression on his face, having definitely overdone it with the hot sauce, and now had 3 additional bottles of the stuff floating in his curry. There, replacing the soul, lies the astral birth itself, Void. Introduced with a splash screen of rapid colors mirroring the hyperzone that once contained Zero, the heart of all dark matter, Void plays with Kirby as aggressively as possible. Written into its soundtrack is a tragic piano version of Green Greens, a soulful and sorrowful refrain of peace, clashing with the chaotic theme of Void Termina. That version of Void looks like a grim ball, John said. Hearing that, Osbin had an epiphany. Hold on, with my voice narrator this video, and with the main villain seeming similar to Salem and other people on Remnant, could this video be telling us something? That diplomacy and the offer of friendship could help bring peace. Osbin then thought of his past, however. He remembered how he left Salem and tried to bring his children with him. How it resulted in their deaths. Or perhaps it's mocking me. The video is showing me what choice I should have made. The song played for a few seconds, feeling completely unlike what one would expect from an ultimate final boss theme. It was neither a triumphant, rallying tune nor a menacing villain's theme, but rather a sad melody accompanied by a sorrowful choir. Before eventually, even that crumbles. The sounds of a Game Boy are mixed in, and the cheerful tune that started Kirby's adventures is turned into a lonely cry. The song continued, the sound of primitive beeps rising to the surface that served to make the song sadder than it already was. What a sad song, Pyrrha said. Yeah, I guess most bad people are just people who have had it rough, huh? Nora said. That's no excuse to do bad things, though, Ren said. I know, Rennie, Nora replied. It's just, if someone went through what we went through, I could understand if they're bitter. Ren conceded her point. Yeah, if I'm being honest, if you weren't there that day, I might have given up, but you helped me to be brave. Nora was confused. Wah, but I was such a wimp, you needed to guide me away. Perhaps, but when I saw you there, I wanted to make sure that I would be strong, if only to protect you for that moment. Ren continued. Nora was shocked. Ren had never really mentioned this to her. With all that he said, and her thoughts from past viewings coming up again, her face heated up, much to her embarrassment. She decided to deflect. PSH, dummy, she said looking down, whilst plastering on a smile. Thank you, she continued, deciding to be honest for once. She looked to him, seeing his shocked face. What? She said. I didn't expect that. Well, you should have, she replied. And there she is, Ren thought. That was kinda weird. She looked like she liked me for a second there. Nah, must be my mind. She probably just sees me as her brother, he thought with a bit of sadness. John and Pyrrha just looked at them in confusement. I know they like each other and all, but what have they gone through? Pyrrha thought. Man, for all that I've said about him being a brother from another mother, I've really asked Ren about himself, huh? But then again, the same thing could be said for him, John thought. And it is undoubtable. Void is dark matter. Dark matter is Kirby. Void is Kirby. A Kirby born of hatred and suffering instead of friendship and joy. Kirby himself is a destructive god who forsook his violent appetite in favor of peace, happiness, and bonds with others. Void is the tragedy of a Kirby without friends, and only the power of that friendship can truly put him to rest. To emphasize the point, the image of the Kirby of disappointment was briefly shown. Mercury began to roll his eyes. What a load of shit. Who needs friends? He thought. All friends do is drag you down, make you fail the me's. Mercury's eyes widened, and he immediately felt angry. Why am I thinking of my dad's bullshit advice all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Raven was looking at Kirby of disappointment and immediately felt uncomfortable. That same feeling of shame she had when she was talking to Kuro was beginning to resurface, and she wasn't liking it. Not one bit. The final battle at hand, Void takes his first steps towards a new age. In place of tyrannical rage, will he find nap time, gentle breezes, treats? He may even dream again, a dream of friends reunited. As Void fell in battle, his final face was that of Kirby's smile, seemingly accepting of its fate as it went up in a blinding white light and a shower of rainbow stars. Nap time does sound a lot better than being rageful, Kiro stated. Agreed, Taeyong replied, and he remembered his time with Team SDRQ and Beacon once again. After all you needed in Beacon to get that stick out of your ass was to just sleep, since you spent so much training in the tribe. Too bad Raven didn't. You may already know all this. It's not as if Kirby lore is a massive secret. The fact that Kumazaki himself voices Void Termina is telling enough that they want this stuff to be known. There are excellent studies out there explaining Kirby's lore in a tonality befitting its depth. But does this lore really have a place? An image of Kirby, pointing to a conspiracy board of all his collective lore, was shown. This is Kirby after all. He's got a winning formula and great character design. There shouldn't be a need to load him up with horrors from the great beyond. Tons of series have had dramatic twists or moments where they've taken themselves too seriously, and most is strayed away from such attacks in the future. Why should Kirby be different? And moreover, if you're going to commit to this bit, why hide the deep details in the pause menu? Kirby isn't Dark Souls. Piecing together bits of the ruined world around you isn't baked into the natural curiosity of the world. You just got to kill Wispy Woods for the 50th time. Neptune and Sun had this argument literally a few minutes ago, Velvet said. Maybe they're right, Coco said before smirking. You want to bet on it? Velvet groaned. No, I always lose. Oh, come on, Bun, it's Neptune and Sun. They're probably wrong. Hey, Neptune said, offended. What he said, leave us alone, Sun joined in. Then why would you bet that he's right then? Velvet pointed out. Maybe I just feel bad for ya, Coco said. Then she looked at the two members of Team SSSN and stuck her tongue out at them. Velvet narrowed her eyes on Coco, but eventually relent. Fine. And yet, something about this undeniably works. Something endearing ties all these disparate pieces together, allowing them to function. What should be bloated and obtuse is made not only functional, but fascinating because of one simple piece. Which is, John asked. Kirby popped out from the upper left corner of the screen before taking center stage and jumping up to give an enthusiastic wave. Hi, Kirby greeted. Kirby doesn't really care about his own lore. He's Kirby. He can't read the pause screens anyway. A screenshot from Kirby Fighters 2 showed that Kirby was, indeed, completely illiterate. The little guy just wants to go about his day, make friends, eat a whole bunch, make sure everyone he cares about is safe, and that everyone being mean to them will stop it. No matter how complex the world around him is or how deep the lore gets, Kirby remains simple. Dark matter, heart matter, dream matter doesn't matter. What Kirby is physically doesn't define him compared to what he is intrinsically, a friend. Whether he's fighting Mr. Duder or a world-ending nightmare, Kirby tackles every single problem with the same confidence, desire to play around, a positivity that he always exudes. The player can delve deeper, find stories that tug at the heartstrings or fascinate the mind. Or they can just follow Kirby's path and move forward without much of a care. No matter what they chose, Kirby will be there with them, with the same answer. Let's play together and win together. And if they do delve deeper, all of the tragedy and mythos surrounding Kirby only elevates how powerful his simple message is. Kirby can overcome all of that and still do everything in his power to help others, because he's just that good of a boy. Poyo, poyo, poyo. 3 Kirbys cheered as they popped on screen, each one in a radically different art style. Velvet sighed. She got a couple of Leon out of her bag and gave it to Coco. Yes. I just feel bad for ya. I can't believe I fell for that, Velvet said with a huff. It's all right, maybe you'll win next time. Meanwhile, Ozpin heard what his voice was saying and reconsidered his thought. So Kirby is like a simple soul. Perhaps there's still time. Perhaps victory can be found there. That's the beauty of Kirby's lore to me. No matter how tough things get, no matter how scary our obstacles, no matter how complex the world around us might become, a simple and earnest approach can always see us through. The solutions to our problems may not be as simple as RWBY, but the place one comes from to solve them is one of care, confidence, and love. Huh, maybe that's what Dad meant by all you need is confidence, John said. Yeah, I don't think he meant to go up to a girl acting like you own the place, Yang teased. I didn't act like that, John stammered. You kind of did, and you looked like an ass for that, Weiss said. John groaned. It's okay, VB. You just gotta remember the care and love part too. You gotta be full in your love. John groaned even louder. If RWBY can fight monsters of immeasurable power and evil just because he cares, so can you. That's the message of the RWBY series to me, and it's one that's only shown brighter the more the series has developed around him. RWBY is shaped like a friend. RWBY is your friend. RWBY will always be your friend. And like him, you can take on anything. That's the value of RWBY. That's the story behind his lore. That's friendship. As RWBY and his friends boarded his warp star, they all gave the audience one final wave goodbye before returning to their home on planet Popstar, to the kingdom of Dreamland. The screen turns to black. That was a pretty good video, don't you think, darling? Kali asked. However, she had no response. Guy. Kali was interrupted by a loud sniffle. It turns out Gira was crying. Gira, she asked with wide eyes. Sorry, it's just such a beautiful message, Gira said whilst blubbering. Kali then understood why the message affected him so much. Oh, darling, the White Fang was like a group of true friends for you when you made it. I'm guessing this video means you might go back to Fang and try to change it. While that was happening, the other people in the audience were also discussing the video they watched. There were the thieves. That was surprisingly good, Roman said. Neo nodded her head in agreement. It seemed too sappy for me, Mercury said. I thought you said you wanted to play the game, though, Emerald said with a grin. That was before the friendship crap. At the same time, part of Salem's group. I have to say, the way the video showed the technique in music and the similarities between the hero and villain were very intriguing. Sure, it's not science, but I appreciate analysis like that nonetheless. Watts concluded. It was a bit bizarre, Tyrion said. Hazel just looked at the serial killer in confusement. Bizarre. Oh, don't look at me like that. What? Because I'm crazy I can't find things weird. And of course, Osbin's group. Osbin had told his group of what the video could have meant, about his new idea of peace and diplomacy with Salem. Of course, many of them disagreed. I'm sorry, sir, but I think talks are out of the question, Glinda stated. Yeah, I gotta agree with her, Oz, Kiro remarked. Yes, you have a good point, Glinda. Perhaps we can use this in the future, take less punitive measures and make sure people don't fall into the cracks in society and potentially feel the need to go to Salem. Osbin pointed out. But look at the people with them, Osbin. One is a deranged killer, the other is power-hungry and is planning to undermine the vital festival, and Watts may be with them too. And the only thing I did was reject his project. And Hazel, as we said before, could have been reasoned with, but you said he was too far gone, Ironwood argued. Well, perhaps I was wrong, Osbin claimed. I've said it before, I've made more mistakes than any other man and woman alive on this planet. Maybe I can rectify these mistakes and get some of them to join us. 6. Or maybe you'd just be making another mistake. Ironwood concluded and walked away from the discussion. As well as the huntsmen in training. RWBY is kind of like you, RWBY, Yang said. WHAT, how? Ruby asked. Well, the vid did say that RWBY loves to eat, and when it comes to sweets, you're pretty much the same. Ruby's face heated up. No, I'm not, that's not true. It is kinda true. I bet if you were shrunk down by a semblance whilst eating a cookie, you'd be thrilled since there would be more of the cookie to eat, rather than be alarmed that you just got shrunk. Blake said. As Ruby didn't respond to that as she felt embarrassed that she might have very well have that same thought process, the rest of the teens laughed good-heartedly at her predicament. Eventually, after a little while of chatting, Chrono finally interjected. All right, enough time's passed. It's time for the next universe. And that's all for now. Hopefully it's a return to form. Chapter 14. Text by Shirley Jackson for The New Yorker. This new universe shows the tale of a people's tradition. Is this another video essay? Because while that last one was better than expected, I don't think I'd like a second one in a row, especially if it deals with people's society and culture," Mercury stated. "Nope, it's an actual story." "Ah, cool then. Hey Uncle Kuro, you've been to many towns and villages, so have there been any cool traditions you've seen in any of them?" Yang asked. Kuro thought of his past missions for a bit before responding. "Well, there's this one town in Mistral Nikoku. The name means sunshine, or something like that. The reason it's called that is because before the Great War, the founders of the town had used these minerals called sunstones as navigational tools to find the area where the village would be, since the skies were cloudy and it was hard to find the sun properly. It was a rare area where no Grimm were found, and therefore a great place for people to settle at. To celebrate every anniversary of the town's founding, the people would create fire lanterns and send it to the sky, making miniature suns to light up the sky during the night. Wow, that's pretty neat. That being said, the ability for sunstones to actually be used as a tool of navigation is disputed, but it is a story that is believed by the residents of Nikoku regardless," Oobleck noted. "I heard of that tradition. It's one I've always wanted to see, especially before I even started training back in Mistral," Pyrrha added. "Anyways, it's even cooler since the lack of stars in the area due to clouds means that the lanterns are the only source of light, especially when the town lanterns are turned off," Kuro continued. "Is that safe?" Weiss asked. "Well, the tradition does lift spirits, so it makes the Grimm less likely to appear." "I see. Well, hopefully, the tradition in the video we're watching is just as interesting." "You'll see. Now, it's time for the show to begin," Chrono stated as he began the video. The screen sprang to life, and the video began. The morning of June 27th was clear and sunny, with the fresh warmth of a full summer day. The flowers were blossoming profusely, and the grass was richly green. The people of the village began to gather in the square, between the post office and the bank, around 10 o'clock. In some towns, there were so many people that the lottery took 2 days and had to be started on June 26th. But in this village, where there were only about 300 people, the whole lottery took only about 2 hours, so it could begin at 10 o'clock in the morning and still be through in time to allow the villagers to get home for noon dinner. Quite a small village, it seems," Osbin noted, "only about a few hundred." "Agreed, it does seem like a very nice place, however," Glinda stated. "I wonder what type of tradition the village has," Oobleck questioned. "Well, it seems to start around." Kuro paused to look at the position of the sun on the screen to see what time of day it was. "Early in the morning? Who knows? And it's family-friendly since everybody is there, even the children," Pyrrha mentioned. The children assembled first, of course. School was recently over for the summer, and the feeling of liberty sat uneasily on most of them. They tended to gather together quietly for a while before they broke into boisterous play, and their talk was still of the classroom and the teacher, of books and reprimands. Bobby Martin had already stuffed his pockets full of stones, and the other boys soon followed his example, selecting the smoothest and roundest stones. Bobby and Harry Jones and Dickie Delacroix, the villagers pronounced this name Delacroix, eventually made a great pile of stones in one corner of the square and guarded it against the raids of the other boys. The girls stood aside, talking among themselves, looking over their shoulders at the boys, and the very small children rolled in the dust or clung to the hands of their older brothers or sisters. Soon the men began to gather, surveying their own children, speaking of planting and rain, tractors and taxes. They stood together, away from the pile of stones in the corner, and their jokes were quiet and they smiled rather than laughed. The women, wearing faded house dresses and sweaters, came shortly after their menfolk. They greeted one another and exchanged bits of gossip as they went to join their husbands. Soon the women, standing by their husbands, began to call their children, and the children came reluctantly, having to be called 4 or 5 times. Bobby Martin ducked under his mother's grasping hand and ran, laughing, back to the pile of stones. His father spoke up sharply, and Bobby came quickly and took his place between his father and his oldest brother. "So their tradition is a lottery," Weiss pointed out, seeing how there was mention of it earlier. "A yearly raffle? That's a bit of a weird thing to do. What do those stones have to do with it, however?" Ren replied. "I can see why people are nervous, though. I'd like to win the lottery. Imagine what we can get with all that money, Rennie, Nora pointed out. The lottery was conducted, as were the square dances, the teenage club, the Halloween program, by Mr. Summers, who had time and energy to devote to civic activities. He was a round-faced, jovial man, and he ran the coal business, and people were sorry for him because he had no children and his wife was scolded. When he arrived in the square, carrying the black wooden box, there was a murmur of conversation among the villagers, and he waved and called, "Little late today, folks." The postmaster, Mr. Graves, followed him, carrying a three-legged stool, and the stool was put in the center of the square, and Mr. Summers set the black box down on it. The villagers kept their distance, leaving a space between themselves and the stool, and when Mr. Summers said, "Some of you fellows want to give me a hand." There was a hesitation before two men, Mr. Martin and his oldest son, Baxter, came forward to hold the box steady on the stool while Mr. Summers stirred up the papers inside it. "Looks like it's finally beginning," John mentioned. "I wonder why it's not just broadcast through television like we do nowadays," Ruby asked. "Well, the people in the town seem to be wearing very dated clothes, so maybe it's set in the olden days or something like that." Yang gave her answer to her sister. "And speaking of those clothes, how drab are they? No color, no style. Did people really wear stuff like that in the past? I'm so glad I was born in this era," Coco mentioned. The original paraphernalia for the lottery had been lost long ago, and the black box now resting on the stool had been put into use even before Old Man Warner, the oldest man in town, was born. Mr. Summers spoke frequently to the villagers about making a new box, but no one liked to upset even as much tradition as was represented by the black box. There was a story that the present box had been made with some pieces of the box that had preceded it, the one that had been constructed when the first people settled down to make a village here. Every year, after the lottery, Mr. Summers began talking again about a new box, but every year the subject was allowed to fade off without anything being done. The black box grew shabbier each year. By now it was no longer completely black, but splintered badly along one side to show the original wood color, and in some places faded or stained. "Talk about strict adherence, I don't think even Atlas is like that," Taeyong noted. "Yeah, if anything went out of date in Atlas, they'd immediately update it," Penny declared. "Not in Mantle, though," Weiss stated, feeling bad for how the city underneath Atlas' shadow was always left behind. Watts smirked at the SDC-era statement, "And that's why it'll be so easy to get past Atlas defenses. James doesn't even bother with Mantle. His head is all the way in the clouds." Mr. Martin and his oldest son, Baxter, held the black box securely on the stool until Mr. Summers had stirred the papers thoroughly with his hand. Because so much of the ritual had been forgotten or discarded, Mr. Summers had been successful in having slips of paper substituted for the chips of wood that had been used for generations. Chips of wood, Mr. Summers had argued, had been all very well when the village was tiny. But now that the population was more than 300 and likely to keep on growing, it was necessary to use something that would fit more easily into the black box. The night before the lottery, Mr. Summers and Mr. Graves made up the slips of paper and put them into the box, and it was then taken to the safe of Mr. Summers' coal company and locked up until Mr. Summers was ready to take it to the square the next morning. The rest of the year, the box was put away, sometimes one place, sometimes another. It had spent 1 year in Mr. Graves' barn and another year underfoot in the post office, and sometimes it was set on a shelf in the Martin grocery and left there. There was a great deal of fussing to be done before Mr. Summers declared the lottery open. There were the lists to make up of heads of families, heads of households in each family, members of each household in each family. There was the proper swearing in of Mr. Summers by the postmaster as the official of the lottery. At one time, some people remembered there had been a recital of some sort, performed by the official of the lottery, a perfunctory, tuneless chant that had been rattled off duly each year. Some people believed that the official of the lottery used to stand just so when he said or sang it. Others believed that he was supposed to walk among the people. But years and years ago this part of the ritual had been allowed to lapse. There had been, also, a ritual salute, which the official of the lottery had had to use in addressing each person who came up to draw from the box. But this also had changed with time, until now it was felt necessary only for the official to speak to each person approaching. Mr. Summers was very good at all this. In his clean white shirt and blue jeans, with one hand resting carelessly on the black box, he seemed very proper and important as he talked interminably to Mr. Graves and the Martins. They pick and choose which parts of the tradition to continue and to drop, Gira noted. Changing the box is unnecessary despite it being practical to do so, but changing to slips of paper is fine. People can be odd like that, Kali pointed out. Just as Mr. Summers finally left off talking and turned to the assembled villagers, Mrs. Hutchinson came hurriedly along the path to the square, her sweater thrown over her shoulders, and slid into place in the back of the crowd. "Clean forgot what day it was," she said to Mrs. Delacroix, who stood next to her, and they both laughed softly. "Thought my old man was out back stacking wood," Mrs. Hutchinson went on, "and then I looked out the window and the kids was gone, and then I remembered it was the 27th and came a-running." She dried her hands on her apron, and Mrs. Delacroix said, "You're in time, though. They're still talking away up there." Tyrion perked up when he saw who Mrs. Hutchinson was. "Mistress, it's you, you're finally in one of these viewings." He immediately got angry, though. "But as some housewife, how insulting." Now, Tyrion, it's fine," Salem stated to her most loyal servant, calming him down. "Remember, it's my actress, not me." Yes, I apologize," Tyrion replied as he lowered his head in shame. Mrs. Hutchinson craned her neck to see through the crowd and found her husband and children standing near the front. She tapped Mrs. Delacroix on the arm as a farewell and began to make her way through the crowd. The people separated good-humoredly to let her through. 2 or 3 people said, in voices just loud enough to be heard across the crowd, "Here comes your Mrs. Hutchinson," and Bill, she made it after all. Mrs. Hutchinson reached her husband, and Mr. Summers, who had been waiting, said cheerfully, "Thought we were going to have to get on without you, Tessie." Mrs. Hutchinson said, grinning, "Wouldn't have me leave dishes in the sink now, would you, Joe?" And soft laughter ran through the crowd as the people stirred back into position after Mrs. Hutchinson's arrival. "Well now," Mr. Summers said soberly, "guess we better get started, get this over with so's we can go back to work. Anybody ain't here." "Dunbar," several people said. Dunbar. "So some people are gonna miss out on the lottery," Mercury said. "That's stupid, missing out on a chance for money." "I hate to agree with Merc with a mouth over here, but he's right. That Dunbar guy seems like an idiot," Roman added on. "Oh, come on, maybe he has a good reason for missing out," Ruby challenged, remaining optimistic and not liking Roman's cynicism. Mr. Summers consulted his list. "Clyde Dunbar," he said. "That's right, he's broke his leg, hasn't he? Who's drawing for him?" "Me, I guess," a woman said, and Mr. Summers turned to look at her. "Wife draws for her husband," Mr. Summers said. "Don't you have a grown boy to do it for you, Janie?" Although Mr. Summers and everyone else in the village knew the answer perfectly well, it was the business of the official of the lottery to ask such questions formally. Mr. Summers waited with an expression of polite interest while Mrs. Dunbar answered. "Horace is not but 16 yet," Mrs. Dunbar said regretfully. "Guess I gotta fill in for the old man this year." "Ha, I knew it," Ruby said in triumph. Roman scoffed. He could have used a crutch or something. "Well, he still has someone drawing for him, so he doesn't miss out. Suck it, Torchwick." "That just make. And that lady can't just steal the money if he wins, because the entire town will know." Roman growled. Red was actually right. "Right," Mr. Summers said. He made a note on the list he was holding. Then he asked, "Watson boy drawing this year?" A tall boy in the crowd raised his hand. "Here," he said. "I'm drawing for mother and me." He blinked his eyes nervously and ducked his head as several voices in the crowd said things like, "Good fellow, Jack," and "Glad to see your mother's got a man to do it." "What the hell does that mean?" Yang thought with narrowed eyebrows. "This town seems very close-minded. I guess the clothes are not the only things that are old." "Well," Mr. Summers said, "guess that's everyone. Old man Warner make it." "Here," a voice said, and Mr. Summers nodded. A sudden hush fell on the crowd as Mr. Summers cleared his throat and looked at the list. "All ready?" he called. "Now, I'll read the names, heads of families first, and the men come up and take a paper out of the box. Keep the paper folded in your hand without looking at it until everyone has had a turn. Everything clear?" Ooh, I wonder who's gonna win. Nora was bubbling with excitement and ready to burst out her seat. Probably the grim lady on the other side of the seats, Ren thought, noticing how it was her who was Tessie in the viewing. He didn't voice out his thoughts, obviously, not wanting her to focus on him. The people had done it so many times that they only half listened to the directions. Most of them were quiet, wetting their lips, not looking around. Then Mr. Summers raised one hand high and said, "Adams." A man disengaged himself from the crowd and came forward. "Hi, Steve," Mr. Summers said, and Mr. Adams said, "Hi, Joe." They grinned at one another humorlessly and nervously. Then Mr. Adams reached into the black box and took out a folded paper. He held it firmly by one corner as he turned and went hastily back to his place in the crowd, where he stood a little apart from his family, not looking down at his hand. "Alan," Mr. Summers said, "Anderson, Bentham." "Seems like there's no time at all between lotteries anymore," Mrs. Delacroix said to Mrs. Graves in the back row. "Seems like we got through with the last one only last week." "Time sure goes fast," Mrs. Graves said. "Clark C. Delacroix." "There goes my old man," Mrs. Delacroix said. She held her breath while her husband went forward. "I still don't see how the winner of this lottery will really show us something," Neptune said, not really getting the point of the viewing. "I guess we'll just have to watch to the end," Sun replied. "Dunbar," Mr. Summers said, and Mrs. Dunbar went steadily to the box while one of the women said, "Go on, Janie," and another said, "There she goes." "We're next," Mrs. Graves said. She watched while Mr. Graves came around from the side of the box, greeted Mr. Summers gravely, and selected a slip of paper from the box. By now, all through the crowd there were men holding the small folded papers in their large hands, turning them over and over nervously. Mrs. Dunbar and her two sons stood together, Mrs. Dunbar holding the slip of paper. "Harbert A. Hutchinson." "Get up there, Bill," Mrs. Hutchinson said, and the people near her laughed. "Jones." "Seems like Tessie is eager," Raven said. Osbin saw how Salem, or Tessie in this case, talked to Bill. "She seems to act the same way that she did with me, although all we're seeing are just very short interactions so far." "They do say," Mr. Adams said to Old Man Warner, who stood next to him, "that over in the North Village they're talking of giving up the lottery." Old Man Warner snorted. "Pack of crazy fools," he said. "Listening to the young folks, nothing's good enough for them. Next thing you know, they'll be wanting to go back to living in caves, nobody work anymore, live that way for a while. Used to be a saying about lottery in June, corn be heavy soon. First thing you know, we'd all be eating stewed chickweed and acorns. There's always been a lottery," he added petulantly. "Bad enough to see young Joe Summers up there joking with everybody." "Some places have already quit lotteries," Mrs. Adams said. "Nothing but trouble in that," Old Man Warner said stoutly. "Pack of young fools." Adams scoffed. "Traditionalists, so resistant to change." Gira heard the man and frowned at him. Blake felt a bit of guilt pool in her stomach. While she did apologize already, she really did genuinely think the same of her parents back in the past. Martin and Bobby Martin watched his father go forward. Over Dyke, Percy. "I wish they'd hurry," Mrs. Dunbar said to her older son. "I wish they'd hurry." "They're almost through," her son said. "You get ready to run, tell Dad," Mrs. Dunbar said. Mr. Summers called his own name and then stepped forward precisely and selected a slip from the box. Then he called, "Warner." "77th year I been in the lottery," Old Man Warner said as he went through the crowd. 77th time. Kuro snorted. "He sounds like those old people who always speak of the old days. 50 years I've been doing this, that, and back in my day this," he said whilst imitating an elderly person's voice. Yang laughed at the impression, whilst Ruby seized a golden opportunity. "Uncle Kuro, that sounds like you." Yang laughed even more, and Taeyong joined in. Kuro just smiled. "Hey Ruby, in the next break I'll teach you some fighting techniques without your scythe, if you know what I mean." "Oh geez, I know what that means. I was just kidding," Ruby laughed nervously. "I wasn't being serious, I promise." "Watson," the tall boy came awkwardly through the crowd. Someone said, "Don't be nervous, Jack," and Mr. Summers said, "Take your time, son." "Zanini." After that, there was a long pause, a breathless pause, until Mr. Summers, holding his slip of paper in the air, said, "All right, fellows." For a minute, no one moved, and then all the slips of paper were opened. Suddenly, all the women began to speak at once, saying, "Who is it? Who's got it? Is it the Dunbars? Is it the Watsons?" Then the voices began to say, "It's Hutchinson. It's Bill. Bill Hutchinson's got it." "Go tell your father," Mrs. Dunbar said to her older son. "I knew it," Wren thought. "Figured," Hazel said simply. Tyrion smiled at the result. "That makes sense. She does appear to be the focus of this viewing, so it makes sense her family would win it." Osmond mentioned to himself. "Interesting," Salem thought. "I wonder what the prize is." People began to look around to see the Hutchinsons. Bill Hutchinson was standing quiet, staring down at the paper in his hand. Suddenly, Tessie Hutchinson shouted to Mr. Summers, "You didn't give him time enough to take any paper he wanted. I saw you. It wasn't fair." "Be a good sport, Tessie," Mrs. Delacroix called, and Mrs. Graves said, "All of us took the same chance." "Shut up, Tessie," Bill Hutchinson said. Tessie's declaration of unfairness threw the entire crowd in the cinema into a loop, excluding the host of course. Many voiced their confusion. Wait a sec. What? Huh? Is the lottery's prize not a good thing? Why would she look panicked?" Glinda asked Osmond. "I guess this is why Chrono wanted us to watch this," the headmaster discerned. "Well, everyone," Mr. Summers said, "that was done pretty fast, and now we've got to be hurrying a little more to get done in time." He consulted his next list. "Bill," he said, "you draw for the Hutchinson family. You got any other households in the Hutchinsons?" "There's Dawn and Eva," Mrs. Hutchinson yelled. "Make them take their chance." "Daughters draw with their husbands' families, Tessie," Mr. Summers said gently. "You know that as well as anyone else." "It wasn't fair," Tessie said. "Well, she wasn't complaining a few minutes ago," Ironwood pointed out. "It seems that she is a sore loser, or winner," Winter added. "Now that sounds even more like her," Osmond thought. "She always told me about how the brothers were unfair to her, especially after I died the first time." "I guess not, Joe," Bill Hutchinson said regretfully. "My daughter draws with her husband's family, that's only fair, and I've got no other family except the kids." "Then, as far as drawing for families is concerned, it's you," Mr. Summers said in explanation. "And as far as drawing for households is concerned, that's you too." "Right." "Right," Bill Hutchinson said. "How many kids, Bill?" Mr. Summers asked formally. "3," Bill Hutchinson said. "There's Bill, JR, and Nancy and little Dave, and Tessie and me." "All right then," Mr. Summers said. "Harry, you got their tickets back." "Well, now I'm concerned," Weiss said. "What exactly is the prize?" Mr. Graves nodded and held up the slips of paper. "Put them in the box, then," Mr. Summers directed. "Take Bill's and put it in." "I think we ought to start over," Mrs. Hutchinson said, as quietly as she could. "I tell you it wasn't fair. You didn't give him time enough to choose. Everybody saw that." Mr. Graves had selected the 5 slips and put them in the box, and he dropped all the papers but those onto the ground, where the breeze caught them and lifted them off. "Listen, everybody," Mrs. Hutchinson was saying to the people around her. "Wow, they really don't care at all," Velvet stated. Tyrion scowled at how they were ignoring Tessie. How dare they? Salem frowned. "It's like how the brothers didn't care about my arguments all those years ago." "Ready, Bill?" Mr. Summers asked, and Bill Hutchinson, with one quick glance around at his wife and children, nodded. "Remember," Mr. Summers said, "take the slips and keep them folded until each person has taken one. Harry, you help little Dave." Mr. Graves took the hand of the little boy, who came willingly with him up to the box. "Take a paper out of the box, Davy," Mr. Summers said. Davy put his hand into the box and laughed. "Take just one paper," Mr. Summers said. "Harry, you hold it for him." Mr. Graves took the child's hand and removed the folded paper from the tight fist, and held it while little Dave stood next to him and looked up at him wonderingly. "Nancy next," Mr. Summers said. Nancy was 12, and her school friends breathed heavily as she went forward, switching her skirt and took a slip daintily from the box. "Bill, JR," Mr. Summers said, and Billy, his face red and his feet overlapping, nearly knocked the box over as he got a paper out. "Tessie," Mr. Summers said. She hesitated for a minute, looking around defiantly, and then set her lips and went up to the box. She snatched a paper out and held it behind her. "Bill," Mr. Summers said, and Bill Hutchinson reached into the box and felt around. bringing his hand out at last with the slip of paper in it. The crowd was quiet. A girl whispered, "I hope it's not Nancy," and the sound of the whisper reached the edges of the crowd. "Honestly, if the prize is as bad as it seems, I hope none of the kids get it," John said. Many murmured in agreement. "It's not the way it used to be," Old Man Warner said clearly. "People ain't the way they used to be." "All right," Mr. Summers said. "Open the papers. Harry, you open little Dave's." Mr. Graves opened the slip of paper, and there was a general sigh through the crowd as he held it up, and everyone could see that it was blank. Nancy and Bill, Jr., opened theirs at the same time, and both beamed and laughed, turning around to the crowd and holding their slips of paper above their heads. "Tessie," Mr. Summers said. There was a pause, and then Mr. Summers looked at Bill Hutchinson, and Bill unfolded his paper and showed it. It was blank. "It's Tessie," Mr. Summers said, and his voice was hushed. "Show us her paper, Bill." Bill Hutchinson went over to his wife and forced the slip of paper out of her hand. It had a black spot on it, the black spot Mr. Summers had made the night before with the heavy pencil in the coal company office. Bill Hutchinson held it up, and there was a stir in the crowd. "All right, folks," Mr. Summers said. "Let's finish quickly." "Finish what?" Blake said. She was confused at what the prize was and went back in her mind to Wren mentioning the stones. Do they relate somehow? Although the villagers had forgotten the ritual and lost the original black box, they still remembered to use stones. The pile of stones the boys had made earlier was ready. There were stones on the ground with the blowing scraps of paper that had come out of the box. Mrs. Delacroix selected a stone so large she had to pick it up with both hands and turned to Mrs. Dunbar. "Come on," she said. "Hurry up." Mrs. Dunbar had small stones in both hands, and she said, gasping for breath, "I can't run at all. You'll have to go ahead and I'll catch up with you." The children had stones already, and someone gave little Davy Hutchinson a few pebbles. "Why are they gathering the pebbles?" Nora asked. Wren grimaced as the worst possible scenario came into his mind. He then used his semblance. No way they do that to the winner. That would be horrible." Tessie Hutchinson was in the center of a cleared space by now, and she held her hands out desperately as the villagers moved in on her. "It isn't fair," she said. A stone hit her on the side of the head. Old Man Warner was saying, come on, everyone." Steve Adams was in the front of the crowd of villagers, with Mrs. Graves beside him. "It isn't fair, it isn't right," Mrs. Hutchinson screamed, and then they were upon her. The screen turned to black. The ending made much of the audience gasp collectively in shock. Then, the stillness black screen contrasted with the pandemonium that occurred immediately. "What the fuck?" Yang shouted. "A stoning, that's the prize," Weiss screeched. "Wow, I really didn't think they'd do that," Wren uttered. "You expected that to happen," Nora said to her partner. "Well, the stones always seemed off to me." "That's a sick tradition," Pyrrha added on. When the initial shock wore down, many began to talk about what they saw. "You can always trust the humans to be barbarous like that," Adam mentioned. "Forgetting parts of culture but always remembering the violence. Figures," Ilya also pointed out. Meanwhile, Kuro and Ospen were focused on Salem's appearance in the viewing, going away from the rest of the group towards some isolated seats. As Ospen and Kuro sat back down next to each other, the headmaster began to speak. "What I'm going to tell you is something I haven't told the others, and anyone else in many, many years, Kuro. I need you to promise me to not mention this to any other soul, at least not for now. 1. "Well, damn, Oz," Kuro replied. He agreed, however, and nodded. Ospen continued. "Me and Salem have a history. In fact, we were very close, if you get what I mean." Kuro's eyes widened. "However, when I died for the first time, she thought it unfair and tried to bring me back, tricking the brother gods to resurrect me." "You mean the brothers are real?" Kuro whispered in a shock. "Yes, however, they discovered this treachery and cursed her." "Is that why she's a Grimm?" "Yes, too." "Shit, and I reckon it was this unfairness that Tessie said in the viewing that reminds you of her," Kuro replied. "That is in fact what I was thinking." "Fair enough, but why tell me? Why not G, or Jimmy?" "Because you're the only C who has seen her in the Gremlins. You are our scout, Kuro, and it is crucial that you know how she thinks." Kuro slumped down further in his seat and sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. That's a lot to take in. After a moment, however, Kuro chuckled. Osbin raised his eyebrows. What's so amusing? He asked, curious. It's just that I can see why Salem chose some of her followers then. They think the same. It's kind of pathetic, actually. What do you mean? They couldn't accept the reality of the situations they were in, and so they turned to her. Hazel was in our year, and when Gretchen died, he couldn't take it, and so he blamed her unfair demise on you. Same with that doc. When Jimmy chose that Pietro guy as the lead scientist, I remember seeing on the news during a mission in Atlas that he threw a hissy fit before apparently dying in an accident. I guess he faked his death and went to work with Salem when he thought James was being unfair to him. Kuro growled. That doctor definitely has the stupidest reason. Osbin looked down solemnly. I can't really blame Hazel for thinking me to be the cause, however. Well, I disagree, and I think he's bullshitting himself. Gretchen died a goddamn hero in Mountain Glen. She's the reason most of the city was able to escape unharmed. 3. Perhaps, but thinking death to be unfair is not unreasonable at all, Osbin replied. His mind drifted back to the Great War, how he had to slaughter thousands in the sands of Vacuo to end the conflict. They didn't know any better. They didn't deserve to die like that. He hated that he had to stop bloodshed by shedding more blood. The huntsmen were meant to stop that. Well, death happens. Sometimes you have to accept that, Kuro retorted. Is this your old bandit side speaking? Kuro scoffed. I didn't need to be raised in a bandit tribe to know that truth. When Kuro and Osbin went back to the rest of the group, they had begun to wrap up their arguments. When they went back to their seats, attempts by Glinda and Ironwood to ask what they were talking about were interrupted by Chrono. All right, it's time for the next viewing. I think you guys might like this. And that's it for the lottery. I decided to focus on only one conversation this time after the viewing. I hope it showed Osbin and Kuro's mindsets in a good way. I believe that Osbin regrets having to kill so many in the end of the Great War. A theory is that Osbin was the king of Vale who ended the war by killing thousands in the climactic Battle of Vacuo with the Relic of Choice and Destruction. This ends up being the cause of wanting to make the huntsmen to mitigate bloodshed. Chapter 15. Oh dear, how might we like this new viewing? Glinda asked their host, feeling apprehensive. Sensing her nervousness, as well as most of the audience, Chrono decided to abate their fears. No need to worry, people. What you're watching next is funny. It's just that it stars you guys. So like every viewing then, Roman asked. Chrono stared at the criminal before realizing his mistake. Oh right, I meant that it takes place in Remnant, but an alternate timeline of Remnant. Many eyes widened, and people proceeded to respond to this revelation. Ah, so that's why it's interesting. I wonder what's different in that timeline then. Well, now I'm excited, and it's funny too, so no sad stuff. So for our own timeline, we see a tragedy in the future, but for this other timeline, we'll only see shits and giggles. Sensing that most of the people in the cinema were eager to watch, Chrono started the viewing. The screen sprang to life. The Beowulf's body drove him down to the ground, its teeth gnashing at his head. He pushed it back frantically, one arm held across his face as it snapped and snarled above him. Crimson eyes bore into his, the dark promise of a creature born to destroy all human life. John grunted as it bit down, taking his arm in its powerful jaws and jerking him wildly from left to right. With a cry, he was let loose, sliding across the dark ground to come to a defeated heap, face down as the monstrous Grim approached with a growl. Through one sapphire eye, he watched it pad towards him. Watched it rear up, great gouts of steamy breath coming from its fang-filled maw as it brought its weight down atop him. Well damn, this escalated quickly, Mercury stated, seeing John fight a Beowulf. Come on, Johnny, you can beat him, Nora said. Ren nodded in agreement. Pyrrha tensed seeing her partner in a struggle with a Beowulf. I know he's only been fighting for a few months, but surely he'd be better against a single Grim. Then, she felt a hand touch her shoulder. She looked towards the person. It was John. You do know that it's not actually me, so no need to worry. Why yes, you're right, it was just instinct, that's all. Yeah, that's fair. Just, it'd take more than a Beowulf to beat me. John puffed his chest up proudly. John, a voice called dinner time. Coming, Mom, John shouted as he rolled over onto his back. The Beowulf's snout flashed down and instantly smothered him. Its huge head licked and nuzzled his face. "Get off," he laughed as he tried to push it away. "Come on, quit it. Mom's going to be angry if I'm late." That did the trick, as he'd known it would. The Beowulf whined and leaned back, sitting on its haunches as it waited for him. It wasn't the only one. Many eyes blinked at the sudden change of events. John paled. "Wait, that doesn't sound like my mom." Osbin mostly laughed in astonishment. He covered his mouth. "Don't tell me. In this timeline, Mr. Ark is the son of." Hazel gaped at the implications of this. "Wait a second. How is that even possible? She's a Grimm Salem can have children." Meanwhile, Tyrion just burst out laughing hysterically. "H-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-A, I knew you were interesting," Tyrion stated as he went out of his chair and pointed his stinger at John. 1. John grimaced at the poisonous stinger being near his face. "Hey, get away from him," Nora exclaimed. "No need to worry, lady. I would never harm my mistress' son, nor his friends," Tyrion said, lowering his head in respect. That respect was undermined by his laughter. "I'm not her son," John shouted. "Oh, okay then." "Nora, he's mocking us," Pyrrha stated. Meanwhile, Mercury had his mind blown. "Damn so, she bangs." Emerald's face heated up. "Is that all you're thinking of?" she growled. Mercury shrugged in response. Oobleck decided to have input as well. "Well, now that I look closer at Mr. Ark, he does look different from the one in this cinema with us." "Yeah, he looks a bit more pale, but his hair seems just as blonde," Glinda noted. "This world already seems so absurd, however. I mean, Mr. Ark's father could barely tell that his wife was into him at first. How could he manage to seduce her?" "Who knows, but now I see why our host said this would be funny," Kiro said with a chuckle. While all this was occurring, Salem just stood in her seat in silence. To say she was in shock was an understatement. "Me? As a mother again?" she thought. The thought filled her with a deep sense of longing. While she's wanted to die for a long time, one thing she always regretted was the death of her children in her fight with Ozma. However, she had no feeling for the Ark boy whatsoever. Could I simply be filling the void? In the end, she simply felt shocked at the resurgence of emotions she thought she had locked away long ago. Other Grimm watched, their red eyes glowing in the darkness, as the young man carefully picked his way past jagged rocks and steaming terrain. "There you are," his mother said as he entered the dark tower. Her pale face was etched with some unrecognizable expression, as it often was. Her red eyes softened when she saw him, the angry veins about her face receding just a little. "Look at you," she sighed. "You're covered in soot and grime. What have you been doing?" To his horror, she drew forth a small scrap of cloth, spitting onto it and using the disgusting fabric to wipe his face. "Mom," he complained, though he knew better than to argue, "I was playing outside with Manny." After hearing what the John on the screen said, Nora just remembered something that went over her head during the initial shock of seeing John play with a Grimm. "Ren, we should do the same thing with a sloth Grimm. Make him our pet." Ren rubbed his forehead. "Nora, I think that only works if you're half Grimm like, Grimm John." "Grimm John." "Well, he's a Grimm version of John, and I don't want to confuse the two together." I guess that makes sense. Guys, let's just call the John on the screen Grimm John." Many murmured in the agreement. "Playing?" the Dread Queen of the Grimm asked, one brow raised high. John swallowed but nodded, knowing that a lie would just land him in more trouble. "You should have been studying," she sighed. John winced but relaxed a moment later when a hand settled atop his blonde hair. "But I will let it go this time. Come, we're going to have dinner together." "Is Dad back?" John's head perked up, eyes shining, only to sigh as the woman shook her head. "Your father's out hunting as usual. You know how he is." "I know." "Your sisters are all busy too," Salem Juniper Ark sighed, rubbing his head. "It's going to be me, you, your uncles, and Cinder." "Big sis." Cinder's eyes widened. "Excuse me." Watts chuckled, "So, big sis, huh?" Cinder growled, "Shut it." "Hey, I'm just saying, a younger sibling might be good for you. It might get you to actually care about something for once, instead of being such, how do I say this? Bitch." "Lay off, she does care about people," Emerald said, defending her savior. Watts scoffed in response. "For a street rat, she's awfully naive, or worse, in denial." Meanwhile, John felt Cinder's eyes go towards him, and his cheeks heated up. He covered his face with his hands. "Ag, why did my grim self say that?" His mother cringed. "I really wish you wouldn't call her that. She's only a few years older than you, and not at all related. You know, the two of you might get on with one another really well. You used to say you'd grow up and marry her when you were younger. It was all I ever heard from you." "Muhammam, did she have to say things like that? You know Cinder's like a big sister to me." "You already have 7, Salem pointed out insistently. "Cinder is absolutely on the market should your hormones start kicking in." John tuned her out, including the grumbles about him being 17 and as horny as a dead fish. John felt even more embarrassed. Cinder felt even more indignant. Salem felt even more surprised. "Wow, I did not expect the Queen of the Grimm to say that," Kiro said, absolutely shocked at the prospect of Salem acting like a mother hen. "And 7 sisters? Man, Papa Ark must have had way too much time on his hands." "Is it bad to say that she kinda acts like my mom?" John said. He shrunk into his seat the moment he saw Salem look at him oddly. John picked at the thread of his hoodie as he followed her through the serpentine hallways of the tower, past grim and strange people he rarely interacted with. Few met his eyes, nor the eyes of the Beowulf that loped easily behind him. John slumped slightly as he walked, feeling Manny's ferocious snout bump comfortingly against his hand. "Keep your head up," Salem said as they came close to a set of tall doors. "Remember, a woman likes a man who walks with stature. You shouldn't be looking at the floor all the time." "Yes, Mom," he said, lifting his head. She sighed and knelt down opposite him, reaching over to adjust his clothing slightly. "Come now, sweetie," she cooed. "Remember what your father says, all you need is a little confidence." "Kay," he smiled for her, not only because of the kind words, but also so she didn't fret over him. "Oh my gods," John said with wide eyes as he put his hands on his head. "She even knows what Dad says." Sun and Neptune, who were gaping at the beginning, burst into laughter. As John looked at the two in embarrassment, Neptune spoke up in between laughs. Sorry, ha, but this is just too absurd, bro." Mercury joined in on the laughter, but without any apologies. "No need to apologize, you guys. That shit is hilarious." "Greetings," Salem intoned as she walked into the room, nodding to each of the 4 people who had risen to stand upon her entrance. John followed in her shadow, trying his best to avoid attention. As his mother took her place at the head of the table, John sat down to her left, coincidentally next to Cinder Fall. She nodded once to him, her golden eyes drifting to his mother soon after. "Thank you all for coming," Salem began, motioning for the hooded servers to come and place a series of plates before them. Meats, vegetables, and more. John reached for a knife and fork, even as Uncle Tyrion drew forth a dagger and stabbed it into his food. "Though I realize such occasions are rare, it's pleasing to see everyone in one place. We have interesting times ahead. How are things going on your end, Cinder?" Osbin and his circle immediately paid attention to the people at the table, and while they already knew that those on the table were agents of Salem, it was good to confirm that it was just them. So Salem only has 4 agents. Less than expected, but good for us. Although, that makes it problematic that Salem only needs 4 to destabilize Vale in the future. Osbin thought. "Very well, mistress," the beautiful woman replied. "I've managed to recruit 2 agents who I believe will serve us well. Our attack on the Fall Maiden was thwarted, but we've managed to track down where she is being held and are preparing for our next move." Osbin and his circle immediately gasped in shock when they heard what Cinder said. Meanwhile, Cinder growled since her plans were basically being broadcast to everybody in the cinema. "The Fall Maiden?" Pyrrha asked. "It's nothing, just a title for an ally," Kiro said. "Oh, okay." Osbin gave Kiro a thankful look, since he was not sure what to do at the moment. "Good, good," Salem nodded, "and I trust things are going well for you Watts." "Naturally," the mustached man nodded. "There have been no complications, and I've even stationed a few trusted individuals to ensure the situation doesn't change." John sighed and slumped in his seat as they continued to discuss their evil plans. "John," Salem snapped, making him jump. He retracted his hand from beneath the table quickly, though the slavering Beowulf on the other end came with it, head poking into his lap. "What have I told you about feeding the Beowulfs at the table?" Grimm don't even need to eat, Weiss stated. What's the point of feeding him? Hey, you don't know that. Maybe they just haven't tried good food. Maybe pancakes will change their mind, Nora retorted. Nora, we literally learned this already in Grimm studies. Oh, come on, Rennie, you know I was asleep then. Despite being gobsmacked about Cinder knowing about their plans, the teacher in Glinda still caught what Nora said. What was that about being asleep, Ms. Valkyrie? She asked with an icy tone. Nothing, teach. Glinda narrowed her eyes at Nora, said Huntress in training gulped. Not to, he mumbled, withdrawing his hand from the Grimm's mouth. Manny looked guilty as well, though he did lick his lips after tasting the soft meat. His mother pointed to the wall, the 6-foot-tall monster slinking off sadly to lay there. Exactly, she sighed. Grimm do not need to eat. You do. Told you, Weiss stated to Nora. Nora didn't respond, however, still being spooked by Ms. Goodwitch. Grimm only eat humans, Tyrion giggled happily, his legs crossed beneath him as he knelt on the stone seat. Eat and tear and rip and rend. John's face twisted unhappily. Indeed, it's so delightful, Tyrion said while clapping. Callows, please stop, Hazel said flatly. Yeah, what he said, you're making John uncomfortable, look at him, Ruby added. Oh my, am I making you uncomfortable, my boy? Tyrion asked John. Not me, Grim John, John exclaimed in exasperation. That dude might be insane, but you can't deny he livens up the experience, Coco told Velvet. Velvet didn't find that funny. Who cares about experience when he's out free killing people? Tyrion, Salem glared at him until he sat down properly, not at the table and not in front of my son. You know how sensitive he is. John felt an ugly emotion rise up. He let out a scoff and he crossed in arms in his seat. Of course, even now I'm doubted, if it's not Dad. The man surrendered quickly, looking afraid as he sat back down, eyes not meeting the terrifying orbs of his mother. She could have killed the man in an instant. There was not a person at the table that posed a threat, so powerful was she. Now, John, Salem crooned softly, you're officially 17 now. That's an age where many reach adulthood in the kingdoms. Have you decided what you want to do with your life? I'm going to assume you still want to be a huntsman, even if you're raised as a Grimm, Mr. Ark, Osbin asked. Of course, always, John exclaimed. Salem frowned at that. It reminded her too much of Osbin taking her children once again. Chrono smirked at John's statement. Maybe I should show an AU where John's a villain. Like Null, just for laughs. John sighed and kept his eyes fixed on the plate before him. He looked up to them with a deep breath, knowing that each and every set of eyes was fixed on him, waiting for his answer. I want to be a huntsman. Tyrion burst into hysterical laughter. Wow, that laugh was so loud, Blake said, covering her cat ears. No, it's just that the Tyrion here also started laughing. Yang stated, pointing at the Tyrion in the cinema who was laughing in the exact same way. Roman laughed as well before turning to speak to John. Come on, kid, are you serious? That would be like if a child of the Giallo crime family, or the Rosso family, or even any of the other 5 families told their parents that they wanted to be a doctor or something. Giallo Rosso, Fox asked, too. Oh right, some of you kids don't know them. Those 2, and the Azzurro, Chiaro, and Scuro crime families consist of the 5 families of the Mistrali underworld. They control large parts of organized crime in the continent and are even more powerful than Spider. And they have lots of huntsmen in their pockets. Osbin frowned at that. I thought Leo said he was handling them. Sweetie, Salem sighed as John sunk further into his seat under the incredulous stares of those around him. I thought we talked about this. You are the prince of the Grimm, my heir and only son. I know your father's an odd case, but to become a huntsman. That's what I want, John repeated, face set. Letting him read all day in the library was a mistake, Hazel grunted, eyeing Cinder across the table. He was a curious child. The younger woman crossed her arms defensively. Leaving him with books was a good way to occupy his time. A fine excuse, Watts joined, but correct me if I'm wrong, my dear. Didn't you leave him there because it was easier for you? Despite that Our Lady trusted her son to you, how very unbecoming. John could hear his big sister's teeth grinding together. Wow, you two really hate each other, don't you? Ilya stated to both Cinder and Watts. That's about the only thing we can agree on, Cinder said with a glare to Watts, who simply scoffed at it. Cinder did a fine job with my son, Salem stepped in before violence could erupt. I'm sure she did not expect to find her spare time occupied by babysitting. I believe my little Grimling came out just fine. Thank you, my lady, Cinder nodded, while John could only squirm at the unfortunate pet name his mother used. He wasn't even technically a Grim. Why did she always have to embarrass him so? Bro, your mother is a literal Grim. I think the nickname's fair, Son said. Yeah, but it's embarrassing, John replied. It's accurate. You've still read too many fairy tales, Hazel growled. The world's not like what you've read, John. I thought I taught you better. John flinched at that, not meeting the stern man's eyes. Disappointment from Hazel always hurt. He was used to it. All he did was disappoint people. Not evil enough, not strong enough, too different from his family. Now, Watts laughed, coming to his aid as the man leaned across the table. There's nothing wrong with being well-read. An intelligent mind has its own strength. Still, my boy, why not forget about becoming a huntsman and come work with me? The mustached man smiled widely, spreading his arms. Politics and science, my boy, that's where true power lays. Lies, Hazel said. That's not a lie, it's true, Watts exclaimed to Hazel. Hazel looked at Watts in annoyance. Not that, you said it wrong, you meant that where true power lies. 3. Watts looked shocked. Well, he's not wrong. Cinder laughed at Watts' error, and Watts responded with a roll of his eyes. John shuffled in his seat, trying not to meet Watts' proud gaze. How was he supposed to say this in a way that wouldn't sound insulting? He finds those things boring, his big sister said for him, her smug smile visible to all, and who would blame him? Well, maybe he wouldn't, Watts growled, if a certain someone hadn't poisoned his mind against the idea. Don't listen to her, my boy. Watts turned back to look at him, all traces of irritation gone. Politics isn't boring. I can teach you how to change the world. Forget that noise, Tyrion laughed, slamming a hand down on the table and then doing it again probably because he just liked the noise it made. Your Uncle Tyrion will teach you everything you need to know. I can teach you politics, how to change the world and stuff. I don't think killing people counts as politics, Pyrrha said. Of course it does. I mean, the King of Vale killed many people to end the Great War, and he was able to decide the policies that define the world today, Tyrion said. Osbin winced at that comparison. Wow, he actually has a point, Yang said, shocked. Watts' expression was deadpan, but not nearly as much as John's. Uncle Tyrion, he said slowly, you kill people. I kill important people, the wiry man defended, looking hurt for a moment. That's politics. It still counts. Precisely, Tyrion exclaimed. Salem held a hand out to silence the man, her eyes still locking onto John's. Sweetie, becoming a huntsman, really? You know that your father's an anomaly, and only because he was already a huntsman before meeting me, but you want to spend your time killing Grim. Manny whined from behind him, a fact which made him wince. That's a good point, to be honest, Mercury said. How Grim are evil, Ruby pointed out. You think the guy, who's half Grim, will see it that way. Ruby tried to make an argument, but she couldn't, she sighed. Yeah, I guess not. Not killing Grim, he said, despite knowing how hypocritical that was, at least not the intelligent ones. But I want to be a hero to be a nigh. Fairy tales, Watts echoed Hazel's statement. The world has no need for heroes, my boy. Oh well, that's just bullshit, Son said. Ever heard the phrase, don't be a hero? All heroes like you huntsmen do is recklessly put your lives on the line against an unstoppable force. Our queen, Watts replied, gesturing toward Salem. Huntsmen are not necessary. Armies, numbers, and technology are. Are you still bitter about me choosing Polandina, Watts? Ironwood asked. Of course not, Watts exclaimed, with the gritting of his teeth afterwards showing his lie. The Penny Project was the best choice to make. It ensured that Atlas would have a beloved guardian and hero, Ironwood defended. And as I said before, it is better to be feared than to be loved if one cannot be both. 4. That's exactly what the General of Mantle said during the Great War, Ironwood retorted. And he is right. The people of Atlas may love you, James, but they do not fear you. Instead, they fear Jacques Schnee. They may hate him, but tell me, who has more power between you and him? You, the man with 2 seats on the council, or the man who managed to ruthlessly create a monopoly on the world's only source of energy? Ironwood did not reply. Watts, sensing the chance to win the argument, got out of his seat and went to the general. You made the wrong choice choosing that android over my robots, Watts growled. It's even more insulting that you now choose to replace men with them being incomplete. You even had a paladin be stolen under your nose and given to the Fang. Bravo, everybody, the vaunted general of Atlas, or should I say? Ironwood's eyes widened. He better not say it. The general who lost Atlas, 5. Ironwood glared at the man. Get out of my sight, Arthur. Watts put up his hands placatingly, but still had a smile on his face. Of course, General. Having said his piece, Watts went back to his seat. Are you all right, sir? Winter asked. She knew that the title Arthur said was very damaging, given its history. I'm fine, just. Arthur always knew how to get under people's skins. Damn, I didn't mean to start an argument, Sun said. Why not something else? Salem suggested with a smile. I mean, you're 17 now, Cinder is only 3 or 4 years older and has a fantastic figure. Have you considered being a house husband or something? Kuro was taking a drink from his bottle, but when he heard what Salem, he spat out the water he was drinking immediately. Meanwhile, Ty was laughing, and so were everyone else. A house husband, H-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-A, Cardin exclaimed with laughter. Makes sense though, Ark is sorry at fighting, Russell joked. Wow, way to make your son feel better, am I right? Roman joked to Neo, who silent giggled in agreement. John looked down sullenly. Pyrrha tried to make him feel better. It's just a bad joke, John, and think about it, she's only saying since she doesn't want you to be a threat. John perked up at that thought. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course, she wouldn't want you to fight against her, and she just wants to keep her safe. Exactly. John felt better, even with the others still laughing at his expense. Thanks, Purr. Mistress, the woman in question groaned, even as John's face went red. His mother really had no shame. And worse, judging from Big Sis' expression, this wasn't a new conversation for her either. How embarrassing. Mom, he whimpered, please stop saying things like that. She is very beautiful though, my son, not to mention a strong pair of hips. Not only could she bear many children, but they would look adorable. John tried to imagine other things, even as he heard Cinder grind her teeth together. Where did I go wrong? Salem sighed. I thought all boys lusted after their babysitters. Wait, Cinder's eyes widened. Was that why you took me in? You can relax, Cinder. I took you in for your lust for power, not your looks. Salem said, knowing already that Cinder was looking at her. Am my lust for power? Cinder asked. PFT, I don't want power like that. Without you, I am nothing. I've been alive for longer than you, dear. I know when someone's lying. Cinder looked at the grim queen. Don't worry, just obey me, and you'll get the power you want. But of course, his mother's easy proclamation left the woman speechless. Why, did you think I'd leave my son's safety to Tyrion? There was a pause as everyone looked to the man. He stabbed his knife into the armrest of his chair, giggling slightly. Besides, my dear, aren't you always saying you want more power? I can't think of a better route than marrying into it. Cinder grimaced. Even that Salem knows it, and she's family-obsessed in that world. Am I really that obvious? No, I just have to do what I planned before and then. Watts saw Cinder and smiled in amusement before nudging Hazel. Look, she's planning something again. Hazel let out a chuckle. You'd think she would have learnt by now. Cinder mumbled something beneath her breath. From the fierce look she was sending him, it wasn't a list of his best features. She looked like she wanted to strangle him. I'm not going to marry Cinder. John slammed a hand down on the table. It didn't shake like he wanted it to, and his hand hurt, which probably detracted from the image. Mom, I want to be a huntsman, a hero, I want. Enough, Salem snapped. John's eyes widened, body going stiff as a miasma of shadows appeared behind her. He'd seen his mother angry. Of course he had, but never at him and never like this. Her eyes seemed to glow. You are my son, the prince of the grim and not a huntsman. You are not a hero and you are not going to be a student at one of those foolish schools. You are going to stay here and that young man is final. Am I understood? It wasn't fair. I said, am I understood? Yes, mother. Good, now if all you're going to do is sulk and stare at your plate, then I suppose you might as well go to your room. John didn't argue. No one else spoke either as he climbed to his feet, nodding to her and walking to the door. Manny appeared at his side, a warm presence that lifted the burden upon him just a little. John let his fingers linger on that bone mask, seeking what little comfort he could. John looked at the scene in sadness and sighed. What a trip down memory lane. Her rejecting you is really grating on you, huh? Pyrrha said. Yeah, just reminds me too much of home. John let out a mirthless chuckle. You know, when I told my parents I was going to Beacon, they told me not to worry if I ended up having to move back home. How depressing is that? John stated with a hint of bitterness. I'm sure they didn't mean. You were the first person to ever believe in me, you know that? John stated. And you've always been by my side, even here with all the ridicule, so, thank you. John then made a move that surprised Pyrrha. Her eyes widened as she realized that John placed his hand on top of hers. However, her astonishment soon melted away into contentment, and she leaned over and placed her head on John's shoulder, closing her eyes. You're welcome, she replied with a smile. John quickly matched Pyrrha's smile with his own, and the two remained that way as they continued to watch. 5. No more thinking about whether my family believes in me or not. I got my partner, and that's enough for me. It's just not fair, John groaned into the Beowulf's flank. The muscled and thick hide rose and fell beneath him with each breath the beast took, providing a warm comfort he had clung to since he'd been a small child. A long, wet tongue came out to lick his arm, his faithful companion whimpering slightly. Not you, John rushed to say. I mean Mom. I mean my dreams. I told you it was a bad idea. A voice inside his head whispered. John sighed and looked away from Manny and down to his arm. The flesh there bulged, a black shape wriggling beneath. With a miniature roar his skin broke, a black, carapaced creature bursting forth with sharp mandibles extended. It hissed lightly, swaying back and forth like some kind of terrible monster erupting from within his body. Oh my God, a parasite, Ruby shouted, panicking. Whoa, it talks, Mercury said, surprised. So he has voices in his head too, delightful, Tyrion exclaimed in happiness. Everybody in the cinema went silent after that. Bro, you need help, Sun said simply. Osbin sighed, and Leo told me that he sent Kalos to a punitive prison in Atlas instead of a mental health institution. The headmaster rubbed his head in frustration. Perhaps I chose the wrong person to lead Haven. He's been skittish in recent meetings too. John sighed. Do you have to be so dramatic? Well, excuse me, the grim parasite within him mumbled, pausing to stare at him. Contrary to how it might have looked, there was no pain from its appearance, for his skin had not truly split. Living within him, like the ones in his big sis and uncles, they had become one with their hosts. I'm not the one who shouted that he was going to become a huntsman at a table filled with most evil people in Remnant. Hazel glared at the parasite's statement. I'm evil, when Osbin's sending children to their deaths. He grit his teeth but did not comment. Ramai, John sighed, flicking the creature in the face. I had to say it. It's my dream, it's been my dream for so long, you know that. Ramai burrowed back into his arm, wriggling up the limb and onto John's shoulder where he came out once more, head peeking from the collar of John's hoodie. It's a bad idea, John, you know that. Your dad's a special case. I can be special too, John said, ignoring Ramai's not-so-kind response about just how special he was. I don't care what you say, I have to do this. Are you aware of just how dangerous this is? I can't stay here, he sighed. I can't spend the rest of my life pretending to be something I'm not. Weiss heard what Grim John said and couldn't help but relate to his predicament. She looked down and pondered what was said. Are you okay, Weiss? Ruby said. Weiss stayed silent for a bit before responding. He might be a bit of an idiot, but I'm glad he's here, she stated. John. Yes, it's better to be chasing your dreams than living someone else's. And as for what the doctor said, having love is better than everyone fearing you. What good is power if nobody else is there to share it? Ruby smiled at what her partner said. I agree. I feel the need to repeat, this is a bad idea. Your counsel is valuable and will be considered, John said, repeating a favorite phrase of his mother's whenever someone said something she didn't care to deign with an answer. I've read enough stories to know how this has to go. Nothing's going to change if I just sit here, RWBY. I need to go out there and experience the world. Save people, become a huntsman, fight the bad guys. Wait a second, but Salem always says that to me, Cinder exclaimed. Watts laughed at her realization. Of course she would. Watts then spoke to Salem. My lady, please, she didn't even realize you were rejecting most of your ideas. Please, let us be done with her and her incompetence. Salem contemplated Watts' plea for a bit, before answering. Your counsel is valuable and will be considered. Watts sighed. Fight your mother. Not Mom, John deflated. Other bad guys, criminals, terrible mobsters, and evil kings. You'll still be fighting for the people opposed to your own family, RWBY warned, clicking his mandibles at John's face. You do realize that, right? I do. I know my mom just wants the best for me, but she's too protective. I can look out for myself. I can fight for myself. I'm going to do this anyway, he said. The Beowulf nudged its snout against John's hand, begging for attention. You'll have to stay here, Manny, John whispered sadly. I can't take you into the kingdoms. They'd try and kill you. The Beowulf whined but nodded, intelligent enough to know John spoke the truth. It still reared up to lick his face, however, covering him in a thin sheen of drool. Yeah, sadly we'll have to, Nora said with a pout. Nora, even if you wanted to keep Manny as a pet, you'd kill him, Ren pointed out. What? No, I wouldn't. Remember that one Grimm in initiation? That was an accident and one time. Hey now, John laughed, patting him down. It's not like I'll be gone forever. Once Mom's calmed down, I'll even come back to visit when I can, and you're immortal, so don't sulk. The Grimm slumped, and after a second John hugged its spiked carapace. I'll miss you too, boy, he whispered. Be strong, for both of us. Ozpin grimaced. I think you've underestimated Salem's ability to calm down. I'm going to get in so much trouble for this, RWBY groaned, slumping against John's skin. John reached up to push him down, the worm-like creature disappearing into his body once more. He could still feel him, however, hear him too. This is going to backfire, RWBY spoke directly into his mind. Mark my words, John Salem Arc. It'll be fine, John said, packing his backpack. Well, that's just an invitation for everything to go wrong now, Roman exclaimed. Reaching beneath his bed, John drew forth the tattered and old magazine he'd found scrunched up amongst the books in the library. A newspaper from Vale, one of the 4 main kingdoms. It was old and half destroyed, from a time before John had even been born, but the words were still clear. Beacon Academy, John read, eyes sparkling. I can always come back if I want to. Mom would never turn me away. I've left a note for Mom, John whispered to Manny, giving the Beowulf one final hug. Make sure she gets it, but try and stall for me, okay? I'll try and bring you back some treats, boy, so wait for me. Would you turn him down? Cinder asked. Salem looked at her like she asked a stupid question. What do you think? The backpack tightened, his sword and sheath strapped to his hip. John stood at the window of his room. He only had a short amount of time to act. If his mother found out, then she'd make sure he couldn't do this. Bringing his fingers to his mouth, he let off a sharp whistle, a great winged monstrosity launching itself from a nearby crag. The Nevermore's claws gripped the window's edge, long and deadly. John stroked one lightly, feeling the sharp beak nip at his chest. Hess, guess we're not the only ones in the group to have flown a Nevermore now, right? RWBY joked to Weiss. Weiss groaned upon remembering that event. Take me to the outskirts of Vale, he whispered to the monster, climbing onto its back. Fly quickly and be safe. Return here afterwards and don't stick around. Someone might think you're evil or something. Or something, RWBY griped. John Salem Arc ignored him. He was an advisor, nothing more. This was his destiny, his chance, his dream. Sometimes a sheep had to leave the flock for a while just to forge their own. It didn't mean they were no longer family, nor did it mean they were leaving their own behind. Beacon, here I come, the Prince of the Grimm whispered, holding on as the Nevermore launched. The grin on his face soon fell when his stomach gurgled. Huh, I've never traveled like this before. I wonder if this feeling is a good thing. The waterfall of vomit that spewed from his lips said otherwise, however. The screen turned to black. And Vomit Boy is born, in another timeline as well. He's inevitable. Yang joked, with many of the students laughing, John included. Well, that was more fun to watch, especially compared to the last one, that's for sure, Pyrrha stated. Indeed, friend, Penny voiced her agreement. Meanwhile, Osbin and Salem's groups were discussing what they saw. If you're done mocking Cinder now, Watts, we'll need to find another way to get the Fall Maiden since Cinder has been exposed. I think we'll need another agent then, Hazel stated. Well, how about we just gather the knowledge needed to get to the Maiden instead? Cinder proposed, alluding to Leonardo Lionheart. That could work actually. Good job, Cinder. Well, now that we know that they know about Amber's whereabouts, should we relocate her? Glinda asked. I propose we relocate her to another academy. Haven perhaps, since people will expect Atlas. No, I don't think Leonardo is trustworthy, Osbin stated. Really, are you sure, Oz? Kiro asked. It's just a gut feeling. When we leave, can you watch him? I think he might be compromised. Sure thing. James, can you handle Amber? It is Adaljan technology keeping him alive after all, and you already know about Watts and the issues he will pose. I can, James answered. Well then, it's settled. Amber is going to Atlas. Outside of the two groups vying for the fate of Remnant, the other groups were simply discussing the absurdity of the timeline they just watched. After a while, Chrono spoke up. All right, it's time for the next verse. Chapter 16. Verse, Raven asked. 1. Oh right, it's short for universe. Chrono clarified. Anyways, this verse has some humor in it, though it's a peculiar type. Strange how, Ruby asked. It's dark humor. Oh. Blake scoffed. Dark humor always just means racism. Oh, no worries. It's not that type of dark humor, I mean a more macabre type. Oh goody, Weiss stated. Oh goody, Tyrion exclaimed. Chrono began the video. The screen springs to life to show 3 young men in an apartment. 2 of them are sitting at a table with hamburgers, French fries, and soda pops laid out. Another is sitting on the couch near the table and eating a burger already. They are Marvin, a young black man, Roger, a young blonde-haired surfer kid with a flock of seagulls haircut, and Brett, a white, preppy-looking sort with a blow-dry haircut. When a knock is heard on the door, Marvin heads to the door and flips the bolt, opening it. At the door are 2 men, one of them with a beard, afro, and dark-skinned Jules, and the other with pale skin and long hair, Vincent. Huh, funny how the person most excited is the main focus of this video, Watts mused. Me in a universe with macabre humor? Yes, Tyrion cheered. Yeah, we get it, you're happy. Adam growled whilst covering his ears. Oh great, the psycho killer is the focus, Yang stated. I wonder what's going to be so funny, Sun added sarcastically. The 2 men, Jules and Vincent, stroll inside as Jules greets them. Marvin goes to the corner of the apartment, near the entrance. Hey kids, Jules says amicably as he closes the door behind him. How you boys doin'? The 3 young caught off guard. Vincent and Jules take in the place, and as Roger tries to get up from the couch, Jules goes up to him and gestures with his hand in a placating manner. Hey, keep chillin'. As Jules gestures for Roger to put his entire body back on the couch, Roger does so in an uneasy look on his face. Well, this doesn't seem good. Based on what Chrono said, I guess they're gonna do something, but why? John asked. They're probably hitmen, hired killers or something like that. Perhaps they work for the mob, Roman added. When John gave him a look, he shrugged. Hey, you know me, I'm in criminal circles after all. But why would they go after 3 random inconspicuous people? Maybe they're not as inconspicuous as they look. Maybe they did something they shouldn't have, and the Scorpion's there to send a message in response. Roman answered. Jules gives an okay sign with his hand in response. Do you know who we are? Jules asks. Brett looks apprehensive, and therefore doesn't answer and holds his breath. We're associates of your business partner, Marcellus Wallace. You do remember your business partner, don't ya? There is no answer. Well, that sounds good, Mercury snarked before laughing. Ha ha, they're screwed. Now I'm gonna take a wild guess here. Jules says he puts his hand to his mouth as if thinking, before pointing to the man at the table. You're Brett, right? Brett, after a second, nods. Yeah. I thought so. Well, you remember your business partner, Marcellus Wallace, don't you, Brett? Yeah, I remember him. Good, Jules replies, as Vincent goes ahead to the kitchen at the back. Ooh, he's going to the back, cutting off any escape, Russell said. What from the kitchen? Where would they go? It's an apartment, Cardin exclaimed. Well, there's a window by the fridge. Maybe they can break through it. You've been watching too many films, dude. It's harder than it looks for a civvy to break open a glass window. 2. Looks like me and Vincent caught you at breakfast, sorry about that. What ya eatin'? Hamburgers. Hamburgers, the cornerstone of any nutritious breakfast, Jules says in a friendly tone. What kinda hamburgers? Cheeseburgers. No, where did you get 'em? McDonald's, Wendy's, Jack in the Box, where? Brett starts before pointing to the bag on the table which says, Big Kahuna Burger. Brett finished. McDonald's, Wendy's, what are those? Nora asked. I guess they're burger joints that exist back in that universe. Ren answered. Kahuna, isn't that the name of that wise man back in Menagerie? Ilya asked Adam. You mean Rafiki Kahuna? Yeah, he's a veteran of the Faunus War. He doesn't think the White Fang are helping in anything, however. And as much as I hate to admit it, perhaps he might be right. What did he always say to me? The past can hurt, but the way I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it. Maybe I've learnt the wrong things. 3. Big Kahuna Burger, that's that Hawaiian burger joint. I heard they got some tasty burgers. I ain't never had one myself, how are they? They're good. Mind if I try one of yours? Jules asked. Brett nodded his head slightly. With that response, Jules went to eat one of the burgers. This is yours here, right? He asked, pointing towards the unfinished burger nearest to Brett on the table. Yeah, Brett answered as he gestured to it. Jules grabs the burger and takes a bite of it. Eating a burger that someone's already eaten, let alone a stranger, Velvet said with a scrunched-up nose. It was clear she thought it was disgusting. It's a power move. It says, yeah, I'm gonna take your food, and you're not gonna do anything about it since I'm the one in control here, Neptune said. Yeah, sure, or it's just that he's hungry, Coco replied simply. Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Jules starts as he finds the burger delicious. This is a tasty burger. Now talking to Vincent, Jules continues. Vincent, you ever had a big Kahuna burger? Vincent shakes his head in response. Jules holds out the big Kahuna. You want a bite? They're real tasty. Vincent shakes his head again as he puts a cigarette in his mouth. I ain't hungry. As this is happening, Brett is seen still being uneasy while sitting at the table. Well, if you like hamburgers, give 'em a try sometime, Jules replied back to Vincent. Now going back to the 3 other men in the room, Jules continues to speak to them. Me, I can't usually eat 'em 'cause my girlfriend's a vegetarian, which pretty much makes me a vegetarian. Jules savors the taste and lets out a sound of satisfaction, but I sure love the taste of a good burger. Is that true, that if the person you're with is vegan, you have to be as well? Ruby asked. Well, a relationship is about compromise. If you're not willing to give up some things, then it shows that you may not respect their wishes, for example. Yang explained whilst briefly looking at Raven. Oh, that makes sense, Ruby thought. Raven saw Yang's look and frowned. She's wrong, she thought, shaking her head. You give 'em an inch and they'll take a mile. That's the way of the world. Asking Brett, Jules poses a question whilst pointing to him. You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in France? Shaking his head, Brett answers, no. Tell 'em, Vincent. Royale with cheese, Vincent tells them. Royale with cheese, you know why they call it that? Jules asks again with a smile. Because of the metric system, Brett states whilst putting his arms up for a second. Jules looks at Brett in astonishment. Check out the big brain on Brett, you a smart motherfucker, that's right, the metric system. The metric system, Weiss thought. 4. I have no idea what system that is to be exact, but the idea of another measuring system is very interesting. In fact, many kingdoms had different measuring systems in the past, but the Great War ensured that every kingdom would get closer with one another, and the Valian system with inches and miles were adopted instead. Oh, how fascinating, Oobleck stated. Putting down the burger, Jules points to a fast food drink cup on the table. What's in this? Sprite. Sprite, good. Mind if I have some of your tasty beverage to wash this down with? Brett gestures to the drink. Go right ahead. Jules grabs the cup and proceeds to drink the entire cup, all whilst looking at Brett without blinking. When the cup is finished, he puts the cup back on the table. Ah, that hit the spot. Is that another power move, Nep? Coco asked sarcastically. Neptune didn't notice. It has to be. You saw he looked at him without blinking. It was to intimidate him. And plus, there's nothing more disrespectful than a person asking for sip and drinking it all. Dude, I already apologized for that, Sun exclaimed. Coco rolled her eyes. Kali, hearing the conversation with her ears, tittered at Neptune's obliviousness. He can't get the hint, she said to Gira with a chuckle. Gira smiled back, happy to see her happy. Patting his hands to clean them of crumbs, he goes up to Roger and speaks to him. You, flock of seagulls, you know what we're here for. Roger nods his head to essentially state, yes. Then why don't you tell my man here, Vince, where you got the shit hid? Marvin, not being able to take the tension anymore, answers instead and points toward the back. It's over there. However, this makes Jules lose his friendly demeanor in an instant. I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing, he exclaims in an angry manner, whilst glaring at Marvin. Marvin, still near the door, puts down his hand in fear. Many in the cinema like John, Nora, and Ruby winced at the sudden change in volume. Eek, Ruby squeaked out, before blushing in embarrassment. Damn, that escalated quickly, Mercury stated. Heth, he's a funny guy, Roman declared, pointing at Jules. Neo wrote down something and gave it to Roman, who let out a chuckle. You're right, Neo. He would be a great part of the team. He's got style too. Most of the mooks we hire from juniors can't wear suits as good as him. Apart from Ruby and the others, Tyrion also finally got excited. He had been so bored that his character was not doing any violent things, but rather letting the other man talk. Where is the torture? The stabbing? The killing? Going back to speaking to Roger but still glaring at Marvin, he speaks more quietly. You were saying. It's in the cupboard, Roger responds. Vincent, in the kitchen, goes to the cupboard at the top and opens it up. However, Roger speaks up. And no, the one near your knees. As this is happening, Brett is seen in the foreground rubbing his face and looking down in worry. Vincent then looks in the cupboard below him, opens it, and rummages through the contents. As this is happening, the faces of Roger and Jules are shown as well, with Roger being worried as well and Jules going from looking at Marvin to looking towards the kitchen. Eventually, Vincent finds it and pulls out a black snap briefcase. Vincent puts in the code for the lock and opens the case. What's inside cannot be seen, but a small glow emits from the case. Vincent just stares at it, transfixed. Why isn't it showing us? Nora said. Maybe it wants to keep us in suspense, Ren replied. Well, it's working. I want to know why it's so shiny, Nora gasped. Maybe it's a soul, Rennie. 5. Ren sighed. Nora, you can't put a soul in a suitcase. Nora pouted. Maybe with a semblance you can. We happy? Jules asks. No answer from the transfixed Vincent. He takes the cigarette out of his mouth whilst looking at it still. Vincent. Vincent looks up at Jules. We happy, Jules repeats. Vincent responds, yeah, we happy. He then closes the case with a sigh of relief. I would too if I had a suitcase full of shiny stuff as well, Emerald said with a shrug. I bet you'd sell it immediately for cash, Roman said, before continuing when Emerald was about to respond. Or give it to your master, he jeered. Emerald glared at the thief but didn't respond. I hate it when he's right. Roman, that's enough, Cinder said. Roman smiled at her, and then made a zipping motion with his finger to his lip. Emerald smirked at him, before glancing at Cinder with a thankful smile. Unfortunately, Cinder didn't look back at her. So Roman is working for Cinder, and not with her it seems, Osbin thought. As Vincent begins to walk back to them, Brett begins to speak to Jules. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I got yours, Vincent, right? Brett states as he briefly points to Vincent before going back to Jules. But I never got yours. My name's Pitt, and you ain't talking your ass out of this shit, Jules replied. You wanna bet that Pitt isn't his name, Taeyong said to Kuro. Quit it, he growled. You know I always lose. Tai let out a chuckle. Damn, you usually do it when you're drunk. Well, fortunately for me, I'm not, Kuro said before taking a swig of his flask. Brett doesn't respond for a brief second in shock before speaking again. He starts to get up whilst doing so. I just want you to know how. Jules gestures for Brett to sit back down. Brett does so, putting up his hand to try and placate Jules, not wanting to anger him. I just want you to know how sorry we are, that things got so fucked up with us and in Mr. Wallace, Brett said. Jules nodded his head in understanding. WWE got into this thing with the best intentions. Really, I never. As Brett continues to talk, Jules takes out his gun and shoots an unprepared Roger in the chest, killing him and shocking Brett out of speaking. Jules looks at Brett, unimpressed. Oh, I'm sorry, did that break your concentration? Most of the audience weren't even shocked. After all, Chrono had told them of the dark humor. However, the only people really laughing were the criminals and the killers. Ha 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 ha, my goodness, I am definitely stealing that, Roman said in response to Jules' snark. You won't as long as I have hold of you, Ironwood growled. Well, I'll just pay bail then. There is no bail. Oh. Tyrion cheered at the shot. Woohoo, yeah. Cinder rolled her eyes at his predictability. Ruby shook her head at Jules' word. How could he crack jokes like that? John thought the same thing and clenched his fists in anger. Pyrrha patted him in the back. I feel the same way. Brett can't say a word. He's whimpering in his chair. I didn't mean to do that. Please, continue. I believe you were saying something about best intentions. When Brett doesn't respond, Jules speaks again. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort. As Brett begins to hyperventilate, Jules asks him yet another question. What does Marcellus Wallace look like? So that's why he did it. He knew he was full of crap, Adam said. Your grasp of the obvious is inspiring. What great insight from the leader of the White Fang, Mercury jeered. Adam just gave a deadpan stare at Mercury, not even bothering to rise to the bait. To whatever then, Mercury scoffed in response. What does that question have to do with anything? Blake thought. WHY, what? Jules snaps, savagely flipping the table over, removing the only barrier between himself and Brett. Brett now sits in a lone chair before Jules like a political prisoner in front of an interrogator. What country you from? Jules exclaimed. Now even more petrified, Brett only repeats himself. WHY, what? What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what? Still extremely scared, Brett repeats himself again. What? Now even more angry, Jules speaks up again. English, motherfucker, can you speak it? Yes. So even in this universe, basic is called English, Oobleck noted. It's going to be called that in many other things we'll be watching in the future as well, Doctor, the host added. That's good to know. Then you understand what I'm saying. Yes, yes. Jules poses his question again, in a loud manner. Describe what MARCELLUSWALLACE looks like. WH what, I. Jules takes his gun and points it at Brett. Say what again? Say what again? I dare ya, I double dare ya motherfucker, say what one more goddamn time. Jules shouts at the petrified man. Tyrion was laughing maniacally at Brett's expression of fear. He only wished his character could be doing it instead. He's torturing the poor kid, Taeyong said with a sigh. Of course he's going to say what several times he's confused and scared. That's what thugs do, Kiro growled. Not wanting to get shot, Brett does his best to describe what Marcellus Wallace looks like. Well, he's black. Go on, Jules exclaims. And he's bald. Does he look like a bitch? Jules asks. Without thinking, Brett makes a massive mistake. What? Oof, tough luck there, bud, Yang said apologetically. R.I.P., Coco said, putting down her beret by her chest to mimic paying her respects. Not yet, the guy probably still has some questions for him. He'll probably just shoot him in a non-fatal area, you know, Neptune pointed out. Many in the audience just stared at him. Yeah, that makes it so much better, Nep. Thanks for telling us. And I'm being sarcastic as well, by the way, Sun exclaimed. In response to the mistake, Jules simply lowers the gun to Brett's shoulder and shoots him there. Brett screams in pain. AGHH, Does he look like a bitch? In agony, Brett shouts out his answer. NOOO. Now satisfied with the answer, Jules lowers his voice. Then, why did you try to fuck I am like a bitch then, Brett? I didn't. Damn, that's a good line too, Roman said. Write that down, Neo. Neo scribbled something furiously on the notepad she was using to communicate with Roman before giving to him. Roman, now satisfied with having the lines, look at the notepad to remember they. Neo, why you write down the words that down? Neo quietly snickered, whilst the people next to Roman, mostly Ilya, Emerald and Mercury began to howl with laughter at his response. Even Adam let out some chuckles. As Brett and Jules are still speaking, the scene changes to show the bathroom of the apartment. In the bathroom, a man is hiding near the toilet, listening to Jules while holding a large Magnum revolver. The man looks petrified as well and is holding the gun in a shaky manner. But before any more can be seen of him, the scene switches back to Jules. Yes, you did, Brett. You tried ta fuck. I am and Marcellus Wallace don't like to be fucked by anybody except Mrs. Wallace. Jules replies to a whimpering Brett who tries to say no in response. Oh, maybe he can save the day, John said. Come on, VB. Knowing what we've watched already, it's probably not happening. Yang replied simply. Well, I still believe in him. You can do it, bathroom guy. Yeah, go bathroom guy, Nora cheered. Yang snorted in amusement before shrugging. Why not? Come on, bathroom guy, mess that dude up. As Brett continues to whimper in fear and pain, Jules asks yet another question. You ever read the Bible, Brett? Why, yes, he exclaims in pain. As he answers, Vincent can be seen behind him putting out his cigarette. With the answer, Jules begins to speak again. Well, there's a passage I got memorized, seems appropriate for this situation. Ezekiel 25:17. As Jules is saying this, the scene switches back to the man in the bathroom, now seemingly gathering up the courage to go out. Bible? Oobleck asked, his interest piqued again by an unfamiliar word. A word for the major scriptures of the religion of Christianity, in this case. Oobleck's eyes sparkled at the thought of learning the culture and philosophy of another world through religious scriptures. How fascinating! Chrono threw him a notebook. Oobleck caught it but was bewildered. He gave Chrono a look. The host let out a sigh before answering. You might as well use it to copy down anything you find interesting. Oh, of course, how could I forget to do something simple like that? Thank you. No worries. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Jules starts as the man in the bathroom begins to slide towards the door, listening in on Jules. As Jules continues, Vincent goes closer to Brett and brings out a gun from his pocket and cocks it. Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. Jules begins to pace in front of Brett. The man in the bathroom looks confused at what Jules is saying, and Brett begins to scream in pain and fear. I guess the dude's thrown off by one of the brothers' witnesses having a seminar right outside the bathroom, am I right? Kuro said, getting a chuckle out of Yang and RWBY. Taeyong chuckled too, but for a different reason. It's sermon, you idiot. Why? It's sermon, not seminar. Are you sure you're not drunk? Kuro let out a groan. Oh, give me a break, dude. I messed up one word. Taeyong didn't and continued to chuckle at him. RWBY and Yang heard Tai as well and began to laugh at Kuro's expense rather than his joke, much to his chagrin. Continuing the passage, Jules begins to glare at Brett. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know him my name is the Lord, Jules states as he finally points his gun back at Brett. When I lay my vengeance upon thee. It's actually an interesting scripture, Glinda admitted, surprised by the text that Jules was reciting. With mentions of the Valley of Darkness, it can apply to Remnant as well. Indeed, too bad it's undercut by him threatening to kill poor Brett, Osbin replied. Of course, and in all honesty, he's probably just quoting it because it sounds cool, Glinda added with a rolling of eyes. 6. Are you speaking from experience? If by experience, you mean experienced students say seemingly profound stuff only to not understand it, and just say it because they found it awesome or rad, then yes. Glinda stated with gestures to emphasize. Osbin let out a chuckle at that. Well, they're kids after all. That man isn't, Glinda grumbled. Brett lets out a scream of fear, before Jules and Vincent unload their guns at the same time on the sitting Brett. With this, Vince and Jules execute Brett. The man in the bathroom jumps a little in horror. Marvin screams and sinks to the floor. "Yes, riddle him with holes, let him suffer, haha," Tyrion exclaimed with glee. "Yeesh, talk about overkill," Mercury said. Raven just shook her head at Brett's pathetic screaming before dying. "What can you expect from a civvy, though?" "Well, they just used their bullets. Maybe the guy in the bathroom can get them now," John simply pointed out. When the dust clears, Marvin is heard uttering to himself, I'm fucked, I'm fucked." As he continues to utter, Vincent talks to Jules. "Is he a friend of yours?" "Him? Oh, Vincent, Marvin. Marvin, Vincent." Jules says, trying to introduce the two to each other, despite Marvin being too scared to pay attention. "All right, better tell him to shut the fuck up, he's getting on my nerves," Vincent states simply. "Marvin's Marvin, Marvin." Marvin stops muttering and looks at Jules and Vincent, who are now standing in front of him. "I'd knock that shit off if I was you," Jules pointed out the man. "Wait, they were friends the entire time?" John asked, confused. "I wouldn't say friends, it's more likely that Marv was an informant or something like that. Acquaintances rather than friends," Roman explained. "That makes sense, otherwise he wouldn't be so scared." The bathroom door opens. The man in bathroom comes out and opens fire. "Die, you motherfuckers, die." The man shoots several times before the magnum starts clicking. The man forms an expression of shock. He missed every single shot. Vincent and Jules are unharmed. They examine themselves and glances at each other calmly. They turn to the man, aim their weapons, and shoot him in the chest several more times. The man falls to the ground, now dead as well and riddled with holes. Ruby blinked at the screen in surprise. Weiss left her left eye twitched. Yang's mouth gaped open in surprise. Blake slapped her forehead in disbelief. Afterwards, they all exclaimed out the same thing at the same time, and they weren't the only ones. "How?" Meanwhile, Mercury burst out laughing. "Ah man, civvies with guns kill me, man." Emerald snorted in amusement. "They always think guns are easy to control. It's actually very easy to miss a person right in front of you." "Yeah, but you'd think he'd get at least one shot in," Mercury replied with a chuckle. "I guess he wasn't righteous, and so he didn't get the blessing of good aim," Emerald quipped. Mercury made a mock gasp. "You're able to make jokes, well I'll be." "Knock it off," Emerald growled slightly, before both teens burst into laughter. Cinder raised their eyes, but she found it good that her two minions weren't at each other's throats for once. "Perhaps I should force them to bond like this in the dorms, in order to stop bickering." They lower their guns and let out a sigh of relief. Vincent goes to Marvin, who is still in the corner. Vincent kneels down to face Marvin. "Why the fuck didn't you tell us somebody was in the bathroom?" Marvin tries to answer, but Vincent continues. "Slip your mind. You forget someone was in there with a goddamn hand cannon." Jules speaks up, still looking at the dead man and his gun. "You see the size of that gun he fired at us? It's bigger than him." Roman chuckled at the remark before turning to Neo. "You remember some of Junior's men saying something similar about Red?" Neo nodded in response. "Boss, she was carrying a scythe twice the size of her body. She was a freak. How could we beat her?" Roman said, mimicking the voice of the mook. Neo whispered something to him, which made the thief's eyes widened. "Wait, that was the one who got kicked out the window before she equipped the scythe. OH, that's just gold." Roman laughed. Ruby was confused. "I thought you'd be mad that I beat your men." "Oh, I was, but in this business you can't take stuff too personally. And besides, I got what I paid for." Jules then turns around to the bullet-riddled wall. "We should be fucking dead, man." "I know, we was lucky." No, that shit wasn't luck." "Yeah, maybe," Vincent states while still kneeling down near Marvin. Jules points towards the wall with his gun. "This was divine intervention. You know what divine intervention is?" Vincent turns to Jules. "I think so. That means that God came down from heaven and stopped the bullets." "That's right," Jules states as Vincent nods. "That's exactly what it means. God came down from heaven and stopped these motherfucking bullets." "I mean, it's possible for a person to completely miss it if they're bad enough or inexperienced enough," Ilya mentioned. "Like some of our recruits," Adam said with a groan. He then rubbed his forehead in frustration. If only I had more time to train them, and Cinder doesn't even care, she just wants them as bodies for some attack. But then again, what does that make me for agreeing to her deal? Looking unconvinced, however, Vincent stands up. I think it's time for us to leave, Jules. However, this annoys Jules. Don't do that. Don't fucking blow this shit off. What just happened here was a fucking miracle. Chill, Jules, this shit happens. Wrong, this shit doesn't just happen. Do you want to continue this theological discussion in a car or in a jailhouse with the cops? Vincent asks. We should be fucking dead, my friend, Jules exclaims. Vincent lets out a sigh of exasperation as Jules continues. What happened here was a miracle, and I want you to fucking acknowledge it. All right, it was a miracle, Vincent concedes. Can we go now? Ironic that the man in here who considers Salem to be a goddess isn't very big on divine intervention in this video, huh? Kuro joked to Osbin. Osbin cracked a smile. Quite. Satisfied with the answer, Jules takes one last look at the bullet-riddled wall before he puts away his gun as Vincent opens the door. Before Jules leaves to follow Vincent, however, he notices Marvin still on the floor. Let's go, man, come on, Jules states. 7. Marvin gets up and runs out of the door quickly. Shit, Jules states as he also then leaves and closes the door. The screen goes black. Oh, is that it? Kali asked. Seems a bit short. Ah crap, let me fix this, there should be a bit more. Chrono fiddled with some remote before the screen began to play more content. There we go. The screen springs back to life, with the scene having been switched to Jules, Vincent, and Marvin in a car. Jules is driving, Marvin is in the backseat, and Vincent is in the front passenger seat. As they are driving, Vincent is talking to Jules. You ever seen that show Cops? I was watching it one time, and there was this cop on, and he was talking about this gunfight he had in a hallway with this guy, right? And he just unloaded on this guy and nothing happened. He didn't hit nothing, okay? It was just him and this guy. I mean, you know, it's freaky, but it happens. It seemed that Jules was trying to explain how what had happened earlier was not really a miracle, but a freak occurrence. Blake scoffed. That's cops for you, always being unreliable. Blake, I know you're a faunus, and cops tend to be rough with them, but it's not like every cop is bad, RWBY defended. It's not just that, they weren't doing anything with the White Fang either. 8. Jules was not convinced. Look, you want to play blind man, go walk with the shepherd, but me, my eyes are wide fucking open. Vincent lets out a scoff. What the fuck does that mean? It means that's it for me. From here on in, you can consider my ass retired. Jesus Christ, Vincent says in disbelief. Don't blaspheme. God damn it, Jules. I said don't do that. Kuro was about to speak, but Osbin beat him to the punch. And it's ironic that the stone-cold killer believes in religion, right? Well, that's true, Kuro replied. I was gonna say that he kinda reminds me of my old man. Oh, Osbin said, genuinely intrigued. While he was aware of the Branwen tribe's old leaders, he didn't exactly know them on a personal level, and Kuro and Raven didn't really like to talk about their past. Well, he was a very religious man as well, and so he thought my semblance was a curse from the gods, which is why the tribe always shunned me. Kuro admitted quietly with a bitter tone. I see, well, you're in a better place now, and fighting for better things. I know, Kuro said with a smile. Raven scowled at Osbin's conversation with her brother, but she also felt a pang of guilt as well. You know, why are you fucking freaking out on us? Vincent asked Jules, being done with how Jules was acting. Look, I'm telling Marcellus today, I'm through. Well, why don't you tell him at the same time why? Don't worry, I will, Jules replied. Yeah, and I'll bet you $10,000 he laughs his ass off. I don't give a damn if he does. Wow, he's really gonna retire, Sage said. I mean, a lot of people are superstitious, after all, Neptune stated. Yeah, like how you get all superstitious when we're on a boat, Scarlet joked. I don't want to risk anything. Marvin, what do you make of all this? Vincent asked Marvin, who was silent. Man, I don't even have an opinion. Shocked at Marvin's response, Vincent turns around with his gun still in his hand. Well, you got to have an opinion, Vincent exclaims before thinking of a chance to make fun of Jules' recent demeanor. Do you think that God came down from heaven and stopped 9? Before Vincent could finish, his gun goes off accidentally. The bullet hits Marvin's head, and a large amount of blood sprays on the back window windshield. It also soaks an amount of blood on Vince's face and a little bit of both brain matter blood into Jules' hair. Vincent has just inadvertently killed Marvin. Nia was losing it in her seat. Her body was racked with silent laughter. Roman wasn't faring much better. Oh my God, he forgot to turn on the safety. Idiot. Mercury jeered before bursting into laughter as well. Winter just facepalmed before commenting. How does a hitman not know how to handle his gun? Perhaps that's why he had his partner do the talking, so he wouldn't say something stupid, Penny added. Well, he clearly failed, Ironwood stated. I don't even care that it was my character that did something tremendously idiotic. I'm loving the blood. Ha ha, Tyrion exclaimed once more. Oh God, man, shit, Vincent immediately exclaims in the aftermath. At the same, Jules is having the same reaction. Oh, what the fuck's happening? Oh shit, man, he exclaims as he tries to wipe blood off his face with his already blood hand. Vincent turns to the backseat again. Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face, he states simply. Despite the fact that many in the audience were averse to dark humor, almost every person in the cinema cracked smiles or laughed at Vincent's remark. Haha. Hee. I'm sorry, Yang stated in between laughs, but why would he say that so casually? Not only that, he sounds like he's done it before, RWBY pointed out. Oh my gods, this Vincent person must be the most incompetent hitman ever, Blake said in horror, which made the rest of her team, and the rest of them the teams as well, laugh harder in response, except for Weiss of course. Jules turns around to the backseat as well for a brief second. Why the fuck did you do that? He exclaims. Well, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. Oh man, I've seen some crazy-ass shit in my time, but this... Jules stops before letting out a sigh of exasperation. Vincent tries to placate his partner in crime. Chill out, man. I told you it was an accident. You went over a bump or something. Hey, the car didn't hit no motherfucking bump. Hey, look, man, I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. The gun went off. I don't know why. Because you're a moron who should have already been caught, Weiss screeched in anger. How is this funny? The man is an idiot, she thought. Look at her, she's frothing at the mouth, Mercury said, whilst pointing at the heiress before he and Emerald began to laugh again. They missed the ice-gold glares that Weiss and Winter gave to them in response. Sky, meanwhile, remembered what was mentioned earlier, about Marvin being a possible informant, and told his team. Russell just facepalmed. Of course he kills an informant. What do you expect, though, the actors and Phil? Dove, you need to chill. He isn't even one of them in this film. But he still is in this place. Guys, in all seriousness, who cares? Carden exclaimed. Well, look at this fucking mess, man, Jules exclaimed, gesturing wildly with his free hand. We're on a city street in broad daylight here. I can't believe it, man, Jules stated without thinking. Well, believe it now, motherfucker. We got to get this car off the road. You know, cops tend to notice shit like you're driving a car drenched in fucking blood. Nah, not at all. It's actually very hard for a cop to notice when cars are filled with blood. 9 out of 10 times they'll miss it, Yang stated. Really? John asked, genuinely curious. Yang gave him a flat look. What do you think? Just take it to a friendly place, that's all, Vincent suggested, whilst articulating with his hands. This is the valley, Vincent. Marcellus ain't got no friendly places. Well, JULES, this ain't my fucking town, man. 10. Ah, shit, Jules says as he reaches for his cellular phone. Ah, the contact, they'll always have something, Roman exclaimed. Really, even for messed up cars? RWBY asked. You mean for the disposal of bodies? Of course. RWBY was horrified at the implications. What you doing? I'm calling my partner in Toluca Lake, Jules replies as he pulls out his phone. Where's Toluca Lake? Vincent asks as Jules proceeds to open the antenna of the phone with his mouth. When he's done, Jules answers. It's just over the hill here, over by Burbank Studios. If Jimmy's ass ain't home, I don't know what the fuck we going to do, man, 'cause I ain't got no other partners in 818. Fortunately for the two, the phone answers quickly, and Jules proceeds to talk to Jimmy in a friendly manner. Jimmy, yo, how you doing, man? It's Jules, just listen up, man. Me and my homeboy are in some serious fucking shit, man. We're in a car and we got to get off the road pronto. I need to use your garage for a couple hours. The scene switches to Jules and Vincent with the car now in a garage, presumably in Jimmy's house. They are cleaning the vehicle. Vince is spraying and washing the windows as Jules is in the back seat cleaning the floorboards. Oh damn, never mind then, Roman said. I guess they're just cleaning it the old-fashioned way. Roman thought about the possibility of doing that and his suit getting drenched, and he immediately grimaced. Oh man, I will never forgive your ass for this shit. This is some fucked up repugnant shit, Jules states in extreme annoyance to Vincent. Jules, did you ever hear the philosophy that once a man admits that he is wrong, that he is immediately forgiven for all wrongdoings? Have you ever heard that? Get the fuck out of face with that shit. The motherfucker said that shit never had to pick up any itty-bitty pieces of skull on account of your dumbass. Jules retorted. He's got a good point about that, Velvet said. Of course he has a good point about that. What type of philosophy is that? Coco said. And don't ask me why I'm so angry about that, I just am. Damn, had an issue with a boy who said something like that, Mercury said. Coco glared at the assassin. No. Vincent begins to laugh a little since he was beginning to get angry. I got a threshold, Jules. I got a threshold for the abuse that I will take. Right now, I'm a fucking race car, all right? And you got me in the red. Now I'm just saying that it's fucking dangerous to have a race car in the fucking red, that's all. Vincent explained as he began to stop cleaning and start gesturing his thoughts with his hands. I could blow. Now even more annoyed at Vincent's audacity, Jules responds. Oh, you ready to blow? Yeah, I'm ready to blow. Vincent replies as he proceeds to look at Jules. Well, I'm a mushroom cloud-laying motherfucker. Every time my fingers touch brain, I'm Superfly TNT. I'm the guns of the Navarone. Jules states, before realizing something and getting even more angry. Superfly TNT, the guns of the Navarone, Penny asked. Just some films from that universe. And no, we aren't gonna be watching it. Fascinating, what is TNT though? Krona was kinda surprised at the question before coming to a realization. Oh yeah, I guess with dust, people from Remnant wouldn't really have discovered how to make TNT or gunpowder, or to use oil. TNT refers to trinitrotoluene, an explosive substance that is similar to dust from your world. I see, sensational. In fact, what the fuck am I doing in the back? Jules points his finger at Vincent. You the motherfucker who should be on brain detail, we fucking switching. I'm washing the windows and you picking up this fucker's skull. 11. Jules opens the car door and proceeds to go to Vincent to switch. However, the screen fades to black before the action is completed, signaling the end of the video. That was pretty good, even though it brought back a bit of memories, Kuro admitted. Yeah, it's like those films we used to watch back in Beacon, right? Ty said. Oh yeah, some of those were funny as well. Raven heard them talk and remembered those films. She reminisced about it wistfully before she began to frown. She wants to talk to Kuro again and perhaps reconnect, but when she remembers how Yang looked at her, she can feel her courage wilt away. She sighs. Damn it. Oh, what an amazing video. Oh, how I'd love to see more, Tyrion exclaimed. I don't know, Tyrion. With how your character is, I wouldn't be surprised if he dies later, Watts stated. Oh well, if he dies in a spectacular way, it'll be all worth it. Of course that doesn't bother you, Hazel said with a sigh. Well then, that was interesting, Gira stated. A bit too violent for my tastes, though. Oh, be honest, honey. Is it the violence or the humor surrounding it that's too much? Kali asked. I guess the humor. Well, if you didn't like the dark humor there, that's fine. Perhaps a revisit of the Prime Universe, and skits, will be more to your liking, Chrono exclaimed. And that's it for Pulp Fiction. If the words in bold, the transcript scene, seemed weird, that's because it was copied and edited to fit the actual scene from the actual script, which I searched up. I'll be honest though, I probably won't revisit this movie. I just wanted to do these scenes. Anyways, I hope Tyrion as Vincent Vega was okay. 1. I didn't realize I wrote verse instead of universe, last chapter LMFAO. 2. Yeah, windows are harder to break than it looks in films. I remember watching a YouTube vid of a criminal trying to escape from a cop by going through the window. It didn't break, and the cop was like, "What are you doing?" whilst laughing lol. 3. I don't think I need to say it, since the character he's based on is so iconic. 4. I figured that Remnant would have a single measuring system for simplicity, and because RWBY is made by an American company, they'd use the imperial system. 5. There's actually a huge theory that the thing inside the suitcase in the film is Marcellus Wallace's soul. I couldn't resist referencing this, especially with a series so focused on the soul like RWBY lol. 6. Jules pretty much admits that exact thing at the end of the film lol. 7. Yeah, I'm not writing down the N-word. I don't care if Jules is black, I'm not, and I'm not comfortable writing it down or having the Remnant characters learn that word. Hell nah. 8. It's just a nitpick I have with RWBY, with the cops being kind and competent. In a way, I understand, since if they were smarter, there would be no need for RWBY. But it still kinda bugs me, you know? That's not to say that cops being stupid makes for a bad show. I mean, The Wire is famous for having its police department being incompetent, and it's still great, especially since that incompetence is a plot point. 9. I assumed it was him mocking Jules or making light of it, since he mentioned divine intervention despite him, thinking it was just a weird occurrence. 10. It wasn't until I looked at the script and watched with subtitles that I figured out what Vincent was saying. I always thought he was just shouting incoherent stuff lol. 11. Once again, I am not writing the N-word. And now to answer some questions suggestions from RWBY. I have a lot of reviews this time, so I'll answer a bit more than usual. I'll leave a few though, so I can answer them in future chapters instead. A guest one, a suggestion for RWBY, 30 Days is a good one. However, I will probably not do Angel since it was already done by another reaction fic, the one by Damiel. I believe that's a good react fic as well BTW. Instead, I will most likely do RWBY, 30 Days Lee, instead. As for the Aesir project, I probably won't do it as well, for the same reason I won't do the Angel one. Hakugai, you make a good point lol. They are kind of being hypocritical. A guest 2 plus 3. Sorry, but I won't do a chapter based on a character that is not in the audience, so no focus on Jacques, Seal, or the Aesops, for example. While it does narrow my choices down a little bit, I think it's more impactful for the people in the audience to react to themselves or someone they're sitting with than somebody not there. Zekin 182, sorry dude, but as I said before, this is my last for the year. Maybe in 2023 I will. Midnight 49, Silver by Imiyoshi is also my favorite Team JNPR story of all time. However, I probably won't have them react to it, because it's just so long and because I'm not sure if the author will be fine with me copying the transcript. That was my only real issue with it, mostly because I like to read a chapter in one sitting and I didn't want to stop midway lol. PH0 NXFant0M, thanks, glad you enjoyed it as a big white sheep fan. V Moneywasher, Operation Forging Steel by Licklicklick 123 is a pretty good story as well, and I'd love more USA Earth vs. Remnant stories interactions like that. However, I probably won't do it for the same reasons as Silver, due to not being sure if copying the transcript is okay. Clab Auras, I'm assuming you mean a more serious chapter of White Sheep. If so, then maybe. I haven't read that much of it so far, so it's only been kinda comedic for me so far, but should I finish it, then perhaps I will. If you mean a more serious chapter overall, however, then doesn't PvP and Inglorious Bastards already count lol? See you guys next time. Next chapter, A City of One, Caleb City.